Rebirth of a Star General Chapter 132 to Chapter 160. Then do you want to try? The distance between them was a little too close. Xian was startled at first, then stunned. When he crashed into the limpid autumn water, he felt his cheeks quickly become hot. He wanted to retreat, but his shoulders were restrained and he couldn't move. He could only raise his head from his arms and refuse stutteringly. Try what? You've seen so much, don't you want to try? He raised his eyebrows and leaned closer. His gaze fell on her lips, startling Xian. The man's facial features were more refined and heroic than when he was young, with a kind of cold indulgence. This kind of person, when he was calm and indifferent, was like a flower on a high mountain. When he lazily curved his lips and even his gaze became hot, it was irresistible. Xian said, I don't want to. Oh? He curved his lips and his tone became more dangerous. If you don't try, how will you know how it is? This? You don't have to try, Xian explained clumsily. Actually, you'll understand after seeing more. It's the same thing. It's just that the details are different. And some of them are not suitable for ordinary people. They're all drawn for fun. There's really no need to try, just read. Xiaoju, fun? Xian. Some people might be thirsty for knowledge. Xiaoju's eyes became cold and his smile became more playful. He said lightly, since you're so experienced, then you must try. He was getting closer and closer, forcing Xian to retreat to the head of the bed. He tilted his head slightly and leaned over. His thin lips were about to fall on Xian's lips. Xian screamed, husband. This scream of husband was so loud that it shocked Xiaoju. After a moment, he stopped and was only a little away from Xian. He raised his eyebrows, what are you doing? I'm still an unmarried girl, Xian pleaded softly, I'll get married in the future. It's not good for us to be like this. What's wrong with that? Xiaoju said calmly, you and I have already seen the picture together. Looking at the picture is one thing, but actually doing it is another. Xian begged, Governor, please spare me this time. I will never dare to ask you to look at the map with me again. She thought that Xiaoju's thoughts were really hard to fathom. Wasn't it just looking at a picture and he wanted to make it real? Who would dare to look at pictures with him in the future? Something was going to happen. Xiaoju looked at her with a faint smile. Are you scared now? I'm scared. Xian was very sensible. I promise I won't ask the commander-in-chief to look at the map in the future. You mean, he said unhurriedly, you'll look for someone else? I won't look for others either. Xian immediately said, I won't look for myself either, really. She stared at him with her grape-like eyes, clear and bright, as if she was a student caught red-handed by her teacher. Xiaoju suddenly felt a little puzzled. He felt that his actions were very strange. Xian could look at whatever she wanted. What did it have to do with him? Just because she called him father, did he have to worry about everything, no matter how big or small, like raising a daughter? But then again, how did her father raise his daughter? How could he raise such a strange person who did not know what shame was? He suddenly released Xian's hand and glanced at the painting on the wall. It was difficult for Cui Yuji to be so meticulous, he even thought of the interesting things that happened last night for his nephew. However, there was really no use for it. He casually pulled the satin cloth from the small table and covered the picture on the wall. Then, he inserted 2 silver needles into the wall and firmly nailed the satin cloth. At this point, Xian finally understood. It turned out that Xiaoju hated looking at this painting. Thinking about it, second young Master Zhao's eyes were as pure as ice and pure as jade. This kind of filthy painting would definitely dirty his eyes. She was really particular. After he finished all this, he got up and walked to the side of the room. He found a mattress from the short yellow wooden cabinet and laid it on the soft bed in front of the window. The soft bed was for guests to sit in front of the window and enjoy the beautiful scenery outside while eating snacks and tea. Xian saw this and was stunned for a moment. He asked, Commander-in-Chief, are you sleeping here tonight? Otherwise? Xian hesitated. Actually, you can sleep on the bed with me. Xiaoju stopped arranging the mattress and looked at him. He said coldly, I think you are very brave. No, I know what you are worried about, Xian said. We only need 2 mattresses. When I was in Liangzhou, I also slept in a large shared bed. It was not a big deal for more than 10 people to sleep in one bed. Moreover, I believe in your character. You will not tarnish my reputation. Xiaoju sneered. But I don't believe in your character. I am afraid that you will tarnish my reputation. He Yan, she did not know how to respond. She saw Xiaoju lay down after arranging the mattress. She thought for a moment, blew out the lamp, and lay down as well. In the room, only the moonlight outside the window shone on the floor in front of the table. It was covered with a layer of silver frost. When they were young in the Xianchang mansion, the 2 of them slept in the same room. They were quite far apart. He Yan slept alone in the same room because he Yuanliang had specially informed Shirbao. Now that he was sleeping in the same room as Xiaoju, he felt a little like he did in the past. She lay flat. The mattress under her was soft and warm. He Yan asked, "Are you asleep?" Xiaoju did not answer. He Yan continued, "I don't think so." "They are." "Young master, let's talk." Xiaoju still ignored her. "Why did we come to Jiang?" She only knew that they came to Jiang to accompany Xiaoju. However, she did not know what they were going to do. In the dark night, Xiaoju's voice sounded. "We are looking for someone." He Yan was stunned. He did not expect Xiaoju to answer. He asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Xianxia." "Who is Xianxia?" The room was silent for a moment. Then, Xiaoju said, "He is my father's subordinate." "Xiao Zhongwu's subordinate?" He Yan was stunned. During the Battle of Mingshui, Xiao Zhongwu's most trusted subordinates died in battle. Since Xiaoju said that he was a subordinate, it sounded like he was a very trusted person. Could this person still be alive and in Jiang? Jiang was the territory of the vassals. There were very few people from the Central Plains who came here. Even if there were, they would just pass by and would not stay for long. Xianxia looked like he was hiding from someone in Jiang. Could it be that he was hiding from Xiaoju? However, why would he hide from Xiaoju? Xiaoju was Xiao Zhongwu's son. He should be loyal to him. Perhaps a general's mind was especially sensitive in this aspect. He Yan immediately thought of something. Could it be that there was something wrong with Xiao Zhongwu's death during the battle? After all, Xiao Zhongwu's defeat during the Battle of Mingshui was too tragic. Everyone said that he was headstrong and self-opinionated. However, based on Xiao Zhongwu's past achievements, he was not a headstrong person. Perhaps Xiaoju came here because of what happened back then. The person who knew about it was no longer around. However, Xianxia was still alive. It was indeed suspicious. He Yan thought for a moment and said, "We will definitely find this person." In the dark night, he seemed to hear Xiaoju chuckle. He asked, "Why did you come to Jiang?" "Me?" He Yan was puzzled. "Didn't you ask me to come?" Xiaoju snorted and said, "Even if I didn't ask you to come, you would still find a way to follow me, wouldn't you?" He Yan's heart skipped a beat. This person was too sensitive. She indeed had an ulterior motive. She still hoped to find Lu Buwang in Jiang. However, she would not say this to Xiaoju. "You're too suspicious." He Yan made up a story. "This time, I came purely for you. As long as you need me, I will not hesitate to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire." Xiaoju was silent for a moment and said, "Flattery." He Yan said, "What else can you say other than flattery?" "Big words." "What else?" "Falling from the sky." "What else?" "Deceiving the heavens and concealing the earth." He Yan was speechless. She said, "Young master, do you know that you are really childish now?" Xiaoju said, "Sleep." He no longer paid attention to her. The spring night was still chilly. For some reason, He Yan did not feel cold, perhaps because there was someone by his side tonight. He happily got into bed. The bed was warm, and he fell asleep in an instant. The next day, when He Yan woke up, Xiaoju was no longer in the room. She was stunned for a moment. She guessed that the sky had just brightened, but Xiaoju had actually woken up earlier than her. He Yan stood up, hurriedly washed up, and put on an outer robe. At a glance, he saw Xiaoju sitting on the stone bench in the courtyard. A dirty wild cat was lying on the stone table in front of him, and it was eating the food in his hand. Yan walked closer and saw that he had taken a plate of pastries from somewhere. He was pinching them into small pieces and feeding them to the wild cat in front of him. When the wild cat saw that someone had come, all of its fur stood up. It did not know which pond it had rolled in, but its fur was stained with dirty water, and it had congealed into small pieces. "Why is there a cat here?" Yan asked. He wanted to touch it, but the cat immediately bared its teeth. Yan retracted his hand and said, "It's quite fierce." Xiaoju glanced at her and said, "I picked it up." The young man's fingers were long and slender, and he was very patient as he broke the pastries into small pieces. The cat was probably very good at judging people's looks. It was very gentle towards Xiaoju, and it was eating while softly calling out Mimi. Needless to say, it was quite beautiful. Yan could not help but ask, "Young master, don't you love cleanliness the most?" Phew, when he was with her, he despised her in every way, and even pulled up his sleeves to wipe the dust off. Why, when he was with a dirty wild cat, he became generous. "It depends on the situation," Xiaoju said slowly. Yan thought to himself, what did he mean by depending on the situation? Did he mean that she was worse than a cat? As he was thinking, Xiaoju finished feeding the cat the last piece. She patted the cat's head, and the cat was smart. It arched its body, jumped up the wall, and disappeared in a flash. Yan stared blankly. At this time, Cui Jiao's voice sounded from outside, "Young master, young mistress, the kitchen has sent breakfast." Yan felt hungry and said, "Let's go and eat something." Xiaoju washed her hands and followed Yan into the house. She saw Lin Shuanghe take out the silver needles from the food and said, "Eat it. I've tested it. It's not poisonous." After saying that, he whispered angrily, "The difference between people is too big. Why can't we eat as much?" He was now housekeeper Lin, but he could not eat with Xiaoju and Yan. He had to eat with Qi Wu and Fei Nu. He could not even taste it, in case someone found out. Xiaoju said, "Scram." Lin Shuanghe scrammed and left. Hong Qiao stood behind Yan. Yan waved his hand and said, "Go and eat with Qi Wu and the others." "Young master, and I don't like to be served." "I'll do it." Cui Jiao and Hong Qiao were stunned. They looked at Xiaoju. Seeing that Xiaoju did not say anything, Cui Jiao said, "This servant understands." She pulled Hong Qiao and left. When they reached the door, Hong Qiao asked hesitantly, "Cui Jiao, is it good for us to leave like this? Young mistress and young master don't usually want us to serve them. Are they not satisfied with us?" "That's not it." Cui Jiao was clever and said, "Perhaps they are from the capital and are different from Jiang. Moreover, I heard that young mistress and young master are newly married. They probably want to serve young master personally. This is called fun." At this moment, young mistress, who was supposed to personally serve young master, was eating a plum blossom bun with relish. The last time he ate so well was when he pretended to be his nephew and accompanied Xiaoju to Liangzhou city. However, at that time, the food was only the specialty of the inn. This time, it was different. Cui Yuji's status in Jiang was not low. Moreover, he was his nephew whom he had not seen for a long time. Therefore, he treated him with extra care. It was early in the morning. Look at the food on the table. There were assorted grilled meat, shisher milk, pheasant, slices soup, fish maw stewed with ham, bird's nest shredded chicken soup. "This morning's food is too oily," Yan said as he took a bite of the 8-treasure wild duck. Xiaoju endured it and finally could not help but say, "Did I not feed you enough?" Yan's mouth was full. "Huh?" He looked away in disgust. "Do you have to eat like a reincarnated hungry ghost? But don't you think it's delicious?" Yan swallowed the food in his mouth. Xiaoju said mockingly, "Is that all you have? You're a young master and a commander-in-chief. You live like a prince. Of course, you've seen the world and don't think it's a big deal. We're soldiers. It's good enough that we can eat until we're full. How can you not say that it's good?" Yan muttered, "You're a well-fed man and you don't know the suffering of a hungry man." He choked and gave up on reasoning with Yan. He said lazily, "Whatever." Yan looked at Xiaoju as he ate. He was amazed by his elegant table manners. Logically speaking, people like them who had been in the military camp for many years did not care about such etiquette. It did not matter if they were young masters or young masters in the past. When He Yan was eldest young master he did pay attention to his manners. However, when he was in a real battle, he could finish a biscuit in 2 or 3 bites and then get up to work. Who would care about his manners? He Yan did not believe that Xiaoju had never behaved like that before. However, after going through such a difficult time, he was able to return to being the second young master of the Xiao family. This was not something an ordinary person could do. At least, she had long forgotten how to be a young master. After the meal, Cui Jiao and Hong Qiao came over to help He Yan dress up. Cui Yuji was going to hold a banquet in his residence at noon. He had also invited many famous nobles in Jiang City. The purpose of this banquet was to make Xiaoju proud. Therefore, he could not be careless. Xiaoju went out to look for Lin Shuanghe. He Yan sat in front of the dressing mirror. Hong Qiao took out the mermaid gauze from the box and asked He Yan, "Madam, do you want to wear this today?" He Yan thought for a moment. There were many people coming today. It would be safer to wear the most expensive one. He nodded and said, "Okay." The 2 maidservants began to get busy. He Yan was usually the most impatient to do these kinds of things. Sometimes, he even felt that doing such delicate work for a woman was more tiring than doing it for a man. Just combing her hair, putting on makeup, choosing jewelry and shoes, and even tucking her hair in to make it look cute was not an easy task. As she combed her hair, she fell asleep. He Yan was woken up by Hong Qiao. Hong Qiao said, "Madam?" He Yan opened his eyes and asked in a daze, "Done?" "Done." Cui Jiao smiled at the side. Her eyes were filled with amazement. "Madam, you look really good." He Yan said, "Thank you." She raised her head to look at herself in the mirror and was stunned for a moment. Her previous female clothing was still elegant and simple. However, this mermaid gauze could be considered charming and gorgeous. Cui Jiao and Hong Qiao must have put in a lot of effort today. They did not even dare to make a mistake in their makeup. He Yan looked at her unfamiliar self in the mirror and was slightly absent-minded. This time, she did not even look like the real Lady He. Cui Jiao smiled and pushed the door open, saying, "Young master is next door. This servant will call young master over to take a look." He Yan said, "No." Before he could finish the word must, Cui Jiao left happily. He Yan stood up and suddenly hesitated. She was still thinking about how to face Xiaoju in a more natural manner when she heard a casual voice behind her, "Done?" He Yan looked back. The young girl was thinking about something. Her clear eyes were a little confused, and her expression was a little hazy. She was originally beautiful and delicate. Originally, the heroic spirit between her eyebrows was deliberately covered by makeup, making her appear pure and moving. Her face was charming and her black hair was simply tied up, obediently hanging on her shoulders. Her body looked very thin and petite. Her pale white silk embroidered dress made her look even more graceful. The dress had a very faint hidden flower. When the sun shone through, it looked like the scales of a mermaid, glowing with a faint blue-purple gold powder. Her entire being was enveloped in a layer of magnificent colors, as if she was a legendary mermaid who had just climbed onto the shore and had just arrived in the mortal world. Xiaoju's gaze paused. Lin Shuanghe's voice came from behind, "I want to see what a dress that costs 100 gold coins looks like." Let me see, let me see." His noise suddenly disappeared when he saw He Yan. Only amazement remained in his eyes. Qiwu and Fei Nu, who had followed closely behind, also saw. Fei Nu was fine, but Qiwu seemed to have suffered a huge blow. This person can actually be so beautiful when dressed as a woman. They couldn't tell that he was a man at all. It was too scary. He Yan was at a loss as to what to do. He felt like he had become a monkey on the stage for everyone to admire. He grabbed the corner of his clothes and said pitifully, "Isn't this a little too much? Wasn't it just attending a banquet? Was there a need to dress up like this? Wasn't it too grand? It would have been better if she didn't make this expression." Once she did this, her eyebrows seemed to frown, and she suddenly looked delicate and pitiful. Xiaoju said indescribably, "Don't talk with this expression." But. Lin Shuanghe became excited. This is great, it's just right. This dress that costs 100 gold coins is indeed a dress that costs 100 gold coins. It's really extraordinary. This money was well spent. Cui Jiao was happy. Isn't that right, madam? This servant said that it's really beautiful. When He Yan was a man, he was often praised as mighty, brave, and boundlessly handsome. He had never experienced being praised for his looks as a woman, so he was a bit shy. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond, so he cupped his fists and said loudly, "You flatter me." Xiao Ju, Lin Shuanghe, the rest of the people, Lin Shuanghe said. It's beautiful, but madam, sometimes you don't have to be so forthright. Xiao Ju sneered, you should speak with that expression just now. Otherwise, I might forget that you're actually a woman. He Yan, alright, he forgot himself for a moment. At noon, the entire Cui residence became lively. Carriages continuously stopped at the entrance of the Cui residence. Madams, young misses, young masters, and old masters all entered the residence. Jiang was a territory belonging to a vassal. The current princess, Mu Hongjin, grew up together with Cui Yuji. Cui Yuji was Mu Hongjin's confidant and was also the first lieutenant of Jiang. Everyone had to give him face. When they heard that Cui Yuji had found his long-lost nephew, they specially prepared a banquet for his return. Everyone wanted to take a look. The Cui residence was huge. There was a lake at the back of the residence. Jiang had a lot of water and the water was gentle. In the middle of the lake, there was a long pavilion in the middle of the lake. Today's banquet was held in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. In the pavilion, the servants had already prepared a few long and short tables. The banquet on the tables was also very sumptuous. Some of the distinguished guests had already taken their seats. Cui Yuji, the master of the residence, had yet to leave the residence. He didn't have a wife and only had 4 concubines. Therefore, the only one who helped to greet the guests was the old housekeeper, Zhong Fu. Next to a woman on the right side of the pavilion sat a young girl dressed in pink. This young girl was delicate and charming. Her skin was slightly darker, so she had put on more makeup. This made her look less barbaric and more melancholy. She frowned impatiently and asked, "It's already so late. Why aren't young Master Qiao and his wife here yet? What's the hurry?" The woman next to her, who was probably her mother, smiled and comforted her. "The banquet hasn't started yet. Moreover, Lord Cui hasn't arrived yet. How can young Master Qiao show himself first? Min'er, are you hungry?" Yan Min'er, who was the young girl dressed in pink, frowned and said, "I'm not hungry. It's natural for us to wait for Cui Zhongqi. However, I heard that Cui Zhongqi's nephew was adopted by a merchant after he left Jiang City. Now, he's just a merchant. How can a merchant who stinks of money be worthy of our bitter wait? Does he really think he's a big shot?" After all, the noble families in Jiang all knew that Qiao Huanqing was a merchant. Although they came to the banquet today because of Cui Yuezhi, they didn't think highly of Qiao Huanqing in private. They just wouldn't say it out loud like Yan Min'er. "Shoo," Madame Yan hurriedly covered her mouth. "Don't talk nonsense. No matter what, he's still Lord Cui's nephew. I think he's spoiling you too much. That's why you're so lawless. Didn't you see that Lord Cui set up a banquet today to welcome young Master Qiao? Do you think Lord Cui will be happy if you say that young Master Qiao is bad? So what?" Yan Min'er said disdainfully, "Lord Cui and my father are friends. He won't blame me." "Oh you." Madame Yan wanted to stop her beloved daughter from speaking without thinking, but she couldn't bear to really scold her. Yan Min'er's beautiful eyes turned. She thought for a while and said disapprovingly, "I think that maybe he hasn't seen such a big event before. He's hiding somewhere and doesn't dare to come out. He's waiting for Cui Zhongqi to help lead the way." Yan Min'er and Madame Yan's conversation was overheard by a lady dressed in green. This lady was slightly younger than Yan Min'er and was more beautiful and slender. She asked, "I heard that young Master Qiao's wife is a famous talented lady in Hu province. Is she pretty?" Yan Min'er smiled and said ambiguously, "Even if she's a famous talented lady, she can't compare to Jiang Xiao." Ling Xiu was the beloved daughter of Ling Dianyi from the imperial residence's record office. She could compose poems at the age of 5 and was famous in Jiang at the age of 7. She was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She was delicate and beautiful. She was outstanding in Jiang City where most women were beautiful and bold. When she heard that there was another talented lady from Hu province, she wanted to compete with her. When another lady heard this, she covered her mouth and sneered. "Ah Xiao, you don't have to compare yourself to a merchant's wife. You don't have to lower yourself. Maybe the title of a talented lady is just a lie. You're just putting on a golden coat for yourself." Ling Xiao laughed too. If young Master Qiao really stays in Jiang, he won't be a merchant in the future. A merchant is a merchant. The stench of money is in his bones. It's not something that can be covered by a change of clothes. Yan Miner's tone was scornful. He's not elegant after all. The ladies laughed together. At this moment, someone said, "Cui Zhongqi is here." Everyone looked up and saw a middle-aged man walking over from the end of the pavilion by the lake. This man was round and had a broad body. He looked simple and honest, and his smile was amiable, like the Maitreya Buddha. He wore a black martial attire and was in high spirits. When he reached the entrance of the pavilion, he handed the long spear in his hand to his subordinate and said with a smile, "Everyone is here." Everyone quickly stood up and greeted Cui Yuezhi. In Jiang, Cui Yuezhi was second only to one person. Therefore, everyone in the imperial residence had to give him face. Cui Yuezhi turned around and asked Zhong Fu, "Are Huanqing and the rest here?" "I've sent someone to invite them." Zhong Fu smiled. "They should be here soon." Yesterday, Cui Yuezhi had a discussion with the princess in the imperial residence. He accidentally drank a few cups and stayed in the imperial residence. This morning, he had a quarrel with the group of stubborn old men. He had not seen his nephew until now. He touched his chin and said, "I wonder how my nephew looks like? Does he look like Big Brother? How similar are you to me?" Zhong Fu wanted to say something but stopped himself. To be honest, apart from his gender, that young Master Qiao had nothing in common with the Cui family. "I heard that the child was raised in a merchant's family." Cui Yuezhi was a little worried. "Although I don't mind these things, the nobles in the city value status the most. I just hope that they don't belittle themselves." Zhong Fu still wanted to say something, but at the end of the pavilion, a servant of the Cui family came over and said, "Young Master Qiao, Madam Qiao has arrived." Everyone subconsciously looked up. At the end of the pavilion, beside the lake, two people walked side by side. It was a man and a woman. Both of them were very young. The man was very tall and his body was as straight as jade. He wore a dark green embroidered robe with black and gold pythons. He was very elegant. His fine black hair was tied up with a green jade hairpin. His eyes were exquisite and bright. The woman standing beside him had a bright smile on her face. She was bright and adorable. It was unknown what material her clothes were made of. At first, it looked like an ordinary plain white, but as she walked, it glowed with shades of blue, purple, and gold. It was dreamy and very moving. The two of them were both outstanding in appearance and bearing, and they were strangely compatible. When they stood together, it was an indescribable feeling of being a perfect match. For a moment, everyone in the pavilion was stunned. Was this a merchant who was reeking of money? Could a merchant have such extraordinary charm? Cui Yuezhi was also stunned. Was this his elder brother's son? His elder brother's appearance was 70% similar to his. Not to mention handsome, just the word slender was difficult to achieve. This was a little too good-looking. Yan Miner was stunned. Suddenly, her face became extremely ugly. She knew these two people. This woman was the one who embarrassed her in the embroidery workshop that day. This man was the one who mocked her for her dark skin. After she returned to the residence, she couldn't take it lying down. She didn't expect that these two people were the nephew and niece-in-law that Cui Yuezhi found. She was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. At the side, Ling Xiao's gaze fell on Xiaoju. She was a little dazed. She only muttered, "There's actually such a good-looking man in this world." Jiang was different from Shuajing. The female lead was beautiful and bold, while the male lead was masculine and brave. It was probably because things were rare that was precious. Just like how a talented woman like Ling Xiao was highly sought after in Jiang, a handsome, noble, and elegant man like Xiao Ju was really rare. All the unmarried women at the banquet stared at him like wolves staring at meat. He Yan also noticed these covetous gazes. He secretly cursed in his heart. Xiao Ju's face really attracted bees and butterflies wherever he went. Lin Shuanghe followed behind the two of them. At first, everyone thought that he was Xiao Ju's relative or friend. When they found out that he was the housekeeper, they were also shocked. They probably didn't expect that the conditions to be a housekeeper in Huzhou would be so harsh. Cui Yuezhi arranged for Xiao Ju and He Yan to sit on the right side of his long seat. Huanqing. Cui Yuezhi looked at him with a smile. I really didn't expect you to be so good-looking. He really made the Cui family proud. In Jiang City, no one was more outstanding than the young man in front of him. When Cui Yuezhi was young, he was ridiculed behind his back for being a round ball. He was vulgar and fat. Before Qiao Huanqing returned, he heard rumors in Jiang City and was waiting to see another little fat ball. Who knew? He really made them proud. The Cui family wiped away their shame. Good, Xiao Ju nodded calmly. Cui Yuezhi's gaze fell on He Yan again. He smiled and said, Niece-in-law looks young too. How old are you this year? He Yan said, almost 17. 17 is good. The more Cui Yuezhi looked at He Yan, the more satisfied he was. His nephew and niece-in-law were both good-looking. Their children in the future would be even more good-looking. The Cui family's bloodline would definitely be stronger with each generation. When he thought of this, he felt very gratified. He even wanted to go to the ancestral hall and burn 2 sticks of incense for his elder brother. Today's banquet in the middle of the lake is specially held to welcome the two of you. Cui Yuezhi smiled and said, Do you think it's all right? Xiao Ju said, It's very good. Thank you, uncle. The word uncle immediately pleased Cui Yuezhi. He smiled so widely that his face was about to burst. He said to the crowd, As you can see, this is the only son of my deceased elder brother. He's my nephew. The guests immediately raised their cups and complimented Cui Yuezhi with things like extraordinary appearance and profound elegance. They also congratulated Cui Yuezhi for reuniting with his family and so on. Cui Yuezhi was even happier. He ordered the servants to serve the dishes and the banquet began. There was no custom in Jiang for men and women to sit at separate tables. The long tables were arranged according to their gender. Cui Yuezhi asked Xiao Ju in detail about the past few years. As they talked, the topic shifted to He Yan. I heard that my nephew and niece-in-law just got married not long ago? We got married in October last year in Hu district, Xiao Ju said calmly, less than half a year ago. Cui Yuezhi replied with an oh. He said regretfully, It's a pity that I didn't see it with my own eyes. He patted Xiao Ju's shoulder. If I could see you get married with my own eyes, I would die without regrets. What does your family do? Cui Yuezhi asked. Hu district is too far from Jiang. It's not easy to find out about many things. He Yan answered according to what he had said before, I'm only from an ordinary family. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, young master. An ordinary family? Everyone had different expressions on their faces. This was a commoner's family. The world always thought that although Qiao Huanqing was born into a merchant family, he was still considered rich. Money could make the devil turn millstones. Moreover, he was so outstanding. If he married the daughter of a minor official, it would be more than enough. However, he married Wen Yuyan, who was from an ordinary family, who had neither money nor power. Why? If he liked Wen Yuyan's beauty, he could have just asked her to be his concubine. Why did she have to be his wife? The young girl's gazes towards He Yan immediately carried traces of envy and jealousy. Ling Xiao's gaze shifted slightly and landed on Xiao Ju's face. The young man was handsome to begin with. At this moment, he was sitting lazily. However, due to his occasional indifference, he looked even more attractive. He was comparable to all the men in Jiang. She looked at He Yan again. She was only the daughter of an ordinary family. How could she be compared to her in terms of appearance and status? A trace of unwillingness surfaced in her heart. Wen Yuyan was not worthy of Qiao Huanqing. She was the only one who deserved to stand side by side with Xiao Huanqing. She stood up and said softly, "Today, Lord Cui has found his family. This is a good thing worth celebrating. I'm not talented, but I'm willing to play a song for Lord Cui to congratulate you." After she finished speaking, her gaze swept past Xiao Ju and she revealed a shy smile. The young men in the banquet were overjoyed when they heard this. They stared at Ling Xiu with sparkling eyes. Jiang City's young ladies had always been bold and confident. If they had outstanding talent, it would not be embarrassing to show it in front of everyone. However, Ling Xiu was different from the others. She did not like to take the initiative to show off. Even at a banquet, she would use all sorts of excuses and would only agree when she had no choice. However, it was the first time that she took the initiative like today. Moreover, it was her best zither skill. This made everyone look forward to it. Cui Yuezhi was also very happy. He waved his hand and said, "Good. Ah Xiu, you've opened our eyes today. If you play well, Uncle will give you a big gift." Lord Ling and Madam Ling smiled. They were already used to such glorious things. After all, the entire Jiang city knew that Ling Xiu was unparalleled in talent and beauty. The servant quickly brought a zither. This zither was also emerald in color. It was as green as the grass and trees in spring. She was also wearing a light green gauze dress. She really looked like a charming spirit in spring. Her slender fingers, bathed in incense, gently plucked the zither strings. She was playing late spring. The spring breeze blew the horse-woolling In the warm west lake in March, the strings touched the water and the orioles in the flower market. "I don't know if the music will reach here." She frowns as she passes the mountains. Her hair is piled up in the willows. The sound of the zither was pleasing to the ear. It brushed past people's ears, making them feel intoxicated. He Yan was also the same. He only felt that this young lady's hands were really skillful. Compared to his own movements of plucking the zither, if he was not careful, he could pluck the strings and break them, not to mention playing a complete song. She was really amazing. She was intoxicated by the music. When she glanced over, she saw that Xiao Ju was unmoved. He only lowered his head and drank his tea. She could not help but touch him and whispered, "Why aren't you listening?" Xiao Ju replied, "I'm listening." "Then why don't you look like it's very nice to listen to?" "What do you mean by very nice to listen to?" He Yan pointed to the other side with his mouth. "Like them." The young men present, and even some of the older young masters, were staring at Ling Xiu in a daze. It was as if they were drowning in the sound of the zither. Their eyes were flashing with admiration. Xiao Ju retracted his gaze and said coldly, "Boring. You're really hard to please." He Yan muttered softly, "I think it's very nice to listen to. She's also very pretty. If I can get to know such a girl, I'll definitely be very happy." "Very happy?" Xiao Ju suddenly smiled. He looked at him and said with interest, "I hope you'll be as happy from now on." He Yan did not understand what he meant. He only said, "Of course I'll be happy from now on." While they were talking, Ling Xiu had finished her song. She looked at Xiao Ju and saw that Xiao Ju was talking to He Yan with a smile. He seemed to be teasing her. Ling Xiu saw this scene and her heart sank. She was even more dissatisfied. She stood up and the people around her praised her. Cui Yuezhi also smiled and said, "Ah Xiu, your zither song lingers on. But the sound still lingers in my ears, 9 days. No one would deny her zither music." Ling Xiu looked at Xiao Ju again, but he lowered his head and drank his tea. He did not even look at her. Instead, Wen Yuyan beside him looked at her with a smile, as if he was mocking her. Ling Xiu's smile was a little stiff. After a while, she said humbly, "Ah Xiu doesn't dare to show off in front of an expert. I heard that Madame Qiao from Huzhou is a famous talented woman. Her zither skills are superb. Since we're fated to be here today, can you let Ah Xiu experience it?" After saying that, she looked at He Yan with anticipation. Let everyone see how exquisite Madame's zither skills are. He Yan was watching happily. When he heard that, he was stunned. Why was she suddenly mentioned? When Yuyan's zither skills were superb? Was that so? Why didn't she know? He Yan looked at Lin Shuanghe for help. This was her husband. Lin Xianxia turned his head away as if nothing had happened. He pretended to talk to the people around him. He did not intend to help her. I think that's not necessary. He Yan said, Miss Ah Xiu's zither skills are already very good. I don't need to do anything more. How can you say that it's unnecessary? Ling Xiu looked at He Yan with sincerity. Ah Xiu really wants to listen to Madame's zither music. He Yan was speechless. Her zither music? Her zither music could drive away evil spirits and calm the house. It was not for appreciation. When Ling Xiu saw He Yan's awkward expression, she could not help but feel proud. She thought that the rumors about Wen Yuyan's talents were probably just a pretense. If she could make a fool of herself in front of everyone today, she would become the joke of Jiang City. Yan Min'er, who had always been at odds with Ling Xiu, could not help but gloat when she saw this scene. Previously at the embroidery workshop, although it was Xiao Ju who said those sarcastic words, Yan Min'er blamed He Yan for it. A woman who was admired by such an outstanding man was always particularly eye-catching. Especially when she did not look special, she made people feel that she did not live up to her reputation. He Yan looked at Xiao Ju who was beside him. Xiao Ju was drinking tea leisurely with a calm expression. No wonder, he said, I hope you can be as happy from now on. Did he already guess that this would happen? How did he know? This kind of strange thought was unpredictable. How could Xiao Ju see through it? Did she have the ability to read minds? He Yan muttered in his heart. He reached under the table and secretly tugged at Xiao Ju's sleeve. He whispered, Can you help me? Xiao Ju said calmly, Didn't you learn it before? I didn't learn it, He Yan said, Lin Xianxia had taught me before. He even said that I was already very good. But when I heard this girl play just now, I feel that my playing is not quite right. His words were tactful, but in fact, it was not just not quite right. It was ridiculously wrong. You don't know anything about zither, chess, calligraphy, or painting. He said, Other than swindling, what else do you know? He Yan said. Hesitantly, breaking a boulder on my chest? But she couldn't just show others how to break a boulder on her chest. Xiao Ju, if I expose myself, we're all finished. Help me, He Yan pleaded, Commander-in-Chief, Young Master, Second Young Master Xiao, husband? Xiao Ju was obviously disgusted by this husband. He said, Speak properly. He Yan, then I'll take it that you agree. The two of them spoke very softly. In the eyes of the crowd, He Yan seemed to be acting spoiled to Xiao Ju. Xiao Ju was very indulgent. Cui Yuezhi smiled and said, What? Does Yu Yan not want to play the zither? To be honest, after we got married, I made a promise with my wife. My wife's zither skills are superb, and she can only play for me. Xiao Ju said calmly, So today, I'm afraid I can't do as you wish. Everyone was stunned. He Yan was also stunned. He never thought that Xiao Ju would use this reason. But thinking about it, this reason was very good. After all, if he used other reasons once, there would be a next time. This reason would also prevent the next time. After all, there was no reason to break a promise. Ling Xiu's expression was stiff. She looked at the young lady sitting beside the young man. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore. She smiled and said, But today is the day that young master and Master Cui are reunited. There are so many people here, it's not a big deal to break the promise once. My promise with my wife cannot be changed. Xiao Ju looked at her calmly, You must listen. I can do it for you. At the end of the sentence, his tone became cold. He was already impatient. Ling Xiu was also shocked by his coldness. For a moment, she didn't dare to speak. Cui Yuezhi smiled and said, Huanqing also knows how to play the zither? I only know a little. Then I want to hear Huanqing play the zither today. Cui Yuezhi laughed loudly, My Cui family has never produced such an elegant person. Zhong Fu, wipe the zither again. No need. Xiao Ju said, Butler Lin, bring the evening fragrance zither. Xiao Ju was very particular about the things he used. He Yan meant that he knew. But in the eyes of those who didn't know, especially Ling Xiu, it was as if Xiao Ju didn't want to use the same zither as her because he didn't like her. She couldn't help but bite her lips. She reluctantly returned to her seat. Lin Shuanghe quickly brought over Xiao Ju's evening fragrance zither. He Yan still remembered this evening fragrance zither. Before she went to the Liangzhou guards to pretend to be Qingli Su, she was drunk and crushed this zither. Xiao Ju even brought it to Liangzhou to get it repaired. Just by looking at it, she knew that it was very expensive. Fortunately, Xiao Ju didn't ask her to pay for it. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to pay it back even if she sold herself. She vaguely remembered that she had heard Xiao Ju play the zither. But she was half drunk and her memory was blurry. Now that she saw this zither, the memories of her drunken stupor flooded her mind. The man sat in front of the zither, burning incense and bathing his hands. Unlike Ling Xiu's deliberate playing, he was much more lazy and casual. His movements were very natural. If he wasn't someone who played the zither for a long time, he wouldn't be able to do it so smoothly. At a certain moment, He Yan seemed to have seen the dissolute youth lying on the loquat tree in the Xianchang dojo. But he had grown up. The zither strings were plucked. His hands were slender and had distinct joints. They were very good-looking. When they fell on the zither strings, a pleasant sound flowed out. This sound was different from the late spring that Ling Xiu had just played. It was different from the cheerful late spring. It was quiet with a hint of melancholy, like a river illuminated by the bright moon, flowing into the distance. He was playing River Moon. This song was very difficult and tested one's zither skills. He Yan had heard someone play it before. It was her master, Lu Buwang. However, when Lu Buwang played it, he was more reminiscing or lost. The feeling of Xiao Ju playing it was different from that of Lu Buwang. When a handsome man did elegant things, he was always particularly eye-catching. Even Ling Xiu, who had just been frightened by Xiao Ju, or Yan Min'er, who had been mocked by Xiao Ju before, and even more people, couldn't help but be immersed in his music at this moment. He Yan was no exception. When he played the zither, his disc wing-like eyelashes drooped down, covering the indifference in his eyes, leaving only gentleness. His facial features were excessively handsome, and his thin lips were slightly pursed, making him look restrained and charming. He Yan thought that it was indeed difficult to see someone more outstanding and good-looking than him in this world. When the song ended, Xiao Ju withdrew his hands. Everyone stared at him and was silent for a moment. If it weren't for his river moon, Ling Xiu's late spring should be very outstanding. But after comparison, Ling Xiu's zither skills seemed mediocre and not so amazing. Both men and women stared at Xiao Ju, and there was only one confusion in their hearts at this moment. Wasn't it said that Qiao Huanqing, who came from Huzhou, was adopted by a merchant's family? But now it seemed that the information was wrong. Such a person didn't seem to be raised by a merchant's family. Cui Yuezhi's face became even more proud. The more he looked at Xiao Ju, the more satisfied he was. He laughed and said, "Huanqing, your song stunned us all." Previously, Her Highness always said that Ah Xiu's zither skills were the best in Jiang City. The next time I bring you to the prince's mansion, Her Highness will definitely praise you if she hears your music. When everyone heard this, they all had different thoughts. Since Cui Yuezhi mentioned the princess, it meant that he wanted to bring Qiao Huanqing into the prince's mansion. If that was the case, they couldn't treat him as an ordinary merchant. Xiao Ju smiled slightly and glanced at He Yan with his deep eyes. He said calmly, "I've embarrassed myself. To be honest, my zither skills are not even 1/10 of Madame's." "Really?" Cui Yuezhi looked at He Yan in surprise. "How good must it be?" He Yan blushed. It was quite embarrassing. After Xiao Ju finished playing the zither and received everyone's praise, she returned to her seat. After that, He Yan no longer had the mood to eat heartily. Who knew if there would be other people coming over to see her other talents? What if they wanted her to write poems? She couldn't just say, "I have an agreement with my husband." She sat down nervously all the way to the end of the table. Fortunately, nothing else happened. After eating and drinking, everyone dispersed. He Yan followed Xiao Ju out. It was only at this time that he was able to speak with Cui Yuezhi alone. Cui Yuezhi's oldest concubine walked beside He Yan, slightly behind Cui Yuezhi and Xiao Ju. This concubine was older than He Yan. She looked gentle and honest, and her surname was Wei. Concubine Wei said, "Young master is really good to young mistress." He Yan was stunned. Just as he was about to ask, "Why do you say that?" he thought about it and said with a smile, "Yes, my husband loves me very much. He usually listens to me and is always on my side. I also feel that I am really lucky in my previous life to be able to find such a good husband in this life." Concubine Wei laughed and said, "Everyone says that the women of Jiang are straightforward. I think young mistress is the one who has something to say." He Yan laughed in his heart. If he gave Xiaoju the title of excessively doting on wife, wouldn't she be able to use this title to do whatever she wanted in Jiang? Xiaoju probably didn't expect that she would dig a hole for herself. As they spoke, the two of them had already entered the main hall of the residence. They didn't know which concubine of Cui Yuji's had already prepared hot tea and was waiting for them to enter. Cui Yuji sat down on a chair and waved his hand. "All of you are dismissed." The concubines and servants all left. He smiled and said, "Huanqing, Yuyan, sit." Although Cui Yuji was a cavalry officer, he didn't put on any airs. He looked no different from a soldier in the army. He looked honest and kind, but he had a pair of bright and sharp eyes. They were like a blunt and heavy saber. When the saber was unsheathed, it was terrifying. Xiaoju and He Yan sat down on the chairs beside him. "Yesterday, I wanted to come back and pick you up, but Her Highness the Princess held a banquet and couldn't come back. It's only today that we meet." He carefully observed Xiaoju for a while, then sighed and said, "Just now at the banquet, I only thought that you looked good. Now that I look carefully, you and my dead big brother do have some similarities." He Yan, he looks similar to me as well. Cui Yuezhi said, "As expected of a member of my Cui family." He Yan, Xiaoju nodded. "When you were born, I even carried you. At that time, you were only the size of 2 of my fists. Maybe only 1 of my fists." Cui Yuezhi said, "Big brother couldn't bear to let me touch you. Later, you were taken away." His eyes dimmed. "Big brother and sister-in-law missed you before they died. If they could see you being so outstanding today, they would be very happy." Xiaoju was silent. Cui Yuezhi laughed. "Look at me. Why would I talk about these unhappy things? What a bummer." "Huanqing, Yuyan, you came at the right time. In a few days, it will be the spring equinox. Jiang's Water God Festival will be held. You must join in the fun. I guarantee that you won't want to leave." He Yan was surprised. "Spring equinox? What?" Cui Yuezhi said, "Is there something wrong?" "No, no." He Yan laughed. "It's just that my birthday is also the spring equinox. A few days later." "What a coincidence." "Really?" Cui Yuezhi was also surprised for a moment. Then, he laughed. "It seems that Yuyan and Jiang are fated. Your birthday coincides with the Water God Festival. Huanqing, when the time comes, you must celebrate Yuyan's birthday." Xiaoju glanced at her and said, "Okay." They chatted for a while more. Then, Cui Yuezhi stood up and said, "Huanqing, Yuyan, come with me to the ancestral hall to offer incense to big brother and sister-in-law. You haven't seen each other for many years. If they know that Huanqing is married now, they will be very happy." He Yan and Xiaoju followed him to the ancestral hall. After Cui Yuezhi offered incense, it was already late. Cui Yuezhi asked the servants to bring them back to their rooms so that they could rest early. When tomorrow arrived, they would go sightseeing in Jiang City. When the two of them returned to their rooms, He Yan impatiently sat down on the bed and said, "I'm so tired. I've been sitting upright for the whole day. Pretending to be a woman is really not something that humans can do. Even the daily training in the martial arts field is much easier than this." "Pretending to be a woman?" Xiaoju chuckled. "It seems like you really don't think of yourself as a woman." He Yan was also very helpless. He thought that this couple that Xiaoju found was also a talented woman. If she wanted to pretend to be the daughter of a military officer or the girl who helps the docks move firewood for sure too, it would be perfect. Xiaoju took off her outer garment and placed it on the wooden table next to the sofa. He Yan sat up. "I really have to thank you for today. If it wasn't for your help, something big would have happened. Didn't I spoil my wife too much? Didn't I do everything for your sake?" Second young master Zhao's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. "That's what I should do. He Yan, did you hear that? Although it was all a lie, it was still very embarrassing for Xiaoju to hear it. She smiled and said, I just wanted to make our relationship seem more loving and real. Young master, please don't be angry. Just as they were talking, someone knocked on the door. He Yan said, come in. Cui Jiao and Hong Qiao each carried a basket of food and placed the plates on the table one by one. He Yan was startled and asked, I didn't ask anyone to make food. I asked. Xiaoju said, leave it here and go out. Cui Jiao and Hong Qiao obeyed and left the room. He Yan asked curiously, didn't you eat enough? You were at the banquet just now. Xiaoju sneered. I wonder who was the one who couldn't sit still because of Ling Xiu. He was so frightened that he didn't even eat. He said, promising? He Yan muttered, you found out. Xiaoju, yes, everyone found out. Is it that obvious? He Yan was very suspicious, but when he saw the food on the table, he immediately became happy. He said, so these are specially for me? Thank you, young master. Young master, you're too kind. There's no one better than you in the world. Don't say any more. Xiaoju frowned slightly. It makes me sick. He Yan was already used to his way of speaking. He pulled him to the table and sat down. Just treat it as supper. You can eat with us. I'm not eating. Eat, eat. He Yan pulled his sleeve and didn't let him go. He gave him a pair of chopsticks. Look, there are 2 pairs of chopsticks here. They were originally prepared for 2 people. I can't finish them alone. Young master. Please help me. Xiaoju seemed to have heard a joke. He said lightly, lady, he might have underestimated his good appetite. Although I have a good appetite, I'm not a glutton. He Yan said, besides, haven't you heard of the saying a feast for the eyes? I could eat 3 bowls of rice, but after seeing young master's good looks, I can eat 5 bowls. Xiaoju choked for a moment. Are you a pig? Don't speak so harshly. He Yan said as she pushed a plate of shrimp seeds with winter bamboo shoots and 3 gourd rolls in front of him. Don't you like to eat these? Eat. Xiaoju was stunned. After a moment, he looked up at her. How did you know? He Yan stuffed a piece of 1,000-layer steamed cake into her mouth. I saw you eat twice during breakfast. During lunch, you did it again. You won't touch anything you don't like. I guess you like it. But you're strange. Why do you like to eat vegetarian food? Are all rich people so particular? She thought to herself. No wonder his waist was so thin. Xiaoju didn't answer her. He just lowered his head and ate slowly. He Yan didn't care about him. When she was young, she wanted to be a man. Because she was afraid of being exposed, she especially liked to study the details. After all, the details determined success or failure. She carefully observed all the men in the He family. At one time, some people even thought that he had a mental problem. Later, when he was in the army, it was better. After all, he had been a man for many years and already had experience. If she really wanted to observe a person, she would be able to observe very carefully. Moreover, Xiaoju was now with her. It was too easy for her to know what he liked to eat and what he disliked to eat. Is your birthday really after the spring equinox? He Yan was eating happily when Xiaoju suddenly asked. She paused for a moment, but didn't show it on her face. She said indifferently, how is that possible? I just said it casually. What if Master Cui wants to give me a birthday gift? Wouldn't I take the opportunity to make a lot of money? Xiaoju snorted. Liar. How am I a liar? He Yan took an inch and wanted a mile. She boldly retorted. I think young master was the one who pretended to be perfect at the banquet today. You fooled everyone. What, I have an agreement with my wife. Ha ha ha, young master, to be honest, I didn't expect to hear such words from you. Xiaoju calmly looked at He Yan's teasing. When she was done laughing, he asked, is it very funny? It is very funny. He nodded. Then you can deal with it yourself in the future, Madam Qiao. He Yan couldn't laugh anymore. She said, young master, I just said it casually. Please don't take it to heart. Xiaoju ignored her and drank the soup unhurriedly. Stingy. She said, you are so stingy that it makes people gasp in amazement. Xiaoju was still unmoved. He Yan rolled her eyes and softened her voice. Husband, this concubine was wrong. Please forgive this concubine's rudeness. This concubine won't dare to do it again. Husband. Xiaoju couldn't take it anymore. Shut up. He said, you'd better speak properly. He Yan understood that the cold and emotionless military governor Xiao was someone who was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. She laughed loudly. Her laughter traveled to the room next door. Fei Nu and Qi Wu, who were playing cards with Lin Xuanghe, raised their heads at the same time. Qi Wu sighed and said, to actually go to such an extent to put on an act, the governor is really too hardworking. That He Yan is the same. He practically thinks of himself as a woman. If they are like this, what reason do we have not to work hard? Fei Nu was speechless. Lin Xuanghe heard this and also held back his laughter. Yes. Indeed, they are very hardworking. At night, one person slept on the bed and the other slept on the side of the couch. The next morning, He Yan woke up slightly later. When he woke up, he saw Xiaoju standing at the door talking to Fei Nu and Qi Wu. He Yan washed up and Cui Jiao and Hong Qiao brought breakfast to the kitchen. He Yan said to Xiaoju, young master, it's time to eat. You eat by yourself. Xiaoju said. I have something to do today and will not be in the residence. You and Lin Xuanghe stay in the residence. Don't run around. Are you going out? What are you going to do? He Yan asked. Can you bring me along? Xiaoju was silent for a moment. She said, it's not convenient. He Yan hesitated for a moment. He walked over and whispered, are you going to look for Xianxia's whereabouts? Qi Wu was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect Xiaoju to tell He Yan about this. Yes. It will be suspicious if I bring you along. He Yan nodded. Okay, then you go. It was rare for her to be so straightforward. She didn't stick to him like a tail. Xiaoju was surprised for a moment. She looked at her thoughtfully. He Yan turned and walked into the room. If you want to go, go quickly. If I change my mind, you won't be able to get rid of me. Xiaoju didn't say anything. She led Qi Wu and Fei Nu away. After they left, He Yan finished his breakfast alone. Cui Yuezhi wasn't in the residence. He went to train the soldiers early in the morning. He Yan went to the next room to look for Lin Xuanghe. He didn't find him. Lin Xuanghe's servant smiled and said, housekeeper Lin went out early in the morning. He said he was going to buy some things and will be back later. He Yan thought for a moment and understood. Lin Xuanghe wasn't a real housekeeper. He had been around Xiaoju for the past few days, so he was probably tired of her. It was rare for Xiaoju to go out today. He had some free time, so he naturally went out to play for the whole day. However, this person was too unkind. He didn't call her along when he went out. He was probably afraid that she would complain to Xiaoju. However, Lin Xuanghe's actions were exactly what He Yan wanted. She had been in Jiang City for a few days, but because she was now Wen Yuyan, she was always with Xiaoju. She didn't have any extra time to inquire about Lu Buwang's whereabouts. Today, Xiaoju and Lin Xuanghe weren't here, so she could act alone. When Lu Buwang parted with her, he had said that if she had the chance to pass by Jiang City in the future, there was a tea house at the foot of the Lian Mountains outside Jiang City. If she wanted to find him, she could go to the tea house to inquire. She might have a chance to meet him again. He Yan put on her outer clothes and packed her things. Seeing this, Cui Jiao asked, Madam, are you going out? Young master and the housekeeper aren't here today. I don't know anyone in the residence, so it's quite boring. Let's go out and take a look. The weather is very good these days. Why don't we go for a walk in the mountains outside Jiang City? The two maidservants looked at each other. Why would she want to go for a walk in the mountains? It's settled then. He Yan said. After thinking for a while, she put the 9-section whip that could be stretched into several pieces in her arms, turned around, and walked out of the door. Let's go. Without Xiaoju, He Yan was free and unrestrained. She was a guest of the Cui family, so no one in the Cui family dared to stop her. Zhongfu was worried about her going out alone, so he wanted her to take 2 guards from the Cui family with her, but He Yan refused. I'm just going to walk around nearby. I won't go far. Moreover, it's broad daylight and there are many people here. There shouldn't be anyone who dares to steal. Housekeeper Zhong can rest assured. I'll go find my husband after a while. The 2 guards by my husband's side are skilled in martial arts, so they should be enough. Only then did Zhongfu reluctantly agree. After leaving the Cui family, He Yan asked Cui Jiao to hire a carriage not far from the residence. She asked the coachman to head out of the city. Hong Qiao carefully asked, "Madam, are we really going out of the city?" "We're not going out of the city. We're going to take a look at Qiyun Mountain outside the city." He Yan said, "When I came here, I passed by Qiyun Mountain. I saw the beautiful scenery on the mountain and yearned for it. Since I'm free today, it's just right to go now." She spoke as if she was telling the truth. The 2 maidservants did not doubt her. When they arrived at the city gate, He Yan showed the token that Cui Yuji gave her to the city gate guards. When the city gate guards saw that she was someone from the Cui family, they easily let her go. He Yan was allowed to leave the city. Qiyun Mountain was just outside the city gate. It was not difficult to walk. When they reached the foot of the mountain, He Yan pretended to say, "I'm a bit thirsty. Why don't we look for a tea house nearby and rest for a while before going?" Cui Jiao and Hong Qiao naturally would not say no. Hong Qiao got off the carriage and said, "Madam, rest in the carriage first. This servant will go down and take a look." Not long after, Hong Qiao came back and said with a smile, "There's a tea house nearby. It's not far away. Madam, this servant will help you down. Let's walk there directly." He Yan readily agreed. Not long after they walked, they saw a tea house under a locust tree at the foot of the mountain. There were 2 or 3 customers drinking tea and chatting. He Yan went up and asked for a few cups of tea and a little bit of tea. She let Cui Jiao and Hong Qiao moisten their throats with the coachman. "Madam, this servant is not thirsty." "This servant is not thirsty either. It's such a long journey. How can you not be thirsty?" He Yan said, "Drink. I'll ask the shopkeeper if there's anything fun around here." Without waiting for the 2 to answer, He Yan walked straight ahead. The owners of the tea house were a middle-aged couple. Their heads were wrapped with a green cloth and their skin was dark. Probably because of the heat, it was a little red. When the aunt saw He Yan, she asked, "Miss, are the tea and snacks not to your taste?" He Yan said with a smile, "No, I'm here to ask you about someone." "Ask about someone?" The shopkeeper put the handkerchief in his hand on his shoulder. "Miss, who do you want to ask about?" "His name is Lu Buwang," He Yan gestured. "He's a head taller than me. He's quite good-looking. He's about 40 years old. He carries a zither and a sword. He likes to wear white clothes like a swordsman." After a pause, she added, "He doesn't necessarily wear white clothes. In short, he's an extremely elegant man." After all, she hadn't seen Lu Buwang for many years. Perhaps the current Lu Buwang didn't like to wear white clothes anymore. The aunt thought for a moment and smiled, saying, "Miss, the person you're talking about is layperson Yunlin, right?" "Layperson Yunlin?" "Yes, we don't know his name. However, a few days after the Water God Festival every year, he'll appear in our tea house and ask us for a cup of tea. As for layperson Yunlin, we just heard others call him that, so we called him that. We don't know his name either. However, according to what you said, the person who wears white clothes, is very elegant, is good-looking, and carries a zither should be this person." He Yan was delighted and only asked, "Then do you know where he is now?" "Miss, you're making things difficult for us," the shopkeeper said. "In this place, we don't ask people where they came from. Naturally, we don't know where he is now, but don't be discouraged. He comes here every year after the Water God Festival. I think he should be in Jiang City now to catch up with the Water God Festival during the spring equinox." He Yan looked troubled. Jiang City wasn't small. If she borrowed Cui Yueji's men, it might not be difficult to find Lu Buwang. Unfortunately, this matter couldn't be known to others. Naturally, she could only look for him alone. It wouldn't be easy. Seeing her strange expression, the aunt asked, "Miss, who is he to you? Why are you looking for him?" "He's an old friend that I haven't seen for a long time." Xian smiled bitterly. After a moment, she said, "If that layperson Yun Lin comes here to drink tea again after the Water God Festival this year, I'll have to trouble the shopkeeper to help me pass a message to him. Tell him that he is now in Jiang City. Please don't leave and wait to meet him here." "Okay." The shopkeeper said with a smile, "I'll definitely bring it to him." Only then did Xian feel relieved. She returned to her seat in the tea house and sat down. Cui Jiao and Hong Qiao said, "Madam, the tea is cold." "It won't taste good if it's cold, so I won't drink it," Xian said. To be honest, with the lesson from her previous life, she really didn't dare to drink tea casually from outside. The two maidservants looked at each other. After a while, Hong Qiao asked, "Madam, have you thought about where to go?" "I just asked the shopkeeper. He said that there are wolves on the mountain these few days, so it's best not to go up the mountain." Xian lied without changing her expression. "I thought about it and felt that it's too dangerous for weak women like us. Therefore, we won't go up the mountain today. Let's go straight back to the residence." The coachman was speechless. He wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything. How could she go out for a walk and then go back without doing anything? Wasn't she just playing with people? The Madam of Hu province couldn't be offended. She was clearly arrogant because she was pampered, she was too much. On the other side, Xiao Ju and the other two found the location of Tsuiwei Pavilion. Lei Ho said that the person who contacted him by letter was in Jiang's Tsuiwei Pavilion. Xiao Ju suspected that this person was Xianxia. However, the shop in front of her had become a piece of charred wood. When she smelled it carefully, she could still smell the burnt smell. This Tsuiwei Pavilion was originally a shop that sold jewelry. The scout who replied cupped his hands and said, "Half a month ago, a fire broke out one night and burned Tsuiwei Pavilion to the ground. The shop assistants, shopkeeper, and the new accountant, Mr. Chai, didn't run out. The person was gone, and the clues were cut off." "Are there any bones?" Xiao Ju asked. "They've all been burned to ashes." "How could there be any bones?" The neighbors all said that it was very tragic. This Tsuiwei Pavilion has always been here. The government said that this place will be renovated in a few days, but the surrounding shops are all closed because they think it's unlucky. Chi Wu threw the silver ingot to the scout, who kept it. He cupped his hands and disappeared into the crowd. Xiao Ju looked at his back and said after a while, "He escaped. It didn't burn earlier or later. It just had to burn half a month ago." Obviously, Lei Ho's capture was exposed, so the other party escaped. "Do we still need to investigate?" "Young master," Fei Nu asked, "now that the clues are cut off." "There's no need to investigate." Xiao Ju turned around. The two of them were stunned. Since the other party knows that they've been exposed, they must be hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. The enemy is in the dark, and so am I. Therefore, we don't have to do anything. "Just wait," he said. When Xian went back, Xiao Ju hadn't come back yet. She said to Cui Jiao and Hong Qiao, "I was really willful today. I'm afraid that my husband will blame me for running around without guards when he comes back. So, don't mention to him that the three of us went out today." Cui Jiao and Hong Qiao nodded. "You can leave." She fell on the bed. "I'll rest for a while." The two maids left the inner room. Xian lay on the bed with a lot on her mind. Lu Buwang might be in Jiang City, but how could she find him? If she had known this would happen, she would have agreed on a specific location with Lu Buwang when they parted. A tea house where she didn't even know his name was a bit careless. But even if she found Lu Buwang, what should she say? Xian was no longer the same as before. Even she herself felt that it was ridiculous to talk about reincarnating in someone else's body. However, she still wanted to see Lu Buwang. After all, in her previous life, Lu Buwang was one of the few people who had given her real warmth. He was both a teacher and a friend. The reason why General Fei Hong could become General Fei Hong was because of Lu Buwang's skills. Thinking of General Fei Hong, she couldn't help but think of He Rufei. She wondered how He Rufei was now and whether her former subordinates had found something wrong. Su Jihing. He Yan and Su Jihing should have been married. She was the legitimate miss of the He family, the real daughter of a noble family. He Yan felt inexplicably irritable. She hugged the quilt and rolled to the back of the room against the wall. Her face was facing the wall, and she was unhappy. Someone's voice sounded behind her. Why are you reflecting on your mistakes? He Yan turned around. Young master? She sat up with a grunt. You're back. Xiaoju glanced at her, took off her coat, and said, Are you bored out of your mind? It's really boring here. She sat on the bed, looked up at Xiaoju, and asked, How was it? Did you find Xianxia's whereabouts today? No. Why didn't you find him? He Yan asked curiously, Is there a mistake in the information? He's dead. He Yan was stunned. A fire burned them to death. Not even their bones were left. He Yan frowned. That's not right. Why did he die at this time? And he was burned to death without leaving any trace. Is this a lie? Xiaoju smiled and said, You're very experienced in liars. He Yan sat cross-legged and analyzed for him, I'm just being observant. Could it be that this person had received some kind of news in advance? But young master, you've always been secretive. No. One should know that we're here in Jiang. Moreover, Jiang is easy to leave but hard to enter. If he really wants to hide from someone, Jiang is the best choice. I don't think he wants to leave. Xiaoju took a sip of the tea on the table and said lazily, Continue. He Yan said, Then he must be hiding and waiting for the right time to do something big. The best time to fish in troubled waters is when the waters are the most murky. When the waters in Jiang are the most murky, isn't that the Water God Festival? These days, everyone is saying that the Water God Festival is the biggest festival in Jiang. With such a grand occasion, it'll be the right time, place, and people to cause trouble. Xiaoju laughed. Her tone was not praising, but it was not harsh either. Lady, he is really smart. Not really. He Yan modestly waved his hand. Compared to young master, I'm still a far cry. Xiaoju glanced at her. She did not know why, but her gloomy mood was lifted. She shook her head and sneered, Flattery. It's only right for a concubine to flatter my husband. He Yan deliberately disgusted her. This person would get used to it after being disgusted a few more times. Xiaoju looked at her with a faint smile. Before you talk about a concubine, please take a look at your sitting posture. Even your husband can't compare to your sitting posture. He Yan lowered her head and retracted her crossed legs. She coughed twice. I forgot. I think you're confused. He sneered. Are you a man or a woman? It's not like I don't want to be a woman. He Yan muttered. But someone has to treat me as a woman first. Xiaoju was startled and raised his eyes to look at her. After the young girl finished speaking, she hugged the quilt and rolled to the corner of the couch. She was so happy that she didn't seem to realize that there was a trace of disappointment in her words. But someone caught it. The 4th day of the middle of spring was the middle of the equinox. The moon lingered in the green field, and the sky was clear with intermittent clouds. On the day of the spring equinox, the entire city of Jiang celebrated the Water God Festival. Early in the morning, He Yan lay on the bed. As soon as she woke up, she felt a slight pain in her abdomen. She reached out to touch it and was shocked. She hurriedly got up. Without greeting Xiaoju, she secretly took out a menstrual pad from her bag and walked to the toilet. These days in Jiang City, things happened one after another. She had almost forgotten about it. Calculating the days, it was about time for her period to come. If one were to talk about her past life and present life, He Yan's biggest headache in the military camp would be her period. There were always a few days when it was inconvenient and she had to carefully avoid the eyes of others. In her previous life, it was fine. Probably because she had a strong body, she did not feel any discomfort. But now, Lady He was pampered and spoiled. Her period was also a bit painful. In the military camp, she could only grit her teeth and endure it. Now that she had not trained for a long time, her body was tired and she immediately felt uncomfortable. He Yan put on the menstrual pad and came out of the toilet. She could not help but sigh in her heart. Of all times, she had to come today during the Water God Festival. Wasn't she just causing trouble? She slowly returned to the room. Cui Jiao came over with a bowl of iced cheese and fresh goat's milk. The Cui family's food was really delicious. He Yan really liked these snacks. Today, however, she rubbed her stomach and shook her head. I'm not eating. Xiaoju looked at her in surprise. He Yan sighed and went to the inner room to pour herself some tea. Xiaoju stared at her back and was puzzled. She asked Hong Qiao, what's wrong with her? Hong Qiao shook her head. I don't know. Madam has been like this since she came back from the toilet. You don't even know? Lin Shuanghe walked in from outside. When he heard this, he leaned close to Xiaoju and whispered, her period is here. You have to take care of this girl during her period. Don't let her tire herself out. Don't move heavy objects and don't eat cold food. She's in a bad mood and might throw a tantrum at you. As soon as he finished speaking, He Yan shouted from the room. Cui Jiao, forget it. You should bring that bowl of goat's milk over. I thought about it. And still want to eat it. Xiaoju, he said to Cui Jiao, take it out. Don't give it to her. Cui Jiao was in a difficult position. Between the kind madam and the cold young master, she chose to listen to the young master. She took the bowl of goat's milk out. He Yan sat on the couch for a while but did not see any movement. When he walked out, he saw Xiaoju and Lin Shuanghe. There were no more snacks on the table. He asked, where did Cui Jiao go? When we leave the Fu, you should quickly dress up. Xiaoju said, don't wait too long. He Yan asked, now? Yes. Lin Shuanghe answered with a smile, official Cui and the others are already in the main hall. He Yan did not dare to delay any longer. The Water God Festival was a traditional festival in Jiang. Every year during the spring equinox, there would be various kinds of activities on the canal in the city center. The men were fine, but the women had to comb their hair in the style of Jiang. Hong Qiao lived near Jiang, so she was very good at combing hair. In just a moment, she had braided He Yan's hair into a Jiang girl's braid. A thin braid circled around her forehead, and the braid was braided into the back of her hair. It was very delicate, and only a rose hairpin was inserted into her right temple. She was wearing a bright red long dress that was very well cinched around her waist. On her feet were black boots embroidered with small flowers. She looked lively and cute, with bright eyes and white teeth. She really looked like a girl from Jiang City. He Yan walked out of the house. Lin Shuanghe's eyes lit up, and he said, our madam is really too beautiful. She looks good in everything. You flatter me, He Yan said humbly, and followed Xiaoju and the others to the main hall. When they arrived at the main hall, just as Lin Shuanghe said, Cui Yuezhi and his concubines were already waiting. Huanqing is here. Cui Yuezhi stood up and said with a smile, with Yu Yan's dressing today, those who don't know better would really think that she is a girl who grew up in Jiang. Don't you think so? The concubines obediently agreed. It's getting late. Let's set off then, Cui Yuezhi said. Today in Jiang, they could not take carriages because the people had all gone out. The streets were crowded with people, and it was very inconvenient to take carriages. The group of people walked to the canal. The canal was located in the center of the city. It passed through the city and circled around Jiang. He Yan thought that Jiang's Water God Festival was similar to the Dragon Boat Festival in the Central Plains. There were rivers of all sizes in the city, and wherever there was water, there were all kinds of beautifully decorated boats. There were also boatmen dressed in red clothes and black scarves on the boats. They were singing and rowing, and they were probably singing Jiang's folk songs. It was very lively. There were also girls singing along with them by the river, and the atmosphere was very lively. Jiang's Water God Festival is also a festival for young girls and young men to pledge their love. The concubine surnamed Wei explained to He Yan, other than worshipping the water god, there are also many festivals for lovers. I heard that Miss Yu Yan and our young master are newly married. You can go and join in the fun. He Yan said. There's no need for that. Cui Yuezhi heard their conversation. He laughed and said, that's right, that's right. I remember Jiang's famous Lover's Bridge. You should go and take a look. Jiyoung's legends say that lovers who cross Lover's Bridge during the Water God Festival will never be separated. He Yan whispered to Xiaoju, "Did you hear that? We will never be separated." Xiaoju's gaze fell on her face. She sneered, "How scary." He Yan was speechless. After all, they were not a real couple. The words "never be separated" did not sound like a blessing. Instead, it sounded more like a curse. Unfortunately, Cui Yuezhi seemed to have an endless amount of concern for his nephew's family matters. He walked to a place not far from the canal and said, "Look, this is Lover's Bridge." He Yan looked in the direction he was pointing. He saw that there was a bridge about 7 to 8 feet above the canal. The two ends of the bridge were submerged in the tall stone walls on both sides. This bridge was a suspension bridge. It swayed and was very narrow. It could barely allow 1.5 people to cross. If there were 2 people, they would have to be very close to each other. The bridge was made of wooden planks. However, the gaps between the planks were very large. If one was not careful, they would fall. Just looking at this kind of suspension bridge made people feel terrified. If one walked on it, they would see the torrential river. Moreover, it was high up. A timid person would probably be scared to the point of peeing their pants. "This is Jiyoung's Lover's Bridge." Cui Yuezhi sounded proud. Only courageous people who are deeply in love with each other dare to walk on this bridge. If they walk on it, the water god will bless them. These 2 lovers will never be separated. After he said this, he patted his chest. "I've only walked on it 4 times. He Yan looked at the 4 concubines behind him. He did not say anything, but he was very puzzled. Would the water god really bless them if they walked on it too many times? Wouldn't they feel offended? Moreover, to be together with several people for a lifetime without being separated, it sounded a little too disrespectful. If she walked on it, she would only walk on it once in her life, and she would only walk with one person. When she thought about this, she felt that she was thinking too much. What did this have to do with her? In this life, she probably would not have this opportunity. This opportunity is hard to come by. "Huanqing, Yuyan, you 2 should walk on it too." He Yan, ? "Yuyan, are you afraid of heights?" Cui Yuezhi smiled. "Don't worry. Even if you fall, there are people around you who will be responsible for catching you. You should know that there are thousands of lovers who walk on Lover's Bridge every year, but only a few cross it. If there is any danger, they would not be allowed to cross the bridge. Crossing the bridge is just a test of courage and love." He looked careless, but when he mentioned this, he was especially meticulous. "Love will give you courage. Courage born from love will make you invincible." He Yan thought, "But there is no love between Xiaoju and me, so where did the courage come from?" Concubine Wei smiled and agreed. "That's right, Miss Yuyan. Didn't you say that young Master Huanqing is obedient to you and dotes on you? He loves you so much, so he will definitely protect you and walk on the bridge together safely." Their discussion was so heated that some people in the surrounding crowd could hear them. He Yan and Xiaoju were both outstanding, so the people around them started to jeer kindly. "Young master, walk on the bridge with Miss Yuyan. After crossing Lover's Bridge, you will love each other until your hair turns white. Go on. Seeing that you are a perfect match, the water god will bless you." He Yan was clustered in the middle of the crowd. Hearing the jeers around him, he felt helpless. However, Lin Shuanghe did not mind the commotion. He also laughed and said, "That's right. Since we are already here, let's walk on the bridge and show them. Our Hu province's young master is very brave." Cui Yuezhi patted Xiaoju's shoulder. "Moreover, Her Highness loves lovers whose love is stronger than gold. If you can cross Lover's Bridge, it will be much more convenient when I bring you into the prince's mansion to see Her Highness." Princess Muhongjin. He Yan was stunned. Xiaoju frowned slightly and said, "Okay." He Yan. "Young master?" She did not really have to walk on this Lover's Bridge, did she? She was not afraid of heights, nor was she afraid of the water god, nor was she afraid of crossing the bridge. However, when these 3 things were added together with Xiaoju, why did it sound so creepy? It was ridiculous. Xiaoju turned to look at her and said calmly, "Are you afraid?" "I'm not afraid of anything else." He Yan whispered, I'm afraid of damaging your reputation. His gaze was indifferent and his tone was calm. I've already damaged it so many times, this time won't make a difference. He Yan. Coincidentally, she was pushed to the end of Lover's Bridge with Xiaoju. When she walked to the end of the bridge, she realized that the bridge was narrower than it looked from below. The gap between the wooden planks was especially large. It was almost as if they had to jump to cross the bridge. It was fine for one person to walk up, but if there were two people, they would have to stick close to each other. Naturally, they could not use Qinggong. They could only try to maintain their balance and rely on the tacit understanding of the person beside them. With a little bit of luck, they could cross the bridge. He Yan cursed in his heart. It would be fine if they knew martial arts. Thinking about it, if a weak scholar brought a lady to cross the bridge, it would be strange if they did not fall. Although there was someone below to catch them, they would still be frightened. Moreover, it was not a good sign. They would be looking for bad luck for no reason. The water god's conditions were too harsh. Cui Yuezhi and the others did not come up. They only looked at them from afar. Lin Shuanghe shouted loudly, Young master, madam, the water god will definitely protect you. Chiwu was speechless. He whispered to Fei Nu, Young master has sacrificed too much this time. If it was fake, it would be fine. They would have walked for nothing. If the water god was real, it was too scary. Two men would never leave each other's side for life? Their young master did not have homosexual tendencies. If the old master was in the ground, he would be so angry that he would come back to life. Thinking about this, he felt that this was inappropriate. He could only pray in his heart, it's a temporary measure, a temporary measure. Water god, please be magnanimous. Please don't take it seriously. He Yan looked at the narrow bridge and felt troubled. He asked Xiaoju, how do we walk? Walk one by one? Do you think we can walk one by one? Xiaoju asked in return. He Yan lowered his head and looked at the crowd on the shore. He said helplessly, maybe not. Xiaoju stretched out her hand and said, hold on to me. The hand that was exposed from her sleeve was slender and well-defined. He Yan hesitated for a moment. He did not grab her hand. He only grabbed her wrist. Seeing that Xiaoju did not have any reaction, his heart calmed down. He encouraged himself again and again in his heart, it's just a festival. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. They are not real lovers. There's no need to think too much. We just have to cross the bridge quickly. Let's go. Xiaoju walked forward. The two of them walked onto the bridge together. As soon as he stepped on the bridge, the suspension bridge began to sway and tremble, as if it was going to throw him off. The weight of the wooden planks could not allow two people to walk side by side. The only way was to be close to each other. However, Xiaoju and He Yan could not do that. Therefore, He Yan could only walk slightly forward while Xiaoju followed behind. He used his hands to protect He Yan's side and staggered a little. However, this way, it looked like Xiaoju was holding He Yan in his arms and the two of them walked forward together. He Yan was a little uncomfortable at such a close distance. If he raised his head slightly, his forehead would almost touch Xiaoju's chin. He could only look straight ahead and pretend as if nothing had happened. She said, Commander-in-Chief, this bridge is shaking so much that it's difficult to walk. Why don't we use Qinggong? Or pretend that we can't walk and fall? Someone will catch us anyway. After a moment of silence, Xiaoju said, step on my boots. Hold on tight. He Yan was stunned. That's not good, right? Hurry up. Since he had already said so, He Yan could not refuse again. Moreover, it was indeed much simpler for two people to walk on the Lover's Bridge. However, where should he put his hands if he were to step on his boots? If he put his hands on his waist, it would seem a little ambiguous. However, if he grabbed his wrist like he did just now, it would be too unstable. After thinking about it, He Yan reached out and clasped his shoulders. He could barely maintain his balance. Hold on tight, Xiaoju said. As she spoke, she held the two ropes of the suspension bridge with both hands and slowly walked forward. In the past, it was not that no one had thought of other methods. For example, a man would carry his beloved girl and directly cross the bridge. However, it was the first time that one person stepped on the other person's boots and walked on the other person's path. If one were to say that this was smart, it was smart and moving. However, if one were to say that it was intimate, it seemed a little restrained. The crowd under the bridge was a little confused, but they did not think too deeply about it. They just assumed that the young masters and young ladies from Hu province were not as open as Jiang and did not like to do anything overly intimate in public. That was why they acted this way. However, in the eyes of the people who came with them, there was a big difference. Chiwu immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at He Yan as if he had sullied his master. He only said hatefully, "How can it be like this? This brat is taking all the advantage." Who was the one taking advantage? He Yan on the bridge wanted to cry but had no tears. The suspension bridge was extremely unstable. With every step that Xiaoju took, it swayed violently. His steps were very steady and his expression was also calm. He Yan felt his heart beating very fast. When they reached the middle of the bridge, the wooden plank under Xiaoju's feet seemed to be unstable. He stepped on it and his body tilted, almost falling down. He Yan was shocked and instinctively reached out to wrap his arms around Xiaoju's neck. When he came back to his senses, both of them were stunned. The distance between them was very close. If his lips were a millimeter closer, He Yan's lips would have touched the corner of his mouth. He Yan looked up and met Xiaoju's limpid eyes. At this moment, Xiaoju's eyes were deep like a bottomless pool with layers of ripples. The handsome young man's thin lips were tightly pursed and his Adam's apple moved slightly. For a moment, he seemed to want to say something. However, after a while, he gently turned his head away. He Yan was extremely embarrassed. She whispered, "I'm sorry." Xiaoju did not answer. He Yan did not dare to look at Xiaoju's face. For some reason, he felt that the atmosphere had become awkward. In his heart, he only hoped that they could quickly finish walking on the bridge. On the other side of the bridge, the crowd was looking forward to the show. Xiaoju steadied himself and continued to walk forward. He Yan saw that they were about to reach the end of the bridge. He was delighted and immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Secretly, he thought that this was even more torturous than the day training at the martial arts arena. When Xiaoju reached the end of the bridge, He Yan could not wait and said, "We're here, we're here." She wanted to take a step back and increase the distance between her and Xiaoju. Who knew that the suspension bridge had not been repaired for many years and was already unstable? When she took a step back, the wooden planks behind her flipped and she stepped on nothing. Xiaoju softly reprimanded, "Be careful." He Yan grabbed her and pulled her to his side. He Yan followed the force and fell forward. She only felt that she had fallen into a warm embrace. She subconsciously steadied herself and raised her head to look. It would have been better if she did not move. Once she moved, the other party seemed to be looking down at her as well. Thus, a warm and soft thing that was as light as a feather brushed past her forehead. It was only for a moment and then it was gone. She froze on the spot. He Yan did not know what to do for a moment. He stood there and did not dare to move. He only felt that the place where his lips had touched was burning hot. Xiaoju also froze. She stood there without moving. Her beautiful eyes drooped and no one could tell what her expression was. However, Big Brother laughed and said, "Why are you standing there? This young master has already arrived." Xiaoju seemed to come back to her senses. She let go of his hand as if she had been stung by a bee. She turned around coldly and said, "Let's go." He Yan replied with an "Oh." He covered up the turbulent waves in his heart and pretended that nothing had happened. He followed behind Xiaoju. However, he was screaming in his heart. She actually kissed Xiaoju, although it was only on the forehead. Such an intimate contact was really hard to ignore. Even if it was just an accident, this accident came at the wrong time. They had just crossed Lover's Bridge. If the water god saw this, he might really think that they were lovers. He Yan shivered. Xiaoju did not know if it was because of what had happened just now. She walked very quickly. He Yan could only quicken his pace to follow her. When they returned to Cui Yuji's side, the people who had been watching the show clapped. Cui Yuji also laughed and said, Huanqing, you are indeed a son of the Cui family. You passed it on your first try. I was still thinking that if you did not succeed this time, you would not dare to do it next time. Ha 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 ha, I did not expect that you would pass Lover's Bridge so smoothly. He Yan thought to himself that he was even thinking about the next time. This Lover's Bridge really had no bottom line. This is good. Concubine Wei smiled and patted He Yan's hand. After crossing Lover's Bridge with young Master Huanqing, we will not be separated even if we go to the ends of the earth. He Yan, it was really scary. Chiwu and Fei Nu were also speechless. Only Lin Xuanhe was overjoyed. Waving his fan, he said, even I want to take a walk. Then you go, He Yan said angrily. Just now, Lin Xuanhe did not hesitate to kick up a fuss. That's fine, Lin Xuanhe said reservedly, there are so many things in the world, why should we drink all of them? This bridge doesn't fit me. Moreover, where am I going to find a girl who can carry me across the bridge? Xiaoju, shut up. He Yan did not dare to say anything. This joke was too embarrassing. Fortunately, when they were getting off the bridge at the end, they were far away. Everyone only saw that she almost fell and Xiaoju caught her, so they didn't see the mark on her forehead. Otherwise, if Lin Xuanhe made a joke about it, she would be too ashamed to show her face. Since we've finished crossing Lover's Bridge, let's take a look at the other activities of the Water God Festival. Cui Yuezhi smiled, look, this is the market square on the water. Jiang was close to the water, so boats of all sizes were already docked on the river. At the stern of the boat, there were people sitting and rowing. At the bow of the boat, there were all kinds of snacks, fruits, or jewelry. If someone on the shore took a fancy to something, they would wave their hand and the boat would stop by the shore, allowing the guest to carefully choose. If a tourist on the boat took a fancy to something, both boats would stop in the middle and the hawkers on the boat would let them choose. He Yan saw a small boat selling horseshoe-shaped pastries wrapped in large green leaves. The pastries were embedded with Chinese yams and red dates and sprinkled with a thin layer of honey. They looked very tempting. Cui Yuezhi saw that she liked them, so he asked his servant to stop the boat on the shore and buy a few packets. He Yan took the packet, thanked him, and took a bite. Immediately, she felt the fragrance in her mouth and cheeks. It was so sweet that it made her salivate. She sighed inwardly. Compared to these pastries, the cakes that she and He Yunqing sold in Shuajing were very ordinary. She ate seriously. Her mouth was puffed up like a squirrel. Xiaoju couldn't stand it anymore and said, there's pastry crumbs on your mouth. What? He Yan didn't hear clearly. The next moment, Xiaoju angrily threw a handkerchief at her face, wipe it clean. It's so embarrassing. He Yan, she wiped her mouth and said, there's so much trouble. As she said that, she heard a burst of exclamations from the other side. She turned around and saw a horse racing field. There were many people surrounding it. She didn't know what they were doing. She pointed to the other side and asked, what's that over there? That. Cui Yuezhi looked in the direction she pointed and said, this is called Snatch the Wind. What's Snatch the Wind? Look, there are many horses in the horse racing field. Cui Yuezhi smiled and said, the horse track is a circle. In the middle is a high platform. There's a flag on the high platform. You have to ride a horse. When you pass by the high platform, you have to jump up and snatch the flag. After you get the flag, you have to jump down from the high platform. It's best if you land on the horse's back. If you can get the flag in the specified time, you have to successfully snatch the wind. If you can successfully snatch the wind, you will get a good prize. Next to it is a copper kettle. The shorter the time, the better the prize. He Yan listened and said softly, isn't this a battle for the flag? Lin Xuanhe waved his fan and asked with a smile, it sounds interesting, but what kind of prizes are there? There are all kinds of prizes. If a man wants something for himself, it's mostly weapons. Sometimes, there's also silver. If a man wants something for a woman, it's mostly jewelry, or cloth. As Cui Yuezhi spoke, he led a few people to the horse racing field. The horse racing field in Jiang was not big. It was not as big as the training field at the foot of Mount Baiyue in Liangzhou. However, there were already many people surrounding it. In front of them, a few men dressed in martial arts clothes were riding past them. The horses stirred up a gust of wind. When they passed by the high platform, a few people jumped up and competed to be the first to reach the top of the flagpole. The flagpole was very high. There was no place to land, so they had to rely on their martial arts to get up. One of them reached the top of the flagpole and fell down before he could even grab the flag. He fell into the sand pit below the stage. The other person, on the other hand, barely managed to pull the flag with his hand before falling down. He didn't get to ride a horse and only received a string of copper coins as a prize. On the other side, there was a table with all kinds of prizes for snatching the wind. There was a dazzling lineup of everything. At a glance, Xian saw that there was a whip at the very top. The whip was very long and looked very tough. It was oily purple and looked very useful. Xian was afraid that his identity would be exposed, so he could not use a sword. Most of the time, he used a whip. However, the whips in the training field were not considered treasures. This whip looked much better than the ones he used before. Xian was instantly tempted. She asked the owner of the horse racing field, "Excuse me, what's the price for this whip?" The owner of the horse racing field laughed and said, "Miss, you have good taste. This is our biggest prize for snatching the wind this time. The purple jade whip is in the copper pot's hourglass. If you can grab the flag in the shortest time, you will get this whip." Today, many young men came for this whip. However, no one has taken it yet. "I think it will be difficult today." When she asked, everyone looked at her. Cui Yuezhi smiled and said, "Yuyan, do you like this whip?" "I think it looks very special," Xian said modestly. "Why don't you let Huanqing compete for it for you?" Cui Yuezhi smiled and said, "I have seen Huanqing's foundation. He should have practiced martial arts before. He should not be afraid to go up." After all, Cui Yuezhi was also a martial artist. He could see the other party's skills clearly. Xian looked at Xiaoju. Xiaoju said coldly, "Don't even think about it." "I have already started to think about it." Xian approached him and begged in a low voice, "Help me get this whip for me. With this whip, it will be easier for me to work for you in the future. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone here is male, I would definitely do it myself." "Commander-in-Chief, General, young master. Husband?" Xiaoju said, "Shut up." Xian could only shut up. His gaze turned and landed on the purple jade whip again. He was extremely envious. Sometimes, it was not easy to come across a good weapon, especially one that could be obtained for free without any effort. It was a once-in-a-decade opportunity. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss it, however, today? Today was her period. Her abdomen was a little uncomfortable. But it should be bearable? Xian deliberated for a while. If he could get the flag in the shortest time possible, it would only hurt for a short while. It was still okay. Thinking of this, he smiled and asked the owner of the horse ranch, "May I ask if women can participate?" The owner of the horse ranch was stunned. The people around him were also stunned. The owner of the horse ranch hesitated and said, "Yes, but no one has ever done this before." Xiaoju turned her head and looked at him in disbelief, "Are you crazy?" "I have no choice," Xian said helplessly, "but I think that it will be very difficult to encounter this whip in the future." "Don't worry, you know my ability. This kind of small situation is not difficult for me. Aren't you, aren't you?" At this point, he seemed to find it difficult to speak and didn't continue. Xian looked at him strangely, "Not what?" She raised her hand to tie up her hair. It was inconvenient to have long hair. As for her clothes, she could only tie them up first. Just as she raised her hand, Xiaoju grabbed her elbow. "What's wrong?" Xian asked. Xiaoju endured and stared at her like a knife. She said word by word, "I will go." "Eh?" Xian was stunned. Before he could say anything, Xiaoju walked forward and said something to the owner of the horse ranch. "Huanqing wants to seize the wind?" Cui Yuezhi was surprised, "For the whip that Yuyan likes?" Xian was speechless. In fact, although she had begged Xiaoju, she did not expect Xiaoju to do this kind of thing. A general who was in charge of tens of thousands of soldiers was doing this. Moreover, second young master Xiao had always been proud and would not be interested in this kind of thing. She did not expect him to really go. The owner of the horse ranch brought Xiaoju inside to get the horse. Concubine Wei smiled and said with envy, young master Huanqing treats Miss Yuyan very well. What he said wasn't wrong, but, for a moment, He Yan was confused. Lin Shuanghe looked at He Yan and then looked in the direction that Xiaoju had gone. He stopped fanning himself and stood there thoughtfully. Not long after, Xiaoju came out on horseback. It was spring, a field of fresh green, warm and velvety. The handsome noble young master lit up the surrounding spring scenery. Today, in order to cater to Jiang's water god festival, he didn't wear a long robe. Instead, he wore casual clothes, which made him look even more elegant and charming. His gaze was lazy and cold as he sat upright on the horse's back. He immediately attracted everyone's attention. He Yan heard a woman exclaim behind him, "What a handsome young master! His eyebrows are handsome and he looks noble. When did Jiang have such a person? Which family's young master is he?" When He Yan heard this, he felt honored. A poem appeared in his mind, the spring grass is green and the clouds are white. Thinking of the gentleman riding a horse, he looks good. He suddenly remembered when he was young at the Xianxia pavilion. They hunted in the winter and the one who hunted the most game would be rewarded. Xiaoju alone came out on top. At that time, He Yan could barely draw his bow and shoot an arrow. In the end, he did not hunt a single game. He could only follow the crowd's shocked and envious gazes as he watched the young man walk out from the snow. He was dressed in brocade and a fox fur coat, looking very charming. Many years had passed, but he was still the same. As long as he stood in a crowd, he would become the most dazzling person. No matter how many things had happened, a pearl could not be covered in dust. Xiaoju rode his horse around the horse ranch. At this time, besides the men, many women also gathered around to see Xiaoju. Lin Shuanghe walked to He Yan's side and said in a low voice, "Little sister, you are amazing. Xiao Huijin is actually willing to stand in the limelight for you." He Yan was surprised. I also did not expect him to help. Who would have thought? She suspected that Xiaoju was also possessed. But looking at how he treated her before, it did not seem like it. "Are you very touched and want to repay him with your body?" He Yan was shocked and wanted to refute loudly. Suddenly, he remembered that Cui Yu and the others were still around. He could not be presumptuous. He replied in a low voice, "No. I don't like the martial governor." "If you don't like him, then why are you so nervous?" Lin Shuanghe said mischievously, "Brother, your ears are red." He Yan quickly covered his ears with both hands. "It's not like that. Don't talk nonsense." At this time, they suddenly heard a burst of exclamations from the crowd. The two of them looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Xiaoju had already galloped to the foot of the high platform. He did not stop and directly flew up. The slippery long pole was as if he was walking on flat ground. Although the people around them were relaxed, it was not easy to go up. They had never seen such a scene and such an easy person. He was extremely fast, like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was already at the top of the pole. He then stepped on the end of the pole and casually pulled down the red flag. The wind blew and the flag flew in his hand. For a moment, the young man's face overlapped with that of the bright and beautiful youth in the spring. His eyes were unfocused and he slightly raised his eyebrows. He looked at the people below the platform, or perhaps he was just looking at He Yan. He smiled and said, "I got it." He Yan looked at him in a daze. For a moment, she could hear the sound of her own heartbeat. It was so loud that it was difficult to ignore. In her mind, she suddenly remembered the lessons she had listened to when she was young in the Xianchangguan. It was written in the record of the passing of the lamp. The sixth ancestor, Hui Ning, lived in the Dharma temple for the first time. There were two monks arguing. One cloud moved the wind, the other cloud moved the flag. The sixth ancestor said, "The wind does not move the flag, but it moves the heart and ears." She originally felt that these words were cryptic and difficult to understand. She did not understand what it was saying. Now, there was no explanation, no reasoning. She only needed to look at it. Just one look. In this situation, she completely understood. It was not the wind, it was not the flag, it was the heart. A youth in a dark green riding outfit dismounted after receiving the flag and landed on the ground. His success was astonishing. The owner of the horse ranch wasn't a stingy person. He handed the purple jade whip to Xiaoju and praised, "Young master has great skills. In recent years, you are the fastest person to receive a flag." Cui Yuji couldn't help but clap. "Huanqing, before you arrived, I heard that your adoptive father had found a martial arts master for you. Now, it seems that martial arts master has put in a lot of effort into teaching you. Even in Jiang City, it's rare to see someone with such skill." Xiaoju nodded with a smile. "Uncle is too kind." He Yan thought that Cui Yuji still didn't know that Xiaoju was still holding back. If he were to really fight openly, it would probably shock everyone and expose his identity. Just as she was thinking, Xiaoju walked over and threw the purple jade whip into her arms. He Yan was overwhelmed by the favor. Thank you." He felt that Xiaoju was different today. She seemed to be very easy to talk to and had a good heart. However, he couldn't think of a reason, so He Yan shook his head. "Now that you have the purple jade whip," Aunt Wei said with a smile. Concubine Wei smiled and said, "Why don't we go take a look at the sacrificial ceremony by the river? It's very lively. You can even get offerings from the water god. After eating the offerings, you'll be bathed in divine water. You'll be blessed throughout the year." Cui Yuji slapped his head. Right. I almost forgot about that. "Huanqing, Yuyan, you two go and pray for a good omen. How can we not attend the water god festival?" What was the water god sacrificial ceremony? He Yan was confused, but he couldn't refuse such hospitality. He followed the crowd towards the canal. When they got close, they saw that there was a large empty space near the canal. There was a round stage set up and there were many people wearing masks singing and dancing. It was probably a folk song from Jiang City. The tune was very cheerful and there were people of all ages. It was very lively. As soon as he came to a stop, he heard a lady's voice, "Lord Cui." The few of them looked over and saw Ling Xiu, the young miss of the Hall of Ceremony who had played the zither for everyone as a guest a few days ago. Ling Xiu. Beside her stood Yan Min'er, who was glaring at them with hostility. Ling Xiu was also dressed up today. She was wearing a pink corset dress and a pair of small boots that Jiang women wore. Her long hair was also tied up with small braids. She looked gentle and playful. She smiled and said, "Min'er and I just arrived here, and we met Master Cui. It's really too much of a coincidence." "What a coincidence." Cui Yuezhi also smiled. "Ah Xiu, Min'er, where are your parents?" "Father and mother are on the boat. Min'er and I brought the servants and guards here to take a walk. We wanted to see the sacrificial ceremony and take some offerings back." His gaze fell on Xiaoju. Xiaoju was only looking in the direction of the stage and did not even look at him. Ling Xiu's heart sank. Actually, she and Yan Min'er did not see Xiaoju here. They had already seen him when they were fighting for the wind at the horse field. The young man was as handsome as the moon and was stunning beyond compare. The way he held the flag and smiled was immediately imprinted in people's hearts. It was hard to forget even if one wanted to. However, such a man was in the limelight in front of everyone just to win a whip for that woman. Ling Xiu was extremely jealous. She was born with good looks, talent, and knowledge. She was also of noble birth. There were many talented young men in Jiang City who admired her, but she looked down on none of them. However, one day, such a person came and surpassed everyone in the city. It was a pity that he was a married man, and he was so good to his wife, who looked ordinary and mediocre. If at first, Ling Xiu was only angry at Xiaoju for ignoring her, after a few times, she even hated He Yan. If there was no Wen Yuyan, if she had met Qiao Huanqing first, this would not have happened. What was so good about that woman? Qiao Huanqing must have been blinded by lard to mistake a fisheye for a pearl. He Yan was looking at the people dancing and singing on the stage with great interest. He asked Concubine Wei, "Why are they all wearing masks?" A mask represents a person's identity. These are all legends related to the water god. Dancing and singing during the ceremony is actually to convey the legend of the water god. Concubine Wei smiled and said, "If Miss Yu Yan likes, you can also dance with us on the stage and play one of the roles." When the ceremony is about to end, the elders will use a willow branch to dip the water of fortune and sprinkle it on everyone. After bathing in the water of fortune, there will be joy in the extreme. He Yan had never heard of such folklore. He said, "It's quite interesting." Ling Xiu went forward and smiled. "Does Madame Chow also want to go on stage?" He Yan waved his hand. "I'm just saying. Minner and I also want to go on stage and dance. If Madame is willing, it will be very lively." She stared at He Yan with a gentle and considerate smile. But for some reason, He Yan instinctively resisted. She was actually not very proficient in the relationship between women and could even be considered careless. But she could still distinguish between ordinary hostility and friendliness. Why did Ling Xiu have an unconcealable hostility towards her? He Yan thought about it and could not think of any way to offend this lady. "Both of you are about the same age." Cui Yuezhi smiled and said, "You Yan should go up together. Our Jiang's water god ceremony is very simple and not difficult. If there is anything you don't understand, Ah Xiu and Minner can teach you." Cui Yuezhi had already said it. If He Yan continued to refuse, it would seem like he did not respect Jiang's folklore. He said, "All right then. But I don't know how to dance." "Don't laugh at me." "I won't." Ling Xiu said sweetly, "We will teach you." Then, she pulled Yan Minner towards the stage. "Let's go get the masks first." He Yan braced herself and sighed. Forget it. Even if Ling Xiu and Yan Minner were hostile to her, they didn't know martial arts, so they wouldn't do anything to her. It was nothing more than some harmless little jokes. It was not a big deal for her to be clever. As she was thinking, she heard someone beside her say, "Why didn't you refuse?" He Yan was surprised and turned to look. Xiao Ju's gaze fell on her face. She could not tell what kind of expression he had. He said mockingly, "You obviously don't like it. Why didn't you refuse?" "I don't think that's a good idea." He Yan hesitated. "If I refuse, Master Cui might not be happy." He laughed as if he did not agree with He Yan's way of doing things. He said, "If you don't like it, just refuse. You have the ability to refuse, Lady He." He reminded her, "You can't make everyone happy." That was true, but it seemed to have become a habit for her to try her best to make everyone happy and achieve perfection. On the other hand, Yan Minner pulled Ling Xiu aside and whispered, "What do you mean by this? Who wants to dance with her? I can't wait to annoy her." "I'm not going." "Wait." Ling Xiu grabbed her. "Let me finish." "What are you talking about?" "I've heard about what happened at the Shou Luo workshop." Yan Minner's face immediately turned red when she heard this. She choked for a moment and said, "How did you know? Who doesn't know about this now? The news has already spread." Ling Xiu looked at her with a smile. "Don't be angry. Of course, I'm on your side. Besides, I don't like Wen Yuyan. If that's the case, how can I let her have it easy?" "What do you want to do?" Yan Minner said angrily. "Isn't this a dance? I don't want her to be in the limelight. I want her to make a fool of herself." Ling Xiu smiled and pointed at the masks. "At the side. Let her suffer. The girls of Jiang are not so easy to bully. I've never seen Madame dance." Lin Shuanghe waved his fan and said meaningfully, "I'm really looking forward to having such an opportunity to broaden my horizons today." He Yan thought to himself, "She doesn't know how to dance. At most, she can dance with a sword. However, she's a foreigner. Even if she dances at the ceremony, others will only treat her too harshly. I just hope that she doesn't make a big mistake. I'm just here for the fun." While he was thinking, Ling Xiu and Yan Minner came over. Yan Minner was holding a few masks in her hands while Ling Xiu was holding a wooden box. When she walked in front of He Yan, Ling Xiu looked troubled and said, "I just went to ask Seely. Many people came to the ceremony today, and there are only a few masks left. I don't know how to distribute them. Why don't we draw lots to decide? Aren't they just masks?" He Yan didn't care too much and asked, "What's the difference?" "Different masks represent different characters. In the legend of Jiang's water god, there are also some villains and clowns." Ling Xiu paused and smiled. "However, the possibility of Madame picking the clown character is not high. It shouldn't be. He Yan nodded and said modestly, you guys pick first. Madam, you're not from Jiang. You should pick first, Ling Xiao said with a smile. There was no point in rejecting this kind of thing. He Yan said, okay. As he spoke, he reached into the wooden box that Ling Xiao was holding and pulled out a folded piece of paper. She opened the paper and saw the words Li Lai written on it. Li Lai. What does it mean? She asked hesitantly. Cui Yu was stunned. Concubine Wei was also a little surprised. However, Ling Xiao covered her mouth and exclaimed, it's actually Li Lai. Madam, today, it's really unfortunate. Is that bad? He Yan was puzzled. Just as I said, in the legend of Jiang's water god, there are many villains and clowns. Li Lai is one of them. This is a liar who is full of lies. He committed all kinds of evil by the water of the mortal world and cheated many people of their wealth. He didn't even let the elderly and children go. He did the most shameless things in the world. The deities in the heavens couldn't stand it anymore and sent a subordinate of the water god, a fairy, to subdue him. This liar can be full of lies in front of others, but in front of the deities, he can only speak the truth in his heart. He said all 10 of his secrets and in the end, he was locked in the underwater prison by the deities. He can't go ashore for the rest of his life. He Yan listened and unconsciously put himself in the shoes of the deities. When he heard that he can't go ashore for the rest of his life, he couldn't help but say, how tragic. It's quite tragic. Yan Min'er put on a fake smile and said, however, since you have already drawn the lot, you can only act as Li Lai. If you have already decided to participate in the water god ritual and go back on your words halfway, you will be punished by the water god. He Yan really wanted to ask how the water god would punish her. However, on second thought, didn't she die in the water in her previous life? She didn't know if it was a coincidence. She said, so be it. In this world, someone has to act as a clown, right? Cui Yuezhi was still a little hesitant, but Yuyan, that mask, what's wrong with the mask? Ling Xiao took the mask from Yan Min'er and handed it to He Yan, this is Li Lai's mask. He Yan saw the mask and understood why Cui Yuezhi had such an expression just now. Li Li's mask looked like a leopard cat, and it was an extremely ugly leopard cat. It was drawn with a fierce look, but in the middle of the eyes and nose, there was a large white area painted. It looked both treacherous and ugly. Girls would definitely not want to wear such a thing on their face. Moreover, this mask was very heavy. When she wore it on her head, it would make her head bigger for no reason. He Yan weighed it in his hand, it's all right. She had never cared much about things like appearance. Concubine Wei's expression was not very good. After interacting with He Yan for the past few days, she only felt that He Yan's temperament was gentle and cheerful. Others might not understand, but she grew up in the inner residence. Jealousy between girls was something she could understand at a glance. This was clearly Ling Xiao deliberately making things difficult for He Yan. Thinking about it, to act as a clown in front of her sweetheart and perform all kinds of funny and ridiculous actions, not to mention what others would think, just the girl herself would feel ashamed and unable to show her face. Which girl in this world didn't want to be as beautiful as Shi Diao-chan in the eyes of her lover? Concubine Wei said, how can you let Miss Yuyan act as a clown? Can't you tell Seely? It's fine. He Yan smiled, when it comes to the sacrificial ceremony, it will work if one is sincere. There is no need to fuss over the details. Cui Yuji did not sense that the atmosphere was not right. Hearing He Yan's words, he smiled and said, good. Yu Yan is really straightforward. On the other side, Lin Shuanghe and Xiao Ju frowned at the same time. Lin Shuanghe covered his face with a fan and said to Xiao Ju in a low voice, the blue beauty culprit, it was you who caused the trouble and caused my sister He to suffer. Xiao Ju's expression was slightly cold. She glanced at him and was silent for a moment. Suddenly, she said, you just said that Li Li's secret is to be told to the immortal. Ling Xiao saw that Xiao Ju took the initiative to talk to her and was delighted. She smiled and said, yes. After a while, Madam will be on the stage and will have to tell the immortals 10 secrets. Ling Xiao paused, then smiled and continued, and these 10 secrets must all be true. Legend has it that Li Li, who is full of lies, is bound by the immortals' magic and can only tell the truth. When the time comes, Madame will also have to tell the full 10 secrets. He Yan was speechless. He suspected that this immortal was actually a lunatic who liked to pry into other people's secrets. Immortals also have roles to play. Xiao Ju's gaze lightly swept past Ling Xiu. In that case, I will do it. At? Ling Xiu was stunned. He Yan was also stunned. You don't understand? The man's gaze was as sharp as lightning. Although his tone was calm, his expression was cold. I want to act as the listener. He Yan almost choked on his own saliva. Xiao Ju's words meant that she wanted to dance with him on the stage? Was Xiao Ju crazy or was the world crazy? He Yan could not understand. No one in Shua City would believe that second young master Xiao would do such a thing. Qi Wu and Fei Nu also could not believe their eyes. They suspected that there was something wrong with their ears and that they had misheard. Ling Xiu did not expect Xiao Ju to take the initiative to bring up this matter. For a moment, she did not know what to do. However, the man's gaze was so cold that she was a little scared. She subconsciously asked, why? Because, Xiao Ju said with a faint smile, how can my wife's secret be known by others? With just one sentence, Ling Xiu, who was still a little scared just now, was so angry that her face turned green. He Yan, she almost fainted. She felt that Xiao Ju was not acting like Xiao Ju today. It was strange. Xiao Ju did not care about He Yan's expression. She only asked Ling Xiu, which mask is it? Ling Xiu pointed at the one in Yan Min'er's hand. Yan Min'er was a little scared of Xiao Ju and immediately handed it over. He Yan took a look. This immortal's mask was nothing special. It was just a piece of black iron. Then, a cloud pattern was painted on the forehead. How do I do it? He asked. Concubine Wei saw through the trick. She smiled and said, actually, there are not so many rules when dancing on the altar. If you are a local, you will naturally understand. However, if you are a foreigner, as long as you are sincere and pray for the water god, no matter how you dance, it is just a formality. The water god is very forgiving. She will not be calculative over small matters. Xiao Ju said, understood. He glanced at He Yan. Seeing that He Yan was still holding the mask, he held her wrist and said, come here. After taking 2 steps towards the altar, He Yan looked back. He saw that Ling Xiu and Yan Min'er were looking at him with hostility. She asked, what's wrong with you? Commander-in-Chief, are you crazy? You are the one who is crazy. Xiao Ju said unhappily, why did you agree to her? Didn't I say? Since we are already here, I am afraid that Master Cui will be unhappy. Moreover, we are just wearing a mask and dancing. We don't have to use knives and sticks. It is not a big deal to lose a piece of meat. He turned to stare at He Yan and laughed sarcastically, why don't I see? You being so obedient when you are with me? He Yan said. Am I not obedient enough? Xiao Ju was too difficult to please. In the future, if you don't want to do this kind of thing, you can refuse. Xiao Ju's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, don't let others think that you are compromising. It is so ugly. I am not compromising. You are. He looked down at He Yan and smiled mockingly, you like to lie to others. Are you going to lie to yourself too? He Yan was speechless. She instinctively wanted to refute, but she had a feeling that Xiao Ju was right. However, there were many times when sacrificing one's feelings and preferences had become a habit. There were more and more important things to consider. No one could tell her that she could refuse, be willful, and be unhappy. So, gradually, these things disappeared. Xiao Ju saw He Yan's listless expression and paused. She knocked her head and said, hurry up and put it on. As she spoke, she picked up the mask in her hand and put it on her face. The mask was made of iron and was very smooth, but it was still very heavy. Xiao Ju put the mask on her face with one hand and put the other hand behind her head to pull the trigger. She couldn't get it right for a moment. Seeing this, He Yan put the lyre in his hand aside and said, let me help you. She walked behind Xiao Ju and said to Xiao Ju, put the mask in the right position. I will help you from behind. Xiao Ju was tall, so she could only stand on her tiptoes to pull the trigger. As she did so, she said, have you never worn a mask before? Why can't you do something so simple? Xiaoju sneered, have you worn a lot of masks before? He Yan was stunned and laughed, even if I have never eaten pork, I have seen pigs run. After helping Xiaoju put the mask on, she put the lyre on her face as well. One of them was wearing a mask, which made her look more mysterious and noble. The other was comical and cunning. No matter how she looked at them, it was funny. Xiaoju pulled her up to the altar. The chief of ceremonies nodded at them gently and pushed them to the center of the altar. He Yan could not understand the people around them who were wearing masks and singing and dancing. He Yan asked Xiaoju, Commander-in-Chief, how do we dance? Xiaoju replied, I don't know. He Yan learned from the people around her and danced for a while. However, she felt that it was too difficult and gave up. She pulled Xiaoju to a corner of the altar where no one was looking and said, forget it, forget it. Let's not dance anymore. Let's do something else. Xiaoju was wearing a mask and her expression could not be seen clearly. However, it was obvious that her face was full of impatience. Commander-in-Chief, will the water god blame us for being so perfunctory? Xiaoju asked, are you scared? I'd rather believe it than not. This person was very cold. Then continue dancing. I really can't dance anymore. After a while, He Yan said, Commander-in-Chief. Just now, Miss Ling said that lying requires one to tell 10 secrets to the immortal. Since we're here, let's act until the end. I'll tell you my 10 secrets. That's it. Maybe the immortal will see that we're so sincere and won't mind that we don't dance. Xiaoju smiled and said lazily, okay, go ahead. 10 secrets, and all of them had to be true. This was hard to say. She counted with her fingers and said, I used to be a good drinker, but now I'm not. I know how to memorize Wu Zi's art of war. I'm the first in the Liang province guards. I really want to join the 9 Flags Battalion. I'm the one who unbuttoned Qing Lisu's clothes. I can sell them for money. This was already 5 secrets. Xiaoju was speechless when she heard this. She only said, boring. He Yan was encouraged and continued to work hard. In my heart, Commander-in-Chief is a very good person. I'm very grateful to you. Xiaoju sneered. I won't let you join the 9 Flags Battalion. Every time Commander-in-Chief misunderstands me, I'm very sad. Xiaoju said, continue lying. Commander-in-Chief and I were fated in our previous lives. Xiaoju didn't even bother to look at her. He Yan said, I was a female general in my previous life. This was even more ridiculous. There was only one last secret left. He Yan raised his head and looked at the person in front of him. His face was covered by a mask, and he stared straight at her. Only his beautiful jawline was exposed. His lips were thin and beautiful, and they were curved lazily, showing the heartlessness and gentleness of a young man. Her own face was also covered by a mask. Hidden in the dark, it was as if she was in the middle of the night, and it gave her a sense of security. One last secret. He Yan tiptoed and leaned closer to his chin. She said softly, I like the moon. The moon doesn't know. The water god ritual would take more than an hour to finish. When He Yan and Xiaoju came down, it was already late. Ling Xiao and Yan Men'er were nowhere to be found. Concubine Wei said, you two must be hungry after walking around for the whole day without eating. He Yan rubbed his stomach. It's okay. Then let's go eat first. Cui Yuezhi said, there are several good restaurants in Jiang. Which one do you want to go to? I want to. He Yan pointed at the boat with a black awning on the river. Eat there. She had already seen many people riding small boats. There was a stove at the bow of the boat. She did not know what was simmering inside, but she guessed that it was some kind of soup. The rest of the food and wine would be bought by the hawkers on the shore or the river with money. People could sit on the boat and eat while looking at the bustling scenery on both sides of the river. It was very special. She had never been to Jiang before. She felt that it was new and wanted to try it. That's the Firefly boat. Concubine Wei smiled and explained, the boatman will sail the boat to the falling Firefly spring in the evening. The weather in Jiang is warm, so there are no fireflies in the summer. They land in the forest beside the Firefly spring. When they sail the boat over at night, they can see the river in the dense forest. There are fireflies everywhere. It's very beautiful. I was lucky enough to go there with Master 1 year. Now that I think about it, it's very beautiful. When Yan heard this, he wanted to go even more. He looked at Cui Yuezhi and said, "Uncle, why don't we go on this firefly boat? Girls like these." Cui Yuezhi smiled and waved his hand. "I won't go. This firefly boat is only prepared for couples or lovers. 2 people can ride on one boat. There are so many of us, so we can't ride on the same boat." Yan's words were stuck in his throat. He thought that Jiang's water god festival was actually the Qixi festival of the Central Plains. It was too unfriendly for people who did not have a lover. Did people who did not have a lover not have the right to see the legendary falling firefly spring? How preposterous. Since Miss Yan wishes to go, then go with young Master Huanqing. Concubine Wei smiled and said, "There are many other boats around. Tonight, there should be a stage on the water. It will be very lively." Yan was struggling. She really wanted to go and experience it, but Xiaoju might not be willing. She turned to look at Xiaoju and asked tentatively, "Young master?" "Don't even think about it." "Young master, I really want to go." Xiaoju pursed her lips. "I think you're really pushing your luck." "I've never seen a swarm of fireflies before," Yan said in a low voice. "Since we're already here, don't you want to take a look? Don't treat me as a woman. Just treat me as a subordinate. We're just passing by and enjoying the local customs." "Young master, husband?" Yan called out to him again. Xiaoju's mouth twitched. "Speak properly. If you don't agree, then this concubine will continue to speak like this." Concubine Wei covered her mouth and laughed. She seemed to be unable to watch the 2 children quarrel. She whispered a few words to Cui Yuezhi. Cui Yuezhi nodded. Concubine Wei ordered someone to go to the riverside and find a boat. She said to Yan and Xiaoju, "Master has already paid the money. Tonight, the boat's master will take you to the Jiang River. If you see anything delicious or fun, just buy it. When the time is up, he will also take you to the falling firefly spring." She paused and said, "I originally wanted you to bring a few bodyguards with you. However, the falling firefly spring is patrolled by the city's garrison. There shouldn't be any problems. But if you're worried, you can." "Thank you, Concubine Wei. There's no need for bodyguards," Yan said happily. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked Xiaoju, "What if Lin Shuanghe and Qi Wu want to see it too?" Xiaoju turned around and saw that Qi Wu and the others had already taken a few steps back. They shook their heads at him, indicating that they didn't want to see it. That's right. Rough men probably didn't like things like fireflies. Even if they liked them, they wouldn't dare to show it here. "Then let's go up first." Yan was very happy. He got on the boat with the black awning first. This boat wasn't as beautiful as the boats on the Chunlai River in Shua City. From the outside, it could even be said to be plain. However, the inside of the boat was quite spacious. There was a floor and a small stove for cooking. If one sat here, ate something, enjoyed the river breeze, and looked at the lights of the night market on both sides of the river, it would be a wonderful thing. Yan bent over and sat on the floor to look at the river. The Jiang Canal was very long. It passed through the city. Today was a festival, so many lanterns were lit on both sides of the river. Everyone was shouting and laughing. It was very lively. The boatman was a middle-aged man wearing a bamboo hat. He was very sturdy and his arms were strong. He was rowing with all his might. Yan leaned on the bow of the boat. She was originally a little afraid of water, but now that the surroundings were so lively, and perhaps because Xiaoju was by her side, she forgot a lot of her previous fears. All that was left was the novelty. Just as she was enjoying the view, a small boat suddenly brushed past her. There was a man and a woman on the boat. The woman suddenly splashed a handful of water at Yan. Yan was caught off guard and splashed water all over her face. She was stunned. The boatman laughed. "Miss, you're not from Jiang, right? You don't know the rules of Jiang. This is the canal. If two boats meet, there will be a water fight. People say that the canal feeds the people of Jiang. It's not water that gets splashed, it's good fortune and luck. The woman looked at her and smiled. Her smile was kind and a little sly. It made it difficult for her to get angry. He Yan thought, what kind of rule is this? Aren't they afraid that they won't be able to go out if their clothes get wet? He Yan's thought was wrong. Everyone who knew that they were going to have a water fight brought a few sets of clothes with them so that it was convenient for them to change. She was the only one who foolishly wore a set of clothes. Cui Yuezhi had not been on the Firefly boat for a long time, so he had long forgotten about it. That was why he behaved this way. Probably because they saw that He Yan was particularly splashy, a few boats came over. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they all bent down and scooped up a handful of water from the canal and threw it at He Yan. He Yan was confused. She shouted, "Boatman, please move the boat further away." Before she could finish her sentence, a large handful of water was thrown at her face. He Yan was shocked. The next moment, someone stood in front of her and pressed her head against his chest to block the incoming water. Xiaoju looked across and saw that the person who threw water at He Yan was a man. He was a man who did not have the slightest sense of pity for the fairer sex. He was giggling foolishly at He Yan. The corners of Xiaoju's lips curled up. In the next moment, the teacups in the boat floated in the water, and a large amount of water splashed, drenching the man from head to toe. The woman next to the man was either his wife or lover. She said anxiously, "How can you do this?" Xiaoju looked at her with a faint smile and said slowly, "I'm just giving you some good fortune. You don't have to thank me." He Yan was speechless. She raised her head from Xiaoju's chest and said, "Actually, you don't have to be so calculative." She looked around and was silent for a moment. Look at how scared they are. There were a few boats around them. They probably thought that He Yan's reaction was very interesting. Now that they saw the man's example, they did not dare to come closer. They quickly asked the boatman to row the boat further away as if they were avoiding the plague. Xiaoju laughed. "You still have the mood to care about others?" He Yan looked down at herself. Half of her body was drenched. Xiaoju stood up and walked to the back of the boat. She took a handkerchief and threw it to her. Then, she sat by the small stove where the tea was boiling. "Come here." He Yan obeyed. Xiaoju said, "Dry your hair." He Yan obediently agreed. She placed her long hair on the stove and used the heat to dry her hair. "Commander-in-Chief, are you hungry?" "You're hungry?" He Yan touched her stomach. "Very." She had always had an amazing appetite. Xiaoju sighed. She went to the front and said something to the boatman. Not long after, the boatman rowed the boat and arrived at a water market. Although it was called a water market, it was actually a few dozen boats together. There were people selling snacks, hot tea, all kinds of snacks, and even roasted chicken and roasted goose. The smell was very delicious. The boat stopped at the water market. Xiaoju asked He Yan to come to the bow of the boat. "Choose what you want." The food on the boat was very different from the food in Shuajing. He Yan was greedy for some, but he could not bear to part with the others. He picked a little of everything. Therefore, he carried a big pile of oiled paper bags. Xiaoju was silent for a moment. Then, she asked, "Are you a rice bucket? If I can't finish it, I can bring it back to Lin Xuanhe and the others." He Yan smiled and said, "I've already restrained myself." Xiaoju was silent for a moment. She also picked a few things and paid. Then, she helped her carry the oiled paper bags onto the boat. He Yan was very happy with the food and drinks. She sat on the ground and looked out of the boat. She happily opened the paper bags to eat and drink. She had a good appetite. After being hungry for a day, she did not care about her image. Xiaoju endured and said, "Pay attention to your manners." He Yan did not care. He still did what he wanted. After reminding her twice, Xiaoju gave up. She placed her hands on the small window of the boat. She suddenly remembered that when she was young, she also took a boat to Jinling with her classmates from the Xianxia school. At that time, there was also Xiaoju. It was her first time on a boat. She was very seasick. She vomited a few times on the boat. She almost died on the boat. Now, she did not get seasick. But in the past, the young people all went their separate ways. In the end, it was still Xiaoju who stayed by her side. The world was unpredictable. There seems to be a water stage over there. He Yan was surprised and said, "Boatman, can you move the boat over there?" The boatman said, "Okay." He rowed the boat to the side of the water stage. The bottom of the stage was propped up by something. There were only some wooden stakes above the water. Then, the stage was built on top of the wooden stakes. The surrounding spectators could only sit on the boat and look up. They saw that the performers had painted faces and were singing enthusiastically. The dance of the martial artists was very beautiful. Although they could not understand the words, it was very lively. There was also a boat selling delicious honey water. He Yan ran to the bow of the boat to look. There were many girls buying it. Seeing that He Yan was engrossed in watching, the vendor smiled and explained, "Miss, these are all fresh. Do you want to have a bite after watching the show? We have everything here. Lychee cream, bayberry juice, apricot juice, plum blossom wine, sugar cane juice, wet pear juice, sweet bean soup." He Yan saw that in the small cup, there was a snow-white, cold, and red ball on top. He asked, "What is that?" "This is sugar ice cold seed. It's sweet and cold. You definitely won't lose out if you have a bite. Miss, do you want a cup?" He Yan was a little greedy. Just as he was about to say something, Xiaoju asked, "Is this cold?" "It is cold." The vendor replied enthusiastically, "The ice hasn't melted yet. It's very cool. I don't want this. Change it to something hot," he said. He Yan stared blankly for a moment, but the peddler said enthusiastically, "Then is it sweet bean soup? I just cooked it. It's very warm in your hands." "Oh, did you get wet just now?" The vendor smiled as he scooped a spoonful of sweet bean soup from the small bucket into a bowl and handed it to He Yan. He said, "Then you should drink more to warm your body. Young master is so considerate." He Yan was confused. At this moment, he didn't care about what the vendor said. He only asked Xiaoju, "Don't you want to drink some?" "I don't drink sweet things." He turned and walked into the boat. He Yan asked the vendor, "What's not sweet?" "Perilla juice isn't sweet." He Yan took out a few copper coins from his sleeve. "I want another cup of perilla juice." She held the sweet bean soup in one hand and the perilla juice in the other. She followed Xiaoju into the boat and handed the perilla juice to Xiaoju. "This isn't sweet. I've already asked. Drink it. It's my treat." Xiaoju was speechless. "I gave you the money. It's the thought that counts. How can you be so calculative?" He Yan scooped a spoonful of sweet bean soup for herself. It was sweet and warm. She squinted her eyes. "It's really delicious." Xiaoju said, "You're so easy to feed." "You don't know," He Yan said, "I rarely ate sweet things in the past. But actually, I like sweet things very much." She said, "Jiang is so nice. I want to be a Jiang person too." "You can stay here." "How can I do that?" He Yan sighed, "There are many other things I need to do." While they were talking, a small boat came from the side. Someone exclaimed in admiration. He Yan climbed over to take a look. He saw a craftsman sitting at the bow of the boat. He was kneading dough figures. He was kneading whatever the performers were singing on the stage. The pile of straw was already filled with dough figures. They looked exactly like the young actors in the opera. Their craftsmanship was outstanding. He Yan leaned on the bow of the boat and watched the dough change rapidly in the hands of the craftsman. The old man who was kneading the dough figures smiled and asked, "If you like, can you buy one? I can knead a dough figure just like you." "Really?" "Of course." He Yan was a little tempted, but she hesitated. "Forget it." Xiaoju was boiling something on the small stove. When she heard this, she looked up and asked, "Why not?" He Yan turned around and whispered, "I'm a woman now. I can buy it. But if I go back to the city guard station, I have to dress up as a man. It's not convenient to bring this dough figure with me. It'll be bad if it's used as evidence. Since I'm going to lose it anyway, why should I have it?" Xiaoju stared straight at her. Suddenly, his lips curled into a smile as he lightly said, "You're not tall, but you're quite scheming." He tapped his finger and a string of copper coins flew onto the craftsman's table. "Make one for her." The old man smiled and kept the copper coins. "Okay." He Yan hurriedly turned around and walked to Xiaoju. "Why did you buy it?" "If I buy it, I can't take it with me when I leave Jiang." "Why waste money?" "You don't like it." He smiled and said, "If you like it, then buy it. In this world, it's too boring if you don't fight for it because you're afraid of losing it." Seeing that He Yan still did not move, he looked at her mockingly, but his tone was very calm. "Lady He, we're in Jiang. You can do whatever you want today. You don't have to worry about it. You are exactly how you were before this. You can tell me what you like or hate. You don't have to wrong yourself, and you don't have to lie to everyone." He Yan was speechless. She did not know what to say. After a long while, she said, "Can I really do whatever I want?" Xiaoju shrugged. "You can do whatever you want." He Yan sat down. The old man who made the dough figure was very skilled. After a short while, he finished making the dough figure. He called out to He Yan from the other side. "Lady, your dough figure is ready." He Yan thanked him and took the dough figure from him. The dough figure was made very carefully. Even the lace at the corner of the skirt was exactly the same as the one on her body. It looked very beautiful. She was in a daze. After a long while, she raised the dough figure and asked Xiaoju, "Commander-in-Chief, do you think she looks like me?" Xiaoju replied coldly, "She's much better than you." He Yan was used to being mocked by him. She was not angry. She only said happily, "I really do look like a girl." She saw Xiaoju taking something out of the jar on top of the stove and putting it in a bowl. He Yan went over to take a look. She did not know when Xiaoju had cooked a bowl of noodle soup. The noodles were white and there was a little soy sauce. There were no onions. There was only an egg in the noodle soup and some green vegetables. The aroma of the noodle soup assailed her nose. He Yan was stunned. She had been busy looking at the scenery outside and eating. She did not know when Xiaoju had cooked a bowl of noodle soup. She asked, "Commander-in-Chief, are you hungry?" Xiaoju did not say anything. She only pushed the bowl in front of her and handed her a pair of chopsticks. "Eat." "For me?" He Yan took the chopsticks. She was flattered. "Why?" "I bought a lot of food." "I'm not." Before she could say the word hungry, she heard the man in front of her say lightly, "Isn't today your birthday?" He Yan was stunned. After a while, she asked, "How do you know?" "Even in front of Cui Yuezhi," she said, "a few days after the spring equinox." "Lady He," Xiaoju said slowly, "do you know that your ability to deceive people is erratic and sometimes full of loopholes?" He Yan did not say anything. After a while, she said softly, "So, the reason why you are so good to me today is actually because you know that today is my birthday, right?" "Good?" Xiaoju raised her eyebrows. "You seem to have a lot of misunderstandings about good. Am I good to you?" "It's not like that." He Yan thought to herself. Other than Lu Buwang, she had never met anyone else who was as good to her as Xiaoju. No one remembered her birthday. In the past, they called her He Rufei. That was He Rufei's birthday, not hers. But today, this bowl of birthday noodles was made by Xiaoju for He Yan. She raised her head and smiled at Xiaoju. "Commander-in-Chief, you are so good to me." "Thank you." The corners of the girl's eyes were curved. She was obviously smiling, but her eyes were a little red because of the steam. Xiaoju was slightly stunned. Just as she was about to say something, He Yan had already buried her head in eating noodles. So, he did not say anything. The sky was completely dark. The sky was as black as ink, sprinkling down thousands of stars. The river formed a river of stars, pressing down on the boat. The boatmen paddled slowly. Unknowingly, they had already left the most prosperous middle section of the river. There were fewer boats around, and a cool breeze blew. It was pleasing to the eye. A dark green streamer swept across the water and stopped at the bow of the boat. The boatmen had already stopped paddling. The boat floated quietly on the water. Yan pulled Xiaoju out to take a look. Beside the spring, in the depths of the dense forest, countless bright and dim streamers floated around the water and the forest. It was like a glowing drizzle. Thousands of flying streamers reflected in their eyes. It's so beautiful. Yan sighed. In the past few years, it was not that she had not seen beautiful scenery. It was just that she did not have the mood to appreciate it when she was on the road in the army. Thinking about it, it had been many years since she let go of everything like this. She would never forget such a night for the rest of her life. Yan turned his head and saw Xiaoju lying down at the bow of the boat. Her hands were behind her head as she looked at the fireflies in front of her. She thought for a moment and also lay down beside Xiaoju. She imitated Xiaoju and put her hands behind her head. She looked at the light that could not be extinguished by the night wind. It was as if the stars were right beside her. Today is the happiest birthday I have ever had. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief, she said. Xiaoju did not comment. She said, don't we all have to make a wish on our birthday? Go ahead and finish what you started. Make a wish? Yan said, I don't have any wishes. Praying for blessings from the heavens was probably an act of self-deception. If you want something, you have to fight for it yourself. Why are you so indifferent? If I really have to say something, I hope that there is someone in this world who came for me. It wasn't for He Rufei or General Fei Hong. It was just for her. It was for her. What kind of wish is that? Xiaoju sneered. I thought you were going to say that you want to be promoted to a noble rank. At the very least, you want to enter the 9 Flags Battalion. Spots of light in the forest shone brightly in the night sky. Perhaps it was because the night wind was too good and the scenery was too wonderful that she wanted to say more. She said, Commander-in-Chief, have you noticed that ever since I got together with you, I have always been someone else's stand-in? Sometimes it's Jing Lisu, sometimes it's Wen Yuyan. Next time, I don't know what my identity will be. Xiaoju said, do you feel wronged? Not really. It's just that. She looked into the distance. Sometimes, after being someone's stand-in for so long, it's hard to avoid forgetting who you are. Commander-in-Chief, you have to remember my name. My name is Yan. The girl looked at the sky and smiled. Xiaoju looked at her and saw that her eyes were clear and bright. Amidst the happiness, there seemed to be a layer of dark sadness. The brightness of the past was gone. It was as if there were countless unspeakable sufferings that were finally swallowed down one by one. He turned and looked at the sky. In the wilderness, the stars were like a waterfall. A cool breeze blew past their cheeks. The water surface was dark and unpredictable. It was unknown how many people would have their sweet dreams tonight. How many people would have seen the glimmer in the night sky? The young man curled his lips and said slowly, such a terrible name. I will remember it after hearing it once. Don't worry that I will forget, Lady Yan. The boat floated on the water, and the fireflies gradually hid in the depths of the forest. The young girl leaned on the young man's shoulder and unknowingly fell asleep. The boatman stood up from the bow and was about to speak when Xiaoju shook her head slightly. The boatman understood and did not wake her up. He did not paddle and let the boat float. Xiaoju just sat there and looked at the water. The water was calm, and occasionally the wind swept past, creating layers of ripples. He turned his head and looked at the young girl sleeping on his shoulder. She was not like ordinary girls who liked to be beautiful. She slept without caring about her image. There were traces of tears on her lips, and she even drooled. He turned his head away in disgust and looked at the water in the distance. Not long after, he lowered his head and smiled helplessly. In the end, he did not push her away. Yan rarely had a good night's sleep, and vaguely had a beautiful dream. But as for what the dream was, he forgot when he woke up. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the soft bed on the boat, covered with a thin layer of mattress. She sat up and saw Xiaoju sitting at the bow. She called out, young master. He looked back at Yan and said, wash up, it's time to go back. Yan was surprised for a moment, and then he found out that they had stayed at the Falling Firefly Spring for an entire night. The surrounding fireflies had all left, and only their boat was left. Yan yawned and used the clean water on the boat to wash up. When he combed his hair, because Cui Jiao and Hong Qiao were not around, he randomly tied his hair into a man's bun. She washed up and came out of the bow, and heard the boatman talking to Xiaoju. "Young master, go directly to the spring. Walk a few steps forward and there is a relay station. You can hire a carriage at the relay station. Young master and miss can take the carriage back. The canal does not allow fireflies to pass during the day." Xiaoju paid the money to him and walked to the shore. She said to He Yan, "Let's go." He Yan also thanked the boatman and quickly went to the shore. It was early in the morning, and the wide leaves of the grass and trees were covered with sparkling dew, bringing with it some cold morning dew. He Yan yawned again and asked Xiaoju, "Commander-in-Chief, did I fall asleep last night? Why didn't you wake me up? Why did you stay here all night?" Xiaoju sneered, "I wonder who was the one who snored so loudly last night that no one could wake her up." "Are you serious?" He Yan was suspicious. "Are you lying to me?" "I'm not you." As the two of them chatted, they didn't get far before they saw a relay station, just as the boatman had said. There was also a noodle shop next to the relay station. The lady boss was cooking noodles in a big iron pot, and the aroma assailed his nostrils. He Yan didn't eat much in the morning, so he was already hungry. He said, "Let's eat something first before taking the carriage." Without waiting for Xiaoju to reply, he waved to the lady boss and said, "2 bowls of noodles and a tray of steamed buns." She had a good appetite, so she pulled Xiaoju to a table outside the straw hut and sat down. The steamed buns that had just come out of the oven were steaming hot. He Yan held them in his hands and blew on them to cool them down. Xiaoju wasn't as impatient as her. After the noodles were served, she ate very slowly. Seeing He Yan's mouth full of oil, she only felt that it was funny. "Don't look at me and laugh," He Yan said, "it's as if I'm embarrassing." This person replied neither quickly nor slowly, "It's embarrassing. Look around, how many people eat as ugly as you?" He Yan looked around sneakily. It was still too early, and those who came to eat were probably people who were rushing on their way, or people who were resting here on their way. Sitting beside her was a pair of grandmother and granddaughter. The old woman had white hair and a kind face. The little girl beside her was about 11 or 12 years old. She wore a dirty cloak, and half of her face was buried in it. She lowered her head and ate silently. Both of them were dressed very plainly, probably because they were rushing here and didn't have time to tidy themselves up. Seeing He Yan look over, the old woman was startled. She smiled and asked, "Miss?" "It's nothing." He Yan smiled. Xiaoju raised her eyebrows, "Even the little brat eats more elegantly than you." What she said was true. The little girl's clothes were dirty, but the way she ate was very decent and elegant. She didn't look like an ordinary person. He Yan asked himself, even when he was He Rufei and Mrs. Su, he couldn't have done better than her. No wonder Xiaoju laughed at him. However, were the people in Jiang all crouching tigers and hidden dragons? Looking at the old woman, he didn't feel that way. She turned her head and smiled at the old woman. "Auntie, is this your granddaughter? She's so pretty." "Yes." The old woman was surprised at first, but then she smiled. He Yan looked at the little girl again. The little girl didn't react to her and only lowered her head to eat. The old woman explained, "Nini is shy with strangers. Miss, please don't mind her." He Yan smiled, "Why would I mind? She's just too cute." "Are you going to the city?" "No." The old woman said, "There's a funeral at home. We're bringing Nini back to attend the funeral." He Yan nodded and said, "My condolences." Then, he turned around and ate. As he ate, he felt that something was wrong. He couldn't figure it out, but he felt that he had overlooked something. He looked at Xiaoju again. She had stopped eating and was looking at the grandmother and granddaughter beside He Yan. She seemed to be deep in thought. He Yan leaned closer to him and whispered, "Commander-in-Chief, why do I feel that something is wrong?" Xiaoju glanced at him and suddenly stood up. Then, she walked to the grandmother and granddaughter. He Yan's question just now had already made the old woman unhappy. She hurriedly finished eating and was about to leave with the little girl. However, as soon as she stood up, she was blocked by someone. A handsome young man stood in front of her. His posture was straight and his expression was calm. He looked at the little girl under the cloak and said calmly, "Speak, little brat." The old woman pulled the little girl into her arms and said protectively, "Young master, what do you want?" "I didn't know that the kidnappers of Jiang were so bold." Xiaoju raised her eyebrows. "They dare to kidnap people in broad daylight." "Kidnappers?" He Yan was stunned. Yes, she felt that something was wrong. It was because there seemed to be a barrier between the little girl and the old woman. They did not look like a grandmother and granddaughter at all. From the beginning to the end, the old woman did not ask anything when the little girl was eating. If they were really an ordinary pair of grandmother and granddaughter, as a grandmother, she would probably ask her granddaughter if it was hot and if it was to her liking. No matter how cold and unsociable a girl was, as an elder, she should be more tolerant and not leave her to fend for herself. She looked kind, but her actions were not kind at all. She did not seem like a grandmother. Instead, she seemed like a kidnapper who was eager to deceive others. "You. What nonsense are you talking about?" The old woman stared at Xiaoju and said, "This is my granddaughter. Don't make false accusations. Whether she is your granddaughter or not, we will know once we ask." Xiaoju said, "Speak, little brat." The little girl did not move. "You." The old woman was about to take the little girl away. In the next moment, the whip in He Yan's hand moved and rolled towards the other party's cloak. In an instant, the cloak was lifted up by the whip and fell to the ground, revealing half of the little girl's face. He Yan weighed the purple jade whip in his hand. This was the whip that Xiaoju had won for him. Fortunately, he always had it with him. It was quite useful. The little girl under the cloak had a clean and beautiful face. Her eyes were full of tears and her mouth was silent. Her acupoint was sealed. "You don't seem to treat your granddaughter very well." Xiaoju sneered slightly. The old woman saw that the situation was not good and shouted, "Mind your own business." A sharp and high-pitched whistle came from her mouth. In the surrounding post stations, there were people feeding the horses, eating breakfast, washing their faces and resting. Suddenly, a few people pulled out their swords and stabbed towards He Yan and Xiaoju. "Assassins," He Yan said. He could not hide his surprise. There were so many people, they could not be considered kidnappers. Kidnappers were afraid of being discovered, so they had to keep a low profile. If they were discovered, their first reaction would be to run away. This old woman not only did not run away, but also had so many accomplices. It was obvious that she had nothing to fear. She looked at the little girl whose acupoint was sealed, or who was drugged. What was the background of this little girl? Why did they need to use such a formation? When Xiaoju came out, she did not have a sword. Seeing that the group of people were close to her, she used the teacup on the table as a hidden weapon and knocked down the swords that were coming towards her face. He Yan threw the whip in his hand to her. "Use this." He picked up an iron rod from the ground. The lady boss of the noodle station was already scared and hid under the table. For a moment, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. When He Yan fought with them, he knew that this group of people were not ordinary kidnappers. Otherwise, how could they be so skillful and ruthless? It was obvious that they wanted to silence them. The little girl was still standing in the same place. When the old woman saw that He Yan and Xiaoju were being surrounded by other people, she rolled her eyes and directly grabbed the little girl. She jumped onto a horse at the entrance of the post station. She was so agile that she did not look like an old person. With a wave of the whip, the horse galloped straight ahead. "Not good," He Yan said. "She wants to run away." He turned his head to look at Xiaoju and saw that Xiaoju was surrounded in the center of the group of people. He Yan was a man and was very skillful. For a moment, everyone ignored him. He Yan said, "Young master, you delay them. I will chase after her." What the relay station did not lack the least was horses. He Yan also flipped onto a horse and chased in the direction that the old woman had fled. The road out of the city was the main road, but the old woman did not take the main road. Instead, she chose a bumpy path. He Yan chased after her and thought to himself. The fight just now was very intense, but the little girl did not move at all. It seemed that she was either drugged or had her acupuncture points sealed. Even if they had to delay Xiaoju, they still wanted to take the little girl away. It seemed that the little girl was very important to this group of people. Her horse riding skills were superb, so even if the old woman took advantage of the loophole, she couldn't get rid of Xian, who had been following her the whole way. She became anxious and scolded, "Stinky girl, don't court death. Put her down and I can still spare your life." Xian was not afraid. "But you, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The old woman snorted and used her whip to whip the horse. Xian saw this and stepped on the horse's back. He slapped the horses but hard. The horse jumped forward and almost caught up with the old woman's horse. Xian's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He used the whip in his hand to wrap around the old woman's horse's head. The distance between the two horses was very close. The horse was frightened and kicked its hooves. Xian took the opportunity to jump off the horse and snatch the little girl from the old woman's hands. The two of them rolled on the ground together. As soon as they landed, Xian realized that the little girl was really drugged. She could only make very slight movements. No wonder when they were in the noodle house, no matter how they talked, she did not respond. Xian only had time to unseal her mute acupoint. Before he could ask what the little girl's name was and where she came from, the old woman sneered. She pulled out a soft sword from her waist and coldly said, "Meddling in other people's business." She thrust her sword towards Xian. Xian pushed the little girl away and faced the attack himself. She was barehanded. She had lost her iron rod in the chaos. She could only rely on her nimble body to avoid the opponent's sword. "Who are you people?" Xian asked while dodging. He was secretly shocked by the old woman's skills. "Why did you take this little girl?" The old woman put on a fake smile and waved her sword towards him. "So much nonsense. Go to hell and ask the king of hell." Xian raised his eyebrows. "You want me to go to hell with this little skill? You are too arrogant." She suddenly turned over from the ground and ducked to avoid the sword above her head. She moved her feet and was already behind the old woman. She punched the old woman's back and took the sword from her hand. "Damn it!" the old woman angrily said. Since the sword was already in her hand, although it was not as good as Qing Lang, it was still barely usable. At this moment, there was no one else around. Xian was best at swordsmanship other than arranging troops. In just a moment, he forced the old woman to retreat. It seemed that she was about to lose. Xian said, "If you surrender now, you still have a chance to live." "Eyesore!" the old woman shouted. Suddenly, she pulled out a silver hairpin from her hair bun. The silver hairpin had some unknown mechanism. It immediately grew 3 inches. It was a dagger. She did not use the dagger to deal with Xian. Instead, she faced Xian's sword and threw the dagger accurately towards the girl on the ground. The girl was already drugged and could not move. She could only watch as the dagger was about to pierce her chest. Xian wanted to withdraw his sword to save her, but it was too late. Bang, a loud sound was heard. Just a little bit more and the dagger would have pierced the girl's heart. Something hit the dagger and the handle was deflected. In an instant, the dagger lost its ferocious strength and slowly rolled to the side. Xian's sword pierced the old woman's chest at the same time. The old woman widened her eyes as if she could not believe that someone could deflect her dagger. She spat out a mouthful of turbid blood and breathed her last. Someone walked out from the depths of the forest. It was a thin man, about 40 years old, but he was very elegant and outstanding. He was dressed in white and his long hair was tied up with white silk. He looked like a swordsman, but also like a zither player. His eyebrows were bright and his long beard did not look sloppy. Instead, it added to the elegance of a Jianghu person. When Xian saw this person, he was stunned. The man in white walked closer and helped the trembling girl up from the ground. Then, he looked at Xian. Xian muttered, "Master." He did not look surprised, but he was a little surprised, he? He? Xian stayed where he was. For a moment, he didn't know what to be shocked about. Should he be shocked that he met Lu Buwang here, or that Lu Buwang could recognize him at a glance? Lu Buwang unsealed the little girl's acupoints. The little girl coughed a few times, looked at them, and didn't speak. Xian couldn't help but ask Lu Buwang, "Master, how did you recognize me?" Lu Buwang was the only one who had seen He Yan's face under the mask, except for a few people from the He family. In the Battle of Mo County back then, all her comrades had died in battle. If Lu Buwang hadn't picked her up from the pile of corpses, He Yan wouldn't know where she was now. Lu Buwang knew her identity as a woman and had seen her face before. But now, her face was no longer the young Mistress Su of the past. He smiled and said, "Your swordsmanship is special, and it's mixed with my swordsmanship. I can see it at a glance." "Why? Did you change your appearance?" He Yan couldn't explain it clearly in a short time, so he just said vaguely, "It's a long story. We'll talk about it later." "But Master, why are you here?" "There are suspicious people in Jiang City. I suspect it's Yudo, so I tracked them all the way here." He looked at the old woman's corpse on the ground. "I heard the sound of fighting here, so I came to take a look." "What happened? Do you know this little girl?" He Yan shook his head. "No, I didn't. My friend and I passed by here and were eating in a noodle house. We saw this woman and the little girl acting suspiciously. We thought they were kidnappers, but we didn't expect that there were assassins around. We suspected they weren't simple criminals." While they were talking, the sound of horse hooves came from behind them. They looked back and saw Xiaoju galloping over. She stopped the horse a little closer to them, got off the horse, walked to He Yan's side, and asked with a frown, "Who are you?" "We're on the same side." He Yan hurriedly explained, "This is my master." "Master?" Xiaoju said in disbelief, "What master?" "My skills are already the best among the Liang province guards. Didn't I tell you that I have a master to guide me? This is my master. We haven't seen each other for many years. I'm also surprised to see you here today. If it wasn't for her help just now, this little girl would have died." Lu Buwang looked at Xiaoju and smiled. "I'm Lu Buwang." "You are Qiao Huanqing," he said. "Young master, where are those people just now?" He Yan asked. Since he couldn't win, he ran away. Xiaoju didn't comment. "What about you? Why are you here to catch up?" "It's not too late to talk about these things later," He Yan changed the topic. "These people made such a big fuss just to kidnap a little girl. Isn't it strange? Little girl, what's your name? Where do you live? Whose child are you?" She bent down to look at the child. The little girl was born very well. Although she was still young, it could be seen that she was a beauty. She seemed to be a little frightened as she stared vigilantly at the crowd. She pursed her lips and did not speak. He Yan asked her a few times, but she didn't answer. In the end, she just turned her face away. Could he really be a mute? He Yan was puzzled. "You're the mute." The little girl replied angrily. "So you can talk. Then why didn't you answer the question I asked you just now?" she asked. The little girl ignored him again. Maybe she just encountered some bad guys and doesn't trust others. "It's okay. She'll be fine after some time," Lu Buwang said with a smile. He Yan sighed. For a moment, he was helpless, so he looked at Xiaoju. "Young master, why don't we take this child back first and let Lord Chui decide? If she's really a girl from a big family, Lord Chui will definitely know her." Xiaoju nodded. When the little girl heard the words Lord Chui, her eyes moved slightly, but in the next moment, she lowered her head again to hide the strange look in her eyes. Lu Buwang smiled. "In that case, let's part ways here." He Yan was stunned. Lu Buwang was always like this. Since He Yan knew him, he felt that this person seemed to have no worries and everything went his way. She had never seen Lu Buwang befriend anyone, nor did she see him have any contact with others. He never seemed to feel lonely, and he didn't feel too sad every time they parted. When He Yan said goodbye to him back then, he was still reluctant, but Lu Buwang was very open-minded. He only said, "All good things must come to an end. Ahi, you have to grow up." They had just met an old friend, but before they could catch up, they had to part ways. He Yan's heart ached, and she grabbed Lu Buwang's sleeve. "Master. I'm living in a friend's house now. His house is very big. Why don't you go back with us? I have a lot of things to ask you." Xiaoju's gaze fell on her fingers that were grabbing Lu Buwang's sleeve, and she raised her eyebrows silently. Lu Buwang smiled and said helplessly, "Eh, why are you still like a child? I haven't seen you for a long time. I thought I would never see you again." He Yan refused to let go. "Besides, didn't you just say Yuto? Since it's related to Yuto, we must tell Princess Mengji in Jiang City. Come back with me. I know an official who grew up with Princess Mengji, and they have a very good relationship. It's easier to report this matter." Lu Buwang was slightly stunned. Princess Mengji? He Yan saw that his attitude was different, so she nodded repeatedly. "Yes, master, think about it. It's unusual for Yuto to suddenly appear in Jiang. It has always been difficult to travel through Jiang. Not to mention Yuto, even people from the central plains of Dawei have to go through many twists and turns to come here. But Yuto can hide in Jiang City. What does this mean? In short, there are many suspicious points in this matter. We should go together." Lu Buwang was still a little hesitant. Xiaoju crossed her arms and looked at the two of them. She smiled lazily and said, "Yes, Mr. Lu, why don't you come back with us and discuss it carefully with your good disciple?" After a long silence, Lu Buwang said with a smile, "Okay, then I'll go back with you. I just hope that I won't cause trouble for you." He Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he kept Lu Buwang by his side, he couldn't do anything. But when he met his teacher from his previous life, he really didn't want to part ways without saying a few words. After all, there weren't many people who could remember He Yan. "Then let's go back to the post station first and hire a carriage to go back to the Chui mansion," He Yan said to Xiaoju, and then sighed again. "I didn't go back last night. I don't know if I made Lord Chui and the others anxious." Lu Buwang glanced at Xiaoju and He Yan, as if he was deep in thought. The little girl saved from the old woman had been fed medicine. Her body was soft and she couldn't even walk. Every step she took, she would fall down. He Yan thought for a while and squatted down in front of her, saying, "Little girl, come up." Xiaoju asked, "What are you doing?" "She can't walk, so I'll carry her to the post station." He Yan answered, "Otherwise, this won't work." She really didn't know that her period had come. Xiaoju was silent for a moment and said, "I'll carry her." "Huh?" He Yan was stunned. The little girl was dissatisfied and criticized, "I'm a woman, and you're a man. How can you carry me?" "I want her to carry me." "Little brat," Xiaoju said indifferently, "if you say one more word, I'll leave you here." The rude and unreasonable little brat was inferior to the unreasonable commander-in-chief, so he didn't dare to say anything more. He was afraid that Xiaoju would leave him alone. He Yan watched as Xiaoju carried the little girl and walked all the way back to the post station. When they arrived at the post station, they were no longer in the mood to continue eating breakfast. They only hired a carriage and asked the coachman to go back to the Chui mansion. Sitting in the carriage swayed forward. He Yan and Xiaoju sat on one side, while the little girl and Lu Buwang sat on the other side. They were all silent. Xiaoju suddenly said, "Mr. Lu, is He Yan's master?" Lu Buwang smiled and said, "Yes." "Then Mr. Lu's skills must be very outstanding." "He doesn't deserve the word outstanding." Xiaoju smiled softly, "Why did you think of accepting He Yan as your disciple? After all, this person." He paused and said with a slightly mocking tone, "Except for being short and stupid, he doesn't seem to have any other talent." At this time, He Yan didn't care if Xiaoju said that he was short and stupid. He was afraid that Lu Buwang would let it slip, so he spoke first and said, "Nonsense, who said that? When I was in Shuo capital, I just happened to travel. Who knew that I happened to meet my master who accepted me as his disciple? It was fate. Among thousands of people, my master saw that I was talented and smart at a glance. He knew that I would be successful in the future, so he accepted me as his disciple and taught me martial arts. It's just that my master is like a wild crane. He has long been out of the world. After teaching me for 3 years, he went to travel around the world. This is the first time I met him after we parted." She consciously explained the ins and outs of all this clearly. She only hoped that Xiaoju wouldn't ask further. Xiaoju looked at Lu Buwang and asked, "Is that so?" Lu Buwang glanced at He Yan and said, "Yes." I see. The young man nodded and didn't say anything else. The stone in Yan's heart fell to the ground. At this moment, she heard Lu Buwang looking at her and asking doubtfully, what is your relationship with young Master Qiao? Oh, this question was very difficult to answer. Now she was Wen Yuyan, and Xiaoju was Qiao Huanqing. In terms of relationship, they were naturally husband and wife. But Lu Buwang knew her true identity. Now there was a little girl with an unknown identity. If this little girl knew Cui Yuezhi, she couldn't let it slip. Then she looked at Xiaoju, who was leaning against the carriage seat and looking at her with a faint smile, waiting to hear her answer. Young Master Qiao is my husband. Yan had no choice but to bite the bullet and spit out a sentence with difficulty. Lu Buwang was a little surprised. I haven't seen you for a few years. You're already married? Yes. Yan forced a smile. That's good. Lu Buwang nodded slightly. With someone accompanying you, I can rest assured. Yan, after lying so many times, Yan understood for the first time what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot with sure too. It was right now. When they returned to the Cui mansion, only a few concubines were there. Concubine Wei was relieved when she saw them return safely. She stroked her chest and said, last night, young Master Huanqing sent a message saying that he would return this morning. The kitchen made breakfast, but I didn't see him. I was a little worried that something had happened. Now I can finally rest assured. Her gaze fell on the little girl and Lu Buwang behind her, and she asked doubtfully, they are my old friends. I didn't expect them to come to Jiang. Yan smiled and said, where's uncle? Lord went to the prince's mansion early in the morning. Her Highness the princess summoned him. I don't know when he will return. Yan and Xiaoju looked at each other. Cui Yuezhi was not there, so they had to settle the little girl down first. Have Miss Yuyan and young Master Huanqing eaten breakfast? I'll ask the kitchen to heat it up again. My husband and I have already eaten, Yan said with a smile, but this little sister and sir haven't eaten yet. Please send it to my room when it's ready. In addition, get some hot water. The little sister wants to take a bath and dress up. Concubine Wei quickly agreed. Yan took the little girl back to his room and handed her to Cui Jiao and Hong Qiao, instructing them to bathe the little girl. As soon as he finished instructing, Lin Shuanghe's voice came from the other end, it's been a night and you haven't returned. You're finally back. How is it? Are the fireflies beautiful? I should have gone with you last night. Thinking about it, I feel a little regretful that I didn't see such a beautiful scenery. It's really a pity. As soon as he stepped into the inner room, he saw Lu Buwang standing in the room. He was stunned and asked doubtfully, he's my master, Yan said, his surname is Lu, and his name is Buwang. Hello, Master Lu. Lin Shuanghe hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. Then, he asked curiously, why is Master Lu here? Could it be that you told this sir in advance before coming to Jiang? Her words were so hurtful that those who didn't know would think that she was colluding with outsiders. Yan hurriedly said, no, absolutely not. Young master, you've misunderstood, Lu Buwang said with a smile, I'm originally from Jiang. I met my disciple in the Central Plains before. We haven't seen each other for many years. I didn't expect to meet you when my disciple came to Jiang this time. I see. Lin Shuanghe also smiled, sir, you're obviously not an ordinary person to be able to teach such an outstanding disciple. Lu Buwang smiled but didn't say anything. Yan inexplicably felt a little embarrassed, so he said, young master, brother Lin, can you go to the next room first? I haven't seen my master for many years, and I have a lot to say. Let's listen together, Lin Shuanghe said with a smile, I also want to know what sister he was like in the past. Xiaoju glanced at him and walked out by herself, saying, let's go. Don't you want to listen? Lin Shuanghe was still a little unwilling. If you want to listen to it yourself. Seeing that Xiaoju had already gone out, Lin Shuanghe could only put away his fan regretfully and said to Yan, sister, I'll go out first. You and Master Lu can catch up. After saying that, he also went out and closed the door. Only Yan and Lu Buwang were left in the room. Yan hurriedly stepped forward and helped to remove the guqin from Lu Buwang's back. She put it on the table and moved a chair over, saying, "Master, sit down first." Then she poured a cup of tea for Lu Buwang. Lu Buwang just smiled and watched her do all this. In the end, he sat down at the table and stopped He Yan from doing anything, saying, "Enough, he, sit down." The familiar he almost made He Yan's eyes turn red. She also sat down at the table and said, "Master." In an instant, she felt like she had returned to the days when she and Lu Buwang lived deep in the mountains many years ago. In the Battle of Mo County, He Yan was buried in a pile of corpses. The desert was extremely dry, and she was going to die. Who knew that it would rain at night, and she managed to survive that night. The next day, a passerby passed by and saw the corpses all over the ground. He dug a long pit and buried the corpses of the soldiers who died in the battle one by one. He also found He Yan, who was hiding in the pile of corpses and was on the verge of death. The passerby took He Yan back and healed He Yan. When He Yan woke up, she found that the mask on her face was gone. She got up from the bed and found that she was living in a thatched hut. When she walked out of the hut, she saw someone sweeping the yard. It was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament. He was dressed in white and had a white belt. He was thin and his clothes fluttered in the wind, as if he was an otherworldly man. He Yan was a little vigilant and asked, "Who are you?" The man in white stopped what he was doing and turned around to see her. He smiled and didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked, "Girl, since you are a girl, why did you join the army?" He Yan was shocked and suddenly realized that her identity had been exposed. Later, she learned that the man in white who saved her was called Lu Buwang. He was a lay practitioner who wandered around. Every once in a while, he would go to a place. Now he lived on a barren mountain near Mo County and earned money from the medicinal herbs he grew. He Yan asked him at that time, "When you saved me, didn't you encounter any Western Chang people on the way?" There were scattered soldiers of Western Chang wandering around Mo County. If someone was found to have saved the soldiers of Dawei, this person would definitely suffer. Lu Buwang pointed to the sword at his waist. "I have a sword. I'm not afraid." At first, she thought that Lu Buwang was talking nonsense. Later, when she saw a Western Chang man die under Lu Buwang's sword, she realized that Lu Buwang was telling the truth. Lu Buwang was a real otherworldly master. He Yan had never seen such an omnipotent person. He used swords, sabers, whips, spears and halberds. He also knew Qimenduanjia and divination. In her stupid previous life, she finally did a smart thing, which was to ask Lu Buwang to be her teacher. Lu Buwang refused. But Lu Buwang didn't expect He Yan to be such a persistent person. Whenever she was free, except for eating, she spent most of her time begging Lu Buwang to accept her as his disciple. Perhaps Lu Buwang had never met such a shameless person. In the end, he had no choice but to ask her, "What's the use of learning these things if you become my disciple? If I learn these things, when I enter the military camp again, if I encounter Western Chang people like before, I won't be completely wiped out. Even if there is one more person, I can protect him, just like how you protect me." "You still want to enter the military camp?" Lu Buwang was slightly surprised. He Yan was puzzled. "Of course. Do you know that you are a woman and your identity is special? Now that your team has been wiped out, you can take this opportunity to go home, and no one will find out your identity. The original He Rufei is already dead." He Yan was silent for a while, and then she raised her head. "I never thought of being a deserter." This sentence probably moved Lu Buwang. Later, Lu Buwang drank He Yan's tea and began to teach her step by step. But He Yan was a girl after all, and some things were not suitable for her, so Lu Buwang tried his best to teach her something suitable. But even if she only learned a little from Lu Buwang, it was enough for He Yan to gain a lot. What Lu Buwang taught He Yan the most was Qimenduanjia. The combination of Qimenduanjia and the art of war was enough to create a female general who could use troops like a god and set up formations exquisitely. So what if there were brave generals with extraordinary strength? So what if the Western Chang people were extremely strong, ferocious and valiant? War was never just about strength. I didn't expect that Master could still recognize me at a glance even though I'm not in my original appearance. He Yan lowered her head and smiled. "How did you recognize me?" Your swordsmanship, Lu Buwang laughed, is unique in the world. When He Yan first took Lu Buwang as her master, she wanted to show Lu Buwang her original skills. After Lu Buwang saw it, he was silent for a long time. He probably thought that as a woman, since she had the confidence to enter the military camp, she must have extraordinary skills. But after seeing He Yan's swords, bows, and horses, Lu Buwang began to doubt whether his decision was wrong. He really didn't know where He Yan's confidence came from. But he had already drunk the tea, and he had to finish teaching the disciple he accepted. Lu Buwang was also very helpless. He had never accepted a disciple before, but when he did, he accepted the one with the worst aptitude. It was really a blessing from the heavens. Fortunately, He Yan was not completely without merit. This girl was not good at anything except swordsmanship. Her foundation was so good that it was a little surprising. Lu Buwang asked He Yan at that time, "Who taught you swordsmanship?" "It's not bad." Hearing this, He Yan said proudly, "There's an expert helping me in secret. I don't know who he is, but I guess he's a teacher from our school. He thinks that my aptitude is good, so he taught me after class." What she said was true. When He Yan entered school as a teenager, her martial arts were a mess. Even though she practiced swordsmanship in the courtyard every night, she still didn't make much progress. When she was about to give up, one day, she suddenly found a piece of paper on the table in her room. There was a small figure drawn on the paper, which was the weakness and mistakes of her swordsmanship when she practiced swordsmanship after class. It also wrote how to overcome these problems, and the instructions were very detailed. He Yan tried to practice for a few days, and she really made some progress. She was very surprised. Then she found that there would be such a piece of paper on the table in her room every 10 days. It adjusted and guided her as she made progress. She didn't know who the person was, but she guessed that it should be a kind teacher in the school. His swordsmanship was better than hers, and he could see her shortcomings at a glance, so he gave her pointers. But He Yan didn't know who the teacher was. She once tried to hide in the room and wait for the person to deliver the letter, so that she could catch him red-handed. But the person didn't show up that day, so He Yan knew that the expert didn't want to show up. But in the end, he was curious and grateful. Therefore, he wrote a note and placed it on the table before returning to the residence. The note said, "In 3 days, I will return to the school. See you in the bamboo forest in the backyard at the Z hour. Thank the benefactor in person. Please be sure to come." "And then?" Lu Buwang asked, "Do you know who the person is?" He Yan was silent for a moment and shook her head gently. As soon as she returned home, she had a big quarrel with He Yuanqing and his brother and was punished to kneel in the ancestral hall. Less than 3 days later, she left home at night and joined the army alone, taking a completely different path. "I missed the appointment." She didn't see that person. The room was silent for a moment, and Lu Buwang's voice interrupted He Yan's recollection. "What about you?" he asked. How did you become like this now? Did you disguise yourself? Young Master Qiao shouldn't be your husband." It was a long story. He Yan lowered his head and smiled, saying, "Master, I'm not He Rufei anymore. I'm He Yan. That person is my superior. We came to Jiang to find someone, so we pretended to be husband and wife. As for disguising myself, I didn't disguise myself. I look like this now. I can't come back to my original appearance." Lu Buwang thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "I see. He was always like this." He had a sense of propriety when it came to other people's affairs. If other people didn't want to talk about it, he wouldn't deliberately inquire about it. In some people's eyes, this would seem a little cold, but for He Yan, not asking about it was already the greatest blessing. After a while, Cui Jiao knocked on the door and walked out, still holding the little girl's hand. This little girl seemed to have worn off the effects of the drug and was able to walk with more strength. Her face had been washed clean, and she looked like she was only a little over 10 years old. She was beautiful and quick-witted, and her eyes were as moving as black jade, slim and elegant. Cui Jiao combed her hair with long braids, which were the favorite style of Jiang girls. Her hair was braided to the front and hung down to her chest. There was also a circle of small bells. Her clothes were Red Riding clothes, which she asked the housekeeper of the Cui residence for. When she walked over, the jingling sounds were delicate and cute, and she looked more valiant and heroic than ordinary girls. Lu Buwang looked at her and was slightly absent-minded. He Yan asked with a smile, "Have you eaten?" Cui Jiao looked embarrassed. "Madam, the little miss refuses to eat." He Yan asked, "Why don't you eat? Aren't you hungry?" The little girl turned her head to the side and ignored her words. She was quite arrogant. Maybe because she ate something wrong before, she doesn't want to trust others anymore. Lu Buwang chuckled and looked at the little girl. "Little girl, since we have saved you from the thieves, we won't hurt you anymore. Otherwise, we wouldn't have brought you back to the residence. You can rest assured. If you don't believe me, we can eat together. This way, you won't have to go hungry, and you won't have to worry about any problems." Lu Buwang's gentleness always carried a faint alienation. In addition, his manner was natural and elegant, so it was easy for people to have a good impression of him, and this little girl was no exception. She stared into his eyes for a while, then said, "All right." In the end, his attitude softened. He Yan heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked Cui Jiao to prepare some food that children like to eat. Cui Jiao retreated as she was told. Lu Buwang said with a smile, "What's your name?" "Xiao Lu." In front of Lu Buwang, the little girl was less arrogant and more well-behaved. "Good name." Lu Buwang said with a smile, "Which family are you from? How did you get kidnapped?" At this point, Xiao Lu shut his mouth and refused to say anything more. He Yan and Lu Buwang looked at each other. This child was quite defensive. They didn't know what he had encountered before. While they were thinking, Xiao Lu's gaze fell on the long zither on the table. She looked at it for a while and asked Lu Buwang, "Is this your zither?" Good taste, He Yan thought. She can tell at a glance that this kind of romantic thing doesn't suit me. Yes. Can you play the zither? Lu Buwang answered, "Yes." Play a song for me, Xiao Lu said. How can this child be so good at ordering people around? He Yan didn't comment. Although Lu Buwang carried a zither with him, he rarely played it. When He Yan was his disciple, he also asked him to play. But Lu Buwang refused every time. But this time, Lu Buwang's answer was beyond He Yan's expectations. He just looked at Xiao Lu gently and smiled, "Okay." He Yan said. "Master? Whose master was he? What do you want to hear?" He even asked Xiao Lu gently. Xiao Lu played with the braid in front of her chest and shook her head, "I don't know. You can play whatever you like best." He lowered his head and seriously asked Xiao Lu for her opinion, "Is slow time okay?" "I haven't heard of it." Xiao Lu nodded, "Play it." He Yan was speechless. Lu Buwang was more obedient to Xiao Lu than to his disciple. If it weren't for the age difference, He Yan would almost suspect that Xiao Lu was Lu Buwang's long-lost daughter. The little girl sat on the high platform with her feet up and down. Lu Buwang put the zither on the table and sat down in front of the table. He wiped his hands and plucked the strings. He Yan actually rarely heard Lu Buwang play the zither. Occasionally, when he got up in the middle of the night to go to the outhouse, he heard the faint sound of the zither. He thought he had bumped into a ghost and was so scared that he trembled. Later, he plucked up his courage and went to take a look, only to find that it was Lu Buwang. When she was young, she didn't understand why Lu Buwang wanted to play the zither in the courtyard in the middle of the night. She only felt that the sound of the zither was indescribably sad. Later, after experiencing many things and gradually growing up, she gradually understood that her master was also a person with a story. In Lu Buwang's past life, there might have been such a person who engraved a deep stroke in his experience, so that he could only miss her through the sound of the zither at night. Now that they hadn't seen each other for many years, the sadness and loss in his sound of the zither were even deeper. Willows in the West City softened in spring. Moving the sorrow of separation, it's hard to stop the tears. Still remembering the affection, it was once tied to the boat. What happened on the green field and the red bridge that day? The people disappeared, the water flowed empty. Youth doesn't flow for young people. Hatred lasts for a long time. When will it stop? When the catkins fall, as soon as I climb the stairs, the spring river is full of tears, endless and sorrowful. Xiao Lu was young, so he didn't know that the sound of the zither was sad. He only felt that the sound of the zither was pleasant and romantic. However, He Yan felt that Lu Buwang seemed to be bidding farewell to something in the sound of the zither. Something was about to leave his life, mixed with reluctance and loss, and would never come back. Lin Shuanghe and Xiao Ju had entered the room at some point. Lin Shuanghe walked to He Yan's side and whispered, "Sister, your master plays the zither really well. It's as good as Huijin. It's just a little too sad." Even Lin Shuanghe could hear it. He Yan sighed slightly. However, even though she had been Lu Buwang's master for many years, He Yan also felt that she had never really entered Lu Buwang's heart. She didn't know what kind of person Lu Buwang was and what he had done in the past, and Lu Buwang didn't mention anything about it. He was like a person who had abandoned the past, but he wasn't serious about the future. He was so casual that he seemed to be able to leave at any time without leaving any traces. After the song's slow time was played, the sound lingered in the room. Xiaolu looked at him and suddenly clapped. She smiled and said, "I once heard my grandmother play this song, but she didn't play it as well as you. You played it much better. What's your name?" Lu Buwang patted her head and said, "You can call me Layman Yunlin." "That's too long." Xiaolu wasn't satisfied with his answer. "Isn't your surname Lu?" Lin Shuanghe agreed with Xiaolu's words and said, "It's really good. Even in Shuajing, it can be ranked among the top. It's just..." He looked at He Yan and asked in confusion, "Sister He, I don't want to criticize you, but your master's zither skills are unparalleled, and your husband is extremely elegant. How can you play the zither like this? Didn't your master teach you how to play the zither?" He Yan said expressionlessly, "My master only taught me martial arts. As for my husband..." Xiao Ju stood beside her and raised her eyebrows slightly, waiting for her to continue. He Yan cleared her throat and said, "You can just play it for me. Why do I have to learn this?" Lin Shuanghe, after a while, he nodded and said, "It's really an irrefutable reason." Cui Jiao served the dishes. He Yan had already eaten with Xiao Ju, so only Lu Buwang and Xiao Lu were eating together. Xiao Lu didn't seem to like eating with others. She showed discomfort several times. She probably let Lu Buwang eat with her because she didn't want to worry that there was no poison in the food. Lu Buwang also understood the little girl's thoughts. He only took a little bit of each dish with his chopsticks and stopped eating. Xiao Lu was very picky with her food, but she still ate some rice. He Yan breathed a sigh of relief and said to Xiao Ju, "Now we're waiting for Lord Cui to come back. Ask whose child she is and send her back." Speaking of the devil, Zhong Fu's voice came from outside, "Lord, young Master Qiao and Miss Yuyan have already returned and brought back 2 guests. They are now eating in the room. Young Master Qiao seems to have something to ask Lord Cui." Then, Cui Yuezhi's rough voice came, "Got it." The door curtain was lifted and Cui Yuezhi's voice came from behind the door, "Huanqing, Yuyan, you're back? Do you have something urgent to ask me? Her Highness summoned me early this morning. I can't stay in the mansion for long. I have to go out later." His voice stopped abruptly when he saw Xiaolu's face. He was stunned for a moment and his voice changed a little, "Young Highness, why are you here?" Xiao Lu, the little girl who had been arrogant since He Yan brought her back, put down her chopsticks and looked at Cui Yuezhi. She raised her chin and said proudly, "Cui Zhongqi, you're finally here." "Young Highness," everyone in the room was very surprised. Cui Yuezhi took a step forward and half knelt in front of Xiao Lu. His voice was very anxious. "Her Highness summoned me early this morning and said that Young Highness disappeared last night. Her Highness was very worried." "Why is Young Highness here?" He turned to look at He Yan. "Yuyan, what's going on?" He Yan also wanted to know what was going on. She had already guessed that this little girl's identity was not ordinary, but she never thought that she would be Young Highness. "Last night, Yuyan and I fell asleep on the fallen firefly boat. Early in the morning, we were planning to hire a carriage to return to the mansion. On the way, we encountered Young Highness being kidnapped and saved Young Highness from the hands of criminals." Xiao Ju answered Cui Yuezhi on behalf of He Yan. "Among the people who kidnapped Young Highness, one of them is dead and the others escaped. When Yuyan and I rescued Young Highness, we didn't know who they were." Hearing this, Cui Yuezhi was shocked and asked Xiao Lu, "Young Highness was kidnapped? Does Young Highness know who they are?" Xiaolu didn't seem to want to mention this matter and said impatiently, how would I know? As soon as I left the mansion, I met them near the canal. I didn't think they were bad people, but who knew? Speaking of this, he said angrily, they have evil intentions and deserve to be killed. Cui Yuezhi asked Xiaolu again, Young Highness, are you hurt? No. Xiaolu muttered, looked at Lu Buwang, and pointed at him, I was almost killed by someone, but this person, this lay Buddhist Yunlin saved me. Only then did Cui Yuezhi see that there was a stranger in the room. Seeing that Lu Buwang had an extraordinary bearing, he bowed deeply and said, thank you for saving me. May I know your name? This is my master Wu, Xiaoju said lightly, he taught me martial arts back then. We haven't seen each other for many years and didn't expect to meet each other in Jiang. Uncle can call him Yunlin. It turns out to be Mr. Yunlin. Cui Yu was stunned, and he had a better impression of Lu Buwang. He said, I'm going to the mansion to send His Little Highness back. Mr. Yunlin might as well go with me. If Her Highness knows that Mr. saved His Little Highness's life, she will definitely thank Mr. Lu Buwang smiled slightly and said to Cui Yuezhi, Yunlin has long been an outsider. Yunlin appreciates your kindness. As for the reward, forget it. When I saved Young Highness, I didn't know that Xiaolu was Young Highness. This kind of capable person probably had a bit of a proud and aloof temperament, which Cui Yuezhi could understand. Besides, he was Qiao Huanqing's master. There would be plenty of opportunities to befriend him in the future, so there was no hurry. The most important thing now was to send Mu Xiaolu back to the mansion. Mu Hongjin was about to go crazy. Cui Yuezhi said to Lu Buwang, in this case, I won't force you. Lu Buwang smiled and nodded. Young Highness, do you still want to eat? Cui Yuezhi looked at Mu Xiaolu, if you're done, follow me back to the mansion. Young Highness will be very happy to see you safe and sound. Mu Xiaolu jumped down from the stool and said, got it. Prepare a soft sedan. With that, she was about to go out with Cui Yuezhi. When she passed by Lu Buwang, she stopped and asked unwillingly, you really don't want to go back with me? Will my grandmother reward you with a lot of gold? You can have whatever you want. Lu Buwang bent down and gently rubbed her hair, it's fine as long as Young Highness is safe. Cui Yuezhi was a little surprised. Mu Xiaolu had been spoiled by Mu Hongjin since she was a child. She was very picky about others, but she was very close to Lu Buwang. They were both martial artists, and Cui Yuezhi could feel that Lu Buwang's kung fu was not shallow. If this person could stay in the mansion and accompany Young Highness, he could accompany Young Highness and protect Young Highness. But these things had to be discussed after seeing Mu Hongjin. He turned to look at He Yan and Huanqing, Yu Yan, Huanqing, pack up and immediately follow me to the mansion. You saved Young Highness, so Her Highness must have a lot of questions to ask you. Sooner or later, you will have to go to the mansion. Why don't we do it today? He Yan and Xiaoju looked at each other. He Yan said, okay, uncle. Cui Yuezhi took Mu Xiaolu out. He Yan said to Lu Buwang, Master, you stay in the mansion first. If there's anything, wait for us to come back. She was afraid that Lu Buwang would leave without saying goodbye after returning to the mansion, so she told Lin Xuanhe, Brother Lin, please take care of my master first. Don't let him act alone. Lu Buwang looked at her and smiled helplessly. Lin Xuanhe immediately understood He Yan's meaning and said, no problem. I guarantee that when you come back, Master Lu will still be like this. Not a single hair is missing. He Yan was relieved. He asked Hongqiao to comb his hair again, changed into clean clothes, and washed up. Then, he followed Xiaoju out of the Cui mansion. As he walked, he asked Xiaoju in a low voice, Commander-in-Chief, why did you say that my master is your master Wu? She also said Layman Yunlin instead of Lu Buwang. Xiaoju raised her eyebrows, your master seems to be very unwilling to reveal his identity. If he says that he's my master, at least people won't be suspicious. That was true. He Yan was thinking about it when he suddenly heard Xiaoju say, but your master's identity is not simple. He seems to be an old acquaintance of Her Highness. He Yan was horrified, how can that be? The way he looked at Mu Xiaolu seemed to be looking at someone else through Mu Xiaolu. If I'm not wrong, he should be Her Highness. Xiaoju said unhurriedly, as a disciple, how come you don't know anything? He didn't tell me anything. He Yan couldn't hide the shock in his heart. Lu Buwang and Mu Hongjin were old acquaintances? This was the most shocking news he had heard today. But He Yan faintly felt that what Xiaoju said might be true. Lu Buwang's gentleness and doting towards Mu Xiaolu, the sadness in the zither, and his refusal to go to the prince's mansion with Cui Yuezhi seemed to indicate one thing. At least, Lu Buwang was not completely unrelated to the Mu family. But what exactly was their relationship? He didn't get an answer to this question. Cui Yuezhi had already urged them to set off for the prince's mansion. Mu Xiaolu sat in a soft palanquin, while He Yan and the others sat in a carriage. Cui Yuezhi personally escorted them, and the guards were all wearing armor and carrying swords. It was probably because Mu Xiaolu had said that she was kidnapped yesterday, which made people feel that Jiang City was not as peaceful and safe as it seemed on the surface. The prince's mansion was located north of the center of Jiang City, and it occupied a large area. As soon as they arrived at the gate of the mansion, soldiers came up to interrogate them. Cui Yuezhi took them into the prince's mansion. He first took Mu Xiaolu in, then asked He Yan and Xiaoju to wait in the outer hall. He would call them in later. He Yan and Xiaoju sat in the outer hall. Feeling bored, He Yan asked Xiaoju, "Governor, do you know Princess Mingji?" "I don't know much about her." Xiaoju lazily said, "I only know that King Mingji had a son and a daughter. His eldest son died before he was 18 years old. At that time, King Mingji's position was not very stable. If his position was not stable, he needed to unite forces to consolidate it. His Majesty was benevolent, but there were always confidants who did not like the vassal king's power. They wanted to eliminate all the vassal kings and away. In the end, Princess Mingji married the son of an important official in the imperial court. Her husband was a member of the imperial court, so he could monitor Jiang City at any time to see if there was any rebellion. It was also because of this that King Mingji was able to keep his position as a vassal king. However, the son of the official, who was Princess Mingji's husband, died of illness not long after Princess Mingji gave birth to a son. Their son also had the same problem as their father. He was born with a congenital deficiency, so their daughter died when she was young. Therefore, there were only Princess Mingji and her granddaughter, Mu Xiaolu, in the current King Mingji's residence. He Yan was not particularly curious about Mu Hongjin, but after hearing Xiaoju's words, he knew that this person might be an old acquaintance of Lu Buwang. He had some expectations and wanted to know who had appeared in Lu Buwang's past life. Lu Buwang treated Mu Xiaolu so well. If a man treated a little girl well, it was very likely that it was because of this little girl's family, if it wasn't because of his gentle nature. After the two of them sat for a while, a maidservant in gauze clothes with braided hair came forward with a smile and said, "Please come with me. His Highness wants to see you." He Yan and Xiaoju stood up and followed the maidservant inside. As soon as they entered the residence, they were surprised to find that the interior of the residence was bigger and more spacious than it looked from the outside. It could be said to be magnificent. The color of the residence was mainly red, and the railings and pillars in the residence were carved with myths and legends about the water god. In the backyard of the residence, there was even a bronze statue of a bare-chested goddess riding a kuan and traveling in the sea. The weather in Jiang was hot, unlike the bitter cold in Liangzhou. It was only spring, and when the sun shone in the morning, it was a little hot. Copper basins filled with ice cubes were placed in the four corners of the courtyard, so it didn't feel hot and was cool and pleasant. As for the flowers, plants, and trees, they gave off the same feeling as Jiang City, prosperous, lively, ostentatious, and proud. After passing through the courtyard and the long corridor, the maidservant stopped in front of the King Mingji's residence and said with a smile, "Please come in." He Yan and Xiaoju stepped in and felt that their eyes suddenly brightened. The main hall was very wide, and there were columns carved with the pattern of the water god in the four corners. Above them, there was a painting of auspicious cloud patterns. The floor was covered with a thin blanket, which was as clear as gauze and decorated with some gold, sparkling. For a moment, He Yan felt that the legendary Dragon Palace was probably like this. It had a kind of wild and mysterious beauty to it. There was a main seat in the hall and side seats, but there was no one on them at the moment. The princess wasn't here. While He Yan was puzzled, he heard footsteps coming from behind the hall. Then, someone walked out from the high seat at the back of the hall. It was a very beautiful woman. She was very tall and thin. She was a little old, but she didn't look like a beauty past her prime. She wore a red robe, and the corners of her robe were embroidered with the shape of waves with gold thread. Her black hair was combed into a long braid, and she wore a small golden crown on the top of her head. Her skin was very white, but her eyes were very dark, and there was a hint of red at the corners of her eyes. Her facial features were gorgeous and deep, but her expression was a little cold. Even though there was a slight smile on her lips, it was a smile that was high and mighty. It was as if she was standing on a cliff, and it was a frosty flower that bloomed brilliantly and coldly. One could only look at it from afar and not approach it. It was rare to see a woman with such a threatening aura. She was already very beautiful, but her arrogance made her beauty a burden. Mu Hongjin walked out slowly and sat down on the high seat in the middle. She looked down at He Yan and Xiaoju. He Yan tugged at the corner of Xiaoju's clothes, lowered his head, and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Highness." No one answered for a long time. Just when He Yan thought that Mu Hongjin would continue to remain silent, Mu Hongjin spoke. Her voice was also very cold, gorgeous, and unbridled. It seeped into people's hearts. "I don't know why the commander-in-chief of the Right Corps is so free that he didn't hesitate to disguise himself as someone else to come to Jiang. I didn't know why the commander-in-chief of the Right Army was so free that he didn't hesitate to disguise himself as someone else to come to Jiang." He Yan thought, "Have I been discovered?" Judging from her tone, she didn't seem to have just discovered me. He looked at Xiaoju again. She wasn't surprised at all. She just smiled lazily and said, "Your Highness, is this how you treat Little Highness's savior? You're denouncing them?" "They're guilty," Mu Hongjin said coldly. "You're not innocent either. You can't have come to Jiang just to see if I'm doing well. It seems that Your Highness is doing well." Xiaoju raised her eyebrows. "But it's not necessarily the case for the other people in Jiang City." Mu Hongjin sat on the high seat and stared at Xiaoju for a while. Then, she suddenly smiled. With this smile, the cold and unapproachable look just now suddenly melted a lot. She leaned back against the soft cushion and pointed to the guest chair beside her. "Sit down. Don't say that I've neglected a guest from afar." He Yan thanked her and sat down with Xiaoju on the side seat. This was Princess Mingji, Mu Hongjin. He Yan looked at her and felt that she was different from what he had imagined. Before coming to Jiang, He Yan's impression of Princess Mingji was that she was a bit older, kind, dignified, and steady. Later, he guessed that she might be Lu Buwang's old acquaintance, so he thought that she might be a straightforward and righteous person. However, he didn't expect that Mu Hongjin in reality was so beautiful, powerful, domineering, and unrestrained. "Your Highness." He Yan hesitated for a moment before asking, "When did you find out? Do you think that it's so easy to enter Jiang City, or do you think that I'm just a decoration? You can't even see through this." Mu Hongjin stroked a translucent ruby ring on her finger and said lightly, "I've known since the first day you entered the city. That idiot Chui Yuezhi can't see through it, but it doesn't mean that everyone is as stupid as him. I was waiting to see what you were up to, but since you saved Xiao Lu, I won't beat around the bush with you." She looked at Xiaoju and said, "Tell me, Military Governor Xiao. Why did you come to Jiang City?" "I'm here to find someone. His name is Xianxia," Xiaoju said. "He used to be my father's subordinate. After the Battle of Mingshui, he disappeared. I found his whereabouts. He is in Jiang. However, no one has been found yet. As for the Tsuiwei Pavilion, it was burned down half a month ago." The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Since Your Highness already knows our identities, I would like to ask for Your Highness' help." "With Your Highness' help, it shouldn't be difficult to investigate someone in Jiang City." Mu Hongjin's smile faded slightly. "Military Governor Xiao couldn't have foreseen this day and planned to use my hands to do things for you, right?" Xiaoju smiled. "How dare you?" He Yan was secretly speechless. They were in Mu Hongjin's territory now, and they didn't have any soldiers with them. Xiaoju not only didn't tuck her tail between her legs, but also dared to talk back to Mu Hongjin. Even He Yan felt that her attitude of asking for help was too much, let alone Mu Hongjin. The young man said carelessly, "Yuto has infiltrated Jiang City. Your Highness must be very distressed these days." Xianxia might have clues about Yuto. Your Highness helping me is helping yourself. Mu Hongjin stared at him. Why should I believe you? You won't lose anything if you believe me. Xiao Ju's voice was calm. It depends on what your Highness is most worried about. The hall was silent for a moment, and slowly, the sound of applause could be heard. Mu Hongjin clapped her hands and stared at Xiao Ju. It was hard to tell whether it was fear or admiration. She said, General Feng Yun really lives up to her reputation. Even if you don't become a general, you can still do a good job as a counselor. Your Highness is overpraising me. Mu Hongjin stood up and said, You're right. Yuto has infiltrated Jiang City. I've been worried about this for a long time. But how can you prove that the person you're looking for knows about Yuto's clues? Jiang City has always been easy to get out but difficult to get in. Xianxia has infiltrated Jiang for many years, and Yuto has entered Jiang as if there's no one there. There must be a connection. In your Highness's mansion, there must be someone among the officials of Jiang who colluded with the Yuto to create loopholes in Jiang City. It must be done by one person. Whether it's Xianxia or Yuto, they both used the Yuto as an excuse to enter the city. Xiao Ju said calmly, Your Highness wants to clean up the Yuto, but with your Highness's current ability, it's already difficult. Mu Hongjin smiled. Oh? Why would I be difficult? Because of Xiao Lu. Mu Hongjin's smile faded. He Yan understood the meaning of Xiao Ju's words. After King Mengji's wife passed away, at least she left behind a son who was able to hold the position of king. However, after her son passed away, she was only left with a granddaughter who was still young. Although a woman could inherit the position of king and become a princess, if it was that simple, Mu Hongjin would not have been married off to the son of an important official in the imperial court to stabilize her power. The huge mansion was only supported by two women, a pair of grandmother and granddaughter. Many people were eyeing the mansion covetously. With internal and external troubles, Mu Hongjin would not be as relaxed as she looked. Military Governor Xiao is wise and observant. Mu Hongjin sighed. Ever since my son passed away, the people in Jiang City have been unstable. Xiao Lu is still young, so she can't take on big responsibilities. The aristocratic families have already formed their own factions and have fallen apart. They're like loose sand, so it's easy for others to take advantage of them. However, she paused and looked at Xiao Ju. Yuto has infiltrated Jiang, so I'm afraid that the situation in Dawei's Central Plains will not be stable. Your Highness is wise. So, Mu Hongjin raised her chin slightly. Do you want to work with me? If your Highness is willing, Xiao Ju smiled slightly. I'll be happy to. Mu Hongjin nodded. I'll send people to search for Xianxi's whereabouts in the city. If he's still alive, I promise you that I'll be able to find him no matter where he hides. However, you have to promise me. Her eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. General Feng Yun is said to be a godly strategist. You and I will work together to solve the Yuto's predicament in Jiang City. This time, she used I instead of this Highness, which meant that she was putting herself on the same level as Xiao Ju in order to seek cooperation. Xiao Ju nodded. Of course. Since she had already spoken, Mu Hongjin's face was no longer as cold as before. She even showed a friendly smile. Cui Yuezhi asked you to come all the way to the palace and waited in the outer hall for a long time. I'm sure you haven't eaten yet. Since you're here, you should eat before you leave. Xiao Lu will change his clothes so that he can personally thank you. She looked at He Yan again with a hint of interest in her eyes. However, I didn't expect that military governor Xiao would choose a married man to come to Jiang. Is this person your lover? He Yan almost choked on his own saliva. He knew that the people of Jiang were straightforward, but he was still surprised that the princess was so direct. Xiao Ju glanced at her and said lightly, No, she's my subordinate. Subordinate? Mu Hongjin smiled and said, But I heard from Yuezhi that you went to the Water God Festival together yesterday. You even walked across Lover's Bridge for her and rode on the Firefly boat. With military governor Zhao's temperament, he wouldn't be so accommodating to a subordinate. As a subordinate, isn't it a little too bold to make such a request? He Yan pondered in his heart. She was implying that she should restrain herself in the future. After thinking for a while, she bowed and said respectfully, He Yan will listen to your highness's teachings. He will be careful with his words and actions in the future and will not cause trouble for the governor. Mu Hongjin was stunned for a moment. She looked at Xiaoju. You really are a subordinate. Xiaoju was silent for a moment. She said calmly, Your Highness, please don't laugh at my incompetence. It's fine. That's your business. Mu Hongjin stroked her hair and said, I'll go find Cui Yuezhi first and tell him to help you find someone. You two wait here for a moment. After saying that, she stood up from the high seat and slowly disappeared into the back of the hall. He Yan waited for her to leave before he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know why, but he always felt that he couldn't be too relaxed in front of Princess Mingji. It was probably because her aura was too strong, making it difficult for people to ignore her. Governor, why did you admit it so quickly just now? He Yan touched Xiaoju's elbow. You didn't even try to quibble. Xiaoju sneered. Not everyone is a liar like you. He Yan shrugged and changed the topic. But this Princess Mingji is really good. She discovered us the moment we entered the city. I didn't intend to hide it from him. Xiaoju said carelessly. Cui Yuezhi can still be perfunctory. How can a woman who can stabilize Jiang City with her own strength be so easy to fool? Yes. He Yan agreed with her words. Women are not easy to fool when they don't act on their emotions. But if they like and trust someone, it would be too easy to be fooled. Xiaoju glanced at her and said slowly, but some women are not easy to fool, and they like to deceive people. He Yan. She said, what you said is meaningless. Who's deceiving you? As they were talking, a maid from the prince's mansion walked in and said, Please follow me. His Highness invites you to eat in the banquet hall. He Yan and Xiaoju then walked to the banquet hall. The banquet hall of the prince's mansion was also very big. Although the walls and ceiling were painted with colorful paintings and the floor was covered with bright-colored blankets, because there were very few people at the long tables, it was still a little empty at first. The magnificent emptiness made people feel even more lonely. Mu Hongjin sat on a small couch at the long table and said, Sit. He Yan and Xiaoju sat down at the table. I don't know what you like to eat, so make yourselves comfortable. Mu Hongjin seemed to be a little tired and leaned against the soft cushion. I asked Cui Yuezhi to go back first. It's not convenient for him to talk here. Cui Yuezhi still did not know Xiaoju and Xiaoju's identities, so it was indeed inconvenient for him. The food in the prince's mansion was not much different from the food in the Cui mansion. However, He Yan was not very particular about food. He was happy as long as there was something to eat. He immediately thanked Mu Hongjin and picked up his chopsticks reservedly. He also remembered that the person in front of him was Princess Mingji, so it was not good for him to be presumptuous. Therefore, he ate more politely. Mu Hongjin looked at Xiaoju. Military Governor Xiao, if the Yuto sneaked into Jiang, what is their motive? Dewei. That one sentence made He Yan's action of drinking the soup stop, and he instantly felt that the delicious food was tasteless. Once the Yuto gains power and attacks Jiang, the first thing they will do is to cut off the water supply of the canal. The cities along the river will be affected by the disaster. There will be no food or money, and the merchants will go on strike. The Central Plains will be in chaos. Then, they will head north, enter the capital, and attack the palace, he said calmly. There is nothing more natural than this. Mu Hongjin was silent for a moment before she said, Military Governor Xiao makes it sound so easy for you to say such a shocking thing. Because it's about to happen. Xiaoju said, Not now. Early on, during the battle between Father and the southern barbarians at Mingshui, there were already clues. Southern barbarians? This was the first time Mu Hongjin heard of this. She was puzzled. What does it have to do with the southern barbarians? There is a traitor in the imperial court who colluded with the southern barbarians in the past. Unfortunately, the southern barbarians' rebellion was quelled, and the Yuto kingdom was far away. It has been peaceful all these years, and it has been accumulating power in secret. Therefore, he changed his target of cooperation from the southern barbarians to the Yuto kingdom. Jiang is the first city to be used to claim credit. Mu Hongjin placed her hand on her chest and frowned. Jiang has not fought for many years. Allow me to ask. Xiaoju asked, how many soldiers are there in Jiang now? Less than 20,000. He Yan frowned when he heard this. Less than 20,000 was not a number that could make one feel at ease. After all, there were more than 20,000 Liang province guards. Doesn't military governor Xiao have the southern prefecture soldiers under his command? Mu Hongjin asked. Can the southern prefecture soldiers be transferred to Jiang? It's too late, Xiaoju said. He Yan and Mu Hongjin were both stunned. Mu Hongjin said coldly, is military governor Xiao exaggerating to scare us? Your Highness already knows the truth. If it wasn't urgent, Xiaoju's expression was still calm. Your Highness wouldn't have been kidnapped during the Water God Festival. Mu Xiaolu was a part of their plan. However, they coincidentally encountered He Yan and the others, and the plan was disrupted. It could be imagined that if He Yan and the others hadn't appeared that day, and Mu Xiaolu had been successfully kidnapped, there would be two outcomes. The first was that the news of Her Highness' disappearance spread, and the entire Jiang city was in a state of panic. The princess would no longer have an heir, and the people's hearts would be in chaos. The aristocratic families would cause trouble, and the people hiding in the dark would take the opportunity to stir up trouble and directly take the throne. The second was even simpler. They would use Mu Xiaolu as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Mu Hongjin. If Mu Hongjin doted on this granddaughter, she would directly hand over the throne. Then, the other party would be able to take over the entire Jiang city without expending a single soldier. Regardless of the outcome, it was not something that the current Jiang city could bear. You mean? Mu Hongjin asked. Let's prepare for a fierce battle, Xiaoju replied. This topic was too serious. Everyone in the banquet hall was silent for a moment. At that moment, a crisp voice rang out. Grandmother. It was Mu Xiaolu. Mu Xiaolu had already changed her clothes. She was also wearing a bright red robe with golden lotus flowers embroidered on it. It was gorgeous and exquisite. She didn't wear a golden crown. Her two braids hung down in front of her chest and there was a little ornament on her forehead. She looked like a young Mu Hongjin, a girl from a different race. However, compared to Mu Hongjin's domineering beauty, Mu Xiaolu was more delicate and arrogant. After returning to the familiar residence, Mu Xiaolu was no longer as silent as she was in the Chui residence. She ran over like a little bird and jumped onto Mu Hongjin's soft couch. She nestled beside Mu Hongjin and asked, Grandmother, why isn't Chui Zhongqi here? Chui Zhongqi is busy. Mu Hongjin was much more affectionate when facing Mu Xiaolu. She smiled and patted her head. Your saviors are here. Hurry up and thank them. Mu Xiaolu turned her head and looked at He Yan and Xiaoju. After a while, she said in a small voice, thank you for saving me. She didn't want to lose face. He Yan didn't argue with her and asked Mu Hongjin, Little Highness, how did you end up in the hands of those bad people that day? Could it be that those bad people had infiltrated the residence? If that was the case, those bad people were too daring. Mu Hongjin looked at Mu Xiaolu. You say it yourself. It's nothing. Mu Xiaolu looked at her grandmother's expression. After a while, she said, I wanted to go to the Water God Festival and didn't want the guards to follow me, so I left the residence. On the way, I met those people who said they could help me get on the Firefly boat. After I got on the boat, I couldn't move after drinking tea. Then I met you. She said it lightly, probably because she was afraid of being scolded by Mu Hongjin. It could be assumed that she had experienced many dangers. However, it was normal for a child of this age to want to play. Mu Hongjin only had this one granddaughter. She was usually very strict, afraid that something would happen to her. It was reasonable for a child to want to go out and play by herself. It was just that her luck wasn't too good and she had been targeted early on. I really have to thank you. Mu Hongjin sighed. If something really happened to Xiaolu, I don't know how to continue living. Your Highness, please don't say that. Little Highness is blessed by the heavens. Even if she didn't meet us, she would have met someone else. She will definitely be safe. Mu Xiaolu heard this and muttered, it wasn't you who saved me in the first place. It was this uncle who saved me. Then, she looked at He Yan. That uncle isn't coming today? When can he come? Go back and tell him that I want to see him. Can he come to the residence to play with me? It was the first time Mu Hongjin had heard of such a person. She asked in confusion, what uncle? It's an uncle who looks like an immortal. Mu Xiaolu became happy and gestured to Mu Hongjin. He's very tall and wears white clothes. He's very strong. When I was caught, he knocked over the knife as soon as he appeared. He has a sword and a chain on his back. Mu Hongjin's expression gradually stiffened. He Yan complained incessantly in his heart. He only hoped that this little ancestor would stop talking and not continue. However, Mu Xiaolu seemed to have a good impression of Lu Buwang. Speaking of this, she beamed with joy and wished she could tell Mu Hongjin everything she knew. He also knows how to play the qin. He played the qin for me. It's the song that grandmother often plays. But he plays it much better than you. He said that the song seems to be called Slow Time. Grandmother, why have I never heard you mention the name of this song? Is it really called that? Mu Hongjin looked at Mu Xiaolu and slowly opened her mouth, her voice dry. Since you've seen him, do you know his name? I asked him, Mu Xiaolu replied. He said he's called layperson Yun Lin, but I heard them all call that person Master Lu. You should ask him. Mu Xiaolu pointed at Xiaoju. Layperson Yun Lin seems to be his master. I heard Cui Zhongqi ask. Mu Hongjin looked at Xiaoju. Is that so? He Yan was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He heard Xiaoju reply, yes. The banquet hall inexplicably became dull. Mu Hongjin didn't speak and just leaned on the couch. She didn't even notice Mu Xiaolu. Her gaze gradually drifted away, as if she was recalling a distant memory. There was no room for anyone else in her eyes. He Yan thought to himself, from the looks of it, Mu Hongjin and Lu Buwang are not only old acquaintances, but also have a deep relationship. After a long time, Mu Hongjin came back to her senses and said indifferently, I know. She didn't say that she wanted to see him again, nor did she ask about Lu Buwang. It was as if this person was just a passerby who she had forgotten after hearing his name. Her expression returned to calmness, and for a moment, the gloominess also dissipated. She seemed to have returned to the aloof and unreasonable Royal Highness when they first met. It would be better if she kept asking, but she just let it go. He Yan became suspicious, as if there was a restless cat constantly scratching his heart. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, are your highness and layman Yunlin old acquaintances? Xiaoju glanced at him with a warning look. He Yan didn't care. Lu Buwang was also her relative. Now that she could finally catch a glimpse of Lu Buwang's past, how could she give up? Besides, Mu Hongjin's expression. At least she wasn't an enemy of Lu Buwang. Mu Hongjin didn't expect He Yan to suddenly ask this. She looked at He Yan, and He Yan looked at her generously. After a while, Mu Hongjin smiled and said, Military Governor Xiao, your subordinate is really bold. Xiaoju's gaze was clear and indifferent. Your Highness, please forgive me. I haven't said anything yet. You don't have to be so anxious to defend her. Mu Hongjin smiled slightly. It's just that no one has dared to ask this question for many years. He Yan found it strange. Was she really an enemy? If she was an enemy, why would Lu Buwang treat Mu Xiaolu so well? After all, Mu Xiaolu and Mu Hongjin were too similar. Facing a face that looked like an enemy, he wouldn't be gentle. Actually, it's no big deal to tell you. Mu Hongjin said lightly, many years ago, before I got married, I once sneaked out of the prince's mansion. She glanced at Mu Xiaolu and said gently, just like Xiaolu yesterday. But I was very lucky. I didn't meet any bad people. Instead, I met a young man who just came down from the mountain. Her beautiful eyes stared at the painting on the wall in the distance. The painting was like a young girl sitting under a flower tree and weaving a garland. The large peach color was bright and beautiful, just like the spring day of that year. I admired this young man, so I pestered him and followed him with the excuse that I was penniless and had nowhere to go. It was also the first time Mu Xiaolu heard about her grandmother's past. She widened her eyes in surprise. It was the first time I fell in love with someone. Naturally, I was very sincere. However, that young man already had a sweetheart and didn't like me. He was also very cold to me. Father told me that the marriage was set and they would get married in a few days. So I begged that young man to take me away. He Yan was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Princess Mingji was really bold to elope before marriage. On the day of the appointment, he didn't come. Mu Hongjin said lightly, I was found by father's people and returned to Jiang to get married. After that, I never saw him again. After Mu Hongjin finished speaking, her expression didn't change, as if she was talking about someone else's matter. He Yan didn't feel good. She thought for a while and said, maybe householder Yanlin didn't come that day because he had something to do. I also made an appointment with someone, but I was delayed by something urgent, so I missed the appointment. There's nothing urgent, there's no misunderstanding. Mu Hongjin smiled and said, he told me this himself. He Yan didn't say anything else, but he felt that what Mu Hongjin said wasn't the whole truth. If Lu Buwang really had someone else in his heart, ever since He Yan met him, he had never seen any other woman. He had also never heard him mention anyone's name. Speaking of which, Mu Xiaolu was the one with the most different attitude, and Mu Xiaolu was Mu Hongjin's granddaughter. Young people always think that they're the unique one. Mu Hongjin smiled and said, I was the same when I was young. But I don't know that being unique or not depends on who sees it. In that person's eyes, I'm just the one who doesn't catch his eye among thousands of people. Your Highness, the person you're talking about is my master? Xiaoju asked. As Xiaolu said, I can't think of anyone else. Mu Hongjin said, it's just that I didn't expect him to come to Jiang. He Yan thought to himself, Princess Mingji guessed wrong. According to the lady boss of the tea house, Lu Buwang not only came to Jiang this year, but also every year in the past. However, Lu Buwang didn't come to Jiang for Mu Hongjin, right? What's this? Is it better not to meet? Mu Xiaolu curled her lips and said, that person really has no taste. Grandmother is the most beautiful and powerful person in the world, but he's actually willing to let her down? Is he blind? I think he shouldn't be called householder Yunlin, but householder who has no taste. You. Mu Hongjin poked Mu Xiaolu's head and scolded with a smile, you're so young, but you know what it means to let someone down? He won grandmother's favor, but not only is he not grateful, but he also doesn't take it seriously. If this isn't letting her down, then what is? Serves him right for not being able to marry grandmother. I don't want my grandfather to be such a person. Mu Xiaolu said angrily. She was a child and spoke without fear. It was probably because when she was born, Mu Hongjin's husband had already passed away. Since she had never met him, she didn't have any feelings for him. Thus, when she spoke of this matter, she didn't have any scruples. Sure. Mu Hongjin smiled and hugged Mu Xiaolu. Then, our Xiaolu's future husband must cherish Xiaolu and never let her down. Of course. He Yan didn't feel good when he saw the happy and harmonious appearance of the grandfather and grandson. There were thousands of different kinds of people in the world, and the number of people who were destined to be together was like the grains of sand in the Ganges River, innumerable. However, if you were misunderstood and couldn't say it out loud, that would probably be the most regrettable kind. Even the precious delicacies couldn't make her happy. After eating with a heavy heart, Xiaoju and He Yan got up and said goodbye to Mu Hongjin. Mu Hongjin nodded. When she turned to leave, He Yan finally couldn't help but look at Mu Hongjin and ask, Your Highness, since you already know that your old friend is now living in the Chui mansion, why don't you ask about his current situation and his experiences over the years? From the beginning until now, ever since she knew that Lu Buwang was the person who saved Mu Xiaolu, Mu Hongjin had played down the past and never mentioned this person again, as if Lu Buwang had nothing to do with her. Mu Hongjin was slightly startled, and then looked at He Yan and said lightly, that's all in the past. As for now, he and I have nothing to do with each other. After the meal, He Yan and Xiaoju said goodbye to Mu Hongjin. After leaving the mansion, He Yan couldn't help but look back at the vermilion gate of the mansion and said hesitantly, Your Highness, do you really only treat my master as a stranger now? Xiaoju said, love is deep and hate is deep. People who have really let go will not deliberately forget something. What do you mean? I mean, he raised the corners of his mouth slightly, lady, he really doesn't know how to observe people's expressions when it comes to love. Was this a blow to her? He Yan thought, besides, how could he blame her? In her previous life, she didn't have any occasion to carefully figure out other people's thoughts, except for the enemy generals. Besides, women's minds were delicate. If a woman really wanted to hide her feelings, she would definitely not let others see through her. "You speak as if you know very well," she retorted. "A little better than you." He walked forward leisurely, and Yan hurriedly followed. In the empty hall, the woman in the red robe and golden crown slowly walked up the steps and sat down on the high seat. After Mu Xiaolu finished her meal, she was taken back to her bedroom to rest by a maid. Mu Xiaolu had also received quite a shock yesterday. As a child, she was very tired and sleepy, so Mu Hongjin had someone send her some soup to calm her nerves. Fortunately, Mu Xiaolu was only frightened and not injured. Jiang was plagued by internal and external troubles. Yuta was among them, and the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the city were in her hands. The current situation really couldn't be considered gratifying. This was originally a mess, but Mu Hongjin actually thought of another name in her heart. Lu Buwang. She really didn't expect that after so many years, she could still hear the name Lu Buwang from other people. She also didn't expect that Lu Buwang would dare to enter Jiang City again. If Mu Hongjin was young, she would definitely stand in front of him, look down at him condescendingly, and ask him to get out of her territory. But now, she didn't have such an impulse, and she didn't even want to see him. On the small table next to the high seat, there was a carved bronze mirror. Cui Yuezhi had found it for her from a merchant. The mirror was extremely thin, and the carvings were extremely beautiful. There was an emerald green opal inlaid on the wooden handle at the bottom. She had always liked complicated and gorgeous things, so she kept it with her every day. Mu Xiaolu always said that this bronze mirror looked old-fashioned, but Mu Hongjin didn't think so. She held the bronze mirror in her hand and looked at the person in the mirror. The woman in the mirror was extremely beautiful. She didn't know when even her makeup had to be as dignified and exquisite. There was a touch of light red at the corners of her eyes, which made her beauty look cold and gorgeous. Her lips were also red and slightly pursed, which made her look restrained and cold. She reached out to stroke her hair. The maids all envied her for her long black hair. Even at this age, she didn't look old. But they didn't know that every morning, she would ask her personal maid to comb her hair carefully under the sunlight, find out the white in her hair, and pull them out one by one. As long as she was still the princess, she would always be young, beautiful, noble, and powerful. She would trample all the restless people under her feet and accept everyone's respectful and sincere gazes. But, she was old after all. Mu Hongjin looked at herself in the mirror. Once upon a time, her face was clean and she never put on makeup. Her eyes didn't have the domineering and fierce look now. That girl's eyes were always curved, and when she smiled, she revealed her white teeth. She was brash, hearty, and carefree. Her thoughts flew back to many years ago, so long that she couldn't remember which year it was. At that time, Mu Hongjin wasn't the red-robed and golden-crowned princess. She was the only daughter of King Mengji, the apple of his eye, a 17-year-old girl. The 17-year-old girl was full of imagination about love and the future. When she suddenly learned that her marriage was set and she was going to marry the son of an important court official, her first reaction was fierce resistance. The old King Mengji, her father, looked at her with some guilt, but his tone was undeniably firm. "You must marry him to stabilize your position as princess." "I don't want to be a princess at all," Mu Hongjin snorted. "I don't want to use my marriage to exchange for this position. I'd rather be an ordinary person." Her resistance wasn't taken seriously. Perhaps it was just a child's willful quarrel, or perhaps, King Mengji knew very well that even if she resisted, there would be no result. The position of a vassal king was unstable. If he wasn't careful, no one would be able to escape. Mu Hongjin slipped out of the prince's residence late one night. She had a strange temperament and had long yearned for the life of an ordinary person. She took a horsewhip, changed her appearance, and left Jiang City that night. The Mu Hongjin of that year was older than the current Mu Xiaolu, and also more intelligent and shrewd. She didn't suffer any losses along the way. She went all the way to the foot of Qiyun Mountain. Qiyun Mountain's mountain path was steep. Bystanders said that there was a barren mountain at the top. However, there was a lush peach forest at the foot of the mountain. It was spring, and the peach blossoms were bright and full of romance. Mu Hongjin was not far from the peach forest when she encountered a thief. Generally speaking, if a girl who was alone didn't disguise herself, it was very easy to encounter a thief with bad intentions. If the girl was a beautiful girl, it was even more difficult to avoid. There were many stories of heroes saving beauties in dramas, and they all originated from this. Mu Hongjin ran, and when she ran under a peach tree, she accidentally sprained her ankle and had nowhere to hide. The thieves grinned and came forward, like catching a turtle in a jar. If this was in a drama, at this time, the hero who saved the beauty would appear. The hero who saved the beauty did indeed appear. Stop. At this critical moment, someone's voice was heard. It was a clear male voice. Mu Hongjin looked back and saw a young man in white slowly walking over. His long hair was tied up in a bun with a white silk cloth, and he carried a zither on his back. He had delicate features and an otherworldly appearance, as if he didn't care about the secular world. He blocked in front of her. The thieves were stunned at first, but then they laughed. They thought that this young man looked weak and was just trying to stand out, so they quickly told him to get lost. Mu Hongjin also felt some despair. He looked more like a zither player than a hero. However, the young man just stood there calmly and didn't move. The thieves flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to make the young man suffer a little. It wasn't until the young man pulled out the long sword at his waist that Mu Hongjin saw clearly that he actually had another sword. The young man in white was indeed a hero, and he was also a kind hero. His swordsmanship was extremely high, but he didn't take those people's lives. He just stopped and beat them until they fled. Only the two of them were left under the peach tree. In the crimson red, Mu Hongjin looked at the other party. The young man's eyes were calm and indifferent, and his robe was spotless. However, she knew that he was not a zither player, but a chivalrous hero. He jumped out of those thrilling dramas and appeared in front of her like a divine soldier descending from the sky. He was the young chivalrous hero who saved her. The panic just now faded away, and she smiled with curved eyebrows and eyes. Thank you for saving me. My name is Mu Hongjin. What's your name? The young chivalrous hero seemed to be a little surprised by her sudden cheerfulness. He paused and said, Lu Buwang. The girl from Jiang was cheerful and bold, enthusiastic and forthright. Mu Hongjin looked at him with a distressed expression, but a trace of craftiness flashed through her eyes. Young chivalrous hero Lu, I sprained my ankle and can't walk anymore. Since you've saved me, I'll help you to the end. Carry me on your back. The person in the bronze mirror smiled slightly, and her gaze gradually became distant. When she recalled the peach blossoms that year, she would unconsciously smile. She didn't hold the bronze mirror tightly and accidentally dropped it on the ground. The sound alarmed the woman on the high seat. She bent down to pick up the bronze mirror and was slightly startled. There was a crack on the smooth surface of the bronze mirror because of the fall just now. It was very slight, and if one didn't look carefully, it wouldn't be discovered. The smile on her lips faded. After a while, she put the mirror aside. After all, it was difficult to repair a broken mirror. When they returned to the Chui residence, it was already evening, and Chui Yuezhi hadn't returned yet. He Yan was afraid that Lu Buwang would leave without saying goodbye, so the first thing she did was to look for Lu Buwang. When she found him, she found that Lu Buwang was playing chess with Lin Shuanghe. Both of them liked to wear white clothes. Lin Shuanghe looked like a fine young master in a chaotic world, while Lu Buwang looked like a noble and otherworldly swordsman. Seeing that He Yan had returned, Lin Shuanghe said, Young master, madam, you're back. Mr. Lu's chess skills are too good. I, Lu Buwang, have such high chess skills, but I can't even last 10 moves against him. How many rounds has it been? Young master, why don't you play chess with Mr. Lu and help me win a round? He Yan silently rolled her eyes in her heart. It wasn't that she was bragging about her master, but there was nothing that Lu Buwang wasn't good at. He was talented in both civil and martial arts. With Lin Shuanghe's mediocre skills, he could deceive girls in brothels, but compared with Lu Buwang, it was simply an insult to Lu Buwang. She walked to Lu Buwang's side and said to Lin Shuanghe, Since you've lost so many rounds, Brother Lin should go back and practice well before the next round. I still have something to talk to my master about. Let's talk about it later. After saying that, she pulled Lu Buwang up and walked into the room. Lin Xuanhe looked at He Yan's back, leaned close to Xiao Ju, and asked curiously, "Why are you in such a hurry?" "What's wrong with my sister?" Xiao Ju said. "She went to listen to a story." "What story?" Lin Xuanhe was puzzled. "Did you see the princess in the mansion? How was it? Did she make things difficult for you?" Xiao Ju chuckled and didn't answer. She didn't make things difficult for him, but... He Yan's gaze fell on the door that was closed by He Yan. It was just that this trip was probably an accident for Mu Hongjin, Lu Buwang, and even He Yan. Cui Jiao was about to go in with the tea, but was stopped by Xiao Ju. His gaze fell on the teapot on the tea tray, and he said, "Change a bowl of brown sugar water, hot." Cui Jiao nodded. Xiao Ju turned around and saw Lin Xuanhe staring at him with a strange gaze. He frowned. "What are you looking at?" Xiao Huijin. Lin Xuanhe looked at him seriously, waved his fan, and said, "You're finished." "You're sick," he replied indifferently. In the room, He Yan pressed Lu Buwang to sit down at the table, and he sat down as well. She had a lot of questions, such as Lu Buwang's previous words about tracking down the Wutua people, as well as Jiang's current actions. However, the first thing she said was, "Master, I just came back from the mansion and met Her Highness." Lu Buwang looked at her. He Yan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Princess Mengji seems to be an old acquaintance of Master." Lu Buwang said, "Yes." He admitted it so quickly? She was stunned for a moment. Since he was so frank, did it mean that there was nothing between them? He Yan realized for the first time that he was so talkative that he even wanted to know about other people's private affairs. But if it was about Lu Buwang, she couldn't help but want to know what kind of past her godlike, seemingly emotionless master had. Perhaps it was this past that made him seem more worldly and more like an ordinary person. Princess Mengji said that she once admired Master, but Master has another love in his heart. He Yan simply said it in one breath. Back then, Princess Mengji wanted to escape from the marriage and made an appointment with Master, but Master didn't come, so she returned to Jiang and got married. Hearing this, Lu Buwang was still expressionless, and no one could tell what he was thinking. He Yan said, "Master, is this true?" She always felt that with Lu Buwang's chivalrous character, who would bury the corpses when he passed by, if Mu Hongjin really begged him, he would definitely take her away. If he didn't intend to take her away from the beginning, he wouldn't have made an agreement with Mu Hongjin at all. Why did he have to do something unnecessary? "It's true," Lu Buwang replied lightly. He Yan was surprised. "Why? This is the best choice for her." Lu Buwang said, "As Princess Mengji, she should bear her due responsibilities, and Jiang is her responsibility." But He Yan was still unwilling to give up. Is it because of this that Master didn't take her away, or is it because of other reasons? Does Master really have another love in his heart? For so many years, she had never seen Lu Buwang mention any woman or anyone he loved. To put it bluntly, if that lover was no longer alive, at least Zhong Yuan would pay respects to her every year during the Qingming festival. But no, there was nothing. Lu Buwang didn't answer her and just looked at He Yan with a smile. "Is she doing well? Was she doing well?" He Yan couldn't answer this question. The current situation in Jiang City was really not good. But from a certain point of view, Mu Hongjin was married and had a granddaughter. At least she wasn't as lonely as Lu Buwang. She could only say, "Xiaolu is her granddaughter." Lu Buwang smiled and didn't say anything. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became silent and stagnant. Outside, Cui Jiao knocked on the door and said, "Madam, the sweet soup with brown sugar balls is here." "Why do you still like sweet things?" Lu Buwang came back to his senses and laughed. "Go out and drink the sweet soup. I want to be alone for a while." He Yan hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, "Master, I'll go out first." She left the room, and the door was closed behind her. The night in Jiang was also warm, not as cold as the north. The wind blew in from the window, causing the shadows of the trees to sway slightly. It was like the fog on Qiyun Mountain. Lu Buwang had no parents. He was the youngest disciple of Daoist Yunji on Qiyun Mountain. Daoist Yunji was extremely outstanding. He lived far away and adopted a group of orphans as his disciples. Lu Buwang was ranked 7th and was called Little Seven. The teenagers practiced martial arts on the mountain. When they were 18 years old, they had to go down the mountain to gain experience. When Lu Buwang went down the mountain, his senior brothers all came to see him off. He was proud and simple, and his nature was pure and honest. Everyone was afraid that he would be deceived at the foot of the mountain. Before he left, they gave him a lot of advice, which made him impatient. Every teenager felt that their future was bright, and that they could root out evil in the world and take care of injustice everywhere. There was nothing that could humiliate their temperament or defeat their persistence. Lu Buwang was the same. Who knew that as soon as he went down the mountain, he would see evil people bullying a weak woman in the peach blossom forest at the foot of the mountain? Lu Buwang stepped forward, drove away the evil people, and was about to leave, but the woman stuck to him like a dogskin plaster. He couldn't get rid of her. He still remembered the first time he saw Mu Hongjin. She was so beautiful and charming that one more look at her would make him blush. Her 2 braids hung in front of her chest. She blinked at him and said in an innocent voice, "Young hero Lu, I sprained my ankle and can't walk. I'll help you to the end. Carry me on your back." He was shocked by her self-righteous words. He took a step back and said, "No." "Why not?" Mu Hongjin said, "Aren't you a young hero? Young heroes all have to do this." "Young heroes all have to do this?" Lu Buwang didn't understand when he was a teenager. He had been living on the mountain and didn't know the ways of the world, so he didn't know whether what she said was true or not. But looking at her confident look, Lu Buwang thought that maybe the people at the foot of the mountain were all like this. Was he making a fuss over nothing? As he thought about it, he saw Mu Hongjin cry out with a bitter face, "Ouch, ouch, it hurts when I move." He was displeased that she was so delicate. Even Taoist Yanji's daughter, his junior sister, wasn't so delicate. He had no choice but to bend down and say, "Come on up." Mu Hongjin climbed up happily. The girl's hands held his neck tightly. Her warm body was close to him, and he could smell the fragrance of her hair. Lu Buwang felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to refuse, but it was too late. He could only accept his fate and say, "Miss, where do you live? I'll take you back." "I don't have a home." The girl's voice was pitiful. "I was kidnapped here. My home is far, far away. I'll follow you from now on. I'll go wherever you go." Lu Buwang was so shocked that he almost threw her off his back. "What do you mean I'll go wherever you go? Why do you want to follow me? Since you saved me, of course you have to be responsible for me to the end." Mu Hongjin said confidently, "Otherwise, you can take me back to my home. My home is in the Shuo capital, which is far away from here. Can you take me there?" Lu Buwang, he really didn't expect that he would save such a big trouble when he saved someone. Were all the people at the foot of the mountain like this, and all the women at the foot of the mountain like this? No wonder eldest senior brother told him before he left, "The women at the foot of the mountain are tigers." Even tigers were scared away by a firecracker. Why couldn't he get rid of this woman? As if reading his mind, the girl leaned close to his ear and said, "Don't be afraid. I don't eat much, and I won't cost you much money. If you take me with you, I won't be a trouble. I beg you, young hero." In the past 18 years of Lu Buwang's life, he had never interacted with a woman except for his little junior sister. Even his little junior sister was gentle and polite. He had never seen such a fierce weirdo. His senior brothers said that he was pure and honest, which was true. He put on airs, but he was repeatedly helpless against Mu Hongjin. He couldn't get rid of Mu Hongjin, so he thought that he would wait until he finished his business and then take her to Chiyun Mountain. As for how to deal with her, he would let Taoist Yanji decide. Suddenly, there was a gentle and soft girl beside him, which made Lu Buwang very uncomfortable. But soon, this discomfort was diluted by anger. Mu Hongjin wasn't like what she said, "I don't eat much, and I won't spend much of your money. I won't be a problem if you take me with you." Mu Hongjin indeed didn't eat much, but she spent a lot of money. She was too picky. She had to choose the best restaurant to eat, dress beautifully, and live in an inn. Fortunately, she had her own money, which was very rich, so she could afford it. Not only that, but she also shared it with him generously. Young hero, the roast duck of Wufeng Lu is really delicious. Try some. Lu Buwang frowned and looked at her. Didn't you say that you were abducted? How can you have so much money on you? When the abductor abducted you, he must have been so kind that he didn't search you, right? Mu Hongjin was stunned and said apologetically, you found out. Well, in fact, I wasn't abducted here. She leaned close to Lu Buwang and whispered in his ear, I ran away from my marriage. Lu Buwang looked at her in surprise. It's true. I didn't lie to you. My father wants to marry me to an old man who is older than him. Look at me. I'm so young and beautiful. How can I marry into a tiger's den? I heard that the man is a pervert. He had married 3 wives before, but they were all tortured to death by him. I had no choice. She pretended to cry and covered her face with her sleeve. I just didn't want to die so miserably. Lu Buwang was skeptical. Nonsense. Since you have so much money on you, it can be seen that your family background is not bad. Why did your father marry you to such a person? That person's family background is even bigger than ours. Mu Hongjin said aggrievedly, don't you know that the higher the official's rank, the higher the official's rank? He took a fancy to me and wanted me to be his wife. My father had no choice. But I didn't want to. I escaped in the middle of the night. If they caught me, I would be dead. So, young hero, please don't leave me behind. Lu Buwang said angrily, I'm not your husband. She made it sound as if he had abandoned her. They were strangers he had met by chance. If her family really found Mu Hongjin and they wanted to take her away, what reason did he have to stop them? That won't do. Mu Hongjin grabbed his hand. You saved me, so you should be responsible for me. If you leave me behind halfway, I'll die sooner or later. It's better to die now. Come on. She snatched the long sword from Lu Buwang's waist and put it on the table. She looked at Lu Buwang and said aggressively, it's better to die under your sword than to be tortured by that bastard. Young hero, kill me. There were people coming and going around. When some people saw them like this, they all pointed at them. Lu Buwang immediately blushed and said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? If you don't promise to protect me all the time, I'll always be like this. The young man was instantly overwhelmed. How could there be such an unreasonable woman in the world? However, she had said everything, and he couldn't even refute her. After a while, he was defeated. He gritted his teeth and said, I promise you. Forget it. It would only take more than a month to gain experience at the foot of the mountain. After more than a month, he would take her back to Qiyun Mountain. Daoist Yunji had his own way. At that time, no matter how arrogant this woman was, they wouldn't meet again. Hearing this, Mu Hongjin immediately smiled. She suddenly approached him, looked at his face, and said, actually, there is another way. As long as I get married now, that rotten old man won't be able to do anything to me. I see that you're handsome and your swordsmanship is outstanding. You're even better than that person. Why don't you marry me and we'll both be happy? The girl smiled lightly, and her eyes were as moist as a mountain stream, clearly reflecting his figure. The young man in white was startled. He jumped up as if he had been bitten by a snake and reprimanded, who wants to be happy with you? Oh. Mu Hongjin spread out her hands regretfully. That's a pity. That's a pity. Suddenly, there was a clang sound beside his hand, and he came back to his senses. He didn't know when his fingertips had accidentally touched the strings on the table, shattering his memories. He was stunned for a moment, and the clear and cunning voice of the girl back then seemed to appear in his mind. She kept calling him young hero, which made him impatient and upset. After a while, Lu Buwang lowered his head and smiled faintly. They were all gone and couldn't be chased. It was just adding to his sadness. He Yan also had something on his mind because he met Mu Hongjin in the prince's mansion during the day. That night, he didn't sleep well. He tossed and turned in bed and didn't fall asleep until the middle of the night. Fortunately, he didn't wake up Xiaoju. Because he slept late at night, he woke up a little later the next day. When he woke up, he didn't see Xiaoju. Hong Qiao smiled and said, young master went out early in the morning and told me not to wake madam up. He Yan said, oh, and asked Hong Qiao, did he say where he was going? Hong Qiao shook her head. He Yan got up and washed up. After eating, he walked to the courtyard and saw Lu Buwang making tea. Lin Shuanghe was sitting on the side and admiring. Master. He Yan went over and called. Ahi. Lu Buwang smiled and said, do you want to drink tea? No. He Yan waved his hand repeatedly. Lu Buwang's skill in making tea looked quite intimidating, but the tea he made had always been very bitter, similar to medicine. Although she wasn't afraid of suffering, she wasn't someone who would ask for it. She immediately said, I'm going out for a walk. You guys continue. He Yan smiled and walked away. When she arrived at Jiang, if it wasn't for something, her days would be very boring. If it was in the past, she would have practiced martial arts to strengthen her body on such a good morning and good weather. Unfortunately, she was wearing women's clothes now, so it wasn't convenient for her to do this. She was even more afraid of being exposed. After thinking about it, she could only give up. While she was regretting, Cui Jiao hurried over and said, Madam, a guest is here. If there's a guest, then so be it. He Yan was puzzled. What does it have to do with me? She wasn't the owner of the Cui mansion. She was obviously a guest. Even if there was a guest, it wasn't He Yan's turn to welcome her. No. Cui Jiao carefully looked at her face. You know this guest. She's the daughter of Ling Dianyi from the Dibua Hall. She came to the mansion today and said that she came to have fun with you. He Yan was puzzled. Ling Xiao? Was she very close to Ling Xiao? They didn't even talk much. Their relationship wasn't close enough for them to visit each other, right? Madam, do you want to go and take a look? He Yan sighed. She had already come to the house. How could he close the door and not meet her? Forget it. He would just go and meet her for a while and see what she was up to. In the small garden, several young girls were sitting together. They were all dressed up and were beautiful. They were even more beautiful than the spring scenery in the garden. They were chattering and laughing, and their voices were like orioles. Just looking at them was really pleasing to the eye. Concubine Wei stood in the corridor and wrung her handkerchief angrily. She said, these people are really too much. They're bullying our Yuyan. Second concubine Wei was putting nail polish on her fingers. The bright red color of the nail polish made her fingers look especially slender and white. It can't be helped. Who told young Master Qiao to be so handsome? Our Jiang hasn't had such a person for many years. His age is just right. If I were 10 years younger, I would also give it a try. Try my ass. Concubine Wei was so anxious that she cursed. Be careful or I'll tell Master. Good. Sister, I was just saying. Why did you take it seriously? Second concubine Wei laughed. She carefully looked at the nail polish on her fingers under the sunlight. There are so many wolves chasing after a piece of meat. I'm too lazy to deal with them. Miss Yuyan is so pitiful. Third concubine Wei liked to be sad. She covered her heart with her handkerchief and sighed with a frown. She said with some empathy, so many people have their eyes on her as soon as she arrived in Jiang. If she continues to stay in Jiang in the future, will her days be good? Although she is young and beautiful now, if other women were to appear in front of young Master Qiao every day, how long would young Master Qiao be able to last? A man's true feelings are too easily changed. They can't withstand a few words from a vixen. Who are you scolding? Second concubine Wei glanced at her. Do you dare to say that in front of Master? Third concubine Wei pretended not to hear her and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Fourth concubine Wei was the youngest and used to be a street performer. She always laughed heartlessly and asked while eating melon seeds, that depends on whether young Master Qiao likes his wife or not. I quite like Miss Yuyan. She doesn't have the delicate air of a young miss. Last time, she even helped my servant carry the bucket. It was the first time I saw a master helping a servant. How nice. That's terrible. Third concubine Wei made a fuss over nothing. Men all like gentle and timid girls. Carrying a bucket. She didn't let others look down on her and think that she was born to be treated carelessly. Fourth concubine Wei was dissatisfied and spat out the melon seed in her mouth. What do you mean look down on me? I used to be a street performer and carried 5 water vats at a time. Master still liked me very much. What gentle and timid. Master didn't have the patience to deal with someone like you who would have a headache and fever every few days. Enough, stop arguing. Concubine Wei's head hurt from their argument and she reprimanded them. We are talking about Miss Xianxia now. In any case, she is quite miserable. Third concubine Wei muttered. You see, Miss Ling isn't easy to deal with. The other girls aren't that easy to deal with either. Young Master Qiao is born beautiful, but he treats people very coldly. I don't think he cares much about Miss Xianxia. Sooner or later, something will happen. Third younger sister. Second concubine Wei glanced at third concubine Wei. Do you know why you are the least favored among the 4 of us? It's because you don't have good taste. Third concubine Wei glared at her angrily. Tears welled up in her eyes and she looked like she was about to cry again. That young Master Qiao's temperament is indeed cold and he doesn't seem to care much about Madame Qiao. I don't know why. Perhaps there were no feelings before marriage? However, from his behavior these past few days, it's clear that he likes Madame Qiao. Ordinary people's love isn't a big deal, but this kind of person's love is. There is a kind of person who is unmoved, but once he is moved, there is only one person in his eyes. Second concubine Wei raised her finger and smiled like a vixen imparting her experience. No matter how many other girls are beautiful, they are all in vain in his eyes. Xiao Huanqing is this kind of person. When these words came out, everyone was silent for a moment. This kind of man was probably what women yearned for. For a moment, they were speechless. After a long while, concubine Wei opened her mouth and asked, Do you mean that we don't have to help? Help what? Second concubine Wei smiled carelessly. That Xiao Huanqing is very protective. Why don't we make a bet? I'm afraid that Wen Yuyan's husband will stand up for her before she is in trouble. When He Yan arrived at the small garden, a gust of fragrant wind hit him in the face and he almost fainted from the smell. He didn't know why the women of Jiang liked to wear fragrant pouches so much. It was fine if it was just one person, but when many people crowded together, it was like a cloud of powder. For a moment, He Yan missed Xiaoju's moonchilan fragrance very much. It was faint and light. It was just right. Madame Qiao is here. Ling Xiao stood up and smiled at her. He Yan didn't know any of these girls except for Ling Xiao and Yan Min'er. He thought for a moment and said, I heard that. Miss Ling specially came to see me? You don't have to be so serious. Ling Xiao smiled and said, It's just that today's weather is good and we have nothing to do. We are sitting together and chatting. We thought that since Madame Qiao is here, we might as well go together. Madame Qiao won't find us disturbing, right? I won't. He Yan smiled and snorted in her heart. Even though she wasn't sensitive to women's affairs, she could tell that this group of people had ulterior motives. They weren't here to see her. They were clearly here to see Xiaoju. As expected, Ling Xiao's next sentence was, Why don't I see young Master Qiao? My husband went out early in the morning. He Yan smiled very amiably. He might not be back until late at night. What right did they have to see him whenever they wanted? He was the commander-in-chief of the Right Corps of Dawei. Of course, he couldn't just let anyone see him. If he didn't allow them to see him, then he didn't allow them to see him. When Ling Xiao and the girls behind her heard this, they instantly looked disappointed. He Yan smiled and said, Didn't Miss Ling specially come to see me? Why, you're not joking, right? How can that be? Ling Xiao regained her senses and affectionately pulled He Yan's hand and sat down at the stone table in the courtyard. Quickly, sit down. My father and official Cui have a very good relationship. In the past, I often came to the Cui residence to play. However, I never had a sister and it was rather lonely. It's good that Madame Qiao is here. In the future, when Ah Xiao comes to the Cui residence again, I don't have to worry about not having someone to talk to. He Yan thought to herself, how is this looking for a sister? She's obviously here to see a handsome man. Xiaoju should come and see what she meant by being more serious and deceiving than her. He Yan sat down in front of the stone table. To be honest, she didn't know these people at all and didn't know what to say. She just casually picked up some fruits to eat and planned to sit here as a decoration and listen to them talk. Unfortunately, since the other party was here for Xiaoju, and Xiaoju wasn't here, this madam couldn't possibly be spared. As they spoke, the topic of conversation landed on He Yan. I heard that Madame Qiao is a famous talented woman in Hu province. Previously, I really wanted to hear Madame Qiao play the guqin. Unfortunately, I was stopped by Sir Qiao in the end. Now that I think about it, I feel regretful, Ling Xiao said with a smile. He Yan smiled and said, "What's there to feel regretful about? Didn't my husband also play a piece?" But Sir Qiao said that his guqin skills weren't even 1/10 of Madame's. Ling Xiao stared into He Yan's eyes. It's really hard to imagine. Yes, it was really hard to imagine. He Yan thought to herself, Xiaoju's lie was a little too exaggerated. Now that she heard it from someone else, she felt embarrassed. My husband's praise is a little too much. He Yan poured herself a cup of tea and took a sip. My guqin skills are about the same as his. If you listen to him, it's equivalent to listening to me. How can that be? Ling Xiao obviously didn't plan to let her off so easily. In Jiang, we admire talented people the most. Since Madame has the talent to swallow the phoenix, you shouldn't hide it. The weather is good today. Why don't we pick up some poems here? Firstly, it's interesting. Secondly, we can see Madame's talent. Here it comes, here it comes. He Yan was annoyed. Why did Ling Xiao ask him to either play the guqin or compose poems? Did she have to play chess or write calligraphy if she said that she didn't know how to compose poems? He Yan thought to himself, even if this lady is attracted by Xiaoju's appearance and admires her, she should be targeting Xiaoju. For example, she should be showing off her skills in front of Xiaoju. Why is she making things difficult for me? Is it possible that Xiaoju will like anyone who makes things difficult for me? Once was fine, but every time was the same. He Yan didn't want to play this kind of game with them anymore. He only smiled and said, "Today, I don't want to compose a poem, nor do I want to play chess. Of course, I definitely won't play the zither." There was no room for negotiation at all. He directly rejected Ling Xiao. No matter how clever Ling Xiao was, she didn't expect He Yan to say that. After a while, Yan Min'er, who had been silent all this time, snorted and mocked. It said that women in the Central Plains are graceful and polite. I think Madame Qiao's way of speaking is like our Miss Jiang. Very straightforward. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. He Yan smiled. Madame Qiao, are you looking down on us? Ling Xiao lowered her head and asked uneasily. It's not that I'm looking down on you, He Yan said doubtfully, it's just that I don't want to today. Didn't you say that Miss Ling is a talented lady? Why can't you understand a simple sentence? Is it difficult to understand what I said? He Yan would have asked them to come out and fight if they were men looking for trouble today. However, it was not good for a woman to do such ungentlemanly things. After thinking about it, she decided that it would be better to use the title of evil Rakshasa to make these ladies understand that she was not to be trifled with. After being frightened, they would naturally not come to her door and ask her to play the guqin, chess, calligraphy, and painting again. Ling Xiao looked at her in a daze and did not say anything. When the other ladies saw this, they were dissatisfied with He Yan. It was probably because Ling Xiao was very prestigious among them. When Ling Xiao was wronged, all of them wanted to stand up for her. A lady with a slightly louder voice said, Madame Qiao refuses to do this and refuses to do that. Could it be that she doesn't know how to play the guqin? The so-called title of a talented lady doesn't live up to its name. That's why she shirks it every time. How is that possible? Another lady seemed to be deliberately playing along with her. She said in surprise, that young Master Qiao is not an ordinary person. He plays the guqin so well. It's obvious that he's an elegant person. He was already very wealthy in the past. Now that he's acknowledged his ancestors, he'll be a person of status in Jiang sooner or later. I heard that Madame Qiao is also from an ordinary family. If she doesn't have any special skills, what does young Master Qiao like about her? Yan Min'er smiled insincerely and said, beauty. Speaking of which, Madame Qiao's skin is as white as jade. She's as beautiful as the moon. She emphasized the word skin as white as jade. He Yan was speechless. She seemed to be talking about Xiaoju. How could she be blamed for that? What kind of logic was that? Beautiful as the moon. There are so many beautiful ladies in Jiyang. Isn't Ah Xiao beautiful? She comes from a good family, has a gentle personality, and is brimming with talent. If that's the case, Ah Xiao is the one who's compatible with young Master Qiao. Don't talk nonsense, Ling Xiao said with reddened eyes. He Yan had finally experienced how bold Miss Jiyang was and how direct she was with her words. But what did they mean by this? Ling Xiao was a pure and innocent lady. Xiaoju was now a married man. Did they want her to be Xiaoju's concubine? Or did they want her to step down to make way for Ling Xiao? Was there something wrong with her brain? We didn't say anything wrong. Madam Qiao, you won't be liked by your husband sooner or later. The lady with the loudest voice laughed and said, Madam Qiao, please don't blame us for not being nice with our words. We're only saying this because we treat you as our own. Don't treat us as outsiders. Oh, since they couldn't do it openly, they were trying to sow discord. He Yan had been with Xiaoju for a long time and had learned a thing or two about his ability to scold people without using any vulgarities. He immediately shook his head and smiled sweetly. Don't treat us as outsiders, don't treat us as outsiders. I know that all of you have good intentions. However, you're worrying too much. My husband treats me very well. Even if I don't know how to play the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he wouldn't blame me at all, let alone if I didn't know how to play the zither. I have a bad temper, and I get angry and ignore people easily. My husband, on the other hand, would always be patient and coax me. He would cook noodles for me and take me to buy noodles. He would remember every word I said. He even remembers things like menstruation better than I do. He Yan glanced at Ling Xiao and saw that Ling Xiao's expression was not good. He felt proud and spouted more nonsense. What's so difficult about learning the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting? When I'm unhappy, my husband will use his skills to make me happy. What you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. There are many more that you haven't seen. Outside the courtyard, Xiaoju had not reached the garden. She had just turned the corner when she heard He Yan's pretentious sigh. He used a disgusting and sickening tone to speak. Sigh, such an outstanding and unreasonable man only dotes on me. He can't tolerate anyone else in his eyes. What can I do? Fei Nu, who was behind her, was speechless. Xiaoju felt her eyebrows twitching. She had just returned to the Cui residence and had not had time to change her clothes when she heard from Cui Jiao that He Yan was dragged to the small garden by Ling Xiao. She knew what a woman like Ling Xiao was up to. However, He Yan did not know anything about women. She thought about it and decided to put out the fire first because she was afraid that Ling Xiao would be taken advantage of. Who knew that as soon as she arrived, she would see Ling Xiao so proud of herself and did not seem to be taken advantage of. The other women were so angry that their faces turned green. She wasn't too stupid. Xiaoju was both angry and amused, so she didn't go forward. She simply stood at the corner of the garden and looked at her coldly. She wanted to hear what other shocking crazy things this person could say. On the other side, Second Inyang showed a knowing smile. She pointed at the figure at the corner of the garden and said, "Look, someone is here to protect her." It's true. Fourth Inyang clenched her fists and said, "Second sister, you are so good at judging people. I admire you. It's hard to say who he will help." Third Inyang was not satisfied with her wrong judgment and said, "What if Qiao Gongzi sees Ling Xiao's beauty and changes sides?" Inyang Wei frowned and said, "If you don't know how to speak, then don't speak." Second Inyang laughed in schadenfreude. On the other side, He Yan was still speaking with assurance. "That's why I said to my sisters, you must learn the 4 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. However, you must learn them to make yourself happy. If you only want to make a man like you, then you should learn how to control your husband." Before I was married, I was also very fond of romance. However, after I got married, I felt that everything was just fleeting clouds in the valley. Only the trick of controlling a husband is truly powerful. Really? This group of girls was not too old. Although they were a little annoying at times, they were not so scheming. Since they could write their thoughts on their faces, they were naturally not scheming. One of the girls asked, "Then tell us, what is your secret to controlling your husband?" Xian coughed and said seriously, "I am ashamed to say that I do not know what my technique of controlling my husband is. Back then, I only met my husband once at the Lantern Festival. I didn't even know him. The next day, he came to propose marriage and said that he would marry no one but me. Actually, I didn't want to get married so early, but he was so infatuated that he told me he wouldn't marry anyone but me. If I didn't agree to marry him, he would commit suicide by jumping into the river. I thought that since it was a human life, I might as well do a good deed. Moreover, you also know a saying, a strong woman is afraid of a pestering man. He kept pestering me, so I married him. I've thought about it. There's only one trick to controlling a husband. First of all, you have to have a face that can make people infatuated at first sight and want to marry no one else but you." She combed her long hair that hung in front of her chest and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Of course, this is not something that everyone can do. Secondly, you must like him less than he likes you." Men and women were generally evenly matched. In small matters, there would always be someone who had the upper hand and someone who was at a disadvantage. This is just like fighting a war. It's not a good thing to always place too much importance on your lover. If you treat yourself well, there will naturally be someone who will love you. Xian made up such nonsense that she almost believed herself. I've never fawned on my husband, but he doted on me like a pearl or a treasure. This is the result. Thirdly, Xian said in her heart, I can't make up the third one. She smiled slightly, good people are rare. Everyone has to open their eyes and look carefully. Rather than staring at someone else's, it's better to open your eyes and raise a new one. Fei Nu secretly glanced at her master. Second young master Xiao was leaning against the wall. His smile was slightly cold and his eyes were filled with ridicule. Fei Nu thought, this lady he said something about a strong woman being afraid of a pestering man. Their young master is a pestering man? And he kept pestering her? He really knew how to flatter himself. Second Yin stopped cracking melon seeds and stared at Xian. She said in surprise, so it was me who made a mistake? I thought he was someone who didn't know about the inner courtyard. I didn't expect him to be an expert. Wonderful. Although I don't quite understand what she said, Fourth Yin scratched her head, it sounds very impressive. Xian's heart calmed down a little. He felt that since he was reborn, he had seen a lot of the world with Xiaoju. He had even learned a lot about talking to people and talking to ghosts. Of course, this nonsense right now was enough to scare these little girls into a daze. However, in a group of people, there were always one or two who were not easy to fool. Yan Minor looked at her and said sarcastically, do you really think that people will believe what you said? Young Master Qiao dotes on someone? And pesters you? Does young Master Qiao look like this kind of person? When she said this, the few young ladies who were still in a daze recalled Xiao Huanqing's cold appearance and immediately became clear-headed. No matter how they looked at it, Xiao Huanqing didn't look like the kind of person who would pester Wen Yuyan. You must be lying. The loud-voiced young lady said. I'm not. Xian was very sincere, our relationship as husband and wife is very good, so good that it's beyond your imagination. Just a few days ago, during the Water God Festival, we even walked on Lover's Bridge. I'm afraid of heights and didn't want to go at first. However, when my husband heard that people who cross the bridge together will not be separated for the rest of their lives, he forcefully carried me over. If I hadn't sternly refused, he might have had to walk on it 3 times, destined for 3 lifetimes. Xiaoju, he couldn't bear to continue listening. He only felt that it was inconceivable. How could there be such a person in the world who could tell such a lie without blushing or panting? She was so serious that it made one's hair stand on end. What's wrong with that? The young lady at the side was unconvinced. So many people walk on Lover's Bridge, we even look at pictures together, Xian said. Ling Shou didn't understand, what pictures? Spring, before she finished speaking, a light cough was heard. Everyone turned to look and saw a young man slowly walking over. He was so elegant that he could be in a painting and was as handsome as jade. It wasn't the first time they had seen him, but every time they saw him, they couldn't help but be mesmerized by this person's appearance and praise him in their hearts. When he passed by He Yan, his beautiful eyes fell on He Yan, revealing a hint of warning. He Yan also forgot what he was talking about. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Xiaoju say faintly, "Yan Yan, what are you doing here?" Yan Yan, Ling Xiu was stunned. It wasn't uncommon for couples to call each other Xiao, but it was always done in private. In front of everyone, unless their love was so strong that they didn't have any taboos. He Yan's breath was stuck in his chest and he didn't know what to say. Although he knew that Xiaoju was calling Wen Yuyan's Yan Yan, it was such a coincidence that she also had a Yan. Thinking about it this way, he seemed to be calling her Yan Yan. She replied blankly, just drinking tea and chatting. Xiaoju nodded and stared at her with a pair of sparkling black eyes. He smiled slightly and said in a gentle voice that made her heart tremble, "Can you accompany me back to the room to sit?" Sit for what? He Yan was extremely unaccustomed to him speaking like this. She only felt that the surrounding gazes were like knives, so flying towards her. It was really depressing. Just now, she was here bragging about how favored she was, but in return, she only got a liar. Moreover, Xiaoju didn't say much. He only put a gentle gaze on her, and she received so many jealous gazes. Who wouldn't? Say that second young master Xiao was amazing? Play the zither with me. The young man's face was as beautiful as jade and his eyes were as bright as the stars. His hair was soft and cold, and it hung on his shoulders. He reached out and gently rubbed He Yan's hair. He really doted on her. The people around them wanted to push He Yan away and stuff their heads under the young man's hand. Oh, okay. He Yan composed herself and stood up. When she looked up again, she also had a shy expression. "Sisters, I'm sorry. My husband wants me to go back and play the zither with him." She sighed again and said with annoyance, "It's true that a fierce woman is afraid of a pestering man." He Yan turned around and leisurely walked away with Xiaoju. The people behind them looked at each other. After a while, Ling Xiu flung her handkerchief, gritted her teeth and wiped her face. Yan Manner was startled. "What's wrong?" Ling Xiu was so angry that she cried. The plate of melon seeds was empty. Fourth concubine clapped her hands and said with dissatisfaction, "That's it? If you want to watch, go find a book." Concubine Wei rebuked, "Do you think young Master Qiao is here for you to watch a show? Don't say, this is much better than the show in the lovesickness class." Second concubine rested her chin on one hand, watching from afar. When young Master Qiao protected his wife, it was quite moving. Watching it made me want to. "What are you thinking?" Concubine Wei said, "Don't cause trouble for me." "Good sister, I'm just saying." Second concubine smiled flirtatiously, "At our age, even if we want to spend time with someone under the moonlight, there's no one to support us." Third concubine did not say any sour words, only muttering, "Madame Qiao's luck is quite good to find such a husband. With this brain of yours, why do you only think that young Master Qiao is not bad?" Fourth concubine rolled her eyes, "I think that Madame Qiao is also an interesting person. If you were surrounded like that just now, you would have cried and jumped into the river. Look at her, what is called 4 taels of force against 1,000 caddies. The art of controlling a husband is not simple. You should learn more, third sister." At this moment, He Yan, who had the enviable art of controlling a husband, was on the way back to the courtyard with Xiaoju. On the way back, He Yan did not dare to breathe loudly, nor did he raise his head to look at Xiaoju. He did not say a single word. Without a doubt, since this person had appeared at that time, it was obvious that this person had not just arrived. It was possible that this person had been standing behind for a long time. The words that she had said to smear Xiaoju's reputation had most likely been heard by Xiaoju. It was all the fault of that group of girls who were too talkative. They were so noisy that she did not hear Xiaoju's footsteps. She did not know what Xiaoju was thinking right now, but she knew that he must be very angry. What should she do to appease his anger when she returned? Apologizing before he gets angry, just as she was thinking, the courtyard was already in front of her. On the way back, He Yan and Xiaoju saw Lin Xuanhe standing in the courtyard, talking to a servant girl. Lin Xuanhe, this lecher, said something to his new servant girl, which made her blush and laugh. When he raised his eyes, he saw that He Yan and Xiaoju had returned. Lin Shuang had greeted them, "Young master, young mistress is back? Where did you go?" He Yan replied awkwardly, "I drank some tea. Let's talk about it later." She followed Xiaoju back to the room. As soon as she entered the room, she bumped into Xiaoju and almost fell into his arms. Xiaoju looked at her indifferently, reached over her body, and closed the door behind her. "He Yan, sit." He turned around and sat down at the table. His calm tone made He Yan feel that he was denouncing him. He Yan quickly sat down in front of him. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Xiaoju raised his eyebrows and looked at her with a faint smile. "Weren't you very talkative just now, fierce girl?" He Yan was shocked. "So he heard it," she said, "Commander-in-Chief, you know that they come to find trouble with me every few days. I can't stand it, so it's just a temporary solution. Can I ask, when did you arrive, and how much did you hear of what I said?" Xiaoju sneered, "What's the difference?" "The difference is in the content of my apology." Xiaoju stared at her for a while, then said, "Lady He, do you not care about your own reputation, or do you not care about my reputation?" "I'm sorry," He Yan apologized sincerely, "but I think, now that we are young Master Qiao and Miss Wen, it should be fine to make our relationship more intimate. After all, it's normal for husband and wife to be intimate." Xiaoju couldn't take it anymore. "Are you talking about intimacy? Isn't it? If I didn't come over just now, what were you going to say? What did you and I look at?" He was well educated and couldn't bring himself to say those two words. However, He Yan was obviously not as particular as him. He said straightforwardly, "You're talking about the spring map." Xiaoju pinched her forehead, "You don't have to say it so loudly." He Yan lowered his voice and asked doubtfully, "We looked at the spring map together, which means that we have a very good relationship. What's wrong with that?" Back in the days when they were in the barracks, the men had expressed their friendship with their lives. Most likely, they had shared their treasured treasure maps with their brothers. If they didn't have a good relationship, they wouldn't lend it to them even if they begged. It was even more so between husband and wife. When two people looked at the spring map together, it was like they were glued to each other. Xiaoju's face darkened. He asked slowly, "Who told you that looking at the spring map together means that we have a good relationship? What kind of person was this?" He Sui taught his daughter how to say such things. She didn't even know what to say and what not to say. Did she know that if he didn't appear today and stop her from saying what she was going to say next, what she said would be enough to shock everyone in Jiang City? He Yan suddenly stopped talking, "That's what I think. Also, after you looked at the spring map, you said that we had a good relationship. There wasn't any estrangement because of it, right? When did I look at it?" Xiaoju's face turned pale. "You looked at it at that time," He Yan insisted, "it's still a look. We've already looked at it together." He was slightly annoyed, "I didn't look at it." "You did." "I didn't." "Forget it," He Yan said, "if you say you didn't, then don't." Xiaoju felt a headache coming on. She was the one who was talking nonsense. Why did it seem like she was the one who was being unreasonable? "You're talking nonsense. It's fine if you don't take our reputations seriously, but you'll also ruin Xiao Huanqing and Wen Yuyan's reputations." He sneered slightly. He Yan thought for a moment and said, "I understand. I won't tell anyone that we looked at the spring map together." "I didn't look at it with you," Xiaoju emphasized again. "Then can I look at it myself?" He Yan was puzzled. Why was Xiaoju still brooding over this matter? "You're not allowed to look at it yourself." He raised his eyebrows and warned coldly, "Do you know what you said just now? You're a fierce woman." He Yan coughed and choked on his own words. She pleaded softly, "Commander-in-Chief, don't call me a fierce woman. It sounds like you're scolding me." "Oh?" Xiaoju said with a faint smile, "But I saw that you were quite happy when you said that I would marry no one else but you. If I couldn't marry you, I would jump into the river. Lady He isn't tall, but I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve. Isn't that to prove that your heart is as firm as a rock?" He Yan said helplessly, "I just wanted them to give up. Otherwise, they would come to find trouble with me every few days. Who could stand that? You can use your beauty to commit crimes." The unlucky one is me. Commander-in-Chief, you have to have some sympathy. I don't have any sympathy? Xiaoju was so angry that she laughed. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to help her out and teach Ling Xiao and the others not to do useless things, he wouldn't have had to do so in front of others. Even now, he still felt uncomfortable. Why should I have sympathy? He said indifferently, don't you have the ability to control your husband? You only need to hook your finger to make your husband dote on you. It sounds like your husband is more pitiful. He Yan didn't know what to say. You have a face that makes people want to marry only you. Xiaoju's lips curled into a playful smile. She stared into her eyes and said. Slowly, he loves you like a jewel and a treasure, but you don't love him as much as he loves you. You pester him, but he doesn't change his infatuation and insists on being with you for 3 lifetimes. Fierce woman, aren't you a little too heartless? He Yan had goosebumps when he heard her call him a fierce woman. She quickly moved the stool closer to Xiaoju and grabbed his arm. She said righteously, that's right. Our commander-in-chief is such a beautiful person. How can she be the one who pesters him? Other than you, no one else has the right to be called a fierce woman. If you want to be with someone for 3 lifetimes, don't even mention crossing a bridge, you can even cross a mountain of swords. No one can be heartless to you, no one. That's not what you said just now. He said slowly. What I said just now was a lie. I'm speaking the truth now. He Yan said, you have to believe me. The girl's eyes were clear and firm, just like the wild cat he met in the courtyard. When its tail was stepped on, its fur would explode, but when it jumped up to be patted, it would be exceptionally obedient. A hint of a smile flashed across his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. He said lightly, in the future, don't read such nonsense. He paused and said, let's forget about this matter. He Yan was greatly relieved. This person was really not easy to fool. All he did was make him sound a little less cold, and he got so angry. It seemed that second young master Xiao really cared about his image in other people's eyes. He Yan thought about it and said, Commander-in-Chief, don't just look at these things. Before this, I also said a lot of good things about you. For example, I said that you are proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and that you are omnipotent. Next time, you must perform well in front of them to prove that what I said is true. Xiaoju sneered, am I a street performer? That's not true. He Yan scratched his head. He thought for a while and said to Xiaoju, but next time, if something like this happens again, and there are still people who don't know how to read the situation and come looking for trouble, Commander-in-Chief, you must cooperate with me and show that we are a loving couple. Maybe this way, they will know how difficult it is and retreat, and stop looking for trouble. Xiaoju raised her eyebrows, cooperate? He Yan nodded. He glanced at He Yan, if you beg me, I can consider it. He Yan said, please, Commander-in-Chief. Xiaoju, she actually said it out loud so easily? He frowned slightly, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You are so spineless, and you call yourself a fierce woman. I told you not to call me a fierce woman. He Yan was angry, Commander-in-Chief, you are really childish. Oh. He raised his eyebrows and said word by word, fierce woman. Childish. However, after the incident in the garden, it was unknown whether He Yan's words had an effect, or whether Xiaoju's indifferent performance of doting on his beloved wife had an impact. For 2 days in a row, the entire Chui residence was very quiet. There were no more young ladies from Jiang City who wanted to drink tea and chat with Madame Qiao. Hong Qiao took out the teardrop gauze from the box and said, today, Madame will enter the prince's residence, wear this. He Yan nodded, okay. Princess Meng Ji held a banquet in the prince's residence today, and He Yan and Xiaoju attended. She said that there would be guests, but they didn't know who they were. Cui Yuezhi was still a little confused, why did Her Highness invite the 2 of you, but not me? He Yan knew that in Mu Hongjin's heart, her and Xiaoju's identities had already been exposed. If Cui Yuezhi was also present, it would be inconvenient for them to talk. But there was an important guest, and she and Xiaoju were invited to accompany them. Why? Did they know the other party? But they couldn't figure it out. They would know when they arrived at the prince's residence. After Hong Qiao dressed He Yan went out. Xiaoju was already waiting outside, talking to Lu Buwang. These days, Lu Buwang wasn't around during the day and only came back at night. When he came back, it was too late. He Yan had already fallen asleep, so he didn't have time to talk to Lu Buwang. Now that she saw Lu Buwang, she had to go out again. "Master," she said. In fact, there were several times when He Yan wanted to ask Lu Buwang if he wanted to see Mu Hongjin. But after all, it was someone else's business, and he couldn't interfere too much. Besides, only he knew what had happened between the two of them. Lu Buwang smiled and nodded at her. Be careful." He Yan nodded. Now that there might be Yuto in Jiang City, there might be people who had seen Xiaoju. It was never a bad thing to be careful. Fei Nu and Chi Wu followed them as coachmen. Lin Shuang has stayed in the Chui residence, so he didn't have to go with them. He Yan and Xiaoju got on the carriage. He Yan asked, "Commander, today, Princess Mingji specially asked you and me to go to the prince's residence for the banquet, but she didn't ask Chui Zhongqi. That means she was worried about our identities. But there are important guests coming. Could it be that the important guests know our identities? Who are they?" Xiaoju lowered her eyes. The emotions in her eyes were unclear, and her voice was extremely flat. "People from Shuajing." He Yan and Xiaoju got off the carriage when they arrived at Prince Mingji's mansion. A servant led the way. This was not their first time visiting the Prince Mingji's mansion, so they felt much more at ease. The servant led He Yan and Xiaoju to the entrance of the banquet hall and said respectfully, "His Highness and the guests are inside. Young Master Qiao and Madam can go in directly." He Yan and Xiaoju entered the banquet hall. Mu Hongjin was leaning on a soft couch, her red robe spread across her face. She had a faint smile on her lips and was listening to the zither player playing the zither. There was another person sitting at a short and long table with his back facing He Yan. He was wearing a bamboo-colored robe and had a jade hairpin on his head. His back view looked somewhat familiar. She was still trying to figure out who this person was when Mu Hongjin's gaze swept past them and she smiled. "Military Governor Xiao is here." He Yan and Xiaoju bowed to Mu Hongjin. At the same time, the man who was sitting with his back facing them also stood up and turned his head to look at them. The space between his brows was as gentle and elegant as an orchid, as clear as a banished immortal. He Yan never thought that he would actually see Chu Zhao and Meng Ji Wangfu in Jiyang. The shock only lasted for a moment. He Yan immediately knew that things weren't good. She was now disguised as a woman. She didn't know what Chu Zhao would think if he saw her. This person's identity was still unknown. If he went back and told Su Jingfu would use this matter to create trouble for Xiaoju. That wouldn't be good. She stopped in her tracks and subconsciously took a step back towards Xiaoju, trying to block Chu Zhao's gaze. However, she knew that unless she turned around and left immediately, her identity would be discovered by Chu Zhao sooner or later. Xiaoju seemed to sense something. She turned her head slightly and glanced at her. She sneered, "What are you afraid of?" He Yan was about to speak when Chu Zhao saluted the Xiaoju and said with a smile, "Military Governor Xiao, Miss He." Well, He Yan must have seen it. He didn't even need to cover his face. He didn't even need to look in the mirror. He knew that his face must be very ugly at this moment. Xiaoju said, "Fourth young Master Chu. It seems like you two are old acquaintances." Mu Hongjin smiled. "Sit, fourth young Master Chu is a distinguished guest from the Shua capital." Xiaoju and He Yan sat down at the short table next to them. The maidservant beside her came over to pour tea. Mu Hongjin waved her hand, signaling the musician who was still playing the guqin to leave. The banquet hall quieted down. He Yan lowered his head and looked at the tea leaves floating up and down in his teacup. Illness comes from the mouth and disaster comes from the mouth. Dieting brings no disease, but choosing words leads to no disaster. At this time, it was best to speak less. Xiaoju looked at Chu Zhao and said, "Fourth young Master Chu, what brings you to Jiang?" She went straight to the point and didn't say anything else. Chu Zhao lowered his head and smiled before answering, "I came to Jiang this time because of the Yuto." Yuto? He Yan pricked up his ears to listen. He heard Chu Zhao say, "There are Yuto in Jiang now. I'm afraid that there will be chaos in the near future." I came this time to help your highness and prevent more people in Jiang from suffering from this disaster. He looked at Princess Mingji. Xiaoju smiled slightly. Fourth young master Chu, how did you find out that there are Yuto in Jiang? We caught a Yuto in the Shuo capital who was plotting to start a war. We followed the clues and found out that the person who met him is now in Jiang. Father and I found out from the other party's secret message that the Yuto is planning to start a war in Jiang. Once the canal is cut off, it will cause trouble for the entire Dawei. Father ordered me to immediately rush to Jiang and inform your highness of this matter to prepare for a rainy day. Xiaoju raised her eyebrows and said in a mocking tone, as far as I know, Shi Jinbo no longer cares about the matters in the residence. I'm afraid that he can't order fourth young master Chu around. Lin Shuanghe had also said this to He Yin. Shi Jinbo had been fooling around every day and didn't care about the matters in the residence. Shi Jinbo's wife was in charge of the matters in the residence. As for the rest, ever since Chu Zhao had Su Jingfu's support, Shi Jinbo had already become Chu Zhao's residence. It's just a rumor spread by outsiders, Chu Zhao replied in a good-natured manner. I don't dare to disobey father's words. Mu Hongjin seemed to have discovered something from the exchange between the two of them. She wasn't in a hurry to speak. Instead, she drank her tea lazily and quietly observed. If you want to inform her highness, a secret letter will do. Xiaoju sneered, fourth young master Chu, why do you have to personally make a trip? Because there's something more important that needs to be personally handed to her highness. Mu Hongjin chuckled, fourth young master Chu, you brought the Yuto's military defense map. Xiaoju and He Yan looked up at Mu Hongjin at the same time. With the other party's military defense map, the war was already half won. But how did Chu Zhao get such an important thing? He Yan couldn't help but ask, fourth young master Chu, where did you get this map? How can you be sure that the drawing on this map is real or fake? How I got it depends on luck. Chu Zhao smiled gently, as for whether it's real or fake, I can't be sure. So, I can only give it to her highness. He paused and looked at Xiaoju, but I'm relieved to see Military Governor Xiao. With Military Governor Xiao around, regardless of whether the military defense map is real or fake, Jiang City will definitely be saved. After all, Dawei is a genius general, and only Military Governor Xiao has a meritorious service. He Yan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and he couldn't help but look at Xiaoju. The water attack in the Battle of Gua City's Long Valley was a hurdle that Xiaoju couldn't overcome. Chu Xilan's words were like stabbing a knife into his wound. Xiaoju's expression was calm. She curled her lips and looked back at Chu Zhao, fourth young master Chu, aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill by coming all the way to Jiang with a military defense map that we don't know if it's real or fake? Or? She paused, and there was a meaningful look in her eyes. Do you have other important matters to attend to? How can you say that I'm making a mountain out of a molehill? Chu Zhao shook his head. If I stay in Jiang, I can advance and retreat together with all of you. If Yuto really has ulterior motives, Military Governor Xiao and I will fight against the enemy. If the news is fake, it will be a false alarm, and everyone will be happy. Fight against the enemy together? Xiaoju said lazily, fourth young master Chu, if you can't even save yourself, no one will be in time to save you. Chu Zhao smiled but didn't say anything. Second young master Zhao's skill at mocking others was unparalleled. Moreover, Chu Xilan was indeed weak. If something really happened, he would be a burden. Military Governor Xiao. Mu Hongjin was almost done watching the show. She had a rough idea of the relationship between these two people. She looked at Xiaoju. I will give you a copy of the military defense map that fourth young master Chu brought. The total number of soldiers inside and outside Jiang is about 20,000, and they will be under your command. According to the secret letter that fourth young master Chu brought back, Yuto will definitely rebel within 10 days. Within these 10 days, we. She paused for a moment, must ensure that the people of Jiang are safe. Xiaoju raised her eyebrows. Your Highness, you have considered everything. Mu Hongjin glanced at the smiling Chu Zhao. Fourth young master Chu came from afar, and both of you are old friends. Fourth young master Chu will also be staying in the Chui residence for the next few days. If you have any important matters to discuss, it will be convenient for you to discuss them. Chu Zhao returned the greeting. Your Highness is very considerate. He Yan, Mu Hongjin was really good. The moment she arrived, she arranged for these two sworn enemies to be together. Not to mention that they had important matters to discuss. He Yan pondered. Just based on the fact that these two people could talk like swords, it would not be easy for them to pass these 10 days peacefully. After exchanging some pleasantries, Mu Hongjin got up and asked someone to send He Yan and the others back to the Chui residence. When there was no one else in the banquet hall, the older maid beside her asked, "Your Highness, why did you let 4th young Master Chu stay in the Lieutenant Commander's residence? Military Governor Xiao doesn't seem to like 4th young Master Chu." "These two people don't get along," Mu Hongjin said faintly. "If they don't get along, they can keep each other in check. Xiao Huijin is a godly commander, but Jiang City can't be controlled by him alone. After all, no one knows if what he said is true or false. When these two people speak, half of it is true and half of it is false. If you compare them, you can always find some clues." Moreover, she sighed, stood up, and looked at the sky outside the hall. There's not much time left. If the Yuto really wanted to move against Jiang, from tomorrow onwards, she would have to arrange for the people of Jiang to evacuate from the city. Her lord father had handed Jiang City over to her. For so many years, she had been protecting Jiang very well. Now that things had come to this, she could not fail. There was also Mu Xiaolu. She turned around, the corners of her eyes red and deep. She said coldly, "Go and call Xiaolu here." He Yan and Xiao Ju left the prince's residence together. Chu Zhao stood beside them. When the three of them left the residence, they did not say anything. He Yan was secretly thinking about how to make this life flawlessly. He might as well insist that he was originally a man. This time, he disguised himself as a woman and went to Xiaoju to Jiang because he had no other choice. As for why he acted so well, he would say that he was a man and a woman. Chiwu had been following them for so long. Didn't he not discover anything? When he thought of this, his heart relaxed slightly. "Miss He." As he was thinking, someone beside him called his name. He Yan turned around. Chu Zhao stopped and looked at him with a smile. Xiaoju also stood still and did not go far. He Yan felt a little comforted with his superior by his side. He looked at Chu Zhao and smiled. "4th young master, you don't have to call me that. Actually, I didn't expect to see Miss He dressed as a woman again after seeing Miss He in red." The young man smiled very gently. Even his praise was sincere. It sounded more sincere than the workers of the embroidery workshop and Lin Shuanghe who blindly boasted with their eyes closed, "This dress suits you very well." "It suits Miss He very well." He Yan's prepared speech came to an abrupt end. What did he mean by "saw her last time"? Ever since she entered the military camp, this was the first time she dressed as a woman. Where did Chu Zhao see her dressed as a woman? He Yan subconsciously looked at Xiao Ju. Xiao Ju raised her eyebrows slightly as if she was waiting for him to speak. Wait a minute, could it be that Xiao Ju thought that she and Chu Zhao were already in cahoots? "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." He Yan said, "Brother Chu, I don't quite understand what you mean. When did I appear in red in front of you?" Chu Zhao smiled faintly. "At the racecourse in Shuajing. Miss He personally went to the racecourse to protect her father and younger brother. She was valiant and formidable. It was unforgettable. At that time, the wind blew your white veil." He lowered his head and smiled. "I accidentally saw your face. At that time, I already knew that you were a woman." The racecourse in Shuajing? What kind of old story is this? How can Chu Zhao still remember it? Does this mean that Chu Zhao already knew that I'm a woman? He Yan was shocked. "So, Brother Chu already recognized me when we were in Liangzhou? At that time, I saw that Miss He didn't seem to want her identity to be exposed. Moreover, there were many people in the Imperial Guard station, so I didn't reveal it." Chu Zhao said, "However, since we've met here today, there's no need to hide it anymore." Chu Zhao looked at He Yan and said gently, "I'm not saying this for anything else. I just hope that Miss He won't worry. I didn't reveal your identity when we were in Liangzhou. Now that we're in Jiang, I won't tell anyone either. After the incident in Jiang, Chu Zhao will pretend that he never met Miss He. Miss He can still return to Liangzhou to make contributions. You don't have to worry about me spreading rumors." He probably noticed He Yan's misgivings when they were in the banquet hall earlier, so he purposely said these words to reassure He Yan. No matter what Chu Zhao's identity was, or what relationship he had with Su Jingfu, just from the way he spoke, he was really very considerate and thoughtful. It was very difficult for people to have a bad impression of him. He Yan smiled and said, "Then I will thank Brother Chu first." "There's no need to thank me between us," Chu Zhao said with a smile. "I don't want Miss He to be worried because of my appearance. As for the matter of snitching, Chu Zhao isn't that kind of person." Xiao Ju had been standing beside He Yan and listening to him coldly. When she heard what he said, a mocking smile appeared on her lips. "Fourth young Master Chu, you make it sound nice. Didn't you come all the way to Jiang just to snitch? When it comes to snitching, you have to distinguish between friend and foe. Fourth young Master Chu, you don't have to worry about the people in the Southern Mansion Army." He raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Even if her identity is exposed one day, I can still protect her." Chu Zhao was stunned and looked at He Yan. "Miss He joined the Southern Mansion Army?" He Yan replied. "Yes." Xiao Ju had already promised him that if they pretended to be husband and wife to solve the Jiang incident, he would let her join the Southern Mansion Army. Although the current situation was not completely solved, it was up to his master to decide whether she would join the Southern Mansion Army or not. Since he said she would join, she would join. Chu Zhao's eyes moved slightly. After a while, he smiled. "Then I'll congratulate Miss He." "No, Brother He." He Yan nodded. Xiao Ju looked at him calmly. "If there's nothing else, fourth young Master Chu, please find a carriage for yourself. The space between husband and wife is not suitable for outsiders. Fourth young Master Chu, please go ahead." He did not hide his disgust for Chu Zhao. Chu Zhao was not angry. He only smiled and said, "Military Governor Xiao, let's meet at the Chui residence." He then smiled at He Yan. He Yan awkwardly smiled back. Chi Wu drove the carriage over. He Yan and Xiao Ju got on the carriage. As soon as they sat down, they heard Xiao Ju's cold voice. "Were you the one who competed with Zhao at the Shuojing horse farm?" He Yan complained incessantly in his heart. It's here, it's here." When Chu Zhao told him about the horse farm, he almost forgot that Xiao Ju was also there at that time. Moreover, Xiao Ju also gave He Yunxing a horse. He Yunxing named it Xianxia. "Yes." He Yan did not wait for him to speak and said first, "My brother loved the horse that governor gave him. He cut grass and fed it every day. He never had the chance to thank governor. At that time, if governor did not come to our rescue, I don't know how Zhao would have made things difficult for our family. He Yan is unable to repay governor's kindness." Xiao Ju's eyes were cold. "So you recognized me early on, right?" He Yan was speechless. It was not just early on, they knew each other in their previous lives. But how could he say it? "You are the governor of the right military, General Feng Yun. Who in Dawei can be more handsome than you? I do know you. But at that time, you were high above the clouds and I was just a small ant beside your boots. Even if I knew you, you did not know me. Later, when you entered the military camp, I guess governor had already forgotten about this matter. After all, governor is a person of high status. How could he remember a small ant?" He Yan leaned closer to him. "How would I know that governor still remembers this matter?" She clearly knew that this fellow was full of lies and flattery, but when she saw her bright eyes and white teeth sitting beside her and putting in her best performance, even if she was a little displeased, she also found it funny. Chu Zhao actually knew that this person was a woman before him. It sounded like he was kept in the dark and was at a disadvantage. Xiao Ju looked away and said lightly, "Have you met him again?" No, no." He Yan quickly replied, "I only met him twice when I was in Shua capital." Then, he complained, "How would I know that it was such a coincidence? He was also at the racecourse at that time and saw my face. If I knew, I would have covered my face tightly and wore an iron mask. Look at how sharp his eyes are, he does not know who I am." "You don't want him to see your face?" "Of course not." He Yan was confused. "If I leave a loophole for others to exploit, who knows if something will happen?" Xiao Ju laughed softly. "You are not too stupid." "Governor," He Yan asked, Do you think that fourth young master Chu will tell others about my identity? Although Chu Zhao said so, He Yan did not dare to believe him easily. Especially since this person's identity was mysterious. It was unknown whether he was an enemy or a friend. Now you know to be afraid? Not really, He Yan said. If he wants to tell, I will pack up and run away in advance. He Yan said and sighed. It is just that I have been in the Liang province guard for so long. I really can't bear to part with Governor. If I really have to part with Governor, it will be very difficult. What you can't bear to part with is the opportunity to enter the Southern Prefecture Army. Xiaoju was unmoved. How can you think of me like this? He Yan said seriously. With my skills, I will be highly valued by any general. The reason why I can't forget about the Southern Prefecture Army is because it is the governor's army. It was probably due to Xiaoju's constant flattery that unknowingly, He Yan was able to speak flatteringly without blushing or panting. Governor, what you said just now still counts, right? What did I say? That even if my identity is exposed and everyone knows that I am a woman, you can still protect me? Xiaoju sneered. Don't worry. No matter how long the Chu clan's reach is, it is not as deep as the Southern Prefecture Army. However, his beautiful eyes focused on He Yan and he said calmly, Lady, he is so troublesome. Why should I waste my time and effort and take so many risks for you? Because we have seen the map together. It is not a normal relationship. He Yan answered calmly. Xiaoju's calm face suddenly cracked. What did you say? Don't worry. He Yan put his index finger in front of his mouth and made a shushing gesture. He said, I will never tell anyone that the governor and I saw the map together on the first day you came to Jiang. The carriage stopped in front of the Chui residence. He Yan and Xiaoju had just entered. Before they reached the courtyard, they saw Lin Shuanghe hurriedly walking towards them. When Lin Shuanghe saw the two of them, he closed his fan. You are finally back. Did you know? Fourth young master Chu came to Jiang. He Yan did not wait for him to finish. You already know? Lin Shuanghe was stunned. He arrived just a moment before you. I heard that Princess Mengji arranged for him to stay in the Chui residence. What is going on? He looked around and saw that there was no one around. He leaned closer and whispered, Is there a conspiracy? And younger sister Lin Shuanghe felt a headache coming on. You can't let Chu's Island see you like this. What if your identity is exposed? We have already met in the prince's residence. He Yan comforted him. Fourth young master Chu also promised us that he will not tell anyone about this for the time being. Brother Lin, you can rest assured. You have already met? Lin Shuanghe looked at Xiaoju and He Yan. He understood a little and asked, Princess Mengji asked you to come to the prince's residence to meet Chu's Island, right? He Yan nodded. What is Chu's Island doing in Jiang? Lin Shuanghe asked curiously. He's a young master from the Shua capital. Wouldn't he come so far to sightsee? Why didn't he come earlier or later? You just arrived in Jiang, and he arrived right after you? What a coincidence. He didn't know about the Yuto yet. He Yan said, It's a long story. Where's my master? Mr. Liu just came back. Lin Shuanghe asked, What's wrong? He Yan looked at Xiaoju. When I saved the Little Highness, my master also mentioned that he came to Jiang City to track down a group of Yuto. Since the news brought by fourth young master Chu is related to Yuto, why don't you call my master over as well? Once we compare the information, we may find something else. After a pause, she was afraid that Xiaoju didn't trust Lu Buwang, so she said, My master is definitely not a bad person. Commander-in-Chief, you can rest assured. Xiaoju nodded slightly. Call Mr. Liu and let's talk in the room. In the courtyard, the manservant moved the things unloaded from the carriage into the room one by one. From clothes to food, even a mattress and incense, everything was there. These things were all prepared for Chu Zhao before he came to Jiang by eldest Miss Su. If it were anyone else, they would have been touched and gratified by such considerate preparations. Chu Zhao sat in the room and looked at the small table that was gradually filling up, but his expression didn't change. Xiang walked over. Due to the terrain and rivers, the women of Jiang were born with deep eyebrows and were more beautiful. Even so, Xianxia was still the most eye-catching one among them. She walked to Chu Zhao with a tea tray, put down the teapot, and poured a cup of tea for Chu Zhao. She said softly, "Young master, the room has been tidied up." Chu Zhao nodded and looked outside the courtyard. The room that Cui Yuezhi arranged was not far away from Xiao Ju's room. "Military Governor Xiao has just returned," Xianxia said. He entered the room with the swordsman in white and young Master Lin. Take it that they are talking together. As for what they were talking about, there was no doubt that it was related to him. However, he wouldn't take this matter to heart. Chu Zhao took a sip of tea and asked, "Do you know the whereabouts of Xianxia? Do you know Xianxia's whereabouts?" Xianxia shook her head. "I heard that Princess Mingji is now sending people to search for Xianxia's whereabouts." Chu Zhao smiled carelessly. Xiao Huijin came to Jiang to find someone. After a pause, he asked the woman beside him, "Who is Lu Buwang?" "I've never heard of this person's name before. On the surface, he's Military Governor Zhao's master." "Where did Xiao Huijin's master come from?" Xiang also nodded, "But they seem to trust and value Mr. Lu very much." Chu Zhao put down the teacup in his hand. "These are not important. The most important thing is to find Xianxia before Xiao Huijin." "I understand," Xiang said hesitantly after a moment, "but how do you plan to treat Miss He?" Although he had already heard from Chu Zhao that He Yan was a girl and his heart was already prepared, it was not until he saw He Yan's female body through the window that he felt it was real. It was really difficult to connect the petite and weak girl in front of her with the valiant and cold young man in her memory. "Don't you think it's strange that Xiao Huijin has a woman with him?" Chu Zhao smiled slightly. "I really want to know how much he trusts this woman." Xiang lowered her eyes and didn't speak. Niao niao steam rose from the tea in the teacup and quickly escaped into the air, leaving no trace behind. On the other side, the people in the room were sitting separately. "This is the Yuto's military defense map." He Yan handed the scroll to Lu Buwang. "The fourth young master of Count Shijin's mansion brought news that the Yuto will attack Jiang in a few days, but I don't know if it's true or not. Master, take a look at this military defense map. Is there any problem?" Lu Buwang looked at it for a moment and put down the scroll in his hand. "I don't know if this map is real or fake, but if Yuto really wants to attack Jiang, it will indeed start from the canal as depicted on the map. After all, the most important thing in Jiang City was this canal. Cutting off the canal meant cutting off the lifeline of the city. Mr. Lu, you once said that you were tracking Yuto to Jiang." Xiaoju looked at Lu Buwang. "Can you tell me the reason?" Lu Buwang thought for a moment before saying, "Every year before and after the Water God Festival, I will go back to Jiang to take a look." This year, before they reached Jiang, they encountered a massacre outside Jiang City. Someone took advantage of the night to kill all the people in the village outside the city. He changed into the clothes of the people in the village and entered the city with a fake identity. One of the children who was lucky enough to escape told me about this. I originally thought that it was an enemy seeking revenge or killing people to rob money. However, when I was investigating, I found that these people weren't from Dawei. These Yuto disguised themselves as commoners and sneaked into the city. It's not something that can be done overnight. I can only find a few. I'm afraid that before this, many commoners outside the city have already been killed. There are also many disguised Yuto in Jiang City." "Master, are you saying that many Yuto have already entered?" He Yan asked. Lu Buwang said, "Yes, they have been planning for a long time. They were waiting for the Water God Festival to cause trouble and kidnap His Highness. However, their plan was disrupted by you, so they should soon take action again." "Master Lu, do you mean that there will be a war in Jiang City soon?" Lin Shuang has said nervously, "Isn't it very unsafe here?" "Don't worry." He Yan comforted him. "Princess Mingji once mentioned to us that she would evacuate the commoners from the city to a slightly safer place in the next few days. Brother Lin will be fine with the commoners in Jiang City at that time." Only then did Lin Shuang feel a little relieved, but he immediately put on a righteous appearance. He said, "What do you mean by following the commoners in the city? How can I be such a coward? Naturally, I will advance and retreat together with my brothers and live and die together. Don't try to persuade me. I must be with you and won't live alone." He Yan was speechless for a moment before he said to Lu Buwang, "Master, Princess Mingji has handed the city gate guards to the commander-in-chief. Do you want to come and take a look? Ahi, have you forgotten? Lu Buwang was a little helpless. I only know how to set up formations and don't know how to fight. That was true. Lu Buwang knew Qimen Duanjia, bow, horse, saber, and spear, but they were all his skills. Back then, when he taught her Qimen Duanjia, He Yan studied it himself and used it to set up formations. Only then did he gradually develop his own set of skills. You don't know how to fight? Lin Shuanghe was very surprised. My younger sister, he is so good at memorizing military books. I thought that a famous teacher produced a brilliant disciple. Why? Is my younger sister he a self-taught genius? He Yan smiled awkwardly. She's very talented. Maybe I was a female general in my previous life, so I can understand it easily. Xiao Ju sneered and didn't say anything. In the next few days, I will continue to track down the whereabouts of that group of Yuto. Lu Buwang said, if we find their heads, we may be able to solve a lot of problems. As for the city gate army of Jiang, I'll leave it to military governor Xiao. Lu Buwang looked at Xiao Ju. He now knew Xiao Ju's identity. The city gate army doesn't have the advantage in terms of numbers. Military governor Xiao, please take care of the people of Jiang. He seemed to have deep feelings for Jiang. Xiao Ju nodded. Everyone talked about the Yuto matter again. Xiao Ju would go to train the city gate army of Jiang City tomorrow. The time was very short, so it wasn't an easy task for him. Lu Buwang continued to track down the whereabouts of the Yuto. Lin Shuanghe didn't expect him to do anything, so he just needed to stay in the Cui mansion and wait for orders. As for He Yan, she became the most embarrassed one. She wanted to follow Xiao Ju to take a look at the city gate army, but Mu Hongjin didn't let her go. She didn't know if something would happen. She simply made another copy of the military defense map and planned to see if she could set up a new formation according to the terrain of Jiang overnight. If this military defense map was real, it would be twice the result with half the effort. If it was fake, she could find a loophole in it and wouldn't be fooled. After speaking, everyone was about to leave. As soon as they pushed the door open, they saw a beautiful maid standing under the tree in the courtyard outside the door. It was Chu Zhao's personal maid, Xianxia. She didn't know how long she had been standing here. When she saw everyone come out, she stepped forward and bowed to He Yan. Miss He. He Yan returned the greeting. Young master. Has something to say to Miss He, Xianxia said with a smile. He's waiting in the front hall. Does Miss He have time? He Yan looked back and saw Lin Shuanghe waving at her slightly, indicating that she shouldn't go. Xiao Ju looked calm, and no one could tell what she was thinking. Seeing this, Xianxia said with a smile, young master said that he might have some misunderstandings with Miss He before, so he wants to clarify things with Miss He in person. Last time, when we were in the Liangzhou guards, he didn't have time to say goodbye to you and left without saying goodbye. It was very rude of him. He hopes that you won't take it to heart. Today, he'll take it as an apology. He Yan didn't take the small matter of leaving without saying goodbye to heart. There were so many things to do in the Liangzhou guards, so he didn't have the time to pursue these trivial matters. He was the young master of Count Shijin's residence, yet he remembered it so clearly and spoke so politely. If she continued to be pretentious, it would seem that she didn't know what was good for her. Moreover, He Yan really wanted to know what identity Chu Zhao had now and what position he had come to the Liangzhou guards. He also wanted to know whether the so-called dealing with Yuto was just an excuse or if he had other motives. Thinking of this, he cheerfully replied, okay. Lin Shuanghe's expression changed greatly. Younger sister He. Thank you for your tolerance, young master. Xianxia was overjoyed. Commander-in-chief, I'll go take a look first, He Yan said to Xiao Ju. You don't have to wait for me for dinner tonight. After saying this, he said goodbye to Lu Buwang. Master, I'll leave first. Lin Shuanghe still wanted to say a few more words of advice, but He Yan had already left with Xianxia. Lu Buwang still had matters to attend to, so he only bowed slightly to Xiao Ju and Xianxia before leaving. After they left, Lin Shuanghe asked Xiao Ju, you're letting her go just like that? Otherwise? That's Chu's island. Didn't younger sister He like him so much that she lost her soul? She was stood up by him and even went to look at the moon alone. Such an irresponsible, heartless person actually came back to find my younger sister. He. Just wait and see, he'll definitely play the same trick again and use gentle attacks to move my younger sister He's heart. Isn't that good? Xiaoju turned around and lazily mocked. The liar finally got what he wanted. Aren't you worried? Lin Shuanghe waved his fan and followed him closely. If Chu Xilan sees my younger sister He's stunning red makeup, he'll be beastly and do something bad to my younger sister He. What should I do? Xiaoju entered the room, poured herself a cup of tea, and said casually, do you have some misunderstanding about Chu Xilan's taste? How can that liar's red makeup be worthy of the word stunning? How is it not stunning? Lin Shuanghe was angry. Xiao Huijin, you can't compare your own face with the rest of the world. Xiaoju didn't bother to pay attention to him and only said, besides, did Chu Xilan do something bad to her? A trace of mockery flashed through his eyes. That guy can twist off Chu Xilan's head with his bare hands. Instead of worrying about her innocence, it's better to worry about Chu Xilan. Lin Shuanghe, He Yan bumped into Chu Xilan in the front hall. When Chu Xilan saw her, he smiled and stood up. Miss He. Fourth young master Chu. He Yan returned the greeting. The sky had already darkened. The night in Jiang City was lively and bustling. Chu Zhao looked outside and said, shall we go out for a walk? He Yan didn't know what He Yan had in mind, but there were too many people in the Chui residence, so it wasn't convenient for them to talk like this. He Yan said, okay. The two of them walked out of the residence. Spring nights in Jiang were warm and harmonious. Along the banks of the river, hawkers carried lanterns and hawked their wares along the street. The pavilions were scattered randomly, and the scenery was beautiful. It could be said that between the alleys of the village, there were stringed instruments and singing, and there was a society where day and night were connected. However, such a gentle and bustling night was full of hidden murderous intentions. People came and went, and under the smiles of the hawkers, there were many Yuto who harbored evil intentions. When she thought about it this way, she felt that no matter how lively and interesting the scene was, it would become dull and boring. He Yan couldn't help but frown. Miss He, are you angry with me? Chu Zhao, who was beside her, asked softly. Why would I be? She was a little surprised. Then why did you frown when you went out with me, as if you had something on your mind? He Yan couldn't help but laugh. No, I was just thinking about the Yuto and was worried. After a moment of silence, Chu Zhao said, Miss He, you don't have to worry. Her Highness will arrange everything. Besides, there's still Military Governor Xiao, isn't there? He wasn't stingy with his praise for Xiaoju. He Yan wanted to test him, so she asked, I thought that fourth young master Chu didn't get along with our governor. Military Governor Xiao has some misunderstandings about me. Chu Zhao smiled. However, his position is slightly different from mine. We're just working for different masters. He actually admitted it just like that. He Yan was a little surprised. However, Military Governor Xiao and I are on the same page regarding the Yuto. Miss He, you don't have to worry. Chu Zhao said, I'm a citizen of Dawei. Naturally, I don't want to see Dawei's rivers and mountains be invaded by foreign tribes. He Yan nodded. That's natural. When the nest is overturned, no egg will remain unbroken. We should be united against foreign enemies. Is Miss He relieved after hearing what I said? He asked. He Yan asked, why are you relieved? I won't hurt Military Governor Xiao. Miss He, you don't have to be wary of me because of Military Governor Xiao. He Yan laughed dryly. Fourth young master Chu, you're overthinking. I'm not wary of you. Is that so? Chu Zhao smiled a little sadly. But ever since we met this time, you stopped calling me Brother Chu. You called me fourth young master Chu. It sounds like you're deliberately drawing a line between us. That works too? He Yan said, it's nothing. If you don't think it's good, I can call you Brother Chu again. Then can I call you a he? He Yan was stunned for a moment. The young man's smile was especially gentle, like a charming and harmless orchid blooming in the night. In the spring night of Jiang, his robes were fragrant, and his face was handsome. The passers-by couldn't help but glance at him. He was really eye-catching. It was hard to say anything harsh to such a good-looking and good-tempered person. Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "If you want to call me that, then just call me that." Chu Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. He continued to walk along the riverbank with Xian. He said, "I haven't apologized to He for what happened before. That day, I made an appointment to drink with you at Mount Baiyue, but something came up at the last minute and I couldn't make it. The next day, I left early and didn't even have time to say goodbye to He. Later, when I thought of this in Shuajing, I felt very regretful." "Brother Chu, you don't have to take such a small matter to heart," Xian said. "Moreover, you didn't do it on purpose. I'm not angry because of it. If it weren't for Chu Zhao, she wouldn't have gone to the foot of Mount Baiyue that night, and she wouldn't have waited for Xiao Ju. She also wouldn't have known that the person who saved her from the darkness on the mountaintop behind Yuhua Temple was Xiao Ju. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise? He didn't take it to heart because he is broad-minded." Chu Zhao smiled. "But I can't pretend that this didn't happen. I must apologize to He." He looked forward. "I'll give He something." Xian was startled. "What is it?" Chu Zhao stretched out his hand. In the palm of his hand lay a small tassel. The tassel was decorated with a very delicate pomegranate flower carved from red jade. Below the tassel was a red tassel. Although it was small, it was very ingenious. Today, at the gate of the Wang Fu, I saw He wearing a long whip at his waist. Chu Zhao looked at her gently. "I was lucky enough to obtain a flower tassel. But I don't know martial arts, and I don't have a weapon. It's a pity that it's with me. But this flower tassel is very compatible with He's long whip. Why don't He try it and see if it'll be better?" Xian subconsciously wanted to refuse. "I can't accept a reward without any effort. Brother Chu, let's just forget about it. Besides, this thing doesn't look cheap." That red jade was small, and its color was translucent like the clouds. Who knew if it would be another several hundred gold? She always took things here and there and received small gifts there. Those who didn't know would think that she was really here to cheat. He calls me Brother Chu, which means that he treats me as a friend. It's very common for friends to give gifts. Moreover, he worries too much. This flower tassel isn't expensive, and this jade is fake. He doesn't have to feel burdened. It's useless to leave this thing with me. He doesn't want it, but he dislikes me. Or perhaps, deep down in his heart, he still sees me as an enemy? Even if his words were slightly accusing and wronged, when he said it, it was still gentle and calm." Xian hesitated for a moment. "Is this pomegranate flower tassel really a fake jade?" Chu Zhao smiled. He wants real jade. I may need to raise some money. Since it was fake jade, it wasn't very expensive. It should be more straightforward to accept it." Xian smiled. "Then, thank you very much, Brother Chu." She reached out and took out the purple jade whip from her waist. She tied the flower tassel to the purple jade whip's wooden handle. The black whip suddenly looked more lively and beautiful. "It really matches He's whip." Chu Zhao smiled. "Courtesy demands reciprocity. Since Brother Chu gave me a flower tassel, I should also give Brother Chu something in return." In the end, Xian felt that if she didn't return the favor, she would feel that she was taking advantage of Chu Zhao. She said, "If Brother Chu takes a fancy to anything in the night market today, I can give it to Brother Chu." After saying that, she reached her hand into her sleeve and touched her pitiful string of copper coins. She added weakly, "However, I left in a hurry, so I didn't bring too much money. Brother Chu, you can choose what you want." After all, she didn't bring Lin Xuanhe with her today. She couldn't just buy whatever she wanted. Chu Zhao couldn't help but smile. He looked at her and said, "Okay." Xian followed him. The night market in Jiang was very lively. People were selling things at night. From snacks to rouge and face powder, old books and ancient books to rusty weapons, everything was available. Both of them were good-looking. When they walked past a place, they received warm greetings. When they reached the end of the road in front, they saw a group of people surrounding a vendor. Xian followed Chu Zhao to take a look and saw that it was a sugar painter. The peddler was a young man. He wore a clean green robe and sat in front of the stall. In front of him was a stone slab that had been wiped clean. Beside him was a large pot that was simmering with sparkling red syrup. He scooped a spoonful of syrup from the pot with a big iron ladle and poured it on the slate. His movements were very fast. The iron ladle moved up and down in his hand like a painting brush. The falling syrup outlined a complicated or exquisite pattern. Soon, it was cast into shape. Then, he used a small spatula to scoop up the picture on the slate and stuck a bamboo stick on it. This is a sugar pancake. Yan was happy. I didn't expect Jiang to have it too. In the past, when she was in Shuajing, there was a temple fair every year. Due to her subtle identity, she was afraid that she would be exposed. Therefore, she didn't go to such crowded places if she could. Therefore, she never went to the temple fair. She could only wait for her sisters to come back from the temple fair and secretly eavesdrop on them talking about the lively scenes and new things at the temple fair. Sugar pancakes were the same. There was a master who made sugar pancakes in Shuajing. He was very good at it. Every time Yan heard them talk about it, she looked forward to it. Once, she couldn't help but secretly beg Madame He to bring one for her. Perhaps Madame He saw how pitiful she was and how much she wanted it, so she really brought one for her from the temple fair. Yan still remembered that it was a picture of a bird. She couldn't bear to eat it, so she put the sugar figurine in the pen holder. However, the weather was hot, so it melted in 2 days. The syrup was sticky and it melted on the table. Madame He scolded her. At that time, she didn't think it was dirty. She just regretfully scooped it up with her hands. She thought that it would be better if the sugar painting could last longer. She did not expect to see something new when she was young, but she did not expect to see it in Jiang. Looking at this young man's craftsmanship, she thought that he was on par with the master in Shuajing. Yan pulled Chu Zhao and squeezed forward. They saw that there were many sugar paintings on the haystack at the side. They looked like auspicious flowers, birds, phoenixes, birds, and beasts. They were very lifelike. Chu Zhao glanced at Yan and suddenly smiled. I like this. He wants to give me something. Why don't you give me a sugar painting? You like this? What's so difficult about it? Yan was very generous. She waved her hand. Young man, what's the most expensive sugar painting you have here? There was a banner next to the sugar painting. The price was 2 copper coins each. She brought a lot of copper coins, so it should be enough. The stall owner smiled and said, the most expensive one is a flower basket. It costs 8 copper coins. Do you want one? What was a flower basket? However, choosing the most expensive one was definitely not wrong. Yan then asked Chu Zhao, Brother Chu, what do you think? Chu Zhao tried to hold back his laughter. That's good. Young man. Yan took out 8 copper coins and said, please make a flower basket. Make it beautiful. The stall owner said, no problem. He scooped a spoonful of syrup from the pot and made a thin round cake. Then, he cast a circle of sugar lines on the round cake and slowly drew a vertical line. Yan watched intently as the flower basket changed from a flat bottom to a rich and lively one. There was a basket frame and a handle. The stall owner was very honest and added a lot of flowers to the handle. Yan counted. There were Chinese roses, daffodils, chrysanthemums, peach blossoms, lotus blossoms. Flowers from different seasons were all piled into a basket. It was lively and gorgeous. Yan watched as the basket filled up bit by bit. Suddenly, she had an idea. She asked the stall owner, young man, I'm giving this flower basket to my friend. Can you write my friend's name on the basket? Of course. Chu Zhao paused and his smile faded. That's not necessary, what's wrong? Yan was puzzled. Your name is so beautiful. It's a pity that it's not written on the basket. Beautiful. Yes. Yan nodded. Zhao means bright. Xylan means vanilla. The person who gave you this name must love you very much. They hope that you have a noble character and a bright future. That's why they gave you such an elegant name. Chu Zhao was stunned. The girl had already turned around and said to the stall owner, "Young man, please write Xylan." On the way back, Yan kept looking at the basket of flowers in Chu Zhao's hands. The flower basket looked very beautiful. The peddler wrote the two words Xylan with extra care. His words were elegant and refined, and when placed together with the various fragrances in the basket, they really brought out the best in each other. "Brother Chu, you must eat it as soon as you get back," Yan said. "Otherwise, with the weather in Jiang, it will melt very quickly." She had also bought a qilin-shaped one for herself, but she had already finished it. "I've tasted it. It tastes good, and it's not too sweet." Chu Zhao smiled gently. "Thank you, He. I'll be very careful when I get back." Yan was finally relieved. After they bought the sugar paintings, they walked back along the river bank. When there was nothing to talk about, Yan occasionally asked Su Zhiheng about his visit. "Brother Chu, how was it when you went back to attend your friend's wedding? Was it very lively?" Chu Zhao was slightly startled, but then he smiled and replied, "Yes, it was very lively. After all, she was General Fei Hong's sister. His Highness the Crown Prince even personally came to congratulate her." Yan was a little suspicious. His Highness the Crown Prince? Did the Crown Prince come to see Su Zhiheng get married for Su Zhiheng, He Rufei, or both? Was the Crown Prince also involved in the conspiracy between the He family and the Su family? Furthermore, did the Crown Prince know her identity? But Chu Zhao sighed again. Perhaps Master Su was deeply in love with his late wife. During the wedding, he even cried. Yan said, "Ah?" Perhaps her face was full of disbelief, but Chu Zhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What's wrong? You don't believe that there are men in this world who are deeply in love?" Yan thought to himself. Of course, she believed that there were men in this world who were deeply in love. For example, He Sui, her current father. After Madame He passed away, he raised his two children alone. Lady He was so arrogant and willful. He Sui could spoil the little girl because she looked like his wife. It could be seen that there were people in the world who were deeply in love and had no regrets. But this person could be anyone, and it definitely wouldn't be Su Zhiheng. It's not that I don't believe him. Yan concealed the ridicule in his eyes and said, "It's just that if he behaves like this, wouldn't his new wife be angry?" General Fei Hong and the other members of the He family were all deeply moved. So, although it's lively, it's just that this wedding banquet is a little sad. Yan felt that among the many jokes he had heard this year, Chu Zhao's joke was the funniest. Would the He family be sad for her? If this was said to the pigs in the pigsty, the pigs would feel that their brains had been insulted. But when Chu Zhao talked about this matter, it was obvious that most people thought this way. If he did something bad, then he did it. But after he did it, he put on a sorrowful and pitiful appearance and pretended to be a pitiful person who was rarely affectionate and righteous. It was really disgusting. He doesn't seem to agree with this one's words? Chu Zhao paid attention to her expression. Yan smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just feel that this old Master Su is very interesting." "What do you mean?" "If he really is deeply in love and can't forget his wife, even if His Majesty personally bestows the marriage, he can still refuse if he wants to. After all, he's a man." Yan lightly mocked, "If he's a woman, it's normal for her to be unable to decide her own marriage fate. Brother Chu, you've heard of young masters who snatch by force, you've heard of evil tyrants who force women into prostitution, and you've heard of beastly fathers who sell their daughters for glory. But have you ever heard of a woman who does this? From what Brother Chu said just now, that old Master Su is like a weak woman who was forced to get married. That newly married young Mistress Su is like an evil person who forced him to marry her. What does this mean? If he doesn't want to get married, no one can drag him to the wedding hall. If he doesn't want to consummate his marriage, could it be that young Mistress Su can still take him by force? If he still continues to be obsessed with his deceased wife in the future, what will the new young Mistress Su do? I feel that it's not fair to that person. This friend of Brother Chu's is also a bit hypocritical." She spoke bluntly. He Xining was her younger sister from the same father and mother. Even though she hated the He family, He Xining had never done anything to her. Yan couldn't love her, nor could he hate her. He could only treat her as a stranger. Any sane person who heard this would only think that Su Jiheng was the one who was in the wrong. It wasn't enough to destroy one member of the He family. Now, he had to send in another victim. How cold-blooded and ridiculous. Chu Zhao was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly smiled and stopped walking. He cupped his hands and said to He Yan, "Is this one narrow-minded? Or is it that brother he, as a woman, can stand in a woman's shoes and empathize? It's just that no one has ever thought of standing in their shoes. He is very different from ordinary women." He Yan looked at her and asked, "How is he different?" Chu Zhao continued to walk forward. His voice was still very gentle as he said, "Most women, even when faced with this kind of predicament, have long been numb and indifferent. They don't think as much as he does. He is thinking for them right now, but it's very likely that they're enjoying themselves and will blame you for meddling in other people's business." He Yan smiled and said, "Brother Chu's words sound a bit high and mighty." Chu Zhao's smile froze for a moment. "Why do you say that? The imperial court is a man's imperial court. The major affairs of the world are the major affairs of the world. Even when it comes to reading books and going to the battlefield, it's also men who have a unique style. The world praises men as heroes, but at most, they praise women as beauties. It's really unreasonable. Men have taken advantage of the world, but in turn, they blame women for being numb and not wanting to make progress. If this isn't high and mighty, then what is it? Brother Chu thinks that I'm very different from ordinary women because I've read books, walked out of the house, and even rebelled against the orthodoxy and entered the army. There aren't many women like me in the world. But if you let those women be like me and see the snow of the Liangzhou Guard, the water of Jiang City, the long moon of the desert, and the rivers, seas, and mountains, do you think they'll be willing to be trapped in a house that's filled with jealousy? Do you think they'll still be complacent, numb, and ignorant?" He Yan smiled. At this moment, her smile carried a bit of ridicule. It was actually somewhat similar to Xiao Ju's. "I think the men in the world are worried about this point, so they've set up many ridiculous rules to bind women. They've used the 3 cardinal principles and 5 constant principles to break their wings. They've also used those groundless virtuous wives and beauties to judge them. The more ignorant they are, the more the men feel at ease. It's clearly their fault, but they still have to say, 'Look, women are shallow.' Because they also know that once a woman has the chance to choose, she'll definitely not be willing to become a vase in the backyard waiting for her husband to feed her. Those outstanding women will become generals, swordsmen, scholars, and aides. They'll compete with them for the glory of the world, and they won't necessarily win." The girl's eyes were clear and bright like the spring water in Jiang City. They were transparent and clear, and one could see them clearly. They were clean and translucent, as if they could reflect the most brilliant sunlight. Chu Zhao was momentarily stunned. He had always been eloquent and would never make the atmosphere awkward, but at this moment, he actually didn't know what to say. It was as if no matter what he said, he couldn't refute the person in front of him. It was clearly laughable, overconfident, and naive to the point that it made people feel annoyed. It was awe-inspiring righteousness, but it actually reflected a person's shadow. There was nowhere to hide in the darkness. He Yan also felt that it was unfair. Although pretending to be He Rufei brought a lot of pain to her life, at the same time, it also allowed her to see many things that women couldn't see in their entire lives. If she didn't pretend to be He Rufei, she wouldn't have known that compared to women, men could do so much more. If you were talented in literature, you could become a scholar with a stomach full of scriptures. If you were outstanding in martial arts, you could become a general with outstanding military achievements. Even if you were mediocre in everything, you could still be the most ordinary person on the street. To put it bluntly, even in Lutong village, women were gambling prostitutes, while men were gambling customers. It was because she later became young Mr. Su and had been both a man and a woman that she knew that the world treated men and women differently. It wasn't that men didn't suffer, but their suffering could become the cornerstone to judge themselves. As for women's suffering, they waited their entire lives for men's affirmation. They were all reincarnated as humans, so who was more noble than the other? The funny thing was that some men even looked down on women from the bottom of their hearts. It made people speechless. After she finished speaking in one breath, she realized that Chu Zhao didn't say anything for a while. She secretly thought, could it be that my words offended Chu Zhao? but on second thought, if she offended him, then so be it. In any case, he didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. Even if he fought, he wouldn't be able to beat her. Brother Chu, what I said just now was a bit too impatient. He Yan said with a smile, I hope Brother Chu won't mind my lack of manners. I won't. Chu Zhao looked at her with a strange look in his eyes, he's heart is admirable. Chu Zhao is ashamed of his inferiority. In the future, I won't say such nonsense like today. He's words, I will always keep them in my heart. Chu Zhao was really a gentleman. Just now, she had said a lot of things, but he was still very gentle like a spring breeze. He Yan smiled, then let's go quickly. Chu Zhao nodded and smiled in response. The two of them continued to walk on the road back to Chui Manor. He Yan lowered his head and secretly sighed in his heart. Chu Zhao and Xiao Ju were ultimately different. When dealing with women, they both thought that women were weak and couldn't protect themselves. However, the former's judgment had a trace of negation and condescension, while the latter's treatment of the female corpse in the backyard of the Sun family in Liangzhou City was more of pity. As a general, he should be magnanimous, upright, calm, and brave. But more importantly, he should have a heart of pity for the weak. When He Yan and Chu Zhao came back, it was already very late. Chu Zhao's courtyard was a bit further away than He Yan's courtyard. When they reached the door, Chu Zhao said, he should also rest early today. Brother Chu, remember to eat it early. He Yan was still thinking about his candy basket painting, so he reminded him. He looked at the flower basket in his hand, shook his head, and smiled, definitely. He Yan watched him leave, then turned around and wanted to go back to the room. When she looked back, she saw a person standing in the small pavilion under the long corridor, looking at her with a smile. His white clothes fluttered in the wind. It was Lu Buwang. Master hasn't rested yet? He Yan walked over and asked. She rarely saw Lu Buwang these days at night. I came out to get some fresh air. Lu Buwang looked at her. Did you go to buy candy paintings? He Yan nodded. Fourth young Master Chu helped me hide my identity. After thinking about it, I still gave him something. I was kind to him, so he couldn't go around telling others my secret. Candy paintings in Jiang City are quite cheap. I gave him the most expensive one. It's at least 10 copper coins in Shuajing City, but only 8 copper coins here. It's cheap and good. Lu Buwang smiled and looked at her. You're much more lively now than before. He Yan was stunned. When she met Lu Buwang in her previous life, it was the most difficult time. She had just escaped from the peaceful days in Shuajing City and came to the cruel and bloody military camp. She had many secrets, so she was always a little cautious. Even though she occasionally showed her unbridled side when she was with Lu Buwang on the mountain, most of the time, she tried not to cause trouble for others. Now that she thought about it, it seemed that since she became Lady He, she had unconsciously let go of herself a lot. For example, going out to buy candy paintings with Chu Zhao today was absolutely impossible in the past. Was it because she was a woman now, or was it because she could do whatever she wanted without the restrictions of the He family? And she didn't have to worry about the secret under the mask being seen by others? Isn't it good to be like this now? He Yan said with a smile, it doesn't have to be steady. Lu Buwang said, it's good to be like this. When he said this, he looked a little disappointed. No one knew what he was thinking. He Yan wanted to ask, but when she saw Lu Buwang's indifferent gaze, she swallowed the words back. Lu Buwang seemed a little sad. The moon in spring was not as bright as the one in autumn. It was hazy and cute. Lu Buwang's gaze fell on the corners of his little disciple's mouth, but another figure appeared in his mind. Mu Hongjin. Back then, Mu Hongjin was also like this. Her eyes were clean and bright, and occasionally there was a trace of wisdom in them. Her red dress was also delicate, and there were always some flowers and birds embroidered on the corners of her dress, which was exquisite and beautiful. The young girl always had 2 long braids with silver bells under them. When she walked, the bells would make a pleasant tinkling sound. Sometimes, before he got close, he would hear the sound of the bells and know that she had come. At that time, he had such a tail following him every day, which was really annoying. He had said many times that he hoped the two of them would part ways. Every time, Mu Hongjin would pout and immediately cry. No matter how hard Lu Buwang's heart was, he was not good at dealing with a girl's tears. So every time, she easily resolved it. In the end, he had tacitly agreed that this person was a sticky candy that he couldn't get rid of. He let her follow him and cause trouble for him. Mu Hongjin knew how to enjoy life. She had brought a lot of money, but in less than half a month, she squandered it all. At that time, Lu Buwang didn't know that Mu Hongjin was the beloved daughter of King Mengji, and he only despised her extravagant and lascivious life. She didn't care what Lu Buwang thought of her. She had so much money, and she insisted that he enjoy it with her. Half a month later, Mu Hongjin had spent all her money, so she had to eat with Lu Buwang. In the inn, they slept in the simplest kind, and the food was also very ordinary. Mu Hongjin didn't have money to buy the trinkets on the street. After half a day, she protested to Lu Buwang, "Young hero, can't we have a good meal?" No. Lu Buwang didn't have much money. The 7 disciples of Taoist Yunji went down the mountain to gain experience. Although it was said that they went down the mountain to gain experience, in fact, they were just experiencing the secular world. As for what they did in daily life, his senior fellow apprentices gave him some of the work they had received before. To put it bluntly, they took the money from others and had to eliminate disasters for others. It was just that their sect was not allowed to do evil or curry favor for personal gain. So much so that in the end, what they really did was to help the tenants of the farmstead find their lost sheep or help a married girl send a secret letter back to her maiden home. These kinds of trivial matters, and the money they received was also very little. Sometimes, they even had to help people write letters to their families. They didn't refuse anyone and accepted everything. A cold and otherworldly young man in white walked on the path of the farmstead with a lost sheep. The scene was a little funny. Mu Hongjin laughed at him. "What kind of sect do you belong to? Why do you have to do everything? Why don't you follow me?" You what?" Lu Buwang asked her angrily. Mu Hongjin rolled her beautiful eyes. "I'll pay you more than he does." Lu Buwang was so angry that he didn't want to speak. But it was true. After all, he hadn't finished the task his senior fellow apprentice gave him. Because he was doing these small things, he didn't get much money. If he was alone, it would be fine. But now that Mu Hongjin was with him, he had spent all his money. One person had become 2 people. In meals. Life was so tight that he wished he could split a copper coin in half to spend it. It could be seen that Mu Hongjin was also trying her best to adapt to this rough life. She made a fuss for a few days, but when she saw that Lu Buwang was really a little angry, she didn't dare to say anything more. She honestly lived a simple life with Lu Buwang. But her habit of wanting to buy everything she saw in her bones still hadn't changed. Lu Buwang still remembered that one day, they met an old woman selling flowers beside a tea house outside Jiang City. There were 2 bamboo baskets and a carrying pole in front of the old woman, and the bamboo baskets were full of wild chrysanthemums. They were slender and lovely, light pink and white. They were also very cheap. They should have been picked directly from the foot of Chiyun Mountain. Mu Hongjin leaned over to take a look. Seeing this, the old woman said with a smile, "Young master, buy me a flower to wear." "No need." Okay. The 2 of them spoke at the same time. Lu Buwang gave Mu Hongjin a warning look, and Mu Hongjin pursed her lips aggrievedly. The old woman smiled, picked a flower from the bamboo basket, and gave it to Mu Hongjin. "You're pretty, so this flower is for you. Wear it on your head. It's very beautiful." Mu Hongjin took it happily. She said sweetly with a smile, "Thank you, Granny." In this case, Lu Buwang couldn't just leave, so he took out a copper coin from his sleeve and handed it to the old woman. No. The old woman looked at him with a smile. "The little girl is cute. I like her. Young master, just treat her better in the future." Lu Buwang turned his head. Mu Hongjin got the flower and put it on her ear happily. She asked Lu Buwang, "Is it beautiful?" Lu Buwang said uncomfortably, "It has nothing to do with me." Mu Hongjin glared at him, squatted down, and looked at the jewelry and cosmetics in the carrying pole. After a while, she picked up a silver bracelet and exclaimed, "This is beautiful." It was a very simple silver bracelet. It seemed to have been roughly polished by someone, and even the edges were not very smooth. On the edge of the bracelet, a circle of lifelike wild chrysanthemums was carved, so it looked fresh and lovely. "This is so beautiful," Mu Hongjin praised. "This is called a happy bracelet. It was carved by my husband and me together." The old woman said with a smile, "Give one to your sweetheart and wear it for the rest of your life. Young master, why don't you buy one for me? It will last forever." "Did you hear that, young hero Lu?" Mu Hongjin begged, "Quickly give me one." Lu Buwang looked at her coldly, took the silver bracelet from her hand, and put it back into the carrying pole. Then, he said coldly to the old woman, "She's not my sweetheart." A trace of disappointment flashed through Mu Hongjin's eyes. In the end, she didn't take the silver bracelet again and muttered, "How do you know that I'm not your sweetheart?" "How do you know? Yes, how do I know?" The young man was proud and didn't understand that the joy of youth came quietly. By the time he understood, it had already become a calamity and there was no way to avoid it. Later, many years had passed. Lu Buwang often thought that if he had bought the silver bracelet in front of Mu Hongjin and put it on her hand that day, they wouldn't have come to that point. As the old woman said, they wouldn't have been separated for the rest of their lives. It was ridiculous that he also believed that strange forces and gods were predestined. The moonlight sprinkled on the ground, forming a layer of white frost. The bell in his memory gradually faded away, and only the wind in Jiang City that had been separated for many years fell in his ears. It was lonely and a little cold in his heart. "Do you like Xiaoju?" The unexpected voice interrupted He Yan's contemplation. He Yan turned his head in surprise. Lu Buwang retracted his gaze and looked at her with a knowing smile. He repeated again, do you like Xiaoju?" "No," He Yan subconsciously retorted. After a while, she asked again, "Master, why do you say that? Haven't you noticed?" Lu Buwang said lightly, "When you're around him, you're very relaxed. You trust him more than you trust me." He Yan was stunned. Did she? Maybe she did. Whether it was in the previous life or this life, she might have many misunderstandings about Xiaoju's appearance in her heart. Whether he was indifferent or bad, she had never doubted that Xiaoju would hurt her from the beginning to the end. He Yan, who seemed to be careless about everything, always maintained a sense of vigilance in her heart. She didn't let go of this vigilance when facing Lu Buwang, Su Zhiheng, He Rufei, and even He Sui and his son who had no attacking power in the He family. But she always trusted Xiaoju. "It's not time or experience that makes you so relaxed now. It's him." Lu Buwang's voice was gentle. Do you still want to deny it?" He Yan didn't speak. After a while, she raised her head and looked at the moon hanging on the roof. The moon was big and white, and its silver light sprinkled over the whole yard, gently watching the people in the night. "Master, look at the moon in the sky," she said slowly. "It can shine on the backyard of the rich and the ditch in the wilderness. But you can't catch it, right? I can't catch the moon, nor can I make the moon come for me, so I can just stand here and look at it from afar." When He Yan returned to the room, the lights were still on. The two maidservants were lying on the side of the room, playing with a flower rope. When they saw He Yan, they quickly stood up and greeted, "Madam." He Yan whispered, "It's nothing. You can sleep. I'm going to rest." "Is young master asleep?" Cui Jiao shook her head. "Young master has been reading." He Yan nodded, "I know. You should rest early too." She pushed the door open and entered the room. Xiaoju was sitting at the table, flipping through a long scroll in his hand. He was only wearing his inner garment. The snow-white garment hung loosely on his shoulders, revealing his jade-like skin. His collarbone was thin and as beautiful as the moon. He Yan closed the door and walked to his side. "Governor?" he asked. Xiaoju only raised her eyes and glanced at her indifferently without saying a word. "I thought you were asleep." He Yan removed the whip from her waist and hung it on the wall. The colorful tassel hanging from the handle of the whip swayed with her movements. The red pomegranate flower was even more exquisite and very eye-catching. Xiaoju's gaze fell on the colorful tassel. He Yan saw that Xiaoju was looking at it, so she took off the whip and handed it to him. "What do you think?" "Commander, does it look good?" "This is a gift from 4th young Master Chu." Chu's island is so generous. Xiaoju narrowed her eyes and said calmly, it's such an expensive gift. He doesn't think it's a waste to give it to you. Expensive? He Yan asked curiously. Fourth young master Chu said that this pomegranate flower is fake jade and isn't worth much. I accepted it because he said so. Oh. He raised his eyebrows and said mockingly, he's very considerate. Is it really that expensive? He Yan was a little uneasy, then I'll return it to him tomorrow. If there were any unclean things in the future, such as money, it was better to be clear about it. Xiaoju said, just accept it. Don't you like him very much? He Yan was shocked. Do I like him? Why didn't she know? I didn't want to meddle in your business, but I still have to remind you. The young man's eyebrows were unbelievably handsome under the light. His eyes were dark and deep, with a hint of inexplicable coldness. Chu's island is Su Jingfu's son-in-law. If you don't want to die, stay away from him. Su Pingting was the apple of Su Jingfu's eye. She seemed to like Chu's island. Lin Shuanghe had told her about it before. But what did it have to do with her? Not to mention whether she liked Chu Zhao or not, Chu Zhao was such a refined and polite person. He would definitely not like a woman who sat cross-legged on the bed and practiced boxing. Xiaoju was worried for nothing. Commander-in-Chief, I think you're too anxious about fourth young master Chu. You're even prejudiced against me. She squeezed to Xiaoju's side and bent down to look at the scroll in Xiaoju's hand. It's so late. What are you looking at? Xiaoju ignored her. He Yan stood behind him and craned his neck to look. After a while, he said, it's a military defense map. What do you think? Do you see any problems? The way you speak, Xiaoju said calmly, makes it sound like you're the commander-in-chief. He Yan immediately withdrew his hand from his shoulder and moved a stool to sit beside him. He said, I'm just too concerned. The Yudo will soon know that Princess Mengji has been evacuating the citizens of Jiang City these past few days. Once the Yudo receive the news, they will soon mobilize their troops. He Yan had a headache. But there are too few soldiers in Jiang City. Since the Yudo dared to attack the city, they must have brought no less than 100,000 soldiers, 20,000 against 100,000. These 20,000 soldiers were the city gate guards who had not fought in many years. No matter how one looked at it, the situation was not very comforting. Weren't you a female general in your previous life? Xiaoju leaned back in his chair and twitched the corner of his mouth. Tell me what to do. He Yan was stunned. What was this? He was obviously telling the truth, but it was treated as a lie. In the military defense map, they came from the water. He Yan said, since that's the case, we can only attack with water. After saying this, she carefully raised her eyes to look at Xiaoju's expression. The young man's expression was as calm as ever. The wine sword hanging on the wall was sparkling like snow and was as cold as ice. Strangely enough, she and Xiaoju had a life and death experience in the water. When it came to water, there was always a shadow in their hearts. The other was that their first battle was a water battle. To him, attacking with water was not a good memory. However, they were in Jiang City. No matter what, they could not avoid such a battle. He Yan suspected that she and Xiaoju were fire spirits in their previous lives. They had such an ill-fated relationship with water. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the martial arts field to train the soldiers. Xiaoju said, you should go too. Me? He Yan hesitated. I really want to go, but won't Princess Mengji be unhappy? In name, Xiaoju was De Wei's right military commander. No one could train soldiers better than him. However, He Yan was only Xiaoju's subordinate. Don't worry about her. Xiaoju said, you should go with me. It was late at night. A man sat in front of the long table in the room and quietly looked at the basket of flowers on the table. The sugar paintings were red and sparkling under the warm light of the oil lamp. The flowers in the basket were dense and luxuriant. In front of the basket, there were 2 words written, Zilan. Upright and beautiful. A smiling voice seemed to ring in his ears. Zhao means light, while Zilan means vanilla. The person who gave you this name must have loved you very much and hoped that you would have a bright future. That's why they gave you such an elegant name. The person who gave him this name must have loved him very much. Chu Zhao never thought so. His mother was called Yi Runmei. She was the daughter of a small official in Qin County. She was as beautiful as a fairy. His memory was the same. She was a woman with impeccable features. She was beautiful, charming, and pitiful. In her delicate posture, there was a hint of innocence and nobility. He would never forget such a beauty even if he saw her once. Many men in Qin County wished to marry Yi Runmei, but Yi Runmei had taken a fancy to the equally handsome Shi Jinbo, Chu Linfeng, who came to Qin County to work. Even in Shuajing, Chu Linfeng was a rare handsome man. In addition, he was generous with his money and had been in the midst of women for so many years. He knew very well how to please people. Not long after, Yi Runmei secretly fell in love with this romantic and considerate young Master Chu. Not only did she fall in love with him, but she also spent a good night with him. However, in only 3 months, Chu Linfeng had to leave Qin County and return to Shuajing. Before leaving, Chu Linfeng told Yi Runmei that he would come back to marry her. At that time, Yi Runmei was immersed in her dream of waiting for her sweetheart to marry her. She didn't realize that other than knowing Chu Linfeng's name and where he lived in Shuajing, she knew nothing about him. After Chu Linfeng left, there was no more news about him. Not long after he left, Yi Runmei found out that she was pregnant. She was anxious and scared. She didn't dare to tell anyone. However, her belly grew bigger day by day. In the end, she couldn't hide it. Master Yi was furious. He asked Yi Runmei who the father of the child was. Yi Runmei didn't even know the father's true identity. How could she say it clearly? She could only cry nonstop. In the end, Master Yi had no choice but to call a doctor. He planned to abort the child in Yi Runmei's belly. After a year and a half, he would send Yi Runmei to get married. This matter would rot in her belly forever. Yi Runmei knew her father's plan and ran away that night. She didn't want to abort the child. She didn't know if it was because she missed Chu Linfeng or because of other reasons. Anyway, she ran away. Yi Runmei decided to go to Shuajing to find Chu Linfeng. She was a pregnant woman. How could she walk so far? However, because of her beauty, she met a merchant along the way. He took the initiative to help her and agreed to take her to Shuajing. Before they reached Shuajing, Yi Runmei gave birth. Chu Zhao was born at this time. After Chu Zhao was born, Yi Runmei's miserable days had just begun. The merchant wasn't a kind person. He liked Yi Runmei's beauty and wanted her to be his concubine. Yi Runmei refused and scratched the merchant. In anger, the merchant sold Yi Runmei to a brothel for 10 taels of silver. Chu Zhao was also sold. The brothel mother thought that since Yi Runmei was so beautiful, her son wouldn't be bad either. If he was good-looking in the future, she might be able to earn another sum of money. If he wasn't good-looking, it wouldn't be a loss to be a servant. Yi Runmei and Chu Zhao lived together in the brothel. The pampered and spoiled young miss didn't know the evils of the world. In the brothel, she saw all kinds of ugly and evil people. It was as if they wanted to take back everything she had in the past. Yi Runmei's life was worse than death. The long-term torture changed her temperament. She became irritable. She didn't dare to be rash in front of her clients, but she vented her anger in front of Chu Zhao. She often beat Chu Zhao. If it wasn't for the protection of the other girls in the brothel, Chu Zhao felt that he wouldn't have lived to see Chu Linfeng. Chu Zhao didn't understand what Yi Runmei's feelings for him were. If she didn't love him, then she left home alone to protect the flesh and blood in her belly. She suffered a lot, but she didn't give up on him. If she loved him, then why did she say those heart-wrenching words to him? Her eyes were full of hatred. She always hit him with the bamboo pole and said, "I hate you. If it wasn't for you, my life wouldn't be like this. Why did you appear? Why don't you die?" After the vicious curses, she looked at the scars on Chu Zhao's body and hugged him. She cried, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ah Zhao, Xilan, don't blame me. I feel sorry for you." He was at a loss when he was young. He didn't know whether he loved or not. He just looked at the crying woman and felt a trace of disgust. He hoped that these days would end soon. He hoped that he could grow up quickly and escape from this dirty and hopeless place. Yi Runmei wasn't the only one with such thoughts. She was also looking for an opportunity. She never gave up on finding Chu Linfeng. She cursed Chu Linfeng's heartlessness and was full of hope for him. She always looked at Chu Zhao as if she was looking at all the hope. Maybe she left Chu Zhao in the past so that one day when she saw Chu Linfeng again, she could stand in front of him and tell him, "This is your son." Then she would tell him all the hardships and sufferings in the past few years. Chu Linfeng would feel sorry for her and marry her as he said to her in the past. He would make up for what he owed her and her son all these years. Yi Runmei thought so she always took the initiative to entertain every guest from Shuajing. She was born beautiful and easily became the top beauty in the brothel. Although she wasn't in Shuajing, there were always people from Shuajing who came and went. One day, she actually met someone who knew Chu Linfeng. That person was Chu Linfeng's friend. At first, when he heard Yi Runmei talk about the sad past, he just thought it was fun and occasionally comforted her to satisfy his kindness as a savior. But when he heard that the person was called Chu Linfeng, was handsome, and was from Shuajing, his face gradually changed. Those who knew Chu Linfeng knew that he was a womanizer and was especially lecherous. It wasn't impossible for him to hook up with a woman from a small family when he was outside. But this matter wasn't done properly. In any case, she told the truth and let him give up. She didn't leave him in the same place and wait for so many years. Instead, it became an ill-fated relationship. My poor child. I don't know if he will have the chance to see his father in this life. Yi Runmei covered her face and cried. You have a child? The friend was shocked and asked, Can I see him? Yi Runmei let Chu Zhao out. Chu Zhao's nose and mouth were like Yi Runmei's, but his eyebrows and eyes were the same as Chu Linfeng's. They were gentle and affectionate. When he looked at people, he always seemed to have a gentle smile. If this face said that he was Chu Linfeng's son, no one would doubt it. The friend got up, said a few perfunctory words, and hurried out. Yi Runmei was very disappointed. When the friend returned to Shuajing, the first thing he did was to find Chu Linfeng at Count Shijin's residence and ask him if he had a brief relationship with a beauty many years ago in Qin County. Chu Linfeng thought for a long time and finally vaguely remembered that it was a very beautiful woman. Unfortunately, she was a little stupid and believed everything he said without a doubt. That woman is now living in a brothel, the friend said. She even gave birth to a son for you. I've seen that child. He looks very similar to you and is very beautiful. This was out of Chu Linfeng's expectations. Madame Chu was ugly and had never cared about his affairs outside. Thus, he was happy and at ease. He brought 19 concubines into the residence, all of whom were outstanding beauties. Unfortunately, Madame Chu only had one condition. He could take concubines, but the child had to crawl out of her womb. Madame Chu gave birth to 3 children. Chu Linfeng didn't have much interest in having more children, so he felt that it was enough. His only regret was that none of his 3 sons had inherited his looks. Their looks were mediocre. He knew that his colleagues and friends were laughing at him behind his back. He had been greedy for good looks all his life, but unfortunately, his sons were mediocre and not attractive enough. But now, someone had come to tell him that he actually had a son who was lost outside. Moreover, the son was very outstanding and looked very similar to him. To him, this was a good thing that fell from the sky. For a moment, he really wanted this child to acknowledge his ancestors. This way, if others said that he couldn't give birth to a good-looking son, he could ruthlessly slap them in the face. However, Chu Linfeng had been respectful to his wife for many years. Although Madame Chu looked dignified, she wasn't someone to be trifled with. Otherwise, the concubines in the Chu residence wouldn't have no sons. Chu Linfeng had no choice but to beg the old madam, his mother. Although Madame Chu didn't care much about a concubine's son, he was still the blood of the Chu family. It wasn't good for him to be wandering outside, especially in a brothel. Thus, she personally went to find Madame Chu. Madame Chu and the old madam talked for 2 hours. When they left the residence, Madame Chu personally ordered people to go to the brothel in Danzhou to bring the concubine's son back. However, that concubine's son didn't mention Yi Runmei. Although Shi Jinbo wasn't the most powerful person in the capital, he was still a high-ranking official. To the people of Danzhou, he was even more unreachable. When the letter flew from the capital to Danzhou, Yu Runmei almost couldn't believe her eyes. She knew that Chu Linfeng wasn't an ordinary person. He was so generous, and his charm was especially different from the men in Qin County. His family background wasn't bad. However, she didn't expect him to be the current Shi Jinbo. He was someone she didn't even dare to think about in her life. It was as if she had endured and planned for this moment for many years and finally reaped the sweet fruit. She hugged Xu Zhao and cried with joy. "Xylin, your father is here to pick us up. We can go home now." Xu Zhao quietly allowed the woman's emotional tears to fall on his neck. His young face was indifferent to his age. Go home? Who could be sure that this was just jumping from one fire pit to another? After all these years in the brothel, the men he saw were all greedy and evil, and the women were all stupid and weak. There was no difference. However, Yu Runmei didn't think so. She spent all her savings to buy many beautiful clothes and jewelry. She dressed Xu Zhao like a young master from a rich family and dressed herself like a charming flower. She looked at the woman in the mirror. She was still beautiful, but her skin wasn't as smooth as when she was young. There was no more innocence in her eyes, no more coquettish. She cried. Spring was as beautiful as before, but the beauty was past her prime. And the man who promised to marry her hadn't come yet. Yu Runmei thought that since Chu Linfeng was Shi Jinbo, he definitely wouldn't marry her, but it would be good to make her a concubine. Her son was also Shi Jinbo's son. She had been living a hard life in the brothel all these years. Being a concubine of an official was more noble than being a prostitute here. She wanted to dress herself up beautifully. When she saw Chu Linfeng, she wanted to tell him how much she suffered for him all these years. She wanted to tell him how much she loved him. Yu Runmei thought that she was clever. Any man in the world would feel proud when he heard that a beauty was infatuated with him. And this pride would make him feel more tender and doting on the beauty, so as to show his heroic feelings. She wouldn't let go of this opportunity. She wanted to regain Chu Linfeng's favor. Even if she was only a concubine, she wanted to be the one who attracted him the most. However, Yu Runmei didn't expect that Chu Linfeng didn't come. It was 2 women and a group of servants who came. They looked at Yu Runmei condescendingly. They couldn't help but look at her with contempt. It was as if they would dirty their eyes if they looked at her more. The leading woman asked, "Where is young Master Chu?" Yu Runmei felt humiliated. She wanted to get angry, but in the end, she put on a humble smile. He's changing in the next room. She had told Xu Zhao in advance to put in the jade hairpin to make her look elegant and cute. Good. The woman lowered her eyes and smiled insincerely. Yu Runmei felt uneasy. She asked, "What do you want to do?" One woman came over and pulled her hand back. Another servant covered her mouth with a handkerchief. Yu Runmei's eyes widened. She realized what they were going to do to her. She struggled with all her might and said angrily, "How dare you, how dare you? Aren't you afraid that Chu Linfeng will find out? Chu Linfeng will kill you." The woman looked at her coldly. Her smile was bone-chilling. "We don't dare to make such a big decision without the master's permission. Miss May." She called Yu Runmei by her name in the brothel. "Would our Count Shi Jinbo's mansion accept a prostitute who rides thousands of men in the brothel? Do you want people to laugh at the master, or do you want people to laugh at your son?" Yu Runmei struggled with all her might, but her body was slender and weak. How could she be a match for the woman? She gradually lost her strength. Getting rid of the mother and keeping the son is already a gift to you. Yu Runmei's legs gradually stopped moving. She fell straight to the ground with her eyes wide open. She had waited for her husband all her life. She was so happy that she thought she had made it, but she was waiting for death. Xu Zhao put in the hairpin and looked around in the mirror for a long time. Then, he walked to his mother's room. He wanted to knock on the door, but when he reached out his hand, he hesitated. He gently pushed the door a little to see what his father looked like. Then he saw 2 old women carrying Yu Runmei as if they were carrying a dead pig. They hung a piece of white silk on the beam and covered Yu Runmei's head with it. Yu Runmei's face was facing the door. Her eyes met his. Surrounded by pearls and jade, beautiful snow, and red makeup, holding hatred toward the netherworld, unwilling to close her eyes even in death. He staggered and covered his mouth to prevent himself from screaming. The people in the room were still talking. She is beautiful, but how can she be so stupid? She still wants to marry into the family? She didn't even think about it. Which rich family would accept a woman from a brothel as a concubine? After all, she came from a small family. She doesn't know what it means to get rid of the mother and keep the son. If she had stayed in Qin County, she wouldn't have lost her life. Tisk, she's just greedy. Chu Zhao slowly retreated. When he was far enough away from the door, he suddenly ran. He didn't know which family he was in, but he closed the door tightly. He gritted his teeth and silently cried. A woman's voice seemed to fall into his ears. It had a rare gentleness. Beautiful clothes like a hero's, rotten clothes like a bright star. From now on, you will be called A Zhao. One day, our A Zhao will be like Almighty Yun. Wearing beautiful clothes, looking beautiful and brilliant. As for the character, let's call you Xylan. Orchid is beautiful and fragrant. Mother, I used to love orchids the most. He innocently said, in the future, A Zhao will buy many, many orchids for mother. The woman's laughter gradually faded away. His eyes fell on the flower basket in front of him. The fire was slightly hot. Chu Zhao paused for a moment, then threw the flower basket on the table into the fire. The flame licked the basket. After a while, the syrup flowed everywhere, giving off a burnt sweetness. He walked away expressionlessly. The next morning, He Yan and Xiaoju had an early breakfast and went to Jiang City's martial arts practice field to see the Jiang City's army. Lin Shuanghe didn't follow them and rested in the Cui mansion. Lu Buwang continued to track down the whereabouts of those Yuto and went out at the same time as He Yan and Xiaoju. There were many rivers in Jiang City, and the city was built on the water. The water cut the flat land into several large and small pieces, so it wasn't easy to find large open spaces. The martial arts practice field was built close to the prince's mansion for no other reason than that there was a large open space here. When He Yan and Xiaoju went over, they met Cui Yuezhi. When Cui Yuezhi saw the two of them, he smiled and cupped his hands, Military Governor Xiao. As if he could see He Yan's surprise, Cui Yuezhi patted Xiaoju's shoulder with a smile. Actually, I started to suspect you the second day you came to Jiang. Even my concubine could tell that you really don't look like anyone from the Cui family at all. How could you be my eldest brother's son? It's just that when I brought you into the prince's mansion, His Highness often called you in, so he must have known your identities long ago. Since His Highness has plans, I can only pretend to be stupid and not say anything. This Cui Yuezhi was quite smart. He chuckled, but there was a shrewd look in his eyes on his simple and honest face. If His Highness thinks I'm stupid, then I'll be stupid. There's nothing wrong with being stupid. He Yan understood that Cui Yuezhi could become Mu Hongjin's confidant not only because he was brave, but also because he was Qin Mei's childhood sweetheart. It was because he was stupid at the right time. With such a simple and honest subordinate, of course, she had to trust him and put him in an important position. He was a very wise person. Cui Yuezhi looked at Xiaoju again. His Highness told me that all the Jiang City's army will listen to Military Governor Zhao's command from today onwards. His expression became serious. His Highness has already told me about the Yuto. I will do my best to cooperate with Military Governor Xiao. The citizens of Jiang City are still under the protection of Military Governor Xiao. Has your Highness already begun to move the citizens of the city? He Yan asked. From today onwards, it's just that. Cui Yuezhi sighed. It won't be easy. The citizens of the city were used to living here peacefully. When they received news that Jiang was in trouble and had to evacuate the city, they naturally panicked. The younger ones were still fine. Those who were sick, old, and had no one to take care of them could not leave. How could those who owned businesses and shops in the city be at ease to leave everything behind? However, Cui Yuezhi perked up. I've always heard that General Feng Yun is invincible on the battlefield. This Cui has long wanted to meet her. I didn't expect Military Governor Xiao to be so young and handsome. He was half envious and half amazed. How can there be such a person favored by the heavens in this world? He Yan, this kind of experience of favoritism was probably something that ordinary people couldn't bear. As he spoke, he had already walked to the side of the training field. As Xianxia was close to the water and had not fought a war for many years, the soldiers did not have armor. They only wore cloth armor. The cloth armor was green, and each of them held a long spear. It was probably because they did a lot of manual labor that they all looked mighty and powerful. However, Yan could tell at a glance that their military formation was not lethal. It was like a decorative frame, and it was a somewhat old-fashioned decorative frame. All these years, Mu Hongjin probably didn't spend much effort on the training of the city's army. However, this was understandable. Ever since King Mengji's generation, Jiang had been at peace with Luan. Not to mention fighting wars, they were even good at stealing and swindling in the city. The people were simple and honest, so there was no need to spend much effort on this. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. Yan shook his head. Jiang City army has been slacking off for too long. Cui Yuezhi looked at Yan. He had already found out from Mu Hongjin that Yan was Xiaoju's subordinate. However, he thought that the subordinate was Xiaoju's servant, a delicate wife that was prepared to fit the identity of Qiao Huanqing better during this trip to Jiang. Although he was puzzled midway and thought that this servant's relationship with Xiaoju was a little too casual, he was curious when he heard Yan's words. Yan, do you see anything? Cui Zhongqi, my surname is He, and my name is Yan. I can't see anything else, but I feel that the military formation of Jiang City's city army is a little old-fashioned. In Shuajing, we stopped fighting like this a few years ago. Miss Yan, Cui Yuezhi puffed out his chest and said disapprovingly, when setting up a military formation, it doesn't mean that the newer the better. It also depends on whether it's suitable for use or not. This military formation is something that I came up with after discussing with my colleagues in the army. It's very suitable for Jiang's terrain. How can you say that it's old-fashioned? He did not dare to boast that he was better than Xiaoju, but he was still better than Xiaoju's subordinates. A good military formation could only be created after many years. Yan was not talking about a new dish. Who would be able to change it every few days just for the sake of freshness? Yan saw that the military formation was full of loopholes, so she did not want to criticize him. She glanced at Xiaoju again. Seeing that Xiaoju did not say anything, she did not have any intention of objecting. She thought for a while and said tactfully, let's not talk about the military formation. Just based on the movements of the city army, it looks more like they're practicing. I'm afraid that they're lacking something on the battlefield. What are they lacking? Cui Yuezhi asked. Dauntless. Yan said, these city army soldiers can only deal with soldiers who are weaker than them or soldiers who are on par with them. If there are soldiers who are more ferocious and brutal than them. Yan shook her head. I'm afraid that they won't be able to win. As they spoke, they had already walked to the front of the training field. Yan's words fell into the ears of the soldiers at the front. The young man standing at the front was holding a long spear and thrusting it forward. When he heard what Yan said, he could not help but glance at her. When Cui Yuezhi heard Yan say that about his soldiers, he was a little unconvinced. Miss Yan, you make it sound like the Jiang army is made of tofu. Yan was not lying. This batch of Jiang City army soldiers had probably not been to a real battlefield. They were even weaker than the new recruits of the Liang province guards. After living a peaceful life for a long time, even a tiger's claws would lose their strength. Moreover, Yuto came prepared. They would not be as weak as a lamb. I'm just a little worried, Yan said. Miss, suddenly, someone spoke. Yan turned her head to look. The one who spoke was the young man who held a spear and stood at the head of the group. His skin had been tanned by the sun and his appearance was very handsome. He didn't fear Xiaoju who was standing at the side at all. He looked at Yan and coldly said, what do you mean by saying that our city's army is worthless? Although Jiang City has been peaceful for many years, the city army has been training hard every day. They don't dare to slack off for even a day. Miss, you haven't been there yet, so it's better not to jump to conclusions so easily. Yan said, I'm not jumping to conclusions so easily. The young man did not know Yan, nor did he know Xiaoju's identity. He thought that Cui Yuezhi had brought his nephew and niece-in-law here to observe the soldiers. He was probably young and did not know how to hide his emotions. He also felt a little indignant, so he said to He Yan, "How can a woman understand the affairs of men in the army?" He Yan was speechless. He Yan thought to himself, if this woman really gets angry, even 10 men in the army won't be enough to fight her. If Jiang City's army faced Yudo with such arrogance, there was no way they could win this war. She was thinking about how to tactfully destroy this person's momentum when she suddenly heard Xiaoju's voice. If that's the case, you can compete with her. He Yan looked at Xiaoju. The soldier who spoke was also a little surprised. He did not expect him to make such a lousy suggestion. This isn't good, right? He Yan said hesitantly. The soldier felt a little comforted. He thought that this woman was tactful. Before he could say anything else, he heard He Yan's remaining words, "You're still Cui Zhongqi soldiers. What if you destroy his morale and he can't recover in the future?" Cui Yuezhi was speechless. He was also thinking that Xiaoju's suggestion was too hasty. Now that he heard He Yan's words, he really didn't know what to say. Cui Yuezhi was also a martial arts practitioner, but he couldn't directly touch He Yan's bone structure. Just from his appearance, He Yan was thin and weak, and he couldn't see anything powerful about him. Xiaoju said that this girl should know some martial arts. However, compared to Mu Yi, she might be too arrogant. Looking at her thin arms and legs, Mu Yi could easily break her arms. He Yan looked at Xiaoju. Under the morning light of the martial arts arena, the young man's figure was like jade. The black python on his dark blue robe was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, adding to his heroic spirit. The arrow sleeves were convenient for holding weapons. Here, he was no longer the second son of the Xiao family. He was the commander-in-chief of the Right Army, General Feng Yun. Mu Yi, the soldier, didn't say anything. He Yan looked at him and smiled. "What do you think? Little brother, do you want to fight with me?" She was still wearing the red riding uniform of the women of Jiang and black boots. The whip hanging in front of her chest was delicate and cute. She looked lively and harmless. She was no different from the countless young ladies in Jiang who picked flowers and sniffed them in the spring. Most young men always had a competitive spirit. If a girl provoked them verbally, and a pretty girl at that, they would always want to prove themselves. Mu Yi was the same. He thought that he had already given this girl a chance, but she didn't want to give up. He had no choice but to let her have a taste of the power of the Jiang army. Thinking of this, Mu Yi cupped his hands and said, "Excuse me." He Yan faintly smiled. She flipped over and leaped up, stepping onto the wooden stake beside her. The bystanders only saw a red swallow. In the blink of an eye, it had already landed on the empty space in the center of the martial arts field. She slowly pulled out the purple jade whip from her waist and made a pleased gesture. The layman watched for the excitement, while the expert watched for the skill. Her appearance was already unusual. Mu Yi was slightly surprised, but he didn't want to be outdone. He followed her and stood in front of He Yan. 1 man, 1 spear, 1 woman, and 1 whip. In the blink of an eye, they were entangled in a fight. The surrounding Jiang soldiers had already put down their spears and were staring at them intently. Each army had its own characteristics. For example, the South Mansion soldiers were orderly and serious, the Liangzhou guards were free and straightforward, and the Jiang soldiers were lively and lively. It was as if they were watching a show. They immediately became excited. Good. Good fight. Mu Yi, why can't you do it? Don't go easy on her. Good job, Mississippi beat this brat to death. For a moment, the cheers were endless. Cui Yuezhi stared at the red figure in the middle of the fight. The whip in her hand was like moving clouds and flowing water, winding like lightning. He was extremely surprised. Mu Yi was one of the most outstanding soldiers in the Jiang army. Not to mention how good he was in the army, he was considered one of the best among the people here. However, even Mu Yi was at a disadvantage when facing He Yan. Others thought that Mu Yi was holding back because his opponent was a girl. However, Cui Yuezhi's eyes were sharp. He could tell at a glance that Mu Yi didn't stand a chance. The girl's whip was too fast, and her footwork was too fast. Mu Yi didn't have a chance to attack. If this continued, he would soon be defeated. Cui Yuezhi couldn't help but ask Xiaoju, "Military Governor Xiao, is Missy really your subordinate?" He couldn't find a single subordinate like her in the Jiang army. It really made people jealous. It's not unfair for your subordinate to lose to the number 1 Liangzhou guard, Xiaoju said calmly. Number 1 Liangzhou guard? Cui Yuezhi didn't understand, but He Yan was a girl. Could it be that she had fought with the Liangzhou guard before? On the stage, Mui was in a sorry state. Beads of sweat gradually seeped out of his forehead. The girl looked delicate, but her movements were swift and unparalleled. She predicted every move he made. Her movements were also fast, as if she didn't know fatigue. Most importantly, how could a girl have such great strength? With a crack, the whip struck the stone pile beside him. A corner of the stone pile was broken, and the flying gravel brushed past Mui's face. Mui couldn't believe his eyes. That was a stone pile. Normally, even a sword might not be able to break it, but she used a whip. Not only did the whip not break, but He Yan also looked relaxed. What kind of logic was this? Mui naturally didn't know that when He Yan was in the Liangzhou guard, the number of days she threw stone locks was counted in months. He Yan wasn't targeting anyone. In terms of strength, no one present was a match for her. While Mui was thinking, a long whip was already in front of him. He was so shocked that he immediately used the spear in his hand to block it. There was a crack in the air, and the spear actually broke into 2 pieces. The surrounding Jiang army quieted down. They could only hear the girls' laughter echoing in the field. The last 3 strikes. The first strike told you not to look down on girls. Mui was flustered. He grabbed the long broken spear and continued to block. Crack. There was another crack. The broken spear in his hand broke into pieces again. The strong girl tilted her head and sighed. The second strike is arrogant and conceited. It's a big taboo in battle. Mui only had a spearhead less than the length of a palm in his hand. He was defenseless for a moment. The third strike was already in front of him, and he couldn't dodge it. The third strike. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. When the long whip rushed in front of him, it mischievously curled up and landed in his hand, taking away the spearhead in his hand. When Mui came back to his senses, the girl in the red dress was already playing with his iron spearhead. She walked over and patted his shoulder, returning the spearhead to him. She smiled and said, "There's always someone better than you. Young man, you have to continue to work hard." She walked past Mui and left with a smile. His companions crowded around him and asked, "It can't be, right? Brother Mu, aren't you losing too quickly? Did you deliberately show mercy? How can you be so unambitious? Don't talk nonsense." Mui was angry. "I didn't show mercy." His companions looked at each other. Someone said, "Didn't show mercy? Is she really that powerful? That's impossible." Another person pointed at his face and said, "Mui, why is your face red?" The noise in the distance fell into his ears, but Cui Yuezhi wasn't in the mood to teach them a lesson. He only sighed. How fast time passed. It hadn't even been half an hour. He defeated the most outstanding person in the Jiang army just like that. Cui Yuezhi could clearly see that He Yan didn't use her full strength. Otherwise, if her whip wasn't aimed at Mui's spear, but at Mui himself, Mui would have suffered a lot. Military Governor Xiao has a good subordinate, Cui Yuezhi said sincerely. When he thought of what he said just now, he was a little worried. The Jiang army is not as good as the Liangzhou guards, but the Liangzhou guards have already fought with the Yudo once. He Yan happened to walk over and said, "The Yudo's savagery and cunning are beyond Shui Zhongqi's imagination. They definitely won't be as merciful as I was just now. If the Jiang army can't win, it will be a disaster for the people in the city." Cui Yuezhi shuddered. "The most important problem isn't the city guards," Xiaoju said. "Then what is it?" "Jiang has a lot of water. The Yuto can only attack with water. This battle is destined to be fought on water. The reason why your army formation is outdated is because it isn't used for water attacks." Cui Yuezhi frowned. "Can you be more specific, Commander-in-Chief?" He Yan looked at Xiaoju. She was a little excited. She didn't expect Xiaoju to have the same idea as her. The young man lowered his eyes. The boat. The most important thing was the boat. In the attic, the man looked away and smiled with his head lowered. Xianxia said softly, I didn't expect Missy to be so skilled. Although she already knew that He Yan was one of the best in the Liangzhou guards, she had never seen it with her own eyes. It was hard to imagine that the girl who fought with others in the training field was more dazzling than when she stood quietly as a woman. Although they were both beauties, Xianxia felt that He Yan's beauty was especially special among all the women in the world. However, because of this uniqueness, there weren't as many people who admired her as there were people who admired the beauty of the secular world. Fourth young master, Xianxia said, Princess Mengji has started to evacuate the citizens in the city today. Do you want to go with her? Teacher sent me to Jiang to keep an eye on Xiao Huijin. Since Xiao Huijin is here, how can I evacuate by myself? Chu Zhao's gaze fell on He Yan, who seemed to be talking to Xiao Ju in the distance. He smiled faintly. If military governor Xiao stays in Jiang, he can protect himself even if the Yuto comes. However, young master doesn't know martial arts. It will be dangerous for you to stay in the city. Xianxia wanted to persuade him again. The more dangerous it is, the more it proves my loyalty to teacher. Chu Zhao smiled carelessly. Xianxia, don't you understand? Teacher gave me two options when he assigned this task to me. One option is to die here. The other option is to live and complete the task and return to the capital. If I don't complete the task and return alive, I will still die. Do you understand? Xianxia was silent for a moment, then said, I understand. You don't need to worry. Chu Zhao looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. Besides, I have a good friend who knows martial arts. Since she is so righteous and naive, I think, she will protect my safety. Xianxia followed his gaze and looked at He Yan in the distance. She thought for a moment, then reminded him, young master, Miss He is military governor Zhao's subordinate. You also said that she is a subordinate. Chu Zhao smiled and said, there is no such thing as an unchanging relationship in the world. A loyal partner can become a terrifying enemy in the next moment. He had seen this kind of thing many times. People were fickle. In the prince's mansion, Mu Xiaolu jumped down the stone stairs with a box in her arms. She shouted, Grandmother. Mu Hongjin was sitting in the hall. When she heard her, she looked at her tiredly. What is it, Xiaolu? Aunt Tong told me to only take the important things, but I like everything. Mu Xiaolu said, Aunt Tong said that the carriage can't be put down. Grandmother, can you keep these for me first? When I return to Jiang, I will ask you for them. Mu Hongjin smiled and opened the box. There were some small toys in the box. There was a cricket made of wood, a spinning top, a small dog made of paper, and a whistle that would sing when blown. Most of them were things that Cui Yuezhi bought from the streets to please Mu Xiaolu. Some of them were things that Mu Xiaolu snatched from her peers who visited the mansion. These were also her treasures. Mu Hongjin closed the lid of the wooden box and handed it to the maid beside her. Okay, grandmother will keep them for me. When you return to Jiang, you can ask me for them. Mu Xiaolu nodded. Grandmother, you must take good care of them. Mu Hongjin laughed and tapped her forehead. I know, miser. Grandmother. Mu Xiaolu jumped onto the soft couch and hugged her waist. Why do I have to leave Jiang? I don't want to leave grandmother. Can I not attend Uncle Wang's birthday banquet? Nonsense. Mu Hongjin said, how can you not go? You're the future princess. Only you can represent Jiang. I don't want to go. The little girl acted shamelessly. How would I know what Uncle Wang looks like? How would I know if he is easy to get along with? What if he is very fierce? You won't. They will all treat you very well. Mu Hongjin patted her head. Her tone was gentle but a little strict. Xiaolu, you are not a child anymore. Grandmother can't accompany you forever. One day, you will have to take charge of many things by yourself. Grandmother can only be at ease when I see you grow up. I have to grow up slowly. Mu Xiaolu was puzzled. I am not a bamboo shoot at the mountain pass that will break through the soil overnight. Mu Hongjin was amused by her words. After laughing, her eyes were dyed with a layer of worry. There was no time. Yuto was hiding in the dark and had already made a move in the past few days. She had to send Mu Xiaolu out. Mu Xiaolu was the last hope of Jiang City. She had also prepared for the worst. It was a pity that she could not watch the little girl grow up and become her indestructible protection before she became an adult. But why were there so many regrets in the world? Mu Xiaolu snuggled up to Mu Hongjin and chatted for a while before she was called away by Aunt Tong. The maid beside her helped Mu Hongjin to stand up. She took a few steps forward and walked to the painted wall with the murals. The hall was spacious and deserted. The only lively place was the painted wall. The market was crowded and the canal flowed. All the liveliness of Jiang City was painted on the wall. Everyone's faces were filled with joy and happiness. She hadn't seen this kind of liveliness for many years. After all, ever since she became the princess, the place she spent the most time in was this empty prince's mansion. Mu Xiaolu would be sent out of the city after today. The so-called Uncle Wang's birthday banquet was just a pretense. The vassals had not interacted with each other for many years. To avoid arousing His Majesty's suspicion, everyone settled down and the world was peaceful. Now that Yuto was hiding in the dark, a storm was brewing in Jiang. As the princess, she couldn't escape. She had to stay in the city and live and die with the people who couldn't escape. This was the Mu family's strength of character. However, Mu Xiaolu couldn't stay. She was Jiang's only hope. If the worst happened and only Mu Xiaolu survived, there was still hope. The lords have already ordered the evacuation of the people. The maid said softly, "Is your highness worried about the young highness?" Mu Hongjin smiled and shook her head, "I'm worried about Jiang City." The willow tree outside the window had long branches that were soaked in the green of spring. It stretched to the edge of the pond and created small ripples. The carps in the pond fought to be the first to peck at it. It was the same every spring. The only thing that changed was the people. When Mu Hongjin was young, she liked life outside the prince's mansion. As the youngest daughter of King Mengji, when her brother was still alive, she was pampered like the innocent pearl in the palms of all the wealthy families in Jiang. She lived a warm and lovely life. However, after her brother passed away when she was 16, her life changed. King Mengji started to make her learn many things and set many rules. At that time, Mu Hongjin truly understood how hard her brother's life was. However, it was hard work. King Mengji didn't have any other children. As the person who would bear the responsibility of the entire prince's mansion in the future, it was understandable that he suffered. However, Mu Hongjin found it hard to accept that even her marriage was controlled by someone else. Now that he thought about it, she was used to being spoiled at that time. She was young and impetuous, so she actually dared to leave. She did not realize at all that if she left her father alone in the prince's mansion, how would she deal with the ministers of the imperial court who would break off their engagement? If it was the current Mu Hongjin, she would not have such courage. The more he took on, the less freedom he would have as his self. The courage to risk everything would only come once in a lifetime. After that age, after that time, it would never come again. Together with his younger self, they disappeared into the long river of time. Mu Hongjin really liked Lu Buwang at first. The young man in white had a cold and cheerless temperament. He was upright and self-restrained, but sometimes he was naive and unsophisticated. He clearly had amazing skills and outstanding skills, but he could seriously find a sheep for a farmer and not complain at all. But Mu Hongjin thought that these so-called advantages, such as kindness and innocence, were all additional. She liked Lu Buwang. At the beginning, when Lu Buwang stood in front of her with a sword under the peach blossom tree and drove away those bad guys for her, it had started. The hero saved the beauty. In the legendary stories, many happy marriages had been created. She was determined to follow Lu Buwang. She acted shamelessly, cried, coaxed, and lied to him. She used all kinds of tricks on him. Unfortunately, Lu Buwang had always been cold and polite to her, and she didn't see any favor from him. Mu Hongjin was a little discouraged, but on second thought, compared to others, Lu Buwang was already good to her. He earned little money, but when they ate in the restaurant, he would order a plate of apricot cake for her. When they lived in the inn, he would spend more money to add a thicker mattress for her. He put the money in a conspicuous place and turned a blind eye to her secretly taking some money to buy rouge. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have a good impression of her, he wouldn't have tolerated her to this extent. Therefore, Mu Hongjin always felt that with one more step and a little more time, Lu Buwang would fall in love with her sooner or later. Until Lu Buwang's junior sister came down the mountain to find him. The junior sister was called Yushu. She was different from the shrewish women in Jiang. She looked so weak as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Her skin was as white as a porcelain doll, like a child under the goddess of mercy. She was ethereal and spoke softly, which made people feel tender affection for her. But Mu Hongjin could see a hint of hostility in the girl's eyes. At that time, she was careless and didn't realize anything. When she heard that Yushu was the daughter of Daoist Yanji, she specially came down the mountain because she was afraid that Lu Buwang couldn't deal with the worldly affairs at the foot of the mountain, so she came to help him. Therefore, she had a good impression of her and treated her as a younger sister. Mu Hongjin didn't think it was a bad thing that two people became three people. Yushu was always obedient. Unlike her, she never caused trouble for Lu Buwang. More than a month passed in a flash. When it was time for Lu Buwang to return to Qiyun Mountain, he originally planned to take Mu Hongjin up the mountain with him. But who knew that both inside and outside Jiang City were investigating the missing little highness? The officers and soldiers were checking one by one, even at the foot of Qiyun Mountain. Mu Hongjin couldn't go up Qiyun Mountain. She pulled Lu Buwang into the room, looked at him seriously, and said, "I can't go back with you." The young man thought that she was playing tricks again, so he asked, "Why?" "Let me tell you." Mu Hongjin hesitated for a moment and told him the truth. "I'm the daughter of King Mingji. I'm the person the officers and soldiers in and outside the city are looking for." Lu Buwang was stunned. "My father wants to marry me to the son of an imperial court official to stabilize his position as a vassal. I don't want to, so I escaped. I didn't expect to meet you. I've been very happy this month." Lu Buwang. She didn't call him young hero but directly called him by his name. "I don't want to marry him, but I can't go up the mountain with you. What should I do?" The girl was no longer as lively and mischievous as before. She looked at him quietly with complete trust in her eyes. Perhaps, there was also a little unknowingly dependence. Lu Buwang didn't know what to say. Perhaps he had long noticed that Mu Hongjin's identity was unusual. A noble girl living in King Mingji's mansion was somewhat different from a girl from an ordinary family in Jiang City. Lu Buwang thought for a long time and said to her, "In that case, wait for me in this inn. After I go up the mountain and tell my master about this, I'll go down the mountain to pick you up in 2 days and find a way to solve this matter." Mu Hongjin was a little reluctant. "Are you leaving now?" "I'll come back," the young man said uncomfortably. On the day he left, Mu Hongjin saw him off in the open space behind the inn. There was some uneasiness in her eyes, as if she had foreseen something. She couldn't help but grab Lu Buwang's sleeve and say to him, "Lu Buwang, remember what you said. You must come back. Don't worry." For the first and last time, he patted her head to comfort her. Lu Buwang and Yushu left, and Mu Hongjin waited for him in the inn obediently. She believed that Lu Buwang would definitely come back. Although Lu Buwang didn't like her yet, he was a man of his word. 2 days later, Lu Buwang didn't come back. Mu Hongjin was still waiting in the inn. She thought that maybe Lu Buwang was delayed by something on the way. It had rained for several days, and the mountain road was not easy to walk on. Maybe he couldn't go down the mountain immediately. Or maybe Taoist Yunji had something to tell him, and he couldn't come over until he finished it. Another 5 days passed, but Lu Buwang still didn't appear. Mu Hongjin began to feel a little anxious. The world was not peaceful. Could it be that he was robbed by bandits passing by? Although his swordsmanship was powerful, his heart was pure and kind. Even she could deceive him. How could he really fight against those insidious and dirty villains? On the 10th day, someone finally came to the inn. However, it wasn't Lu Buwang, but the soldiers. The head of the soldiers stood in front of her and said in a respectful and cold tone, "Your Highness, it's time to go home." Mu Hongjin was taken back to King Mingji's mansion. She was locked in the room. She banged on the window and shouted, "Let me out." No one answered. She began a hunger strike. Her father, King Mingji, ordered people to open the door. Mu Hongjin rushed to King Mingji and cried, "Father, how could you let them lock me up? Hongjin, King Mingji shook his head and said with a smile. He put the dishes on the maid's tray in front of her. These are your favorite snacks. I don't want to eat. Mu Hongjin turned her head away. I want to leave the mansion. King Mingji didn't get angry. After a moment of silence, he asked, are you waiting for that young man surnamed Lu? Mu Hongjin suddenly raised her head, and her eyes couldn't hide her surprise. How do you know? He won't come back. No, he will come back. Mu Hongjin couldn't help but say, he promised me, and he won't break his promise. Really? King Mingji said lightly, how do you think I found your whereabouts? Mu Hongjin was stunned. The cruel words from her father's mouth instantly shattered the beautiful dream she had been deceiving herself. It was he who told me where you were. He sent you back with his own hands. Why did Lu Buwang send her back to the mansion? Mu Hongjin didn't understand this question until later. She didn't want to believe King Mingji's words, but Lu Buwang seemed to have really disappeared from her life and never appeared again. Mu Hongjin gradually believed it later on. If such a person really wanted to inquire about a person, how could he not find a way? She had persisted for more than half a year, and she really couldn't hold on anymore. Half a year later, Mu Hongjin got married to the son of an important official in the court. Although she was married, she was called Prince Wang. The position of Prince Wang was stable, but the heir she gave birth to still took the surname Mu. Prince Wang was not as bad as Mu Hongjin said before, but he was not very outstanding either. The two lived a respectful life. When her husband took a concubine, she gladly accepted it. She was not jealous or jealous. Prince Wang also had a sense of propriety and treated her with respect. In the eyes of outsiders, this was the most beautiful marriage in the blind and mute marriage. However, Mu Hongjin felt that her liveliness and vitality had long since disappeared on that spring day like an epiphyllum that bloomed quickly and withered quickly. She always felt that her heart was empty, and she didn't know what she wanted. Therefore, she could only spend more time on the official affairs in Jiang City. A red carp jumped out of the water and stirred up the spring water. After a while, its red tail touched the surface of the water and quickly disappeared. Mu Hongjin stared at the water in a daze. She told He Yan that Lu Buwang didn't come to the inn to fulfill their agreement, and the two of them never saw each other again. In fact, she lied. After that, she actually met Lu Buwang again, but that meeting was really not a pleasant one. It was the second year after she gave birth to the child. She took her youngest son and Prince Wang to the treasure temple in Jiang City to pray for blessings. The Buddha statue Niao Niao, and the sound of Sanskrit spread far and wide. She prayed for her youngest son to grow up safely and healthily. She prayed for good weather in Jiang City and for the people to be happy. After praying for blessings, when she was about to leave, she saw that there seemed to be someone peeping outside the temple. Mu Hongjin ordered someone to go over, and the guard caught a young woman and brought her over. Years had passed since they parted, but that woman was still as weak and obedient as when they first met. She looked at Mu Hongjin with some fear and panic in her eyes. Mu Hongjin was stunned. It was Yushu. She subconsciously wanted to look for Lu Buwang. Since Yushu was here, Lu Buwang might also be here. However, Yushu seemed to know what she was thinking and blurted out, he's not here. Oh? Mu Hongjin looked at her and smiled meaningfully. Time would make a woman grow up quickly. Mu Hongjin was no longer the careless and silly girl who couldn't even distinguish her love rival. Of course, she understood where the hostility in the girl's eyes came from in the past, but Mu Hongjin had never regarded her as an opponent. She tilted her head, squatted down, and stared at Yushu's face with interest. It doesn't matter if he's not here. After I catch you, he will naturally appear. Yushu's expression changed greatly. Mu Hongjin stood up with a cold expression. Just say that a female assassin appeared in the temple and intended to assassinate me. The guard has already caught her. There was a red shadow at the corner of her eyes, which was exquisite and gorgeous. She was no longer the innocent girl with clear eyes. Mu Hongjin didn't return to the prince's mansion. She stayed in the temple and sent away all the guards and servants. She asked her husband to leave with her youngest son and waited for that person to appear. Alone. In the middle of the night, that person really appeared. After parting for many years, he seemed to have lost the innocence of his youth and became even more cold and unfamiliar. The first thing he said when he saw Mu Hongjin was not to ask her how she had been all these years, but to ask, "Where is Yushu?" He was emotionless, as if the two of them had always been unrelated strangers. Mu Hongjin lowered her head and wanted to laugh. She almost suspected that those days in the spring outside Jiang City were just her own imagination. She regarded Lu Buwang as a hero who suddenly appeared in her life, and Lu Buwang saw her as an accident that he didn't want to see. In prison. Her voice was also cold. Lu Buwang looked at her. He had changed a lot, and she was so unfamiliar with him. The girl in his memory was completely different from the girl in front of him, who was wearing a red robe and a golden crown and had a cold and arrogant expression. "It's impossible for Yushu to assassinate you." "Why not?" Mu Hongjin laughed sarcastically. "You can't judge a book by its cover. Besides, I don't know her." "Let her go," Lu Buwang said. "Catch me." The way he looked at her was cold and emotionless, and there was no longer the helpless doting or annoying concession in the past. There was only the calmness of a stranger, and perhaps a little disgust for the bigwigs. How ridiculous. "Why?" Mu Hongjin took a step forward and just looked into his eyes. "She's just your junior sister. Why are you so protective of her? Do you like her?" She was just testing him. Mu Hongjin didn't know what she was expecting. Perhaps she was expecting him to deny it quickly, then look at her and say, "You're the only one in my heart." What a vulgar scene. Mu Hongjin would spit in disgust when she saw it in the past, but now, she was looking forward to hearing it from his mouth. Unfortunately, a story was a story, and a legend was a fictional story. The love and infatuation in the world only increased resentment in the end. How many lovers turned against each other and how many couples disappeared? Lu Buwang said, "Yes." She said, "What did you say?" "I like her." The young man's voice was calm and direct. For a moment, Mu Hongjin felt that her fingers were trembling. Once upon a time, she also wanted to hear this sentence from Lu Buwang's mouth. For this sentence, she had used all kinds of tricks. Lu Buwang's mouth was very tight. She repeatedly got angry and felt that this person's mouth was made of sure too, and she couldn't pry it open no matter what. Now, he said it so easily. It turned out that it wasn't that she couldn't pry it open, but that the person talking to him wasn't her. She felt more and more ridiculous, and all the things that happened back then flashed through her mind one by one. When she was a carefree girl, she didn't see Yushu's feelings for Lu Buwang. When she was the princess of Mengji, she saw it, but she didn't take Yushu seriously. It turned out that they were in love with each other, and she was the one who was overestimating herself. What was the use of being the princess of Mengji? In love, she lost completely and didn't even have a chance to compete with him. And she had been thinking about him for so many years. "Back then, were you the one who told my father about what happened at the inn?" she asked. Lu Buwang said, "Yes." "When you left back then, did you never think of coming back?" "Yes." Mu Hongjin took a deep breath, as if she wanted to see it more clearly and feel the pain more thoroughly. She wanted to uproot something in the bottom of her heart and never look at it again. She asked, "Lu Buwang, have you never had feelings for me?" Lu Buwang's beautiful eyes stared at her, and his expression was as indifferent as a passerby's. He only said one word, "Yes." "I see," she murmured, and her eyes were a little hot, but she still raised the corners of her mouth and said, "Since you only love your junior sister, then you are willing to do anything for your junior sister?" Lu Buwang looked at her. "What do you want to do?" Mu Hongjin's fingers stroked his shoulder little by little, and her tone was ambiguous and frivolous. "If you become my lover, I will let her go." Lu Buwang was very calm from the beginning to the end, and his expression didn't change. Only at this moment, as if he had been stung by something, he quickly took a step back and avoided Mu Hongjin's touch. Mu Hongjin's body stiffened, and the corners of her mouth curled up mockingly. Her tone was deliberately contemptuous. "What, you don't want to? It's not everyone's good fortune to be the princess's lover." Lu Buwang stared at her. His white clothes were spotless, and the sword at his waist was shining. He was as noble as the first time they met. It was impossible for such an elegant person to accept such humiliation. She just wanted to humiliate him. Why did she take it to heart for so many years, but he could pretend that it didn't happen at all? What Lu Buwang couldn't do for her, he definitely couldn't do for Yushu. Otherwise, what would she, Mu Hongjin, become? A touchstone to prove their true love? Then, she saw Lu Buwang slowly kneel down in the dim temple hall and answer calmly, okay. Mu Hongjin's heart suddenly ached, and she almost couldn't breathe. What else did he want to prove? Enough, this was enough. She had asked clearly. Those doubts that had troubled her for many years and the results that she couldn't get, no matter whether they were good or bad, happy or sad, had all been answered. The women of Jiang dared to love and hate, and they were able to let go. The princess also had her own pride. She had the entire Jiang city, so why would she risk her life for a man? It was just an ill-fated relationship. She raised her chin and said coldly, but I'm not willing. How can a person like you stand by my side? Every word she said was like a knife cutting her heart. Even Mu Hongjin herself was surprised. It had only been a month, but why did she have such deep feelings for Lu Buwang? When she personally cut off this ill-fated relationship, she actually felt so reluctant to part with him. Take your sweetheart and get out of Jiang City, she said. Thank you, Your Highness. His voice was as calm as ever, and Mu Hongjin's tears fell in the darkness. You and I will go our separate ways. Lu Buwang, from now on, you and your little junior sister can never enter Jiang City. Otherwise, I will kill you every time I see you. The corners of the red robe drew a bright and brilliant ray of light in the dark night. It was like a clear boundary, indicating that the two of them would have nothing to do with each other from now on. It was also like the petals under the peach blossom tree when they first met. They spread all over the ground, dazzling people and making them lose themselves in spring dreams, unwilling to wake up. But there was always a time when one would wake up from a dream. She let Yushu go and returned to the prince's mansion, as if nothing had happened. She and the prince's husband were still in harmony, and the years were peaceful. However, even though they were married, it was still hard to calm down. A few years later, Prince Mengji passed away. Mu Hongjin gradually began to get busy. A few years later, the prince's husband also passed away, so she spent all her energy on her youngest son. Later, her son also passed away, leaving only Mu Xiaolu and her to rely on each other. Mu Xiaolu was very much like her when she was young. So she always doted on Mu Xiaolu, just like how her father doted on her when her brother was still alive. Mu Hongjin knew very well that once she took the position of the princess, the bright little girl who would sneak out of the mansion to play secretly would disappear one day. So before she disappeared, she wanted to take care of her and keep her alive for a while longer. She hoped that Mu Xiaolu could have her own story, and not be like her, who had wasted many years in vain in someone else's story. The apricot flowers on the branches bloomed in a lively and dense manner. The girls in the garden mistakenly entered the depths of the forest flowers and had a long and beautiful dream. This beautiful dream contained both happiness and sadness, but in the blink of an eye, it seemed like a lifetime had passed. Her spring day had died a long time ago. Perhaps it had never come. The evacuation of the citizens of Jiang City and Xiao Ju's takeover of Jiang City's army were carried out almost at the same time. The citizens would not disobey the orders given by the princess herself. No matter how puzzled and confused they would leave temporarily to protect their families' lives when they heard that the city was in turmoil. The only ones who did not leave were the old, weak, sick, and disabled who could not travel long distances. They were unable to move for various reasons and did not want to wander around on the road. They would rather die in their hometown. The most difficult ones were probably some of the aristocratic families in Jiang City. They were displeased with Mu Hongjin over the years and secretly had disloyal thoughts. However, Mu Hongjin had always been swift and decisive. Although she was a woman, she had always forcefully suppressed all voices of opposition. However, this time, the crisis in Jiang City was menacing. Mu Hongjin was unable to do many things at once. These aristocratic families were eager to take advantage of this opportunity to make some moves. Mu Hongjin could not leave Jiang City. Once she left, not only would she give a chance to those who secretly opposed her, but it would also mean that she had given up on the city and the citizens of the city. As the princess of Jiang City, she enjoyed the love and respect of the citizens. At this time, she should take responsibility. A disguised inconspicuous carriage secretly left the gate of the prince's residence. Mu Hongjin, who was dressed as a maid, stood at the gate of the prince's residence. Half of her body was hidden behind a pillar as she looked in the direction Mu Xiaolu left. Mu Xiaolu did not know about the crisis in Jiang City. She naively thought that she was leaving to attend the king's birthday celebration in her grandmother's place. When she left, she was very happy and said that she wanted to bring a gift for Mu Hongjin. When she came back, it would be summer. She even wanted Mu Hongjin to accompany her to make sweet ice cream. Mu Hongjin only withdrew her gaze when she could no longer see the back of the carriage. Just as she was about to turn around and enter the residence, she glanced and seemed to see a man in white standing opposite her. She could not help but stop and look over. It was a man dressed in white. His face could not be seen clearly. He was hiding in the courtyard across the street. Sunlight shone down from the roof, casting a large shadow. He stood in the shadow, and his face could not be seen clearly. Only a long sword hung at his waist and a zither on his back could be seen clearly. On the wide street, the flow of people was turbulent. Among the people coming and going, he raised his head slightly. He seemed to be looking at her through the crowd, but also seemed like he was not looking at her. A horse-drawn carriage carrying goods slowly passed by. When Mu Hongjin looked up again, there was only the dazzling sun. There was no one on the other side of the street, as if it was just her imagination. She stood there quietly for a moment, then walked away. At night, the oil lamp in the Chui residence's study room was still lit. Large lanterns were placed in the four corners of the room, illuminating the room. Chui Yueji's study room was more like an armory than a study room. The room was cold and cheerless and square. Apart from a few scrolls that were randomly piled on the table and a black wooden shelf with books on it, there was nothing elegant about the room at all. However, he was not a person who liked to read. There was a map hanging on the wall. The map was huge and took up half of the wall. A river was drawn in the middle, and the whirlpools and reefs near the river were clearly drawn. There were more than 10 people sitting in the room. They were all martial artists like Chui Yu. They were all Chui Yueji's colleagues and subordinates. If Yuto entered the city this time, these people would be the deputy leaders of Jiang City's army and cooperate with Xiaoju. He Yan and Xiaoju sat on one side, while Fei Nu and Qi Wu stood behind them with their arms crossed. Chui Yueji held a charcoal pencil and drew a circle on a conspicuous place on the map. This is the most suitable place to go ashore in the canal. Chui Yueji pointed at the place he drew. If we go ashore from here, the two armies will fight here. This place is flat and suitable for Jiang City's army. However, he glanced at Xiaoju and felt a little guilty. We don't have enough men and horses. Jiang City did not have many soldiers and horses. Emperor Wen Xian would not allow such a thing to happen. In the past, many vassal kings and generals disbanded in order to protect themselves. Mu Hongjin was the same. Emperor Wen Xian was especially merciful to leave behind less than 20,000 soldiers of Jiang City. With 20,000 soldiers and horses, it was not enough to rebel and set off a big wave. Similarly, it was not enough for the Yuto to resist tens of thousands of murderous soldiers. Chui Yueji also understood this point. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. Even if they had General Feng Yun, who was a brave soldier, they did not even have soldiers. How could he fight with others? With his face? It's not that we don't have enough men and horses. Xiaoju looked at the map and said calmly, it's that we don't have enough ships. Ships? One of Chui Yueji's subordinates looked at him in confusion. It was not their fault. Jiang City had been peaceful for so many years. Other than Chui Yueji and the others who were older, the younger ones had not even been to a real battlefield. Xiaoju tapped the teacup in front of him with his finger and said, you tell me. He Yan, me? Chui Yueji and the rest of his subordinates looked at He Yan. He Yan had now changed back to his female disguise. Everyone present had heard about how he defeated Mu Yi in the martial arts arena today. However, the only thing a female subordinate with outstanding skills could do was to protect her master's safety. More importantly, she could kill a few people on the battlefield. Arranging troops and formations and analyzing battle reports were not things that ordinary people could do. Moreover, men were probably born with a sense of superiority over women in terms of military affairs. Thus, they were somewhat mischievous towards Xiaoju's actions. They thought that the rumors were not completely true. Everyone said that General Feng Yun was cold and heartless and did not get close to women. It turned out that it was all fake. Now, he was blinded by lust and allowed this female subordinate who had a close relationship with him to fool around. For a moment, everyone looked at Xiaoju as if they were looking at an incapable ruler who had been bewitched by a vixen's concubine. All these years, He Yan had long seen the gazes of men who looked down on women countless times. He wanted to teach these people a lesson. After thinking about it, he did not refuse. He stood up and walked to the map with a smile. Cui Yuezhi returned to his seat. The rest of the people looked at He Yan with an expression that said, "Let's see what nonsense she is going to spout." He Yan did not look at the map. He only looked at the crowd and said, "These are not important." Everyone did not understand. There is no other way to fight on the water. Big boats beat small boats, big guns beat small guns, many boats beat few boats, many guns beat few guns. You are small boats and small guns, few boats and few guns. No matter how you look at it, where you go ashore and how you arrange your troops are not the most important. In a way, except for the imperial guards, firearms are prohibited. They only talk about boats. As long as the Yuto has enough boats, they can win. If you want to win a battle with fewer people, you can't do without boats. On the water, they have more boats. On the shore, they have more people. This map is not used in this way. Although the people present hadn't fought in the past few years, they weren't fools. Whether He Yan was spouting nonsense or not, they were well aware of it. She hit the nail on the head and pointed out the crux of the problem. For a moment, everyone's contempt disappeared. "Missy," Cui Yuezhi said, "but you also know that in these years, His Majesty has prohibited the privately raising of troops, let alone soldiers and boats. The ships on the canal are originally used to transport goods or carry people on long journeys. Jiang City would never dare to build its own navy, much less use firearms." He Yan sighed in her heart. She naturally knew this. After all, the previous dynasty had a rebellion. After the previous emperor succeeded the throne, he paid special attention to reducing the power of the vassals. The current vassals were actually the same as the nobles with no real power in Shua City. "Dare I ask Military Governor Xiao?" One of Cui Yuezhi's subordinates looked at Xiaoju and carefully asked, "How many soldiers does Yuto have?" Xiaoju, 100,000, more and not less. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. With such a difference in military strength, it was difficult for them to have any hope. The people in the city have already been evacuated by His Highness. They left through the city gates. One of the deputy soldiers said with a dry voice, "We will try our best to delay for more time." The meaning of his words was that everyone was prepared to sacrifice themselves. The people who evacuated from the city, as well as His Highness, were the seeds of hope. The only thing they could do was to buy more time for the people. It was only a matter of time before the city was captured. Xiaoju's gaze lightly swept across everyone. She sat up slightly and was about to speak when suddenly, a woman's clear voice sounded. "It is not a good thing that the morale is so low. You must know that we have a famous general here." "Do you know what a famous general is?" Everyone was stunned. "You will not lose a battle that you should not lose, and you will have a chance to win a battle that you should not win. This is what a famous general is." He Yan raised his eyebrows. "It seems like we will lose without a doubt." Even a famous general can find a breakthrough and turn defeat into victory. There is a famous general here who can turn this situation around with his own strength. How do you expect him to face himself like this? She thought that there was not only one famous general here, but a pair. 2 famous generals from Dawei were here. If they lost, they would not be able to face others. No one knew her background. They only looked at Xiaoju and thought that Xiaoju's subordinates really did not spare any effort to flatter him. They even believed that Xiaoju could turn defeat into victory in such a terrible chess game. How much did they worship him? Cui Yuezhi was silent for a moment and asked Xiaoju, "Then Military Governor Xiao, how should we turn defeat into victory?" The world did not know that Xiaoju had won the Battle of Water with a small number of troops. After all, to outsiders, Xiaoju had led 100,000 soldiers from the southern prefecture to victory in Gua City. However, at that time, they were pouring water into the city. They were attacking the city, not defending it. Moreover, the environment of Jiang and Gua City was different. Jiang was a water city. Although they were both attacked by water, the difference was like heaven and earth. Xiaoju leaned back in his chair. The joints of his left hand were slightly protruding as he touched the tea lid. He looked at He Yan, his beautiful eyes filled with deep emotions, and said, "You tell me." He Yan frowned slightly. He said, "You have fought with the Yuto before. You know the Yuto's methods better than anyone else." The Yuto's methods were crude and direct. This was related to their style of doing things. They had been hiding in the dark for so many years, probing and harassing from time to time. They were both arrogant and inferior. This time, they had planned for a long time and had chosen Jiang as their first battle. They would definitely make this battle a grand one. He Yan said, "Water counters fire. Water and fire are incompatible. Why don't we use fire to attack?" For a moment, no one spoke in the study. "Miss He, please explain more clearly," Chuiyu said. Chuiyu's attitude towards He Yan became more and more respectful. He felt that this girl was very different from other girls. She was also very different from Xiaoju's other subordinates. For example, Fei Nu and Qi Wu were also Xiaoju's subordinates. However, they only listened to Xiaoju's orders. Xiaoju would not let them express their opinions like this. He Yan had always been very respectful towards Xiaoju, but if one looked carefully, it did not seem like a relationship between a superior and a subordinate. Chuiyu was a big-hearted person. He could not tell if He Yan loved him or not. However, he could feel that He Yan regarded him as the same as Xiaoju. If she were a man, she would probably be more like a good friend to Xiaoju than a master and servant. The Yuto's boat might be very big. At least, it won't be like the small boats in Jiang City's army that transport goods or people. The Yuto kingdom is far away on land and there is no sea around it. It seems that they are not as good at water as the people in Jiang City. I think that the biggest possibility is that they will take a big boat to the edge of Jiang City. They will go ashore at the place Cui Zhongqi pointed out. She pointed at the place Chuiyu had marked. If their boats are very close to each other, we can use fire to attack. Once the fire spreads, the small boats in Jiang will be able to quickly leave, but the Yuto's big boat will not. We can take this opportunity to eliminate the Yuto's main force. Using fire to attack on the water was a method that no one had tried before. For a moment, no one said anything, but He Yan's words made everyone suddenly see the light. Their hearts faintly stirred up, secretly thinking about the feasibility of this plan. The Yuto's military strength is much greater than ours. They also know that Jiang has been peaceful for many years and is not a match for the Yuto. They must be proud and short-sighted. This is their weakness, but it is our strength. When she spoke, her voice was gentle and firm, clear and organized. Every word seemed to be able to give people endless confidence. Just now, everyone thought that they would definitely lose this battle, but after hearing her words, they felt that they might be able to create a battle in the history books where they won the battle with a small number of people. This battle would be admired by the world. It was just that. Cui Yuji looked at He Yan doubtfully. In such a short period of time, she had thought of a way to deal with it. Although it wasn't flawless, it was unique and pointed out the key to victory or defeat. Could an ordinary woman really do this? Not to mention a woman, even a man who had been in the army for many years might not be able to react so quickly. After all, a general not only needed experience, but also a little talent and a unique vision. However, how old did He Yan look? He heard that she was only 17. A 17-year-old girl was already so powerful? Xiaoju's subordinates were already so powerful. Wouldn't the 9 Flags barracks be filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons? Cui Yuji felt a faint chill in his heart. I'm just suggesting this idea, He Yan said. I'm not sure if it can be implemented or how it can be implemented. He Yan knew that he had said too much, so he consciously passed the words to Xiaoju. Whether this plan will work or not, it depends on the commander-in-chief's decision. She did not need to say this, but it was the responsibility of every general to treat every battle seriously. Moreover, Jiang City was a good place, and the people were very warm and honest. She was not willing to let this beautiful place, which was like a paradise, be destroyed by the Yuto. After all, if the Yuto took over Jiang, they would only go all the way north, and the people of Dawei would suffer. She would fight until the end. Everyone looked at Xiaoju. Xiaoju's gaze swept past He Yan. She stood up and walked to He Yan's side. He Yan lowered his head, avoided Xiaoju's thoughtful gaze, and returned to his position. He picked up the charcoal pencil that Cui Yuezhi had put aside and circled it in front of the mark that Cui Yuezhi had just made. He then made a new mark. The new mark was in front of the old one, which was also in front of the shore of Jiang City. There was a narrow exit. This was the place where the canal and the river in Jiang City met. It was like the mouth of a gourd, sharp and thin. Only after passing through the mouth of the gourd could they reach the real canal. Fire attack is feasible, but we can set up an ambush here. This passage is narrow, so large ships cannot enter. Small boats can pass through it. Cui Yuezhi's eyes lit up. Xiaoju had sharp eyes. This place was very suitable for an ambush. As for fire attack, Xiaoju said, it depends on the wind direction and the terrain. There are people from the Directorate of Astronomy in the city who are in charge of observing the weather and wind direction. A Jiang soldier said they can be used to make arrangements for the planting of paddy fields in the farms. Another person asked hesitantly, but what if the wind direction is opposite on that day? Then we can't use fire attack. Xiaoju said, after all, war is about the right time, the right place, and the right people. He Yan thought to himself, that's true. Everything is indispensable. Of course, Xiaoju did not finish his sentence. If the wind direction was opposite on that day, there would naturally be other ways. However, when it came to war, it was all about luck. If God did not let you win, there would be many examples of failure on the verge of success in the history books. What they needed to do was to minimize the possibility of these uncertainties. The discussion on the water attack lasted until midnight before the crowd finally dispersed. At first, everyone was listless and disappointed. Later on, they were full of energy and high spirits. It was all because of the ridiculous idea that He Yan came up with. Lin Shuanghe saw that the group of people's expressions were very different from when they first came out. He asked them in surprise, what happened? What did you do inside? Why are they so happy? He Yan yawned. Of course, we used reason and emotion to persuade them. That's not necessary, Lin Shuanghe muttered, if I didn't know better, I would have thought that you guys were drinking wine inside. He Yan was speechless. She said, it's getting late. I'm going to rest first. If there's anything else, we can talk about it tomorrow. Lin Shuanghe nodded. Okay. He Yan returned to her room. During the day, she was correcting the formation of Jiang City's army in the training field. At night, she was discussing the map. She was already very tired. After she washed up, she walked out and saw Xiaoju still sitting at the table in the inner room. He was writing something with a brush. He Yan went over to take a look. He had somehow obtained a copy of the map that Cui Yuezhi had hung on the wall of the study room. However, it was a smaller copy. He put the copy of the Yuto's defense map that Chu Zhao had given to Mu Hongjin and compared it with something. What he wrote was what He Yan had just mentioned. It was about the various aspects that they might need to pay attention to when attacking with fire. For example, how many ambushes should be set at the mouth of the calabash, the direction of the wind on that day, the arrangement of the city gates, and the guards in the city. Because there were too few soldiers in Jiang City, they had to be extremely cautious even if they had to arrange a soldier. She was simply like a little wife who lived frugally to manage the family. He Yan said, Commander-in-Chief, why aren't you sleeping? Go ahead. Xiaoju didn't even raise his head. He Yan sighed in his heart. He thought to himself that one only needed to be talented to get first place when they were young. Even if they slept in class, they could still get first place. However, maintaining first place for many years was not something that could be done with talent alone. Back when she was in the Fuyue army, she was also like this. She had even seen the moon in the middle of the night from 1 to 3 in the morning. Thinking of this, she said, Commander-in-Chief, let me help you. As she spoke, someone knocked on the door outside. It was Lu Buwang. "Ahi, are you asleep?" It was already so late. Why was Lu Buwang still looking for her? He Yan and Xiaoju looked at each other and said, "No, master, please wait a moment." She put on an outer robe and opened the door. Lu Buwang was standing outside the door. He had just returned from outside the residence, and his clothes were still covered with the cold dew of the night. He Yan looked outside the door and said, "Come in and talk." Lu Buwang entered the door and saw Xiaoju. He nodded slightly to Xiaoju as a greeting. His gaze fell on the scroll in front of Xiaoju. He paused for a moment and then said, "Commander-in-Chief, do you have a way to deal with the Battle of Jiang?" He Yan said, "A little bit." "What are the chances of winning?" He Yan said, "At most 50%. It would be best if it was 50%. Lu Buwang was silent for a moment and said, "The Yuto may take action soon." Xiaoju looked at him and asked, "Master Lu, what have you found?" "The Yuto I've been tracking have already gone in one direction. Some of them went out of the city, and some of them disappeared. They have noticed my whereabouts. The news of Her Highness evacuating the people can't be kept a secret." Lu Buwang said, "The Yuto ship hasn't arrived yet. We have to race against time now. In the shortest time possible, the people of Jiang should evacuate as far as possible, but there are civilians in the city who can't leave." Lu Buwang's voice sank. He didn't want the civilians to be slaughtered by the Yuto. "Master," He Yan said, "don't you know how to do divination? Have you ever divined whether this battle will be won or lost?" "No solution." He Yan asked, "No solution?" In fact, many years ago, when Lu Buwang was still a teenager, he had divined the opportunities of Jiang City in the next few decades on the mountain. The divination showed that decades later, there would be a great disaster in the city. Corpses would be piled up, and there wouldn't be any chickens or dogs left. Even Dewey was the same. Wang Chao's fate was about to end. He wanted to continue divining, but Daoist Yunji, who happened to see it, smashed the tortoise shell with his palm and reprimanded him. "The heavenly Dao is unpredictable. How can you peek into the heavenly Dao?" The matter was left unsettled. Many things happened later. He also knew that the affairs of the world were unpredictable. Compared to the heavenly Dao, human strength was too insignificant. Lu Buwang hadn't divined for many years. However, ever since he met He Yan this time, he knew that there might be a war in Jiang City and that the Yuto didn't come with good intentions. In the end, he couldn't stay out of it, so he secretly divined again. Divinations could never see the cause and process. They could only see the ending. He still remembered the result of the divination many years ago. However, decades later, the divinations were completely different. This was originally a dead end, and there was no chance of survival. However, he still saw the same scene as back then, but in the picture, there was an additional pair of blurry shadows. The shadows were golden and seemed to have infinite merit. They were as panicked as the sky, and like two bright golden lights, they illuminated the dead divinations. A dead end became an unknown because of this pair of blurry shadows. He couldn't see the ending. If he couldn't see the outcome, it meant that it wasn't completely hopeless. As for the person who changed the outcome with his own strength, Lu Buwang didn't know who he was either. There was a rule in the sect that divination could only ask about things, not people. It was because of the saying, "Man can conquer nature." People who weren't completely controlled by the Tao of Heaven. We have the geographical advantage. The mouth of Jiang City is our natural advantage. Moreover, those Jiang City soldiers grew up by the water and are good at swimming. In terms of manpower, now that we're here, we'll try our best to avoid mistakes. The only difficulty now is actually the weather. He Yan looked at Lu Buwang and said, "If the wind blows from the southeast that day, it will be our victory. If the wind blows from the northwest that day, even the heavens will stand on the side of the Wutua." The direction of the wind determined whether they could use fire to attack, and fire was the most likely way to win. Military Governor Xiao. Lu Buwang looked at Xiaoju. Even if the people in the city evacuate, if the Yuto attack in a few days, the city won't be able to defend, and the lives of the people in the city won't be guaranteed. Those people who have evacuated now will also be caught. Xiaoju said, "Therefore, the later the Yuto attack, the better." If the Yuto attack soon, then the longer they defend the city, the better. You mean? Lu Buwang seemed to have sensed something. Now, we can only defend the city. Not only defend the city, He Yan said. If we want to take the initiative to attack, we can only use fire. But in this battle, it was not only the generals and soldiers, but also the blessings and luck of the heavens. I understand. Lu Buwang said, I'll think of another way. Commander-in-Chief, you should also prepare in advance. He looked worried. The Yuto will attack in 3 days at the latest. In fact, everyone understood that the so-called 3 days was already the best situation they estimated. In order to prevent too many people from evacuating the city, the Yuto would definitely send troops in a very short time. Both sides were simply fighting for time. That was what He Yan and the others thought, but what they didn't expect was that the Wutua people were even more impatient than them. The next night, a loud horn sounded from the north of the canal, and thousands of large ships appeared above the canal, bringing with them the ferocious Wutua people and long knives. The soldiers were at the city gates. Mu Hongjin sat in the middle of the hall. The servants around her all stood with their heads lowered. The atmosphere was heavy and stagnant. Only the woman was the same as before. She calmly ordered the servants beside her, let the soldiers at the entrance of the prince's mansion go to the city gate. Your Highness. If the city gate is lost, I won't live alone either. Instead of guarding the palace, it's better to guard the people. Mu Hongjin said. Calmly, I'm their princess, so it's only right. Her attitude was firm. The servant hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still did as she said. Mu Hongjin raised her eyes and looked at the painting of Jiang in spring on the wall. The bustling flower market and the lively crowd were so lively that it seemed like they would walk out of the painting in the next moment. The battle was about to start. The princess was as beautiful and arrogant as ever. She was calm and powerful, without the slightest bit of panic. It was as if what happened outside was just a small disturbance that was not worth mentioning. As long as she listened to the zither and watched the dance, everything would be resolved. Father, the red-robed woman murmured in her heart. Your daughter has already guarded this city for more than 20 years, and will continue to do so in the future. The people of this city are so pure and kind. The water god will protect them. They will definitely get through this difficult time. Jiang City had not had a battle for many years. When the battle started, the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the city who could not leave in time all woke up from their dreams. They either sat quietly in their houses, waiting for the end to come, or crawled on the ground, silently praying for the Bodhisattva's protection. Cui Yuezhi changed into his armor and hung his long knife on his waist. He then left the mansion. There was no panic in the Cui mansion. Even the servants did things calmly. The few concubines did not play or laugh. They stood obediently in the room, waiting for orders. Concubine Wei said, "Do your own things. Master has not returned, so no one is allowed to speak carelessly." As Cui Yuezhi's family members, they could have left, but they chose to stay and advance and retreat with Cui Yuezhi. If the city was breached, these weak women would not be able to gain any advantage in the hands of Yuto. Therefore, everyone, including the third concubine, who loved to cry and frown the most, prepared a white silk cloth. Their lives belonged to them. Once the city was breached, they must not fall into the hands of Yuto. Cui Yuezhi left the mansion and rode to the martial arts field's camp. As soon as he arrived at the camp, he dismounted and saw a person walk out of the tent. It was Xiao Ju. After taking off the exquisite robe that he usually wore, this young man did not look like the noble young master of the capital. He wore a black armor robe and a pair of cloud-climbing boots. The armor shone with a cold light, adding to his majesty. He had a handsome appearance, but his aura was as sharp as a long knife. Like the sparkling sword on his waist, it was impossible to ignore its sharpness. Military Governor Xiao. Cui Yuezhi looked into the distance. Before long, the morning light would illuminate the sky of Jiang City. Yuto's ship would also arrive. It was a critical time. The Jiang army in the city is all here. I will lead a group of people to set up an ambush at the mouth of the gourd. Commander-in-Chief, lead the others to board the ship and fight head-on with the Jiang army. As for the fire attack, his expression became serious. The people from the Directorate of Astronomy had already observed the sky last night. There might be no wind today, or there might be a southeast wind. However, even if there was a wind, it would be in the afternoon. However, if it really was in the afternoon, Yuto might have already come ashore. The only thing they could do was to wait here for a possible southeast wind. For this possibility, they had to prolong the battle and try their best to delay the Yuto on the water. Xiaoju led the Jiang army to complete this difficult task. However, this was not the only difficult task. There was also the person who set the fire. They had to secretly set fire on the Yuto's ship at the right time. With so many ships, it was impossible to set them on fire one by one. They had to observe the position of the ships and find the most important ones. Then, they had to use the fire on those ships to quickly spread the fire to all the Yuto's ships. This required a good view of the overall situation, as well as good judgment. Looking at the entire Jiang city, it was rare to find someone who could do this. Cui Yuezhi was also in a difficult position, but he had no other choice. He could only wave his hand behind him. A group of people walked over. The leader was Mu Yi, who had fought with He Yan. In the martial arts arena. I found a soldier and asked him to listen to Mu Yi's orders. We will find an opportunity to board the Yuto's ship. When the southeast wind arrives, we will take the opportunity to set fire. We can't be sure which ships can be controlled, so we can only ask Mu Yi to burn more. The more they burned, the higher the possibility of being discovered. It was even possible that they would be trapped on the ship. In a way, this soldier who set the fire was equivalent to the soldiers of the Vanguard Battalion. They were Vanguard Battalion soldiers who were ready to sacrifice themselves. They would use their sacrifice to pave the way for their brothers. Mu Yi said to Xiaoju, "Mu Yi, do your best." Everyone now knew how unfavorable the situation was for the Jiang army. Mu Yi was no longer as arrogant as before. His expression was much more solemn. "Cui Zhongqi, leave the matter of setting fire to me." A voice cut in. The curtain was lifted and someone walked out. It was He Yan. She was also wearing the Jiang army's robes and her long hair was tied up high. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She gave off a completely different feeling from before. They did not know if it was an illusion, but everyone felt that this girl was more eye-catching when she was dressed like this. It was extremely natural. The armor was heavy, but she walked with ease. Her expression was also very calm. She looked at Xiaoju and said, "Commander, let me set the fire." "Miss He." Mu Yi wanted to dissuade her. "It's very dangerous. There are too many Yuto ships. We might have to wait until the afternoon for the uncertain southeast wind." He Yan shook her head. To hide among them and not be discovered, you need not only skill, but also physical strength. You also need to know how to coordinate with the Jiang army led by the commander. Brother Mu Yi, you have never fought side by side with the commander before. Even if you set the fire, you two will not be able to get used to each other in a short period of time. I am the commander's subordinate, and I have a tacit understanding with him. It is best for me to lead you. She smiled faintly. Didn't you already fight with me in the martial arts arena? Why do you still have so little confidence in me? Mu Yi's face turned slightly red. He was momentarily speechless. Since he had lost to He Yan, it meant that his skills were inferior. How could he refute? He Yan's words were half true and half false. The truth was that she could indeed cooperate better with Xiaoju. It was the same with Yuan Baozhen in Liangzhou City. Moreover, there were many ideas that could be thought through between generals. If Xiaoju could think of it, so could she. At the same time, Xiaoju could also understand her hint. If it was Mu Yi, he might not be able to understand. Secondly, she could also see that Mu Yi was determined to die, and intended to exchange his life for success. However, on the battlefield, it was the general's responsibility to try to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Although she did not dare to say that she could lead this group of people to retreat unscathed, at least they would not be completely wiped out. Whether it was for public or private reasons, it was better for her to do this dangerous task than for Mu Yi. Cui Yuezhi was somewhat hesitant. That day when they were discussing fire attacks, he already knew that He Yan was not simple and could not be underestimated. He was also much more capable than Mu Yi. However, he was not familiar with He Yan. He did not know how far he could go. Moreover, He Yan was not his subordinate. Even if he agreed, Xiaoju could not do anything about it. Therefore, he looked at Xiaoju and said, Miss He's abilities, of course I believe in Miss He's abilities. I am also very assured that Miss He will do this. However, I do not know what military governor Xiao thinks. Xiaoju looked at He Yan, and He Yan looked back at her. Her gaze was clear and full of vitality. She was wearing the armor, looking heroic and high-spirited. It illuminated her entire face. She was like the young man who shone in the martial arts arena of the Liang province guards. Her movements were as nimble as the wind. The wind of freedom should not be trapped in a small place. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He said calmly, Go. He Yan said, Thank you, military governor. She originally thought that Xiaoju might not agree, and that she would have to persuade him. She did not expect that he would agree so readily today. However, Xiaoju could probably see that it was better for her to go than for Mu Yi. As the main commander, every order he gave had to be fair. Be careful, Xiaoju said, there is no need to rush. If the situation is not right, retreat. I have other ways. He Yan said, Understood. He Yan led Mu Yi and the others forward. Excluding herself, there were a total of 50 people. These 50 men were the 50 best fighters in Jiang City's army. Because they had to hide in the dark, ambush, hide, set fire, and retreat, they might have to fight with some Yuto. Therefore, they could not be weak. He Yan looked at them and thought of the vanguard battalion that he had been in. In the vanguard battalion, there were more than 10 people who rushed to the front of every battle. However, these dozen or so people would be different every time, because most of the time, they would never return. However, it was also because of them that the army was able to create the possibility of victory. At the mouth of the gourd, Cui Yuezhi led the troops to guard it. Xiaoju led the main force on a boat to fight with the Yuto on the canal of Jiang City. Before she left, Xiaoju did not give her any specific instructions. In other words, from now on, the initiative of their secret arson operation was in He Yan's hands. Miss He, Mu Yi looked at her. What should we do? Time gradually passed and the sky was about to brighten. There was not much time for them to hesitate here. Although Mu Yi knew that He Yan's skills were outstanding, he was not confident that He Yan could command a surprise attack. He did not even know that He Yan was the one who proposed the fire attack plan. He only thought that He Yan had the same idea as him, to use his skills to sneak onto the Yudo's ship and set fire to the Yudo's ship. Should we prepare the ointment now? Mu Yi asked. He thought that she had not thought of a way and took the initiative to remind her. We will hide the ointment on the shore and think of a way to transport it onto the Yudo's ship. How about it? No need. He Yan raised his hand and said, Prepare 10 small boats. 10 small boats? Mu Yi frowned. Now that the ships have been given to military governor Xiao, there are not many ships at the moment. Why do we need so many ships? He Yan said, I thought about it. It is much harder to burn their ships one by one than to burn our own. Why don't we burn our ships? Mu Yi was stunned. The dozens of people behind him did not understand. Someone asked, What do you mean? Can you explain it more clearly? I need 10 small boats. Put all the ointment that you have prepared on the 10 small boats. Then pile them with hay and pretend that they are the same as the other warships. When the two sides fight, the Yudo will think that they are just small boats piled with ointment, the same as the ships of Jiang City's army. When the southeast wind blows, we can pretend to fight them and get closer to the Yudo's ship. At that time, we can set fire to our own ship. This is the only way to have the highest chance of success. You can also jump into the river and save yourselves. She said. When these 50 people first accepted Cui Yuezhi's orders, they never thought that they would come back alive. When they heard He Yan's words, they froze on the spot. After a while, someone asked, Is this feasible? I'll attract the Yuto's attention from the front, He Yan said. However, your boats will need to be arranged according to my arrangements. She had never set up a formation on the water before, but she couldn't care less at the moment. However, He Yan looked at the distant sky. There was a ray of light at the end of the sky. The sky was about to brighten. Would there be any wind today? Would the heavens be on their side? But no matter what, fighting was their destiny. Pick up the sabers in your hands and follow me, she said. Dawn finally broke, and the last bit of darkness dissipated. A red sun rose from the front of the canal, accompanied by clouds and mist. Golden light spread across the entire river, and Jiang City was enveloped in a splendid glow. The soldiers on the city tower blew the horn. At the embankment, the Jiang army was ready to set off. Their boats docked at the shore like dense black iron. A dark spot gradually appeared in the distance. Slowly, the dark spot grew bigger and bigger. At first, it was a flat line. Then, the line became wider and longer until it covered a large area of the canal. Everyone could see clearly that it was the Yuto's boats. The Yuto's boats were extremely tall. At the bow of the boat stood the Yuto soldiers. They were all wearing leather robes and small round hats made of black lamb skin. 2 red belts were attached to the back of the hats. They were all tall and strong. Before they even got close, they laughed loudly and intimidated the Jiang army. Commander-in-Chief, a deputy soldier behind her said in a trembling voice, "They're men, at least 150,000, Xiaoju said. 20,000 against 150,000. This was no longer a battle of numbers. The disparity was so big that it made people feel desperate. Follow me onto the boat." Xiaoju took the lead and stepped onto the small boat on the shore. Compared to the Yuto's ships, the Jiang City Army's ships were too small. The Yuto soldiers had come up from the north of the canal, and it was a long journey. The ships were large and sturdy, and it was unknown what kind of wood they were made of, but it should be very precious. In recent years, Dewey had been busy quelling the chaos in the western Chang and southern barbarians, giving the Yuto an opportunity. Unknowingly, the wealth of the Yuto kingdom was not to be underestimated. Its treasury might not be any weaker than that of Dewey. The soldiers of Jiang City followed the Xiaoju onto the ship, and the ship headed in the direction of the Wu Tua army. The leader who led the troops to Jiang this time was the Yuchua general Maka. Maka was actually not very tall. In fact, compared to the bodyguards around him, he was rather short. He was not very old and had just stood up, but he was already very famous in the Utopia kingdom. This was because he was extremely adept at sneak attacks. Furthermore, because he was the cousin of the king of Wu Tua kingdom, the king had entrusted him with an army of 150,000 soldiers, allowing him to fight his first battle in Dewey. Maka was determined to win over Jiang. The spies hidden in Jiang City had already found out about the current situation in Jiang City. The territory of a vassal king did not have many soldiers and horses, and it had been peaceful and happy all these years. Conquering such a city was actually a piece of cake. The only problem was the princess of Jiang, Mu Hongjin. This woman was very cunning, but she was only a woman. However, there seemed to be more people in Jiang City these days. It was said that a white-clothed swordsman was chasing after the spies of the Utopia kingdom. It was unknown if the news had been leaked, but the commoners of Jiang City had already begun to evacuate. In order to avoid any more trouble, they decided to take action in advance. "Is the one leading the troops this time Cui Yuezhi?" Maka asked. "I heard that he was also a fierce general when he was young, but now that he's old, I wonder if he still wants to use his blade." His trusted aides around him roared with laughter. "He can't compare to the general's blade." Maka stroked the scabbard on his waist. "If he really dies under my blade, it'll be his glory." His laughter drifted over the river and landed in the midst of Jiang City's army. Xiaoju stood at the bow of the boat and watched as more and more Utopia soldiers appeared in the distance. After a moment, she curled her lips. "Idiots." "What?" The deputy soldier was puzzled. "All the Utopia soldiers are lined up at the bow and stern. Looks like they're afraid they won't die quickly enough." Xiaoju stood up and walked inside. She grabbed the cloak in Chi Wu's hands and tied it around herself. "Try to stay on the water for as long as possible. There's no need to stop someone who's rushing to their death." At the same time, He Yan also boarded a small boat filled with ointment. The ointment and firewood on the boat were tightly covered with thick linen cloth. It looked no different from the ordinary boats of Jiang City's army, and there was a military flag on top of it. The 50 people were divided into 10 groups of 5. He Yan and Mui were on the same boat. She said to the others, "Follow me from afar." Don't come close. She took out a piece of paper from her bosom and casually picked up a charcoal pen from the ground to draw a picture. Look at this. There were a few boats drawn on the map, and the one in the middle was circled by Xian. I'll use this boat to attract the attention of the Wutua people. The rest of your boats will be arranged according to the directions I drew. When I give the signal, you must burn the boat and jump into the water. Can you do it? Miss He, someone said worriedly. Why don't we do it instead? It was too dangerous to act as the Yuto's bait. If they weren't careful, they could lose their lives. Although no one was willing to die, they couldn't watch a girl take the lead and face danger alone. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Xian tightened the whip around her waist and took the lead to walk towards the boat. The commander-in-chief has already boarded the boat. Let's set off too. The boats met at the canal in front of the city gate. Xianxia's army looked as small as ants against the countless Yuto boats. However, the youth standing at the front of the boat was dressed in black armor. His posture was as straight as a sword, and he was as beautiful as a spring willow. However, he held a long sword in his hand, and his aura was as cold as a blade. The morning sun shone on his body, giving off a myriad of brilliance. He was so cold that one couldn't look at him directly. This was an unfamiliar man. Maka was slightly stunned. She asked the person beside her hesitantly, "This isn't Cui Yuezhi." "Who is he?" Cui Yuezhi was a fatty, not a handsome man. However, Cui Yuezhi wasn't here. Where did this person come from? Was he a new talent in Jiang City? However, the secret letter sent back by the Yuto spies never mentioned this person. Since he was not an outstanding person, why would Mu Hongjin hand over the small number of city guards to him? I've never seen this person before. The subordinate beside her said hesitantly, maybe Cui Yuezhi can't do it anymore. There's no one in Jiang City, so Mu Hongjin found someone to replace him. This person is so young. It's obvious that he's not a match for the general. Maka didn't say anything. As a general, he naturally had an intuition as to whether the other party was an embroidered pillow or a real person. This person didn't look ordinary. Maka was puzzled, but he didn't have time to think about it. He slowly pulled out the long sword at his waist, pointed it forward, and shouted, "Warriors, follow me." For a moment, the shouts of fighting shook the sky. Yuto also knew that once they went ashore, there would be nothing that could stop them. Jiang City was as fragile as paper. 20,000 people weren't even enough for them to play with. In order to protect the civilians, Jiang City's soldiers could only fight more on the water. Fighting on the water was nothing. Their boats were big and sturdy. Killing people on the boats only caused them to shake a little. When the big boat met the small one, it was like a big fish meeting a small fish. It was cruel and intense. The big boat almost smashed the small one. However, the small one was nimble and knew that there were reefs hidden in the water, so it cleverly avoided them. The two armies fought on the boats. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. Maka's target was the young man wearing black armor and holding a sword. When the two boats approached each other, he stood at the bow of the boat and looked at the person on the opposite boat. "Commander-in-Chief." Someone shouted beside him. Maka narrowed his eyes, "Commander-in-Chief? Who are you?" "Xiao Huaijin." Maka felt that this name was familiar. However, he was usually extremely arrogant. Other people's names were just names in his ears. He would forget them after hearing them for a moment. Moreover, no one would have thought that Xiao Huaijin would appear in this place. For a moment, he only said, "Never heard of him." However, one of his subordinates said with uncertainty, "Xiao Huaijin, is he Dewey's General Fengyun?" General Fengyun. Maka was startled and looked at the person in front of him. As long as he mentioned General Fengyun, the commander-in-chief of the Right Army, no matter how arrogant he usually was and how he looked down on these soldiers of the Great Way, he still knew who the other party was. Xiao Huaijin had never lost a battle. He was brave and fierce. Even if they hadn't fought, it was enough to intimidate Yuto. "Are you Dewey's General Fengyun?" he asked. Xiaoju looked at him calmly and said coldly, "Yes." Maka suddenly held his blade in front of his eyes. His relaxed expression suddenly disappeared. Although he didn't know if it was true, but from the young man in front of him, Maka believed 90% of it. This person had an extraordinary aura. Moreover, if he wasn't such a person, how could Mu Hongjin be willing to hand the Jiang City army to him and let Xiao Huijin command it? He didn't even use his trusted aide Cui Yuezhi. In the letter sent back by Yuto's spies, there was no mention of this. Maka was flustered and exasperated. Amidst his uneasiness, there was a faint eagerness to try. Xiao Huijin was indeed not simple. However, he only had 20,000 men. 20,000 against 150,000. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't look like he was going to win. So what if he was a brave general? Just based on these shrimp soldiers and crab generals? These pitifully small boats, if he led the Yuto to defeat Xiao Huijin, he would be the one who defeated Dewei's General Feng Yun. In the Yuto kingdom, he would be bathed in glory for the rest of his life. For a moment, Maka's blood boiled. He roared, "Brave warriors, kill them all. Occupy their cities, take their wealth, and enjoy their women. Kill. 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 Kill." Deafening shouts rang out, spreading across the canal. The Yuto were cunning and cruel. They were addicted to killing. At this moment, they were provoked by Maka's words. They raised their blades and charged forward. Close quarters combat, bathed in blood. The shouts reached He Yan's ears. He Yan looked into the distance. On the surface of the river, two armies stood together. Mui asked, "Military Governor Xiao has already made his move. We should approach them now." He Yan shook his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, the sky was clear and cloudless. There was not even a trace of wind. Her heart gradually sank. The people from the Directorate of Heavens had said that there might be no wind today, but even if there was wind, it would not be at this time. But, would there really be wind in this kind of weather? Would the heavens really stand on Jiang City's side? She looked at the Yuto Kingdom's ships in the distance. The Yuto Kingdom's ships were huge and heavy. They were especially famous above the canal. As she looked, she was suddenly startled. A moment later, a smile appeared on her lips. Mui asked, "What's wrong?" "Miss He, what are you smiling about?" "I'm laughing at the Yuto's stupidity," she said. "Look at the heads and tails of those ships. They're all linked together." The Yuto Kingdom was not a water town like Jiang, and the soldiers were not good at water. Therefore, all the ships were chained together at the head and the stern. The Yuto probably felt that this would save them a lot of effort. It would also prevent one of the ships from being unable to keep up with the rest. At a glance, it looked like a fleet. When sea merchants were transporting goods, this was a common method. However, it was a bit cumbersome to use it here. Especially today, they wanted to use fire to attack. Mu Yi's eyes lit up. "We just need to set fire to one of their ships." But soon, he became worried again. Their ships are chained together. Once a small boat enters, it'll be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. I'm afraid that the Yuto will surround the boat before it can be burned. "Don't worry." He Yan called for the rest of the people to board the ship. "Stay where you are on the map. I'll bring a ship and lure them over." "Lure them over?" Mui asked, "How?" It was not worthwhile for the Yuto to chase after a single ship. It was possible before, but now that so many ships were chained together, they would probably keep an eye on the Xiaoju's Jiang army. "I have my ways," He Yan said. Just as he finished speaking, a man's voice was heard. He Yan turned his head. When he saw that it was Chu Zhao, he was slightly startled. "You asked Cui Jiao to go to the prince's mansion to get his highness's clothes. It's not safe outside, so I asked Cui Jiao to go back to the Cui mansion first and bring it to you." Chu Zhao smiled. "Fortunately, I made it in time." "Brother Chu, why are you still in Jiang City?" He Yan asked. "It's not safe here. You should have left with the evacuating people." This person did not even have the ability to protect himself. If the Yuto entered the city, he would probably be in danger. Even his highness stayed in the prince's mansion. How could I abandon my comrades? Jiang is also Dewei's land. He can protect the people in Jiang. Although I'm not as good as he, I won't run away alone. I'll advance and retreat with my friends. But you don't know martial arts. He Yan thought for a moment. Forget it. Wait a moment. She jumped off the boat and walked towards a tent by the shore. She went in for a moment, then jumped out again. She was holding something that looked like a piece of clothing. She stuffed it into Chu Zhao's hands. I bought this from the embroidery workshop in Jiang City. It's made of mermaid yarn. I heard from the shop assistant that it's invulnerable to swords and spears. Although I don't know if it's true, if you wear it, it'll be able to protect you. He Yan sighed in her heart. She originally wore the clothes under her armor because she thought that it was better than nothing. If it really was a treasure, she would just treat it as wearing 2 sets of armor. However, when she saw Chu Zhao standing there so weakly that even a gust of wind could blow him away, she felt that it would be better to give the clothes to him. Although she did not know if this person was an enemy or not, he asked Cui Jiao to go back to the Cui mansion first and did not leave alone. He was loyal. Chu Zhao was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he saw that the girl had already turned around and followed the crowd onto the boat. Her back view looked extremely elegant, and she was quickly drowned out by the people around her. The boat gradually left the shore and headed towards the center of the river where the battle cries were the loudest. There, the light of swords and the flames of war swirled. The boat was like a moth flying into a flame. It swayed and swayed, but there was no turning back. Chu Zhao looked down at the clothes in his hands. It seemed that the clothes in his hands had just been taken off a woman's body. It was still warm. She really did not care about trifles. However, he slowly lifted the clothes. The skirt was long. It was a woman's dress. He was stunned for a moment. Then, he shook his head and laughed. The people in the city hid in their houses. They closed the doors and windows tightly. The young were held in the arms of the old. They stared at the doors of their houses as if they were staring at all their hope. Time slowly passed. There was not a single person on the streets. Jiang City, which was usually bustling, was as quiet as a ghost town today. In the prince's mansion, Mu Hongjin sat in the hall and looked outside. The windows were wide open. The willow branches were as gentle as usual. The sky was clear and there was no wind today. She lowered her eyes. Her fingertips gradually dug into the soft cushions of the high seat. There was no wind today. At the mouth of the bottle gourd, the soldiers hiding in the dark were like sure too. They were silent and quiet. The archers were hiding in the dark. They were waiting for the Yuto to come ashore to ambush them. Cui Yuezhi stood behind a tree. His face, which was always smiling, was unusually solemn today. There were 150,000 Yuto. They did not even need to fight. Once they entered the city, the remaining people in the city, old and young, would have no way to survive. If they rushed a little faster, the people who were still fleeing on the road would also face a disaster. He had brought a portion of Jiang City's soldiers here to prevent them from coming ashore and entering the city. He wanted to become the last line of defense in front of the city gate. However, if the Xiaoju could not eliminate the main force of the Yuto, most of the Yuto would make it here. They would definitely not be able to stop the vicious wolves heading into the city with just the few of them. They could only do as He Yan had said last night. They could use fire to wipe out all the Yuto in one fell swoop. Only then would they be able to stop the remaining Yuto that had escaped the net. However, could the fire attack technique really work? A Jiang City soldier was lying in the grass with a bow and arrow on his back. The long grass covered his face and made his face slightly itchy. However, he still remained motionless and did not even have the intention to scratch it. He was not the only one who remained motionless. The grass in front of him, the flowers blooming by the roadside, the calm water surface, and the soft dandelions, all remained motionless. There was no wind today. Cui Yuezhi's heart gradually sank. There was no wind today, and the weather was not good. With less than 20,000 soldiers in the Xiaoju's hands, he was afraid that they would not be able to compete with the Yuto without using fire. Their so-called ambush here might end up becoming the prey of the Yuto. But why was there no wind today? The Xiaoju's master, the white-clothed swordsman who looked very powerful, said to him with certainty, "Don't worry. There will definitely be wind today." The people from the Directorate of Astronomy said that there was a 50% chance that there would be wind today. However, Lu Buwang said, arrange an ambush. There will definitely be wind today. They had heard that lay Buddhist Lu Buwang could perform divination, so they believed him without a doubt. Or perhaps, they were deceiving themselves and hoping that he was telling the truth, so they believed him. But now, there was no wind. By the way, where was Lu Buwang? Only then did Cui Yuezhi remember that he had not seen Lu Buwang since he woke up early this morning and left the Cui mansion for the tent in the martial arts practice field. There were slight waves on the water surface. It was not the wind, but the fish in the water. The spring grass by the embankment was red and green. Deep in the forest with strange stones, someone was sitting on the ground with a guqin in front of him. The man was dressed in white, and his robe was clean and spotless. His appearance was particularly elegant, and there was a sword at his waist. He looked like a Sheik Jianghu swordsman. Lu Buwang looked up at the sky. The sunlight shone in the woods, casting a golden shadow. It didn't make people feel hot, and the warmth was just right. This was a spring day brimming with vitality. Every new patch of green carried the feeling of spring as it fell into the gentle land of water. The sounds of fighting in the distance were in sharp contrast to the tranquility here. Not far away, there was a clear distinction. The wind hadn't come yet, but Lu Buwang knew that the wind would definitely come whether it came earlier or later. Many years ago, there was no chance of survival in the dead end. Many years later, there was a glimmer of hope. At first, he didn't know who those two shadows were, but now it seemed that they were most likely his disciple, He Yan, and the young and valiant right military governor, Xiao Huijin. These two people were generals who had fought on the battlefield for many years. They had already saved many people's lives, which was a merit. Heaven would not treat people with merit too harshly. Wherever they went, they would be blessed by good fortune. Perhaps it was because of their righteousness and light, even the death chess game in Jiang City had a glimmer of hope. These two people could bring the death chess game back to life. Although they couldn't see the end, they could see a glimmer of hope. Since there was hope, it meant that the road wasn't a dead end. Therefore, the wind would definitely come. Although it might not come too early, the wind would definitely come. What he had to do was to grasp that chance of survival tightly and help these two people completely revive this chess game. The sounds of fighting in the distance seemed to be getting closer. This wasn't an illusion. Lu Buwang looked forward. Several large ships were sailing this way. Yuta wasn't a fool. He wouldn't be hindered by Xiao Ju all the time. While their main force was fighting with the Jiang City army led by Xiao Ju, another team took advantage of the chaos to sneak ashore. As long as they got ashore and took control of the entire Jiang City, it was only a matter of time before they won the naval battle. Cui Yuezhi's men were at the mouth of the calabash, which was still some distance away. They thought they were the first line of defense, but in fact, they weren't. Lu Buwang was the first line of defense. Among Taoist Yanji's 7 disciples, he was the best at the art of Qimenduanjia. Over the years, he rarely used this technique because it was extremely energy-consuming and damaged his body. He was no longer the young man from back then. Even though his white clothes were fluttering in the wind, his hair had already turned white. However, he would always stay here and guard her city. Lu Buwang plucked the zither strings. The grass was green, and sometimes there were flowers. Amidst the chaos of bees and butterflies, the sound of the zither strings was clear and long, slowly drifting to the surface of the water. It was really eye-catching for such a person to play the zither in such a chaotic situation. The white-clothed swordsman sat quietly. As his slender hand stroked the strings, the sound of the zither flowed out. It was still the song's slow time. In fact, he could play many songs, but over the years, he had played this song the most. He had set up a formation around him, and the sound of the zither also had the ability to confuse people. When Yuto arrived here, he would be confused by the formation, and it would be difficult for him to find the entrance. He could stall for more time for Cui Yuezhi and wait for the late arrival of the east wind from God. Yuto's ship was slowly approaching, and someone got off the ship aggressively. Lu Buwang sat quietly, as if he was meditating on Chiyun Mountain back then. He was calm and unhurried. Taoist Yanji didn't praise him, but he had always been very tolerant of him. Everyone always said that he was the best among the 7 senior brothers on the mountain back then. His senior brothers always laughed and joked that he would bring glory to the sect one day. But, he had been expelled from the sect long ago. The sound of the zither paused, as if disturbed by a foreign object, and he played the wrong rhythm. Lu Buwang was slightly absent-minded. Back then, he met Mu Hongjin at the foot of Qiyun Mountain. Later, he learned that Mu Hongjin was the beloved daughter of King Mingji in Jiang City. Mu Hongjin didn't want to marry the son of an important official in the court, so she begged Lu Buwang to take her away. Lu Buwang hesitated for a long time and decided to let her wait in the inn. He returned to Qiyun Mountain with his junior sister first and reported this matter to Daoist Yanji. But once he went up the mountain, he couldn't come down again. It was already a year later when he went down the mountain. Mu Hongjin always thought that he lied to her and deliberately told King Mingji about her whereabouts. He was the one who sent Mu Hongjin back to King Mingji's mansion. In fact, that wasn't the case. Back then, Lu Buwang did go up the mountain in a hurry. When he went up the mountain, he told Daoist Yanji that a girl who ran away from her marriage was forced by her family and was now resting outside. He hoped that Daoist Yanji could find a way to let him take Mu Hongjin up the mountain. Lu Buwang was honest and kind by nature. For the first time, he lied to Daoist Yanji. He only said that Mu Hongjin was a girl from an ordinary family, and did not mention that she was the daughter of Prince Mingji. Lu Buwang was worried. Once Daoist Yanji knew Mu Hongjin's true identity, he might not save her. However, Daoist Master Yunji knew better than him. Are you talking about Mu Hongjin from Prince Ming's mansion? Lu Buwang was stunned. Master, you're so stupid. Daoist Master Yunji looked at him and scolded him with a sullen face. Do you know who she is? She was the only daughter of King Mingji and would inherit the throne in the future. The reason why King Mingji arranged this marriage for her is because she will become King Mingji's daughter. You were so careless as to bring her up Qiyun Mountain. Do you know what kind of disaster you will bring to Jiang City? How much trouble would it bring to Qiyun Mountain? Even if you don't care about the lives of the people in Jiang City, your senior martial brothers grew up with you. Don't tell me you don't care about their safety? Master, it's not like that. Lu Buwang argued. Daoist Yanji sighed and said, do you think King Mingji will let go of Qiyun Mountain if he knows that you hid his daughter here? He won't know. Buwang, you're too naive. Daoist Yanji flicked his sleeves and said, give up. I won't do anything. Lu Buwang knelt on the ground. After thinking for a while, he stood up and bowed to Daoist Yanji. I understand. What do you want to do? I'll think of a way myself. Lu Buwang thought that although he was not as capable as Daoist Yanji, there was always a way out. He must be able to think of another way. The most important thing now was that he had to go down the mountain first. The day he agreed to meet Mu Hongjin was approaching. Are you still going to find that woman? Lu Buwang said, yes, I've already made an agreement with her. Daoist Yanji said, you can't go down the mountain. What? I can't watch you destroy Qiyun Mountain, Daoist Yanji said, you must stay on the mountain. Master, she's still waiting for me. Daoist Yanji's face was completely ruthless. Lu Buwang slowly pulled out the long sword at his waist. He didn't want to fight with his master, but he was really anxious. However, his swordsmanship was not as good as Daoist Yanji's, so he was defeated in the end. Daoist Yanji locked him in a water cave on the mountain. The cave was surrounded by waterfalls and fragrant orchids. Just looking at it, the scenery was very beautiful. But Daoist Yanji had also set up a formation around him, so he couldn't leave the formation and could only be trapped here. Lu Buwang's Chimen Duanjia couldn't be compared with Daoist Yanji's after all. He begged Daoist Yanji in despair, Master, I just need to go down the mountain and say something to her. I can't go back on my words. She's still waiting for me. Master. If you can solve my formation, you can go down the mountain. Daoist Yanji turned and left. Lu Buwang was meditating in the formation and trying to solve it. But this formation was even more powerful than all the formations he had encountered in the past. He was anxious and kept solving the formation day and night. Finally, he fell ill and lost his energy. Yushu came to see him and gave him medicine. Seeing Lu Buwang covered in wounds, she was very distressed and said softly, Senior martial brother, why are you doing this? Can you beg Master to let me out? Lu Buwang leaned against the stone wall of the cave and was dying, but his tone was still stubborn. I want to go down the mountain. Yushu took a step back and couldn't help crying and shouting at him, so what if you go down the mountain? She's already married. She didn't wait for you. Mu Hongjin has already married her husband. Lu Buwang widened his eyes slightly. He was in the mountain and in the formation, so he couldn't sense the changes in time outside. He could only count the days. Every other day, he would carve a stroke on the stone wall. Looking back, more than 200 days and nights had passed. That girl, who was wearing a red dress with bells on her long braids and always stuck to him with a smile, was already married? What kind of mood did she have? Was it the hatred of not waiting for him and being stood up, or was it the despair of being forced to get into the bridal sedan? Lu Buwang's heart ached violently. She didn't wait for you. She has already forgotten your agreement. His junior martial sister stood in front of him and said with tears in her eyes, so, you should also forget her. Forget her? How was that possible? He didn't know when he was in love with her, but he only knew when she left. He had long been used to the days of being relied on, pestered, and deceived. Even though he was angry, he enjoyed it. How could he forget her so easily? When was she found by the people of the mansion, and when did she get married? He asked slowly. Yushu answered, not long after you left, she was found by the soldiers. She got married not long after. Senior martial brother, she still wanted to persuade him, why don't you go and admit defeat to master and live a good life on Chiyun Mountain in the future? Don't mention that matter again, okay? Lu Buwang didn't speak. Senior martial brother? He raised his head. The young man's eyes, which had always been clean and clear like the warm sun in spring, were now a little cold and distant. Yushu was also frightened by his eyes. You can go. Lu Buwang said, don't come back in the future. He worked harder to solve the formation and studied it. He ignored whether his body could bear it or not, and there was only one thought in his mind, he wanted to go down the mountain. Lu Buwang's Chimen Duanjia advanced by leaps and bounds in this day of hard work. At the same time, he also noticed that the power of Taoist Yunji's formation was gradually weakening. Another spring day came, and he broke out of the formation. The spring rain wet the green grass under the eaves, and the young man's white clothes were splashed with mud. He was completely undecided, and he walked firmly step by step. The senior martial brothers and junior martial sisters surrounded Taoist Yunji's bed. After such a long time, the formation was getting weaker and weaker. It wasn't his illusion. That Taoist Yunji's time was coming. Lu Buwang was stunned. He rushed to Taoist Yunji's bed and knelt down. Taoist Yunji looked at him and asked, have you broken the formation? Lu Buwang nodded. His master reached out and touched his pulse slightly. He sensed something and sighed deeply. You still want to go down the mountain? He asked. Lu Buwang knelt upright and said, yes. There was a long silence. You can go. The master who raised him said word by word, from now on, you are no longer a member of my sect. Don't go up Chiyun Mountain again. Master. The senior martial brothers were shocked and pleaded for him. Taoist Yunji didn't speak. He closed his eyes, and when he looked again, he had already passed away. In a single night, he had lost the master who had raised him and the right to stay on Chiyun Mountain. After burying Taoist Yunji with the senior martial brothers, Lu Buwang went down the mountain alone. After this farewell, he knew that it would be forever and never be able to meet again. His wound hurt faintly. Breaking the formation by force like this had hurt his foundation after all. It was raining heavily. Without an umbrella, he stumbled on the muddy mountain road without stopping all the way. Finally, he reached the foot of the mountain and entered Jiang City. The city was as lively and warm as that spring day. There was no difference at all. Lu Buwang walked to Prince Mingji's mansion. He hid under the eaves opposite the mansion, wearing a bamboo hat, and wanted to see Mu Hongjin. He didn't know what to say when he saw Mu Hongjin. He was the one who failed to keep the appointment, and he was also the one who was late for more than a year. He was the one who asked her to wait for him, and he was also the one who didn't come. But if she wanted to leave and shook his arm like back then, asking him to take her away, Lu Buwang thought that he might still be helpless and do as she wished. Then he saw Mu Hongjin. Unlike the arrogant girl back then, she had become more beautiful. Wearing an exquisite and luxurious robe, she got out of the carriage and said something to the man beside her. The man beside her also looked gentle. He hugged her waist from behind, and his robe couldn't cover her slightly bulging belly. Mu Hongjin was pregnant. The legendary bad old man was not old, and his gaze was very gentle when he looked at her. She looked back at him with a gentle gaze, completely different from the arrogant and willful girl in his memory. The rain wet his boots and robe, but Lu Buwang felt that it was not as embarrassing as him at this moment. They were in harmony with each other, and they were a loving couple. They looked like an immortal couple, while he stood here, looking out of place. But why should he make Mu Hongjin wait here all the time? This girl was as bright and lively as the peach blossoms at the foot of Qiyun Mountain. Beautiful people or things were always discovered by others. Just as he fell in love with her unknowingly, Mu Hongjin's husband was the same. Mu Hongjin already had her own peaceful life, so there was no need for him to disturb her. As if his gaze was too hot and painful, Mu Hongjin seemed to feel it and looked back. Lu Buwang turned slightly and hid under the shadow of the eaves. "What's wrong?" The man beside her held her hand and asked. "Nothing." Mu Hongjin shook her head. "It's probably my illusion." The rain was cold. He was obviously hiding under the eaves, so why did it wet his cheeks? He seemed to taste bitterness at the corner of his lips. It turned out that the spring rain was also not sweet. He strode away. The sound of the zither was poetic and picturesque, covering all the murderous intent in the jungle. Some Yudo stepped in without noticing and suddenly screamed. For a moment, there were screams. Finally, someone realized that something was wrong and stopped the people behind him. "Don't come in. There's an ambush." Lu Buwang smiled slightly. After leaving the mountain that year, he had been silent for a long time, like a walking corpse, not knowing what he could do in the future. He could neither return to Qiyun Mountain nor find Mu Hongjin. For a time, he felt that living in the world was meaningless. Until Yushu found him. His little junior sister was not as cute as before, and she was much more haggard. Standing in front of him, Lu Buwang suddenly realized that Yushu was also a big girl, no longer the little sister who ran around behind him. "Senior Marshal." "Brother," the girl looked at him with tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry." "What?" He didn't understand. "The reason why Miss Mu was found by the soldiers of the prince's mansion was that I told on her." Lu Buwang's expression froze on the spot. I like you very much. I don't want you to be with her." Yet, Yushu seemed to want to speak out all her faults in one go, as if she was seeking release. "I eavesdropped on your conversation, so I told Meng Ji Wang her hiding place. I thought that as long as she got married, you would forget her and stop thinking about her. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn for so many years." "I'm sorry, I was wrong," she burst into tears. "I hurt you, Senior Marshal brother. I'm sorry." She cried to her heart's content, but Lu Buwang was like a stone, his whole body stiff and cold. He was young and ignorant, and his mind was rough. He didn't see the deep affection in his little junior sister's eyes when she looked at him, nor did he see the hostility that flashed by when Yushu looked at Mu Hongjin. A girl's love and hate came directly and simply. She only cared about venting when she was angry, but she didn't expect that she would miss a pair of lovers. It wasn't until the world changed and the regret snowballed that she realized her mistake. "How could you do this?" For the first time, he got angry at Yushu. Did you know, he didn't continue. What did he know? Back then, he didn't know that he loved her so deeply. He was like a fool. Eldest Marshal brother, who came after hearing the news, found him and said, "Little Seven, don't blame Yushu. She was young and ignorant, and now she knows that she was wrong. Also, don't blame Master for not saving you and locking you in the formation on Qiyun Mountain." Lu Buwang replied blankly, "I didn't blame anyone. He only blamed himself." "Do you know why Master locked you in Qiyun Mountain back then?" Eldest Marshal brother said, "Master has always been kind and generous. Since he adopted us 7 orphans, so what if Mu Hongjin is the princess? If Master really wanted to protect her, why would he be afraid of the danger brought by this identity?" Lu Buwang looked at him, not understanding what he meant. "Master did it for you." Daoist Yunji once divined for Lu Buwang, and the divination showed that one day, he would die young because of a woman. Deep love would kill him. You are Master's favorite disciple. Master was afraid that you would lose your life because of Mu Hongjin, so he locked you in the formation. Eldest martial brother said, although he was biased in his actions, he did it wholeheartedly for you. Lu Buwang felt that it was ridiculous. It was just a divination. How could he miss it like this? Daoist Yunji did it for him, so who could he blame? He could only blame the fickleness of the world. He had been staying in Jiang City, hiding in the dark, and doing the same things as before every day. Until one day, Yushu was arrested by Mu Hongjin's guards in the temple. Yushu didn't have the guts to assassinate her. As soon as the news came out, Lu Buwang knew that Mu Hongjin was forcing him to show up. Not only was he not angry, but there was even a trace of joy in his heart. After so many years, he could finally see her in broad daylight. He saw Mu Hongjin in the temple hall in the middle of the night. Time had polished her to be even more magnificent and beautiful. She was like a ripe honey fruit, and her whole body was full of unspeakable flirtatiousness and wildness. Lu Buwang thought bitterly in his heart, who made her like this? Was it her current husband? Well, they even had a child together. She had already gotten married and had children, and was getting further and further away from him. The woman's red robe was gorgeous, and the golden crown slightly reflected sparkling colors in the night. Her eyes were even brighter than this. She stared at him, and there was no longer the naughtiness and innocence in her eyes from many years ago. He had thousands of words to say to her, but in the end, he didn't know where to start. In the end, the sentence he spat out was, "Where is Yushu?" Lu Buwang still remembered Mu Hongjin's gaze at that time, which seemed to be a little shocked and a little understanding. The moment he said that, he instantly regretted it. He shouldn't have been so blunt. He should have said something else. Asking her how she had been all these years and apologizing for breaking his promise back then was better than questioning her. Mu Hongjin looked at him as if she was looking at a stranger, and she replied lightly, "In prison." The conversation between the two of them was as distant as that between strangers, as if they were standing on opposing sides, and there was no longer the intimacy of the past. Lu Buwang was very conflicted. He wanted to stay here, talk to her more, and look at her more. But he was afraid that if he stayed here for too long, he wouldn't be able to control himself and reveal his feelings, which would cause trouble for Mu Hongjin. It had been a long time, and he didn't arrive in time back then. Now, Mu Hongjin already had someone else by her side, and she no longer needed him. Why should he come to disturb her and ask for a snub? He wanted Mu Hongjin to release Yushu and catch him. Taoist Yunji raised him, and Yushu was his daughter. He couldn't watch Yushu be imprisoned. Besides, Mu Hongjin's purpose of catching Yushu was him. Lu Buwang thought that Mu Hongjin must hate him very much, but people were stingy to show a trace of affection for things they didn't care about, so Mu Hongjin hated him. Perhaps, after so many years, she still had a little bit of love left. She's just a junior sister. You're so protective of her. Do you like her? Lu Buwang answered, yes. What did you say? Lu Buwang looked at her, as if he wanted to engrave her appearance at this moment in his heart forever. He said word by word, I like her. He admitted that he was the one who told on her, that he lied to Mu Hongjin and made up a promise casually, and that he had never liked Mu Hongjin. Mu Hongjin smiled. Her smile was contemptuous and sarcastic, as if his likes and dislikes were so insignificant and ridiculous. She wanted Lu Buwang to be her lover as a condition for letting Yushu go. Lu Buwang was furious. He was furious that she humiliated him and her like this. But in his anger, there was a faint desire. He was horrified to find that he had never given up in his heart. It was as if there were countless fire seeds buried in the ground. As long as she said a word, they could easily break out of the ground and start a prairie fire. He agreed. But Mu Hongjin was unwilling. Mu Hongjin wanted him to get out of Jiang City with Yushu and never set foot here again. She wanted to draw a clean line between herself and Lu Buwang so that they would never cross paths. This was the last time he talked to Mu Hongjin. Lu Buwang later changed his name to Layman Yunlin and traveled around. He went to many places. He was dressed in white and his swordsmanship was outstanding. Everywhere he went, people praised and admired him. but he was always cold and cheerless, as if he didn't care about anything. He also never saw his own senior brothers and Yushu again. In this world, everyone ultimately had to become their lonesome self. But he still returned to Jiang City every year during the Water God Festival. He secretly entered the city without anyone knowing, just to take a look at the city that Mu Hongjin was guarding. It was as if he was guarding her. Fushi's divination only asked about things and not people. This was a rule he set for himself later. It was inevitable to foresee twists and turns when doing divination for others. In order to avoid twists and turns, he tried his best to avoid some encounters that might bring misfortune. But he didn't know that every encounter in the human world had its own precious fate. While avoiding the calamity, he had also fallen into another trap of fate, just like himself. He regretted it all his life. He was close at hand but couldn't get it. In the depths of the dense forest, the screams became louder and louder, and more people came ashore. His zither music gradually became more and more intense, like a golden spear and armored horse, looming in the formation filled with killing intent. The formation wasn't omnipotent. The more people there were, the shorter the time it could be maintained, and the more energy it needed to consume. Back then, on Chiyun Mountain, when Daoist Yunji locked him in the formation, in order to get out as soon as possible, he ignored his injuries and forcibly broke the formation to study it. In the end, his mind was hurt. Over the years, he had never set up such an energy-consuming formation. A trace of blood slowly flowed out of Lu Buwang's lips. In the spring light, he smiled. Calmly, as if he was out of this world for the first time. It was as if he was still the young swordsman in white, standing in front of his sweetheart. Battle cries filled the air on the canal as boats collided with each other. The Yuto surrounded the Jiang soldiers like vicious wolves. They outnumbered them, and the archers on the boats were ready. Arrows flew like shooting stars and pierced the boats of the Jiang soldiers into sieves in the blink of an eye. They could no longer sail. Although the Jiang soldiers who fell into the water could swim, they could not exert their strength in the water. The Yuto had also prepared many pitchforks, which looked like the tools fishermen used to spear fish. However, the tips were forged and sharp. They stabbed the Jiang soldiers who had fallen into the water. The water of the canal was quickly dyed red with blood. A young Jiang soldier dodged the sharp arrows shot from the Yuto's boat and jumped into the water. Dozens of Yuto laughed and stabbed him with the pitchforks in their hands. The Wutua people were strong to begin with, and the young man was only 16 or 17 years old. He couldn't dodge in time and was stabbed in the arm. Immediately after, the pitchforks stabbed at him from all directions, piercing through his body. The pitchforks were quickly retrieved, leaving a bloody hole in his chest. He struggled for a while and sank. Only blood was left on the surface of the water, proving that he had been alive. The deputy soldier looked back and shouted at the young man in the middle of the chaotic battle, "Commander, we can't do it. They have too many people." There were too many people. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. They were outnumbered. This was not Gua City in the past. The only way to win by surprise was to attack with fire, but they still lacked an east wind. "No, we can't." Xiaoju held a long sword in his hand. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. He said coldly, "Fight." Since he was the leader, he had been entangled in a chaotic battle. Maka was not a brainless person. Although he was arrogant, he had heard of Xiaoju's name. Previously, he had used the Western Chang people as bait to ambush the Liangzhou guards. However, Xiaoju's sudden return had disrupted the plan. Maka clearly remembered that the leader of the Western Chang, Rita Muzi, was extremely strong and fierce. However, he had died at the hands of Xiaoju. Maka wanted to win. He wanted to take down Jiang City and claim credit from the monarch, but he did not want to lose his life for nothing. As he pushed back, he shouted to the Utayaban beside him, "His Majesty said that whoever takes Xiao Huijin's head will be the greatest contributor to this battle and will be conferred a noble title. Warriors, kill him." The motivation of military exploits was always useful at times like this. When the Yuchua soldiers heard this, their blood boiled, and they immediately swarmed in front of Xiaoju. This was the scene that He Yan saw when he approached with his boat. The young commander-in-chief's cloak left a dark mark on the surface of the water. His long sword was as cold as ice, which made his handsome face look like a Rakshasa. He could take someone's life with a snap of his fingers. Wave after wave of people surged forward. Corpses had already piled up around him, but there was no sign of fatigue on the young man's face. He was as valiant as ever. We can't go on like this. He Yan frowned. There were too many Yuto. One Xiaoju could fight against 10, or even 100, but what about 1,000 Yuto? What about 10,000? What about 100,000? Of course, he could fight his way out of the encirclement alone, but as long as the Yuto didn't come ashore, he would always have to stand in front of the civilians. The remaining Jiang City soldiers weren't enough to form a tacit understanding with him and cooperate seamlessly with him. Qiwu and Fei Nu had both been arranged by Xiaoju to Cui Yueji's side. He could only fight by himself. He Yan thought for a moment, then said to the other people on the boat, "Do as I said. Row the boat to the position I drew and wait for orders. Don't go too far." "Mui," she said to Mui, "take this boat and follow me." After saying this, she put on Mu Hongjin's robe that Chu Zhao had given her. "You?" Mui was stunned. "I disguised myself as Her Highness the Princess to draw some people away," He Yan replied. "Otherwise, the commander-in-chief won't be able to hold on for so long. We have to disperse the Yudo's forces in order to delay them for a longer time." "Even if you disguised yourself as Her Highness," Mui couldn't help but say, "how do you know that they will definitely chase after us?" "You have to know," He Yan shook his head, "destroy their strength, seize their crown, and disintegrate their bodies. When a dragon fights in the wild, its path is exhausted. Moreover, the Yudo would think that compared to capturing Xiao Huaijin, they would be more confident in capturing Mu Hongjin, a woman who didn't know any martial arts." She raised her head and looked into the distance. It was already noon, and the sun was high in the sky. It was already slightly hot, and there wasn't even a hint of wind. There was still no wind. He Yan ordered the other boats to row further away. He and Mui boarded the small boat alone and rowed in the direction of Xiaoju. However, they didn't row too close. They only stopped at a place where the Yudo soldiers around Xiaoju could see. They were a little anxious, as if they were lost. Where did that boat come from? Maka saw a small boat in the distance, on the other side of the soldiers' boat led by Xiaoju. This small boat looked exactly the same as the other boats of Jiang City soldiers. There was a banner on it, but it was indescribably strange. This boat didn't get close to where they were fighting. Instead, it seemed like it wanted to escape. Deserter, Maka vaguely felt that something was strange. He ordered people to row the small boat to check it out. The small boat only rowed a little when the scout came back and reported, "General, the person sitting on the boat seems to be Princess Mingji. She should want to abandon the city and escape." Maka's spirit rose. "Princess Mingji? Did you see it clearly?" This subordinate saw a woman wearing princess robes and a person dressed as a guard. "I don't know if it's true." Maka thought for a moment, then said, "Princess Mingji hasn't shown her face until now. She said she was in the prince's mansion to stabilize the soldiers' morale. I think it's very likely that she's planning to escape." "That's right, she's just a woman. Without someone to rely on, she's probably already scared out of her wits." He laughed sinisterly. "If that's the case, capture her." "But..." His trusted aide beside him said, "General, our boats are fighting with Xiao Huaijin. We can't capture Mu Hongjin. After all, Yuto Kingdom wasn't a water city. The Yuto soldiers weren't as proficient in water as Jiang City's soldiers. Moreover, they had come by water. The mountains were long and the water was wide, so they used iron hooks to connect the thousands of boats. At this moment, it was impossible to untie the boats. If they chased after Mu Hongjin, they would have to give up on the battle with Xiaoju." "Idiot!" Maka cursed. "To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. So what if she's Xiao Huaijin? Xiao Huaijin isn't the master of Jiang City. If we capture Mu Hongjin, the Jiang City army will definitely fall into chaos. At that time, we'll win without a fight." There was one more thing he didn't say. Compared to Xiao Huaijin, Mu Hongjin was a woman. She was much easier to capture. "Once we capture Mu Hongjin, this general will use her to knock on the gates of Jiang City. Xiao Huaijin must obediently surrender." Otherwise, I'll kill this woman in front of the Jiang City army. Maka's smile contained cruel malice. What do you think Xiao Huijin will do? With Xiao Ju's reputation as a cold-blooded and heartless jade-faced commander-in-chief, he wouldn't even care about his biological father. What was Mu Hongjin to him? He naturally wouldn't surrender. Furthermore, Mu Hongjin was going to die anyway. If she died because Xiao Ju refused to lay down his weapon, the Jiang City army would naturally resent him. At that time, there would be internal strife, and the morale of the army would be in chaos. Jiang City would be nothing more than a sheet of loose sand. It would only be a matter of time before it collapsed. Turn the ship around and follow me. Maka smiled. The Yuto soldiers beside him didn't continue to surge. Forward wave after wave. The ship at the front turned around and sailed in another direction. The Jiang City army stopped what they were doing and asked, "What's going on? Why did they suddenly stop fighting?" Even though the Jiang City army had been trained by Xiao Ju for a few days, they hadn't been trained for many years. Their formations were also old-fashioned. Xiao Ju had only brought 15,000 men with him. At this moment, nearly half of them had been lost. If the Yuto pursued them, the situation would be even worse for the Jiang City army. However, at this critical juncture, they retreated. Xiao Ju looked in the direction where the Yuto ships had left. On the vast river, there was a small boat with a banner. There was a red dot on the boat, which was like a bright signal on the river, attracting people to chase after it. "That's the princess?" The soldier beside him muttered. "No, it's Hien." Xiao Ju's eyes darkened. After a moment, he said, "Follow them. They're catching up." Mui said nervously. "Don't worry," Hien said. "We only have 2 people on the boat. They're going after us, not the boat. You're a good swimmer. Later, hide in the water and don't show your face." "What about you?" Mui looked at her blankly. "I'll give them a big gift." Hien smiled faintly. She took out an iron ball from her bosom. This iron ball had barbs on all sides and was extremely sharp. It looked like the giant claws of a wild beast. She pulled out a long whip from her waist. There was a buckle on the iron ball, and she fastened it to the long whip. This, Hien suddenly made her move. She threw the long whip in her hand at the reef. The iron ball sank into the reef, but it did not shatter. She quickly retracted her hand. On the reef, there were 5 empty holes. It was a frightening sight. If this thing was aimed at a person's heart, it could dig out a large piece of the person's chest. Mui could not help but shiver. He knew that Hien was not an ordinary girl. Her strength was astonishing. But seeing it with his own eyes, he was more and more shocked. "Miss He, you want to use this to fight?" This weapon was fierce, but it was not as agile as swords. She could only swing it once. Each whip could only kill 1 person. Before she could swing it a second time, the enemy would pounce on her. Moreover, what if the whip was cut in half? No, Hien shook her head. "I'm going against the boat." Mui wanted to ask more questions, but Hien pushed him. "Quickly get into the water." He subconsciously jumped into the water and hid behind the reef. He clenched the dagger in his hand. It was difficult to swing swords in the water. Only the dagger was agile. But it was not as agile as on land. The Yuchuo military ship was taller and flatter than the small boat in Jiang City. From afar, Hien looked like a lamb forced into a strange path by a giant beast. "Your Highness," Maka stood at the bow of the ship and shouted. "Surrender. If you know what's good for you, maybe I will spare your life." He was determined to get Mu Hongjin. There was no one else on the small boat. Even the only guard was gone. Did the guard see that the situation was not good and left Mu Hongjin alone and ran away? "Tsk, the people of Dawei are always so weak." The red-robed woman stood at the bow of the ship with her head lowered. She did not say anything. The distance between the 2 boats was getting closer and closer. Just as Maka was about to order people to capture her, the woman suddenly raised her head and jumped from the boat. The small boat was not as tall as the big boat. She did not want to jump onto the Yuchuo military ship. Instead, she jumped onto the hull of the ship. Her feet stepped on the hull of the Yuchuo ship and swept past like lightning. pung, 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 her speed was extremely fast. With every step, the whip in her hand would hit the hull of the ship. The iron ball hit the hull of the ship and was quickly taken away by the whip. Only 5 empty claw marks were left. Water poured in. What's that sound? What is she doing? Capture her. Quickly release the arrows. Quickly release the arrows. The arrows were like black rain falling from all directions. The woman easily dodged them as if she was walking on flat ground. As she moved, her robe fell with the wind, revealing the black armor underneath. She landed in the wind and stepped onto her own ship. Standing at the bow of the ship, she looked at the ship that was gradually tilting due to the water. Her lips curled into a mocking smile. I am illiterate. I don't know how to read. I don't know the words surrender. Her gaze landed on the flustered and exasperated Maka's face. Her words were as arrogant as usual. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and kowtow to me. Perhaps I will spare your life. Maka was stunned. After a while, he said angrily, you are not Mu Hongjin? How can a piece of trash like you trouble Her Highness to take action? He Yan said with a smile, Her Highness should stay in the mansion. I can fight 3 people like you alone. Maka pulled out the long blade at his waist. I think you are courting death. But as soon as he finished speaking, the boat beneath him sank. Just now, He Yan's whip had smashed the bottom of the ship one by one, creating a row of holes. At this moment, the water was pouring in and the ship was already unstable. The Utopian soldier swayed left and right with the ship. The ship was gradually sinking. Quickly go to the ship on the side. In the chaos, someone said, no, the ships are all connected. We have to cut the iron hooks. For the sake of convenience, the ships were all connected head to tail. Now, it was a trap that they had dug for themselves. A large ship tilted and sank, dragging all the other ships with it. They could neither advance nor retreat. Cut the iron hooks. Quickly. The iron hooks were heavy and sturdy, not something that could be cut in 1 or 2 moves. The Utopian soldiers covered Maka and went to another ship. The rest of the people were carried by the sinking ship, frantically trying to cut the hooks. Voila, the iron hook was cut off and fell into the water, bringing the boat full of holes with it as it slowly sank. Some of the Utopian soldiers who did not have time to escape also fell into the water. Not everyone could swim. For a moment, the water was filled with cries and screams. It was very chaotic. Maka was furious. He looked up at the culprit, but saw that the girl had already taken advantage of the chaos to row the ship far away. Chase after her. Maka shouted. Catch her, I want to skin her. Being plagued by a girl in front of everyone was a great humiliation. How could he be willing to accept it? He Yan rowed the ship across the water and reached out to Mui hiding behind the reef. He pulled him up. Quickly come up. Mui jumped onto the ship. He knew that there was no time to waste, so he immediately began to row. But when he glanced at He Yan, he was shocked. He knew that He Yan was very strong, but with just her strength, she had overturned a ship, and it was not even a small ship. It was really shocking. Just now, He Yan had stepped on the ship's side and swung the whip smoothly. Those Yuto did not even have time to react before they fell into her trap. In Mui's heart, besides admiration, there was also a faint excitement. He said to He Yan, Miss He, can we do what you did just now and overturn all their ships? Impossible. He Yan replied quickly. Now that we are in such a critical situation, how can we directly use the Iron Tiger Claw? Then why don't you do more? As soon as he said that, Mui also felt that he had gone too far. He Yan did not get angry. She only explained patiently, it's useless to do more. They don't have as much strength as I do. Even if they do have great strength, they may not be able to accurately hit their ships. Her skills had been honed through a long period of military campaigns in the past. Although the weapon was important, the person using the weapon was more important. Moreover, this method can only be used once. The Yuto are already prepared. I'm afraid that they have already prepared archers on the ship. Before we even get close, they will shoot. That whip just now was just to delay a little. The longer we delay, the greater our chances of winning. If we keep delaying, will the wind really come? Muyi looked at the sky. Such a clear sky, but it filled his heart with haze. It was difficult for him to have any confidence. If Master says there will be wind, there will definitely be wind. Yan's gaze was firm. If there is no wind, we will become the east wind. In short, don't stop fighting. She said, steer the ship in the direction of the ambush. On the other side, the Jiang city soldiers who were chasing after the Yuto soldiers also saw the scene just now. Everyone was stunned. Yan's skill of smashing the ship with a whip was difficult to forget. Miss He is so powerful, someone murmured. It was not flattery, but even the most powerful person in the Jiang city army would not be able to do so. Strength and skill were secondary. What was more important was that she had to escape unscathed from so many Yuto soldiers. She had to grasp every moment with great precision. The Yuto's arrows were like rain. They were so dense, but they did not waver in the slightest. The ship was smashed, causing the Yuto to frantically cut the iron rings. Some Yuto who did not know how to swim were also drowned. The Jiang city soldiers, who had been suppressed before, felt slightly relieved. At this moment, they only felt happy. Xiaoju lowered her eyes and whispered, I actually thought of something. She turned and ordered the deputy, take out the box. Before they boarded the ship, Xiaoju had ordered people to carry the box. It was very heavy. One person opened the box and saw that it was full of things like the end of the whip in Yan's hand, which looked like a tiger's claw. However, there was no whip. It was a sharp weapon that could be worn around the wrist. The 20 elite soldiers who knew how to swim, step forward, Xiaoju said. The 20 elite soldiers who had been informed of the order in advance immediately stepped forward. Xiaoju looked at them and said in a calm and indifferent voice, take the iron claws and enter the water. In the distance, the large ship was chasing after Yan's small boat with all its might. There were only 2 people paddling the small boat. How could it compare to the large ship? Yan would be caught up very quickly. 20,000 against 150,000 was a very difficult matter. He also knew that this battle was difficult to win. Moreover, the heavens might not be perfect. He had to be fully prepared for everything. This box of iron claws was his secret weapon. However, he didn't expect that she had the same idea as Yan. However, she was in the light, while he was in the dark. Smash the ship, he said. The sound of the zither and the sound of fighting on the river in the distance formed a sharp contrast. The spring sun and the battlefield were 2 completely unrelated things. The sunlight shone on the man in white, making his clothes even cleaner. At a glance, it seemed that he was still the young man in white. A drop of blood dripped onto the zither in front of him. The zither string seemed to move and made a very soft sound. The seemingly clear zither sound also became sad because of this. Roars and shouts came from the depths of the dense forest. There were more and more Yuto, crushing and trampling the flowers on the roadside. However, they couldn't continue moving forward, as if they were imperceptibly hindered. The seemingly peaceful and happy spring scenery had become a killing weapon, and there were ambushes everywhere. More and more blood dripped from Lu Buwang's lips, and the sound of the zither became more and more urgent. There were too many people. His formation couldn't stop too many people. It was already very difficult for him to do this. The old injury from his early days in seclusion on the mountain started to ache again. Lu Buwang knew very well that he couldn't hold on for long. However, he still had to stop them here. The longer he stopped them here, the longer Cui Yueji's side could hold on. The more Yudo he killed here, the more time Cui Yueji's people could have. The people in Jiang City would be safer, and so would she. The peach blossom smiled sweetly out of the fence. It was the most affectionate of all. In his life, there was only one peach blossom that seemed to have bloomed. He couldn't see this peach blossom bloom to the end. It was good to take care of it a little longer. With a clang, the zither string in his hand seemed to be unable to bear it and suddenly broke. The zither sound stopped abruptly, and Lu Buwang spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood fell on the surface of the zither in front of him, and some splashed into the grass on the ground. It was like the peach blossoms in March, pretty and affectionate. Without the zither sound, the footsteps in the depths of the dense forest quickened and were right in front of him. Since the formation had been broken, he slowly stood up. Who is that? Who is it? Why is there only one person? Is there an ambush? After breaking the formation, the Yuto broke in. However, because of the ambush in the forest just now, he was afraid. Seeing that Lu Buwang was alone in front, he was afraid that there would still be an ambush around, so no one dared to come forward for a while. The two sides were in a stalemate for a moment. In the end, the Yuto was bolder because he had more people. After a while, he laughed and said, "It's just one person. Even if there is an ambush, there aren't many soldiers left in Jiang City. We'll kill as many ambushes as there are. What are you afraid of?" The man in white in front of him didn't move at all. His clothes were neat and tidy, like an immortal. In the past, his black hair was tied up with white silk, and he looked otherworldly and cold. Now, his hair was gradually turning gray, but his back view, which was as reassuring as a tree, had never changed. He would always protect the people he wanted to protect. A gentle breeze blew past, causing his hair tie to sway slightly, causing his robes to sway gently, and causing ripples to appear in the man's watery eyes. He was stunned at first, and then a smile slowly appeared on his lips. The chance of survival in this death game had come. The hope of Jiang City had come. The wind had come. Lu Buwang slowly pulled out the long sword at his waist. Above the canal, the battle was in full swing. Xiaoju ordered 20 elite soldiers to dive into the water with their iron claws and pierce through the Yudo ships. There were thousands of Yudo ships, and it was impossible to pierce through all of them. It was also difficult to exert their strength underwater. 10 people formed a group, and they picked the two in the middle to attack. As a result, the Yudo ships that were connected to the hooks were thrown into chaos. They hurriedly cut off the hooks and watched Tian's boat escape in front of them. These bastards! Maka was furious. He snatched the bow from the soldier beside him and shot arrows at the soldiers in the water. However, the 20 selected were all experts in the water. They were agile and immediately avoided the arrows. They attacked when the enemy chased and retreated when the enemy advanced. This caused the Yudo's pace to be disrupted. "Continue to use the pitchfork," Maka ordered with a serious face. "I don't believe that they can stay underwater forever. Capture that woman first." The woman who pretended to be Mu Hongjin had greatly humiliated him. The Yudo men were the most prideful. If they did not capture that woman today, his subordinates and confidants would secretly laugh at him. Even if they won the battle, when they returned to Yudo City, this matter would become a laughingstock and spread everywhere. Unless they captured that woman and ruthlessly tortured her, they would not be able to regain their dignity. "Chase after them." A slight breeze fell on their faces, causing a slight itch. It was very small, but it was immediately noticed. He Yan looked at Muyi. Muyi's eyes were filled with surprise. "There's wind." Although it was a gentle breeze, the heavens were on their side at the end of the day. The ships behind them were chasing relentlessly. He Yan's face sank. "Lead them into the ambush." "Yes." The small boat seemed to want to escape from the water, desperately rowing into the distance. However, compared to the tall ship beside it, it looked somewhat pitiful. "Where are they going?" the deputy beside him asked. Xiaoju looked in the direction He Yan's boat had gone. The canal was calm. If he remembered correctly, there should be several hidden reefs in the water in the direction she had gone. If it was a small boat, they could naturally avoid it. If it was a large ship, Xiaoju, follow them and disperse Yudo's forces. "Commander-in-Chief?" "The wind is blowing." He lowered his eyes and said coldly. The wind was still gentle, like the gentle frolicking of lovers, passing through everyone. Mui paddled with all his might and asked He Yan, "Miss He, can we start the fire now?" "No." He Yan said, "The wind is not strong enough." The wind was not strong enough. Even if a fire was lit, the thousands of Utho warships could not immediately sink into the sea of fire. They had all sorts of ways to put out the fire immediately. The timing of the battle was very important. "What should we do now?" "They're about to catch up." Mui was anxious. He Yan looked back and said, "I'll hold them back." "You?" Mui was worried. "Can you do it alone?" "Let me." accompany you. No need. He Yan patted him on the shoulder. You take this ship and stay in your position with the other ships. If the Utho warships see our ship, they will most likely come to deal with us. You must protect the ship. She paused and said, protect yourselves. But before Mui could finish his words, He Yan had already stepped on the bow of the ship and swept towards Maka's ship. Miss He, why is he going alone? The deputy soldier was surprised. Xiaoju said, let's do it. Bang! The small boat collided with the large ship, causing it to tilt slightly. Maka's face was ashen. Why are you still here? He laughed sinisterly. You want to stop a chariot with just a few thousand people? Since you want to die so much, this general will send you on your way. He waved his sword and shouted to his people, warriors, let's fight. The two sides stood together. Although the Jiang City army was outnumbered, they were not afraid. He Yan and Xiaoju, who were in the lead, mingled with the people around Maka. He Yan had a whip with iron claws. When the iron claws were attached, they were very good at smashing ships, but they were also good at smashing people. When she waved her whip, a person would be knocked down. However, the whip was not a sword. When it pierced a person, it could not be retracted for a while. More and more Yuto rushed up, and they were already behind her. She kicked away a person in front of her, and a strong wind came from behind her. He Yan dodged to the side, and a sparkling sword blocked in front of her. Xiaoju's back was facing her, and the sword in her hand was dripping with blood. She pulled autumn wine out from the Yuto's chest and reminded softly, be careful. Commander, He Yan said, let's fight together. The two of them stood back to back, one holding a sword and the other holding a whip. They had their backs to each other, and at this moment, they trusted each other wholeheartedly. They had never fought together against an enemy before, but in the face of life and death, they had a wonderful tacit understanding. It was as if they understood each other, and their hearts were connected. They did not need to remind each other of their actions, and they naturally understood each other's intentions. For a moment, the Yuto could not get close to them. The deputy commander pushed away a Yuto, and when she turned around, she saw this scene. She thought for a moment, and only said, what is the background of this Miss He? She is so skilled. She did not rely on Xiaoju to save her, or Xiaoju to protect her. She was able to cooperate with Xiaoju at the same time. Not only did she not hinder Xiaoju, she even cooperated with her with ease. General, this woman is so powerful. The trusted aide said to Maka. Xiao Huijin was powerful because he was the commander of the right army of Dewei, General Feng Yun. He had never heard of this woman's name, and she did not look old. How could she be so powerful? Could it be that there were many talented people in Dewei's army, and Xiao Huijin was not the only one with such skills? For a moment, Maka regretted volunteering to come to Jiang. He saw that Jiang did not have many soldiers, and there was only one woman, Mu Hongjin, in charge. He thought that it would be easy to take down Jiang, and that was why he took the credit. Who knew that he would meet Xiaoju, and a troublesome woman? When these two people worked together, their skills were already outstanding. There was also the Jiang City Army. Just a few days ago, the spy reported that the Jiang City Army had not fought for many years, and their formations were old. They were no match for the Yuto. When they fought today, they realized that the Jiang City Army's morale was high, and their morale had not decreased. Even their formations were different from before. Although the Jiang City Army was reduced by more than half, it was unimaginable that the 150,000 Yudo soldiers could not take down the city immediately. Instead, they had suffered a lot. Increase the number of people. Charge. Maka gritted his teeth as he looked at the man and woman surrounded by the Yuto. I don't believe that they can defeat my 150,000 soldiers. The mast on the ship did not move, but the flag hanging on it started to sway. It was not a slight sway like before, but a movement that could be seen, like a bird spreading its wings. The wind is blowing. He Yan could not hide the excitement in his voice. Commander-in-Chief, the wind is really blowing. It was not a gentle breeze, but more like a cool breeze. Perhaps it would become a strong gale or a strong gale. Furthermore, it's the southeast wind. He Yan smiled until his eyes turned into crescents. He was especially happy. It's the southeast wind, Commander-in-Chief. Xiaoju glanced at him and said, we can lure them into the trap now. He Yan looked at him, and a smile flashed across his face. He jumped up and said, let's go. The two of them broke out of the encirclement and jumped onto a small boat of the Jiang City army as if they were exhausted. The Jiang City army on the boat paddled with all their might, as if they wanted to take them far away. Want to run? Maka sneered and waved his hand. Chase after them. We must take these two's heads today. At this juncture, the number of Jiang City army soldiers was decreasing. It was obvious that Xiao Huijin and the woman were outnumbered. Maka had doubts in his heart. Was Xiao Huijin the kind of person who would abandon his troops and run away? However, this doubt was quickly washed away by the joy of the imminent victory. No matter how brave and invincible they would not be able to turn the tables with so few people. The people of the Great Way liked to say the most, as long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Perhaps the two of them saw that the situation was not good, and wanted to escape first, hide their strength, bide their time, and then make a comeback. Maka was going to chase them to the end today. His trusted aide was still a little hesitant. General, don't chase a cornered enemy. Why don't we wipe out the remaining Jiang City army first? The right way is to go ashore and enter the city. What do you know? Maka said contemptuously. The Jiang City army is already in shambles. If we capture Xiao Huijin. Greed flashed in his eyes. The king will only reward me generously. This is a battle achievement that will go down in history. Everyone in the Wu Tua kingdom knew that he had led troops to attack the city. In the end, not only did he take down Jiang City, but even Xiao Huijin, who was feared by the world, died under his sword. Speaking of which, this life was worth bragging about. Moreover, he had suffered a lot at the hands of the woman who pretended to be Mu Hongjin. Maka was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, so he could not be reconciled. For a moment, he only hoped to kill them all. Chase. The small boats moved quickly in front of them. Under the vast and mighty canal, there were countless unremarkable submerged reefs. The merchant ships that passed by were already familiar with this and avoided them from a distance. However, these Yuto might not know. They might not know what kind of sharp weapons were hidden in the small boats that were scattered all over the place. General, do you see those small boats? The trusted aide asked Maka. Dozens of small boats appeared around the surface of the water. These small boats seemed to belong to the Jiang City army, but the people on them were not as large as the Jiang City armies. They were scattered at the ends of the boats. The faintly discernible distance seemed to be harboring evil intentions. The ominous premonition grew stronger and stronger. The trusted aide said, General, is this an ambush? Do you want us to? What ambush? If you're afraid, go back to your hometown as soon as possible. The Wu Tua army does not raise cowards. Maka kicked the person beside him away. You call it an ambush with just these few boats? Are you trying to make me laugh my head off? We have so many boats and so many people. This is not an ambush, it's a suicide mission. I think it's a good idea. Get ready. When they get closer, shoot the arrows. The trusted aide thought about it and felt that Maka's words made sense. These Jiang boats were like moths to a flame. Even if they rushed over from all directions, they did not seem to have any chance of winning. Yan's signal had already been sent out, and the other ships led by Mu Yi from before were all approaching this side. Yan turned to look at the Wu Tua army's boats behind him. They were getting closer and closer. At the same time, the wind was getting stronger. The flags on the boat fluttered in the wind, and the joy in her heart rippled out layer by layer. She could not suppress it. Should we? Yan asked. Xiaoju. Xiaoju's mouth twitched. Yes. The two of them ordered the Jiang City soldiers around them to stop paddling. Quickly enter the water. Plop, plop, plop. The sound of people falling into the water came one after another. The people on the Wu Tua army's boats were stunned. They only asked, why did they all jump into the water? Prepare the pitchforks. Even if they fall into the water, we can still fight, Maka said gloomily. They just thought that they had exhausted all their abilities and were at the end of the road. Yan smiled slightly. With one foot on the bow of the boat, he took out a flint. Tsk, a very soft sound came from her hand, but no one took it to heart. The girl's eyes were bright, and she smiled slyly. I'll give you a big gift. Take it. A spark streaked across the sky like a shooting star. The next moment, it landed on the boat. At the same time, the sound of Xianxia's soldiers falling into the water could be heard from all directions. The spark landed on the opened curtain and the dry firewood covered in oil. With a loud boom, a huge ball of fire exploded on the boat, almost illuminating the entire sky. The Wu Tua army's boats were quickly engulfed by the fire. The wind became stronger and blew the entire flame towards the Wu Tua army's boats. The commotion on the canal seemed to have spread to Jiang City. Lin Xuanhe walked out of the Chui residence's backyard. He looked into the distance and muttered to himself, "What's that sound?" Beside him, Zhongfu was also listening, but he could not answer his question. After a while, Zhongfu looked at Lin Xuanhe and asked, "Young Master Lin, are you really going to stay here?" He already knew Lin Xuanhe's true identity. The so-called elegant butler Lin really did not exist in this world. At least, he had never seen one in his life. This young man looked refined and refined. He heard that he was a doctor, but he was different from Xiao Ju and He Yan. He did not have any martial arts. Why would he stay here if he did not evacuate with the people? There are still so many sisters in this residence, Lin Xuanhe said with a smile. If I leave, who will protect them? Zhongfu was speechless for a moment. He spoke as if he was very powerful. Cui Zhongqi's wives are still in the residence. Even my sisters dared to stay, so how can I escape alone? I am a man, Lin Xuanhe waved his fan, his smile as confident as before. A man should protect the ladies. Second concubine looked through the window at Lin Xuanhe, who was talking to Zhongfu. She rested her chin on her hand and said, "This young Master Lin looks so weak, but I didn't expect him to be so manly at critical moments. If I were 10 years younger, so what?" Concubine Wei glared at her. "You still have the mood to think about these things at a time like this." "I was just saying it casually." "Sister, why are you so agitated?" Second concubine stretched lazily. "It's hard to say if we can live past today. Can't you just let me dream for a while?" Pay, fourth concubine said. "Second sister, don't jinx it. Laoi will definitely defeat those Yuto. Not only can we live past today, we can live past tomorrow, and we can live for a very, very long time. Didn't Laoi say that young Master Qiao Huanqing is actually Dewei's General Feng Yun? With General Feng Yun, we can win this battle no matter what. Don't worry." She spoke quickly and anxiously, as if she was very confident. However, it was unknown whether she was comforting others or convincing herself. Third concubine loved to cry. Tears had swirled in her eyes for a long time. When she heard this, she finally could not hold it in. She cried and said, "So what if he's General Feng Yun? How many years has it been since we've fought a war in the city? We don't have as many soldiers as commoners. He's not a god. I'm still so young. I don't want to die. Laoi hasn't doted on me for long. I'm so scared." "Don't cry." Concubine Wei shouted with a sullen face. She saw third concubine shrink back and still could not hold back her tears. Finally, she sighed and handed her a handkerchief. Her voice softened, "What are you afraid of? Although we're concubines, we're still people of the Middle Cavalry Manor. Without Laoi protecting us at the front, we'll be dragging him down by crying and wailing in the back. Even if we're concubines, women, we're still women of the Middle Cavalry Manor. We must have integrity and not fear death. If we win this battle and Laoi comes back alive, we'll celebrate. We'll prepare food and soup as a reward to reassure him. If we lose, Laoi won't be able to come back. We won't beg for our lives under the Yudo's hands. The rope is in our hands. Everyone will die. It's just a matter of sooner or later. For better or worse, we sisters are in the same place. Even if there's no way to survive, we can take care of each other on the road to the Yellow Springs." "What are you afraid of?" she said. Second concubine giggled. Tears seemed to flash in her eyes. She smiled and held third concubine's hand. She only said, "That's right. We sisters are in the same place. What's there to be afraid of? Third concubine sniffled and wiped away the tears on her face. She refused to speak. Fourth concubine looked out the window and muttered, "It's windy. It's windy." Mu Hongjin looked at the trees outside the window. At first, it was just a small breeze. Then, it grew stronger and stronger. It blew the willow tree branches in all directions, as if they would be uprooted in the next moment. A layer of shallow waves appeared in the pond. Inside and outside the Wang Fu, it was empty except for a few old people who had always been by her side. She had let those who could leave. As for the commoners who followed them out of the city, if they could leave, then they could. There was no reason for them to be buried here in vain. What was that sound just now? She asked the maid beside her. The maid shook her head. That's true. Mu Hongjin sighed. How would you know? That loud sound was hair-raising. It could be heard both inside and outside the city. It seemed to have come from the direction of the canal. The servants who had been sent to gather information had come twice. They both said that the Yuchua soldiers were currently fighting with the Jiang City army led by Xiaoju on the water. The Yuchua soldiers had not yet come ashore to enter the city, but more than half of the Jiang City army had been lost. The situation was unbalanced, and they were no match for the enemy. This battle had truly been difficult for Xiao Huijin. Mu Hongjin thought to herself. She somewhat hated her own incompetence. If only she knew how to mobilize troops and break through enemy lines, then she would not have to sit in this empty Wang Fu, futilely and powerlessly waiting for an end. If the city fell, she would be buried with it. If the city survived, she would continue to live. It seemed that this was all she could do right now. The wind blew in from outside the window and blew the mirror she had placed on the soft seat with a bang. It fell to the ground. Mu Hongjin was startled. She walked over and picked up the mirror. It had already fallen once, leaving a small crack on the mirror. This fall was even more vicious than last time. The crack covered the entire surface of the mirror. She had only just reached out to touch it when the mirror shattered. The shattered mirror fell onto the soft carpet. It was like a jewel falling into the sky, but also like a memory scattered in the depths of her heart. Her heart suddenly ached. She bent over, and for some reason, tears streamed down her cheeks. In the depths of the forest, the white-clothed swordsman was surrounded by several dozen Yuto. Blood dripped from a long sword in his hand. His white robes had long been stained red with blood. It was impossible to tell if it was his or someone else's blood. Go! The Yuto around him surged in wave after wave. This person's swordsmanship was superb. He was able to take on 10 of them by himself, and he had yet to fall. However, he had also suffered many injuries. His arm had been slashed by the Wutua saber, leaving a long scar on his arm. His leg was also bleeding, but his posture remained light and graceful, like the clouds and mist on Chiyun Mountain, elusive and elusive. At the same time, he was like an immortal descending from the 9th heaven to experience a tribulation. He was always calm and always smiled. He made the massacre around him look like an immortal. He was like the heroic young swordsman in the stories of the past. With a sword and a zither, the sky was high and the land was wide. However, heroes also had times when they were defeated. Lu Buwang's eyes gradually began to blur, and his vision became blurry. He had spent a lot of energy setting up the formation just now, and it had affected his old illness. At this moment, he was just an arrow at the end of its flight. However, the longer he could hold on, the more peaceful Jiang City would be. The wind had gradually picked up. The smile on his lips grew brighter and brighter, as if he had listened to a girl in a red dress teasing him many years ago. He pretended to be bored, but he would turn his back and secretly smile without realizing it. A blade slashed at his face. Lu Buwang jumped to avoid it. As he moved, something flew out of his arms. He subconsciously reached out to grab it and held it in his palm. It was a silver bracelet. There was a circle of small wild daisies engraved on the edge of the bracelet. Because of the passage of time, the not-so-delicate edges had been worn down. It still had the body temperature of a person and was slightly hot. Someone once said to him, "This is called a happy bracelet. Give it to your sweetheart and wear it for the rest of your life." The 17-year-old Mu Hongjin begged him, "Young hero Liu, quickly give me one." However, he replied coldly, "She's not my sweetheart." However, when he went back to the mountain with Yushu and met the old woman again at the foot of Qiyun Mountain, he took out money to buy that bracelet. At that time, Lu Buwang didn't understand why he did this. He tried to convince himself that he was afraid that Mu Hongjin would be bored waiting in the inn alone. When she came back, she would definitely put on an act. So, this bracelet was a gift to shut her up. Unfortunately, he wouldn't have a chance to give it to her for many years in the future. Perhaps there had been a moment, or perhaps there had been many moments, when he really wanted to be with that beautiful and bright girl for the rest of his life. Poof, a long saber stabbed him from behind, and the tip of the saber pierced through his chest, as if it wanted to cut open his heart and let him see clearly who his sweetheart was. The Wutuo behind him laughed heartily and said, "This head is mine. No one can snatch the military merit from me." There was a noisy roar of laughter around. Lu Buwang fell down. When he fell down, he was still holding the happy bracelet tightly in his hand. The wind was like a girl's hand, gently stroking his eyebrows. He lay on his back and no longer had the strength to stand up. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to many years ago when he went down the mountain for the first time. At that time, when he was riding a horse with a sword, he was also very heroic. His senior brother laughed and teased him, "Women at the foot of the mountain are tigers. Don't be confused by the world of mortals." He curled his lips and didn't take it seriously. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a girl in a red dress with a long braid sitting under a tree, and peach blossoms were falling like rain. The canal was engulfed in a sea of fire and smoke. Yuto's screams, panicked cries, and Maka's orders were mixed together. In the end, they were all silenced by the crackling sound of wood being torn apart by the fire. This east wind came late, but it was strong. As if knowing that they were late, they desperately refused to stop. Thousands of Yuto soldiers' boats were connected by iron hooks. The fire came quickly, and before they could escape, they were all engulfed in the sea of fire in the blink of an eye. It was rare for a smart Yuto to be slightly further away. They used all their strength to cut off the hooks, but the smoke was thick and they couldn't tell the direction. There were submerged reefs everywhere. If they accidentally bumped into one, the boat would capsize. At this time, the small boats of Jiang City's army showed their advantage. The small boats were agile and connected to the water. Even if they couldn't tell the direction, they were still Jiang people. Everyone knew the water and left easily. Even if they were affected by the fire, Jiang people knew how to swim. They dived into the water early and swam to the shore. Most of them were unharmed. The Yuto soldiers were not so lucky. Not many of them could escape from this fire attack. Even if they did, their morale was in chaos. They were probably defeated before the battle even started. Under the water, He Yan and Xiao Ju swam to the shore. The moment the fire was lit, Xiao Ju had already grabbed her and jumped into the water. The spring water was still cold. He Yan knew how to swim, but when the water reached her eyes and nose, her body unconsciously stiffened. It was as if she had returned to the Su family and was drowned in the pond by He Wanru's people. Because of this, the sky above the water was getting farther and farther away from her. She was forever left underwater, unable to see the light. In the beginning, he could still barely hold on, but after a period of time, it became more and more difficult for him to force it. His body's discomfort was always quickly dealt with, but the fear in his heart, the shadow left behind by a certain incident, was not something that could be easily forgotten. She gradually fell behind Xiao Ju. Xiao Ju, who was in front, seemed to have sensed something. Seeing He Yan fall behind him with a rarely seen pained expression, she couldn't help but be slightly startled. He Yan had never mentioned in front of Xiao Ju whether he could swim or not, but he definitely could. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now when he jumped off the boat. But now, it seemed that he was afraid of water. This was also possible. For example, people who had been burned by fire in the past would later avoid fire when they saw it. A man who fell from a horse and got injured would never get back on a horse again, even if he was an expert horseman. He Yan should be able to swim, but he was afraid of water, probably like those people. Just as he thought of this, he saw He Yan's eyes close and his expression change. Xiao Ju frowned. She didn't even change her breathing? If this continued, she would suffocate to death. He turned back to Yan's side and pressed Yan's shoulder, trying to wake Yan up. However, Yan seemed to have lost most of her senses and did not respond to his actions. She looked pained. Perhaps she was thinking of some bad memories. Even under the water, he could vaguely see that she was nervous. Xiaoju looked up. There was still some distance to the shore. If this continued, she would die. The girl's face was very close to him. She was underwater, her long hair had already scattered and the dirt on her face had been washed away. Her facial features were as clear and fragile as glass, as if they were about to disappear underwater. Xiaoju made up his mind. He took a deep breath, pressed down on her shoulder, and leaned over to kiss her. Yan felt as if someone was supporting her. She opened her eyes in a daze and seemed to see a handsome young man's face right in front of her. She felt as if someone was supporting her. She opened her eyes in a daze and seemed to see the young man's handsome face right in front of her. Was it a dream? Yan thought to herself. Why did she have a wet dream at a time of life and death? The subject of this wet dream was extremely handsome, but the location was unexpectedly in the water. It was quite regrettable. She couldn't remember anything else. A chill slowly spread from her face. Yan coughed and spat out a mouthful of water. She suddenly sat up. Beside her was Mui. Seeing that she had woken up, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Miss He, you're finally awake." They were on the shore. On the surface of the canal in the distance, there was still smoke billowing and a sea of fire. She still remembered that she and Xiaoju had jumped into the water. When she looked back, there was no trace of Xiaoju beside her. She asked, "Where's the commander-in-chief? Why am I here?" "As soon as I reached the shore, I saw the commander-in-chief carrying you out. Miss He, you looked like you had fainted. The commander-in-chief asked me to take care of you and left." Mui scratched his head. "There are many Yuto on the shore. There aren't enough soldiers in Jiang City. Miss He, you rest here. I'll go and help first." "No need." Yan casually pulled out a piece of cloth from the hem of her inner clothes, tied up her long hair that had spread out in the water, and stood up. "I'll go with you." At the mouth of the gourd, there was also a fierce battle at the moment. Previously, Lu Buwang used a formation to trap a group of Yuto. After the Yuto broke the formation, they fought fiercely with Lu Buwang. In the end, their morale was damaged and they were greedy for merit. When they reached the mouth of the gourd, they were all impetuous and didn't notice the hidden danger at all. Cui Yueji's archers who were lying in ambush in the dark shot arrows and caught the Yuto off guard. At this moment, there were not many Yuto left, and they were fighting with the 5,000 soldiers of Jiang City arranged by Cui Yueji. I wonder what the situation on the river is like. Cui Yueji was thinking in his heart when he suddenly saw someone come over and say loudly, "Sir, the east wind is rising. Military Governor Xiao has already attacked the Yuto ships with fire. The Yuto is now in a mess and has been defeated." "Really?" Cui Yueji was overjoyed. God bless Jiang. On the other side, when the Yuto heard this, he was immediately in a mess. While instructing the soldiers around him not to believe the enemy's trick to disturb the morale of the army, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. They were originally arranged to go ashore first, and the army would arrive later. However, as soon as they went ashore, they encountered the white-clothed swordsmen. They were entangled for a long time just by walking out of the formation. It had been so long, and the army should have arrived a long time ago. Why was there no movement now? Their morale was boosted at the first spurt, then weakened at the second, and exhausted at the third. Cui Yueji's side became braver as they fought, and the Yuto soldiers retreated in defeat. "Boys!" Cui Yueji shouted, "Fight with me." On the bank of the canal, the Yuto soldiers who had escaped from the sea of fire were fighting fiercely with the soldiers of Jiang City. When Yan rushed over, the sound of swords clashing could be heard all around. Cui Yueji wasn't here. The several dozen people who had set the ship on fire with Yan had spontaneously followed Yan's lead. The Yuto soldiers no longer have the advantage in numbers. "At least, the difference isn't too great now," Yan said. The fire had buried most of the Yuto. Although there were still more Yuto soldiers left than Jiang City, the difference wasn't too great. Besides, their morale is definitely low right now. We can use this opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. He Yan tightened his grip on the whip in his hand. Go. On the edge of the ship, she immediately saw Xiaoju surrounded by Yuto. These were Maka's trusted aides. It seemed that Maka hadn't been able to escape when the fire had been set. When the remaining aides saw that their master was gone, they knew that they would die if they returned. Thus, they all turned their attention to Xiaoju. They wanted to drag her down with them. If they could kill Xiaoju, they might be able to make up for their mistakes. The Yuto were packed densely together, taking turns to attack Xiaoju. He Yan rushed into the crowd with his whip, knocking down a person with each strike. He then kicked away the person in front of him and retreated to Xiaoju's side. Xiaoju was slightly surprised. Why are you here? Of course I'm here, He Yan said. We agreed to advance and retreat together. I'm still hoping that if I succeed this time, the commander-in-chief will report me to the imperial court and give me an official position or something. Xiaoju sneered. In your dreams. He Yan slowly held his whip horizontally in front of him. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't even dream in my dreams? He rushed into the crowd. This group of Yuto was extremely cunning and cruel. They only attacked Xiaoju and He Yan with all their might. It was as if they had gone crazy and wanted to fight to the death. The remaining soldiers of Jiang City and the rest of the Yuto were mixed together. They couldn't get close at all. He Yan was slightly annoyed. The number of soldiers of Jiang City was too small. Moreover, these Yuto were no longer fighting a war. They were just gathering to kill Xiaoju and her. I have to get rid of their leader first. She thought to herself. While she was thinking, she saw that the group of Yuto suddenly increased the intensity of their attacks. Logically speaking, since they were killing people and she had caused them to suffer such a great loss, they shouldn't ignore her. However, their momentum was directed at Xiaoju alone. What were they trying to do? He Yan became vigilant. He subconsciously retreated and wanted to warn Xiaoju. However, just as he turned around, he heard a boom. The small boat of Jiang City's soldiers that was docked, together with Xiaoju and the Yuto, exploded with a loud sound, just like the fire boat in the middle of the river just now. He Yan was also blown to the shore by the explosion. She immediately got up and looked into the distance. Her mind buzzed and she shouted, Xiaoju. The fragments of the boat were everywhere, and the water was violently churning from the explosion. Someone came to pull her hand and pulled her back. It was Mui. Mui said, this is a firearm. I've heard that some of the Yuto's craftsmen know how to make firearms, but it's extremely rare. I didn't expect them to bring one with them today. They must be targeting military Governor Xiao. He Yan had also heard of firearms before. However, it was very difficult to make firearms and it cost a lot of money. Even if they could make 10 of them, they might not be able to use them. The Fuyue army had limited funds back then, so they gave up in the end. The Yuto probably didn't have many firearms, otherwise, they could have thrown dozens of them at the beginning. Presumably, seeing that Maka was no longer here, he followed the idea of both sides suffering losses, and dragged Xiaoju down with him. Damn it. She gritted her teeth and turned around to run in the direction of the explosion. Miss He. Mui pulled her back and said anxiously, there are still fragments of firearms around. It's very likely that there will be another explosion. It's very dangerous for you to go now. He Yan shook off his hand. Mui wanted to persuade her again, but when he saw her expression, he suddenly paused and let go of her. He Yan turned around and ran into the water. There were more and more Yuto around them, blocking in front of He Yan. She simply swung her whip and sneered. She jumped up and snatched the long swords from 2 Yuto's hands. With 2 swords in hand, she didn't hesitate at all. As she pulled out her swords, the enemy fell down. Her hands and feet were tied. She couldn't use her sword to save herself from exposing herself, but at least she could use her swords. But what was the use of this? If only she could be a little earlier, a little earlier. He Yan's heart suddenly choked with sobs. There was nothing on the surface of the water, only fragments of the floating ship. Xiaoju's figure was nowhere to be seen. That person, the person who pulled her out of a desperate situation, the person who remembered her birthday, made her longevity noodles, took her to see fireflies, the person who laughed at her and indulged her in the spring. How could she disappear here? She had to get to the surface of the water quickly and find Xiaoju quickly. Lin Shuanghe was still in Jiang. If she could find him quickly, there might still be hope. There weren't many people in this world who were good to her. The one who was the best to her must not die. The Yuto was too much of a hindrance. He Yan's eyes were cold and sharp. The long swords in her hands danced, dazzling the onlookers. Her footsteps didn't stop. She just desperately rushed to the place where the explosion occurred. Mui looked at the girl's figure and only felt that there was nothing in the world that could stop her. Her hands were as agile as an eagle's and as sharp as a knife. He didn't know that women could be like this. The Yuto pounced forward, but He Yan waved them away. Just like this, she pressed forward, the corpses of the Yuto soldiers behind her. Finally, she reached the surface of the water. "Xiaoju," she shouted. No one answered. "Xiaoju," He Yan bent down and tried to fish something out of the water. But when she raised her hand, only water flowed through the gaps between her fingers. There was nothing left. It was empty. She was a little confused, so confused that she couldn't tell what the uncontrollable sadness in her heart was. This feeling was like the day she suddenly became blind. It was like the day she was pressed into the water by He Wanru's people. She was about to lose something very important. It was so sad. "Xiaoju," she muttered. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind her. "What are you shouting for?" She suddenly turned around and saw a young man in black armor striding over. There seemed to be a hint of mockery in his cold eyes. From the shore to the shallow water, there were Yuto bodies that she had just killed in anger. The corpses fell to the side. It was clear that the knife technique was exquisite and cruel. They were all killed with one strike. The young man raised his eyebrows. His gaze fell on the long knife in her hand that was dripping with blood. After a moment, he looked at her with a faint smile. "So fierce?" The next moment, the girl suddenly rushed over and threw herself into his arms. Her hands tightly wrapped around his waist, and she buried her face in his chest. The Jiang city soldiers behind them on the shore were stunned. Xiaoju's body stiffened. Her eyes were slightly annoyed. The next moment, he closed his mouth because he felt the body in his arms trembling violently. She had jumped into the water earlier and almost suffocated herself in the water. Her inner clothes were already soaked, and the heavy armor on her body looked exceptionally cold. It made her seem especially fragile. Xiaoju tried to endure it, but in the end, he couldn't help but pull her face out of his arms. "What are you doing?" "I'm not dead yet," he sneered. He Yan stared at him in a daze. This person was standing in front of her, alive and well. He was alive and well. He was right in front of her. Tears suddenly fell from her eyes. The girl's tears were like fragile dewdrops as they rolled down her cheeks. For a moment, they seemed to be scalding. Thinking about it carefully, this was the first time Xiaoju had seen He Yan cry. He was startled and thought to himself, in the end, she's still a girl. No matter how powerful she is normally, it's still a bit scary to see her flesh and blood splatter on the battlefield for the first time. But, the last time she fought with Rita Musi, her reaction wasn't as intense as this. After thinking about it, Xiaoju finally frowned. He softened his voice and comforted her, "It's okay now. Don't cry." He looked around and saw that the Yuchua soldiers were only left with remnants of their last struggle. Cui Yueji's men had already arrived, so the rest were nothing to be afraid of. "Commander-in-Chief." Slave Fei rushed over and looked at He Yan. He was also stunned for a moment. "How long are you going to stand here and cry?" Xiaoju felt a headache coming on. He Yan quickly wiped away her tears. She knew that she had lost her composure. Even though the situation was already decided, this wasn't the time to be sad. She turned around and said, "Sand got into my eyes just now. It's okay now. Let's wrap it up." Her voice still sounded like she was crying. This excuse was so lame that it felt perfunctory. Xiaoju couldn't be bothered to expose her. When she turned around and walked back with her sword, he suddenly grabbed He Yan's arm. What's wrong? He Yan looked back in confusion. Xiaoju didn't say anything and only looked behind her. He Yan followed his gaze and saw a few drops of blood slowly flowing down from her waist into the river, leaving only a trail of blood. She was stunned and reached out to touch her back. The pain that had been dull for a long time seemed to have returned. She had probably charged into the Yuchuo soldiers in anger and only attacked without defending. The Yuto had taken advantage of the opening and injured her. Later, she had been in a hurry to find Xiaoju and didn't realize that she had been injured. The armor was heavy, so it wasn't obvious that she was injured. If not for the blood dripping down, it would have been hard to notice. He Yan felt the pain, but it wasn't unbearable. It wasn't like he hadn't suffered injuries more painful than this in the past, so he didn't feel anything. Instead, he adjusted his armor and said indifferently, "I might have been cut. I'll go back and bandage it." "Go back to Lin Shuanghe now," Xiaoju said. "We don't need you here." Yuto's momentum was gone, and Maka was dead. Thousands of ships were burning on the river, and Cui Yuezhi and the remaining soldiers of Jiang City were more than enough to deal with the remaining soldiers. However, He Yan didn't have the habit of letting his subordinates work while he himself rested, so he said, "No need. It's just some minor injuries." Xiaoju frowned and looked at her coldly. "There's really no need." He Yan tried to break free of his hand, but Xiaoju was too strong and couldn't break free. The young man in the dark armor looked down at her. His posture was tall, and his cold eyes seemed to contain knives. However, his tone was light. "You don't know pain? You don't feel pain, so you don't know how to shout in pain?" He Yan sensed that he seemed to be angry. She instinctively replied, "It doesn't hurt." A hint of disdain flashed through the young man's eyes. He looked calmly at her and said, "Do you not feel pain, or do you not dare to feel pain? Do you think it's not necessary, or do you not need it?" After saying this, he released his hand and turned to leave. He didn't look back at He Yan. What kind of temper is this? He Yan stood in place, and after a while, he muttered in a low voice, "No one has taught me, and no one has coaxed me." She followed him. The war ended much earlier than expected. It took 2 days for the Yuto ships to enter the canal, for the wind and fire to attack, and for the remaining soldiers to be cleaned up. It didn't even take 3 days. Of course, the bravery of Jiang City's soldiers and the ingenuity of Xiaoju's command and formation played a part in this. However, the most important factor was the east wind. If the wind had blown a little later or a little shorter, the result wouldn't have been like this. The fire from the east wind didn't stop and buried thousands of Yuto's ships in the canal outside Jiang City. Countless citizens of Jiang City knelt down and kowtowed in the direction of the canal. Tears flowed down their faces. "Thank you, Water Goddess, for your protection. Thank you, General Feng Yun, for commanding the troops like a god. Thank you, God, for protecting Jiang. God, for protecting Dewei." The morning glow dyed the surface of the river and dyed the blood-soaked river a golden red. It was unknown whether it was the blood of the martyrs or the morning glow. It was so magnificent that it was shocking. The remaining Jiang City's soldiers on the shore took off their armor and sat on the ground. They stared blankly in the direction of the sunrise. Their blood-stained faces were filled with relief. Jiang City was defended. In the Chui residence, He Yan sat on the couch and watched Lin Shuanghe brew medicine for her. "Brother Lin, leave this to Cui Jiao," He Yan said. "There's no need to trouble you." Lin Shuanghe sat by the stove and fanned himself. "What does this little girl know? My medicine can't be brewed by ordinary people. I have to do it myself. I say, little sister you too. Don't you know that there's such a big wound on your body? No wonder why Jean is so angry. If you die here, people will blame themselves. It's not a big wound." He Yan felt that this person was exaggerating. "It's only the length of a palm. It didn't hurt any vital parts." In a real battle, this was considered a minor injury. There was once when she was hit by an arrow in her shoulder. She had to continue fighting, but the doctors around her couldn't take care of her. She could only pull out the arrow with her bare hands and continue fighting with the arrow embedded in her skin. Later, when the military doctor came to see her, He Yan's entire sleeve was dyed red with blood. The wound was stuck to the cloth and could not be pulled apart. As long as she could still walk and fight, it was considered a minor injury as long as it did not harm her life. Little sister, when will you remember that you're a girl? When I was treating other young ladies in Shuo capital, they would sometimes kill themselves just because of a birthmark the size of a fingernail. If you send this wound over, people will be able to see it. He lifted the lid of the medicine pot to take a look. The medicine was boiling in the pot and bubbling. Lin Shuanghe put the lid down again. He held the pot with a handkerchief and placed it on the table beside him. Let's not talk about whether your life is in danger or whether you can endure pain. But don't you like to be beautiful? He took a clean medicine bowl from the side and poured the medicine in the pot into it. Aren't you afraid that your future husband will dislike you? Don't blame me for saying this, but it's normal for a girl to pay attention to this. He Yan leaned against the couch and looked at his actions. She smiled and said, I don't plan on getting married. Why? Lin Shuanghe paused and looked at her. You're young and not bad. Your personality can be considered straightforward and cute. Since you don't have any difficult illnesses, why don't you plan on getting married? Getting married is boring. He Yan sighed. It's just a house. Walking around in the same place, it's just the same place. It's better to live in the military camp. Your way of thinking is quite strange. Lin Shuanghe put the medicine aside to dry. When you meet someone you like in the future, you won't think this way. Even if I meet someone I like, I still won't get married, He Yan said. Lin Shuanghe narrowed his eyes. Younger sister don't tell me you already have someone you like. No. Although she answered straightforwardly, Lin Shuanghe suddenly felt suspicious. He Yan was perfectly fine, so why would she say such depressing words? Based on his many years of experience with women, for a girl to say something like I don't want to get married at such a young age, it was most likely that she had been hurt by love. He Yan had always been in the Liang province guards, practicing with swords and rods all day long. Where did this hurt from love come from? His heart trembled. Could it be that she had really fallen in love with Chu Xilan? And because of Chu Xilan's identity and his relationship with Su Pingting, she knew that she couldn't marry Chu Xilan. Was that why her heart was like dead ashes? But if that was the case, what about Xiao Ju? For a moment, Lin Shuanghe felt that all kinds of situations were very serious. Seeing him in a daze, He Yan asked again, Brother Lin, have you seen my master? From the beginning of the war to the end of the war, when everyone began to clean up the mess, He Yan didn't see Lu Buwang. Lin Shuanghe said, that morning, Master Lu left with Cui Zhongqi. Cui Zhongqi was busy taking care of the wounded soldiers and hadn't come back yet. Master Lu should be with him. He Yan nodded, but he felt a little uneasy. Lin Shuanghe walked to He Yan again, took out a round box from his sleeve, and put it beside He Yan's pillow. This is our family's secret scar removal ointment. Use it on your body. I don't dare to say that you'll recover completely, but it's still possible to recover most of your scars. He Yan's body had already been bandaged by a female doctor in Jiang City. At this moment, he picked it up and looked at it. He saw that the words scar removal and muscle growth were written on the round box, which looked particularly familiar. Thinking back carefully, he remembered that when he went to Liangzhou City with Xiao Ju, he was injured in a fight with Ding Yi at night. Later, when he returned to the Liangzhou City guards, Shenmu Xue also put such a box on the medicine tray when he brought her medicine. At that time, He Yan used it, and it really had an excellent scar removal effect. His scars were now very light. At that time, she was very grateful to Shenmu Xue for being so careful and praised the magic of the ointment. Unfortunately, the box was very small, and there wasn't much medicine, so it was gone after she used it. Is this your family's secret ointment? He Yan asked. Lin Shuanghe was a little proud. To be precise, it's my secret ointment. Is it very expensive? Little sister how can you use money to measure the value of medicine? I'm not selling this medicine. If I really did sell it, the people in Shuojing City would be able to live comfortably for several lifetimes with this medicine. Money is like floating clouds to me. I specially made this medicine for Huijin. He gets injured easily every day, and when Xiao Ruby sees him later, her heart will ache. If I add some scar removal ointment, Xiao Ruby won't be able to tell, and she'll feel better. so that her big brother won't worry? He Yan thought to himself, Xiaoju is quite cautious. But she clearly remembered that Shen Muxue was the one who gave it to her. He Yan asked Lin Xuanhe, have you never made this medicine for other people? Like other girls? What do you mean? Lin Xuanhe said curiously, if this medicine really gets out, not only me, but even my father and grandfather will be annoyed to death. I won't tell anyone else. I only made it for Huijin. I didn't make much, only a few boxes. I only gave you one box because you and I are close. Don't tell anyone else. This medicine is hard to make, and I still want to live for a few more years. He Yan. Okay. Then take your time to drink the medicine. Rest after you've finished. Lin Xuanhe waved his fan in satisfaction. I'll go out and ask if there's anything else I can help with. Lin Xuanhe left, and He Yan looked at the medicine box in her hand. The medicine box was exquisite, and she held it in her palm. Xiaoju gave it to her, the wounded soldiers were all settled down, and the dead soldiers were all recorded in a book. There weren't many soldiers in Jiang City to begin with, and after this battle, there weren't many left. Cui Yuezhi led the soldiers behind him to clean up the battlefield. He also had many injuries on his body. His face was covered in blood, and there was a wound on his head that was wrapped up with a white cloth. When he saw Xiaoju coming from afar, Cui Yuezhi hurriedly went to greet him. Military Governor Xiao. Xiaoju was much younger than him, but he didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. If not for Xiaoju, Jiang City would not have been able to defend itself against the 150,000 Yuchua soldiers. Luck played a part in their narrow victory, but more importantly, it was because of this lucky general. In He Yan's words, he was a famous general. He didn't lose when he shouldn't have, and he could win when he couldn't. No matter how bad the chess game was, he could turn defeat into victory. Of course, Miss He was also very powerful. However, he heard that she was injured and was sent back to her residence to rest. The battlefield has already been cleaned up, Cui Yuezhi said. Once the Yuchua soldiers have finished counting their casualties, we can return to the prince's residence and report the situation to His Highness. His Highness will write a report about this battle and report it to the imperial court. None of the people in Jiang City dare to forget the life-saving grace of the commander-in-chief. Xiaoju walked forward. No need to thank them. Thank them. Cui Yuezhi was a little emotional. Probably because they had fought side by side before, he also felt a bit of genuine affection for Xiaoju. Just as he was about to speak, someone suddenly came over. It was Cui Yuezhi's subordinate. Cui Yuezhi's subordinate glanced at Xiaoju with a hesitant expression. What's the matter? Cui Yuezhi asked. Sir, we found Mr. Liu. Lu Buwang hadn't been with them since the start of the battle. Cui Yuezhi was worried. Hearing this, he asked anxiously, where is he? On the forest bank in front of the mouth of the calabash. The subordinate said, Mr. Liu. Cui Yuezhi's heart gradually sank. He looked at Xiaoju. Xiaoju lowered his eyes. After a while, he said calmly, lead the way. Lu Buwang died in the center of the tactical deployment. He died very miserably. His body was covered with wounds. The most fatal wound was a knife wound on his chest, which ran through his heart from the back to the front. Before he died, the corners of his mouth were still curled up, without any resentment. He was very calm as if he had seen something very beautiful. In addition, there were many Yudo who had died under his sword around him. There were also corpses in the depths of the dense forest. Cui Yuezhi looked at them for a long time and asked hesitantly, is it Chiman Dunjia? Xiaoju said, yes. Cui Yuezhi was in awe. Nowadays, there were not many people who knew Chiman Dunjia. Lu Buwang set up the tactical deployment here and killed many Yudo, which bought them a lot of time. If it weren't for Lu Buwang, those Yudo would have entered the city and started a killing spree. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Lu Buwang didn't tell anyone that he had been blocking in front for so long that no one knew that he had died. His sword fell beside him, his zither was smashed into pieces, and his white clothes were stained with blood. Cui Yuezhi looked at Xiaoju worriedly. He only knew that Lu Buwang was Xiaoju's master. Now that Lu Buwang was dead, Xiaoju must be very sad. Xiaoju squatted down and slowly tidied up Lu Buwang's clothes, which had been messed up by the Yuto. Then she took out a handkerchief from her arms and wiped the blood off his face. After doing all this, she looked at Lu Buwang's face and said in a low voice, "Take him back." He Yan stayed in the Cui mansion until the evening. Cui Yuezhi's 4 concubines took turns to visit her and brought her all kinds of food. Even though He Yan liked sweets, she couldn't eat so many sweets. After she finally sent the concubines away, someone came to report, "Master is back. The commander-in-chief is back." He Yan was refreshed. She got out of bed, put on her shoes, and walked out. Cui Yuezhi and Xiaoju were back. Maybe Lu Buwang was back too. As soon as Cui Yuezhi walked to the door, she was surrounded by the 4 concubines, especially the 3rd concubine. She hugged Cui Yuezhi and cried her heart out. She was really good at crying. He Yan was thinking in his heart when he saw a person walking past Cui Yuezhi and coming towards him. It was Xiaoju. She hadn't had time to take off her armor and was travel-worn. He Yan didn't feel disgusted. He thought in his heart, sure enough, a person with extraordinary appearance can't hide her beauty even if she is covered in dust. Xiaoju walked up to her and frowned slightly. "Who let you come out?" "It's not a big deal." He Yan clapped her hands. "Even Brother Lin thinks that you are making a fuss over a minor issue. By the way, Commander-in-Chief, have you seen my master? I asked around, but no one has seen him. At this time, he should be back." Hearing this, Xiaoju's eyes moved and fell on her face. A trace of pity flashed through those cold black eyes. It was like a silent sigh that fell on people's hearts. He Yan's smile slowly disappeared. She asked, "Is something wrong?" Xiaoju said, "Go and see him." He Yan's entire body froze. Lu Buwang was sleeping on the couch in the room. His clothes had been changed. Except for his pale face, he looked like he was asleep. It was as if as long as she called him, he would sit up, look at her with a smile, and call her, he. He Yan's eyes suddenly turned red. She almost couldn't stand steadily. She walked to Lu Buwang's side and held his hand. His hand was very cold, not as warm as when he pulled her up from the pile of corpses. He used to be a light sleeper and would wake up as long as there was a slight movement. Now she called him master here, but he was unmoved. He Yan's hand touched his shoulder. After a pause, she gently pulled down Lu Buwang's clothes. His clothes had been changed, so it was obvious that he was injured. But He Yan didn't expect that there would be so many wounds. Those Yuto suffered a big loss in Lu Buwang's hands, so they naturally wanted to pay him back 100 times. When Lu Buwang's physical strength was exhausted, he rushed to make another cut on the spoils of war. His body was broken into pieces. However, his expression was so calm, as if he had just fallen asleep under the flower tree and had a beautiful dream. He Yan's gaze fell on Lu Buwang's hand, which was clenched into a fist very tightly. He Yan was silent for a moment. Then she used a little strength to pry open his fingers and saw what he was hiding in his palm. It was a silver bracelet. It looked very rough and seemed to be an old thing from many years ago. It was probably played with and treasured every day. Some carvings had been smoothed out and were not very obvious. But she could still see a small wild daisy carved on the edge of the bracelet. This was what Lu Buwang wanted to protect at the end of his life. He had no children and only took her as his disciple. At the end of his life, except for a zither, a sword, and this silver bracelet, he left nothing. Empty and vast, clean and tidy. He Yan's throat was choked with sobs and she couldn't speak. They had reunited after a long time, but they were going to be separated forever before they could say a few words. She desperately held back her tears, and a handkerchief was placed in front of her. "If you want to cry, just cry," Xiaoju said. "I'll be outside. No one will come in." His voice was very soft and light, with a little imperceptible comfort. Before He Yan could speak, he turned and went out. The door was closed behind him. A girl's cry came from behind the door. At first, it was a suppressed sob. Then, as if she couldn't suppress it, the cry became louder and louder. In the end, she wailed like a child who couldn't get candy. The crying reached the ears of Concubine Wei in the next room. She stood up and twisted her handkerchief uneasily. "Should I go and take a look?" don't. Second concubine shook her head and looked out of the window. The young man stood in front of the door with his hands behind his back, like a guardian guarding the fragile precious thing. You and I can't comfort her at such a sad time. Let them solve it themselves. The wailing in the room stopped at some point. After a long time, the door opened with a creak, and someone walked out from inside. Xiaoju looked sideways. The girl's tears had been wiped clean. Except for her red eyes, there was nothing wrong with her. Her expression was calm and even a little deliberately relaxed. Commander-in-Chief, thank you for guarding the door for me, she said. Xiao Ju frowned and looked at her. He Yan looked back. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? It's ugly. What? You look ugly when you lie. His black eyes were glittering, and his words were as cold as ice. With a kind of insight, he said in a deep voice, I've said it before. You can cry when you want to cry, and you can smile when you don't want to. It's better than your pretentious look now. It's extremely ugly. His words were really not pleasant to hear. He Yan was stunned for a moment, and then she smiled. She said, I'm not pretending. It's just, that's all I can do. Lu Buwang was dead. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. She could be sad for Lu Buwang's death, but she had to look forward. People couldn't tell everyone their pain and sadness. This would only make people hate them. Some painful things should be kept in the heart. If she always cried to others, over time, others would hate her, and she wouldn't be able to get over it. She used the experience of 2 lifetimes to tell herself that no matter how difficult things were, they would pass. But, do you know? She sighed. There are not many people in this world who are good to me. I can count them with one hand. Now, there is one less. Lu Buwang's body had just been brought back, and they hadn't had time to discuss the burial yet. Someone came to inform Xiaoju that the people sent by Her Highness had found Xianxia. Xiaoju immediately rushed to the mansion with Lin Shuanghe. When they arrived at the hall of the mansion, Mu Hongjin was talking to her subordinates. When she saw Xiaoju, she shook her head slightly and said, He's dying. When the two entered the room, they saw a person lying on the couch. This person had been shot in the heart by an arrow, and blood kept flowing out. A person who looked like a doctor was pressing the wound for him. Lin Shuanghe asked the person to leave. He sat on the edge of the couch, felt his pulse, and shook his head at Xiaoju. There's no hope. He was just a doctor after all. Fighting for his life with the King of Hell also depended on luck. It was impossible to save him with such injuries. Lin Shuanghe took out a medicine bottle from his bosom, poured out a pill from it, and fed it to Xianxia. Not long after, the person on the couch struggled to open his eyes. Lin Shuanghe got up. There's not much time. If you have any questions, ask them as soon as possible. He patted Xiaoju's shoulder and went out. Xianxia raised his head in a daze. When he saw Xiaoju's face, his dim eyes suddenly lit up. He gasped. Second young master? Xiaoju stared at him indifferently. Second young master. Xianxia was a little excited, but as soon as he spoke, he spat out a big mouthful of blood. He asked, Why are you here? I'm here to find you. Xiaoju sat down on the chair in front of the couch and said calmly, It's been 5 years. Now I should know what happened in the Battle of Mingshui. Xianxia was stunned and didn't speak for a long time. Xiaoju actually often saw Xianxia when he was young. Xianxia was Xiao Zhongwu's assistant soldier. His martial arts skills were not the best, but his temperament was the most loyal and honest. He was like a black bear, and his build was similar to Shen Han's. When he was young, Xianxia would occasionally work for Xiao Zhongwu in the Fu. When he saw Xiaoju, he would always smile and call him second young master. However, the Xianxia lying on the bed right now was completely different from the Xiaoju in his memory. Xianxia was about the same age as Xiao Zhongwu and was in the prime of his life, but he looked like an old man. His hair had turned white, and there was a burn mark on his face. He didn't know if his body had shriveled or something, but he had become extremely small, like a child who hadn't grown up yet. The way he looked at Xiaoju was no longer filled with love. Instead, it was filled with regret, guilt, pain, or something else. It was so complicated that it was frightening. He smiled bitterly and said, "Second young master, you already know, right?" Xiaoju did not say anything. General was killed by someone, and that person included me. Xiaoju suddenly looked up, his fingers clenched into fists under his sleeves. You also know, Xianxia spoke with difficulty, General was always unhappy that Prime Minister Su had too much power, but His Majesty always trusted Prime Minister Su. General reminded His Majesty to be wary of Prime Minister Su, and Prime Minister Su had long hated General. The current crown prince was tyrannical and cowardly. He and Prime Minister Su were jackals of the same tribe. They didn't like General for a long time, and the two of them were afraid of General's military power. They wanted to frame General, but General's life was clean and they couldn't find any loopholes. Crown Prince and Prime Minister Su worked together and secretly planned the Battle of Mingshui with the southern barbarians. During the Battle of Mingshui, there was a traitor in the southern Fu army. General was attacked from both sides, and died. Xiaoju looked at him, mockery flashing through her limpid eyes. "Are you the traitor?" Qianqi's expression became pained. "I'm sorry, second young master. I'm sorry. They used my mother to threaten me. My mother was already 70 years old. I promised them and gave them a copy of General's deployment map. I wasn't the only one. At that time, there were other people in General's southern Fu army who betrayed him. They used my wife and children to threaten me. At that time, I was blinded and I agreed. Why did you go to Jiang later?" Prime Minister Su, how could Prime Minister Su allow someone who knew the truth to live in this world? At that time, the few who betrayed him were later killed in the Battle of Mingshui. I was lucky enough to escape. I wanted to go back and take my mother with me, but when I got home, my mother had already died of illness. Prime Minister Su's people were looking for me everywhere. I once heard from General that Jiang City was easy to get out but hard to get in. It was the easiest place to hide, so I used some methods to conceal my identity and hid in Jiang. Second young master, all these years, I've always wanted to stand up and explain what happened back then. However, even though I was in Jiang, the news I heard was that Prime Minister Su's power was getting stronger and stronger. Even if I stood up and said something, the people at that time were all dead. Without evidence, no one would believe me. I wanted to go and find you, but as soon as I left Jiang City, news of me would spread. Prime Minister Su wouldn't let me live to see you. So I could only wait. I knew that if second young master was still alive, you would find me one day. Tears gradually seeped out from the corners of his eyes. You found me, that's great. Second young master, you've grown up. If General was still here, he would be very happy to see you like this. Looking at his tears, Xiaoju's expression did not change in the slightest. She only asked, "Who killed you?" I don't know. Qianqi said blankly, "As early as 20 days ago, when I was in Suiwei Pavilion, someone wanted to kill me. They set a big fire at night, but I escaped. The wound on my face was left at that time. After that, I hid until Yuto came to Jiang. I heard about second young master's news and wanted to find you, but I was chased halfway. He was no longer the strong man under Xiao Zhongwu. After so many years, his age and skills could not be compared to back then. Because of that big fire, he was easily ambushed and killed because of his old injuries. He was still alive. If he could live to see Xiaoju, he could see how the young man looked like when he grew up, and he could tell her the guilt and regret in his heart. I don't have anything to help you with, second young master. I'm just saying this for peace of mind. I owe the general, madam, first young master, second young master, and my brothers. I can't repay them all in this lifetime." He seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. "When I go to hell, I will personally kowtow to the general and apologize." His voice stopped abruptly. His eyes were still open, but there was no light in them anymore. He was dead. Xiaoju sat quietly with her eyes lowered. After a while, she stood up and walked out of the room. Qianqi was dead. The last person who knew about the Battle of Mingshui was gone. He could not bring a dead person back to Shuajing as a witness, and Qianqi did not leave behind anything that could be used as evidence. Coming here was just to confirm some of the things that he had guessed from the beginning. Mu Hongjin and Lin Shuanghe were waiting for him outside. When they saw Xiaoju come out, Mu Hongjin said, "When Yuto came, the situation was complicated. I could not send people to find him. After the incident, someone found Xianxia's whereabouts. When my men found him, he was being chased. When he was rescued, he was already seriously injured. I asked the doctor in the city to stop the bleeding temporarily." Mu Hongjin looked at Xiaoju's expression and frowned slightly. "Is he dead?" "Xiaoju, he's dead." She sighed and did not say anything. After searching for so long, they finally found him, but he was dead. It was such a pity that he was so close. Lin Shuanghe asked, "Huaijin, what do you plan to do after this?" Xiaoju was silent for a while, then said, "Xianxia is dead. The war in Jiang is over. We will leave for Liangzhou in a few days." "Are you leaving?" Mu Hongjin was a little reluctant. "You didn't stay here for long. Why don't you wait for Xiaolu to come back?" Xiaoju said, "I have other things to do." Mu Hongjin did not ask him to stay. She smiled and said, "No matter what, Jiang City was saved because of military governor Xiao. I will write a memorial to the emperor. His Majesty will definitely reward you." "No need." Xiaoju turned and walked away. He seemed to be uninterested in these things and was a little impatient. Lin Shuanghe scratched his head and explained, "Huaijin is in a bad mood now. Your Highness, please don't lower yourself to his level." Mu Hongjin shook her head. Since he was the hero of Jiang City, she was grateful no matter what. "Oh, right." Xiaoju seemed to have thought of something and stopped walking. He did not turn around and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, do you know that Mr. Liu is no longer here?" Mu Hongjin's expression froze. In the Chui residence, Chu Zhao was boiling tea in a small stove. His expression was calm and his movements were patient. Xiang handed him a handkerchief. He held the teapot by the handle and placed it on the table. "Xianxia is probably not going to make it," Xiang said softly. "Xianxia can be considered a talent to be able to find a place like Jiang and only die after 5 years." Chu Zhao smiled. "But fourth young master," Xiang did not understand, "why didn't you just kill him? Why did you deliberately keep him alive and let him see military governor Xiao and tell him the truth? Wouldn't that expose the prime minister?" Even if he didn't say it, Xiao Huaijin would have already guessed who the mastermind was. Chu Zhao smiled carelessly, telling him the truth would only make him feel more at ease. Xianxia was defeated in front of him, so he would hate the prime minister even more. The greater the threat Xiao Huaijin poses to the prime minister, the more the prime minister will value me. After all, no one knows better than the prime minister about checks and balances. Besides, this is Jiang. Since there is no one around, what we do is our own business. He said calmly, "Whether we add fuel to the fire or reduce it, it's all up to us." Xiang nodded, "This servant understands." Then, "Fourth young master, now that Xianxia is dead and we have done what the prime minister asked us to do, are we going back to the Shua capital?" "No," Chu Zhao said, "there is one thing that I am very curious about, so I had decided to go to the Liangzhou Guard first." "The Liangzhou Guard?" Xiang was surprised, that is military governor Zhao's territory. Chu Zhao and Xiaoju had never been on good terms. In the Liangzhou Guard, Chu Zhao would definitely not be able to gain any advantage. So, it will be very interesting to snatch someone from Xiao Huaijin's territory. The tea leaves in the teacup floated up and down. As he looked at them, he slowly chuckled. The return time was set for 2 days later. After Lu Buwang was buried, He Yan, Xiaoju, and the others set off to return to the Liangzhou Guard. Coming to Jiang this time, there were many happy things, but there were also many sad things. The most regretful thing was that they had to part forever after reuniting with an old friend. He Yan became unusually silent and slowly packed her luggage in the room. Actually, He Yan didn't have many clothes to begin with. Lin Shuanghe had paid for the women's clothes at the embroidery workshop in Jiang for her, so he couldn't bring them back. As a man, if she carried women's clothes with her, she would probably be looked at strangely by others. Therefore, He Yan kept all the clothes, jewelry, and shoes and gave them to Cui Yueji's 4 concubines. It was just that when she was packing, she looked at them and felt a little reluctant. It was probably because she had been a woman for too long, so she was really not used to being a man again. There was also a dough figurine under her pillow. The dough figurine was not as colorful as when it was first made. It was a little dim, and the dough was gradually drying up. There were even traces of drying and cracking. Yan picked it up and looked at it carefully in front of his eyes. During the Water God Festival, Xiaoju and she were on the Firefly boat on the way to the falling Firefly Spring. They saw a peddler who made dough figurines on the water and made one that looked like her. Her long hair was tied into a small braid in front of her forehead and hung down behind her head. She was wearing a red dress and black boots. Yan smiled and looked like a stranger, but it also looked like her. She knew from the beginning that she couldn't bring this thing back to the Liangzhou guards after buying it. However, Yan couldn't bear to leave it here. It was as if wherever the dough figurine existed was where her memories existed. If she left it here, she would be abandoning her memories of Jiang. However, she wasn't willing to give up the sad or happy memories. You don't want to bring it back? Xiaoju sat in front of the table and glanced at her. Yan sighed. I'm afraid that the Liangzhou guards will find out if I bring it back. It won't be good if the cat is out of the bag. Xiaoju's mouth twitched. Aren't you very good at lying? Why can't you even find an excuse? Yan thought that everything else was fine, but when it came to hiding her identity, from her previous life to this life, she had been very careful. After all, an ant's nest could destroy a 1,000-mile dike. One careless move and the whole game would be lost. It was better to be careful. It's better to be safe than sorry. As she spoke, she gripped the dough figurine's wooden stick tightly in her hand, unwilling to let go. Xiaoju sneered. You can say that you're buying it for your fiancé. Yan was stunned and looked at him. Is that okay? You're not a pure and innocent person. You're so infatuated with your fiancé. Naturally, you'll think of her wherever you go. What's wrong with buying a commemorative dough figurine as a gift? His words reminded Yan that she was right. She seemed to be someone who had a fiancé. For a moment, he felt that Xiaoju's reason made a lot of sense. She picked up the dough figurine and put it into her bag. Then, she praised Xiaoju. Commander-in-Chief, I just realized that you're a real expert at lying. Xiaoju put down the military book in her hand and looked at her with raised eyebrows. I was just saying. Don't take it to heart. Yan sighed. It's just that I've been in Jiang for too long. I'm a little reluctant to go back to the Liangzhou garrison. It was natural for the simple and honest people to feel sentimental when they came to such a gentle water town. She didn't know if she would have the chance to come here again in this lifetime. Even if she did, she didn't know how many years it would be. Do you want to stay? Xiaoju asked. Yan nodded, then shook her head. No. I like it here, but there are more important things to do. If she didn't have the grudges from her previous life and simply used the identity of Yan, she would naturally be more than happy to be able to stay here for a long time. However, she still had grudges to settle. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, she couldn't stay here. She had to keep moving forward. Are you talking about making contributions? His voice carried a hint of mockery. Yan smiled. You can say that. However, Commander-in-Chief, you promised me that as long as I follow you to Jiang City, you'll let me join the Southern Prefecture Army. You still keep your promise. Xiaoju said, I keep my promise. Yan was happy. At least she was a little closer to her goal. Xiaoju lowered her eyes to hide the deep meaning in her eyes. When she raised her head again, her expression had returned to normal. Just as she was about to speak, someone knocked on the door. It was Cui Jiao's voice. Madam. Come in. Cui Jiao walked in with a neatly folded set of clothes in her hands. She first glanced at Xiaoju with a troubled expression. What's wrong? Yan asked. Fourth young master Chu from next door asked me to return this set of clothes to you. He said that it was thanks to Madam's clothes that he was able to escape unscathed. He is very grateful. Yan remembered that when Chu Zhao had returned Mu Hongjin's clothes for her, Yan had given him the mermaid dress that was invulnerable to swords and spears and impervious to fire and water. He had asked him to wear it as armor. If he hadn't asked Cui Jiao to return it, He Yan would have forgotten about it. He Yan took the mermaid dress and thought for a moment before putting it on the table. She was also a girl when she returned to the Liangzhou guards. She had no use for this dress. It would be better to leave it for Cui Yuezhi's concubines. As soon as he put it down, he met Xiao Ju's cold eyes. The young man tilted his head to look at her and calmly said, "You gave the clothes I bought to Chu Xilan?" "You didn't buy it," He Yan said honestly. "Didn't Brother Lin pay for it?" Xiao Ju's expression was indifferent. He Yan realized that this person was angry. Thinking about it, he and Chu Xilan were sworn enemies. Yet, she had given Chu Xilan something that he had chosen. Naturally, he would be unhappy. She thought for a moment and took the initiative to explain, "At that time, I asked Cui Jiao to give me the clothes for Her Highness. Brother Chu was afraid that something would happen to Cui Jiao, a young girl, so he came to give it to her himself. I saw that he was a big man who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. If he met a Yuto by the side of the canal, he would be killed in 2 slashes. Didn't the shop assistant at the embroidery workshop say that this dress is invulnerable to swords and spears and impervious to fire and water? I have armor, so I gave this dress to him as armor." He Yan had forgotten that this dress was for women. If she gave it to Chu Xilan probably wouldn't wear it. "Brother Chu?" Xiao Ju slowly asked. He Yan took a step back. He knew that he had said something wrong again. "Fourth young Master Chu, fourth young Master Chu." He sneered. "I see that you and Chu Xilan are very close." "No, we're not very close," He Yan said seriously. "We just met by chance. We won't see each other again in the future. Let me remind you again." The young man's eyebrows were slightly impatient. His voice was cold. "You can like anyone, but if you like Chu Xilan, you're courting death." End of chapter 160. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.